In the myriad realms of existence, there exists a terrifying breed of beings who, within merely a few years or decades of cultivation, can surpass the realms that ordinary individuals attain only after thousands of years of arduous training. They are referred to as protagonists. Zhang Tian is a man of peace, and his innate talent for cultivation does not permit him to dominate the world with unbridled power. Eventually, he experienced a fortuitous turn of events, and thereafter, his journey flourished. When his cultivation level synchronizes with that of the fastest evolving protagonist in this world, outstripping him by 3 grand realms, what kind of sparks might ignite? When the Emperor of the Desolate Heavens dictated the ages, Zhang Tian struck the heavens with a single sword, while the Emperor of Flames engulfed the world in an endless sea of fire, and Zhang Tian concealed himself within the divine tomb as the Emperor of Stars challenged the heavens, witnessing the collapse of the celestial realm and the weeping of the heavenly laws from the ninth heaven. Chapter 1. The Fallen Genius. In the city of Wutan, before the imposing and ancient estate of the Shao family, Zhang Tian gazed at the stately residence with a sigh, for within this illustrious family, under the watchful eyes of vigilant sentinels, resided another time traveler like himself. Stubborn, tenacious, and extraordinarily gifted, even when faced with sudden upheavals and enduring the disdain and ridicule that many adults could scarcely bear, Zhang Tian remained steadfast, embodying the indomitable spirit of resilience, with the conviction that even when bones are broken, the sinews remain unyielding. Unlike the later encounter of Zhang Tian with his greatest benefactor, the renowned Yao Lao, leading to his unstoppable ascent, Zhang Tian's parents perished, leaving him isolated and despised, a solitary figure in a world that offered him nothing but scorn. The criticisms of countless language teachers regarding his repetitive expressions were indeed not excessive. In an era devoid of flamboyant technological marvels or magical enchantments, where only the peak of combat energy thrived, Zhang Tian, lacking the innate talent for cultivating fighting spirit, endured a life of unimaginable hardship, exacerbated by the loss of his parents, resulting in far inferior living conditions compared to other children. His wife fled with his brother and was brutally slain by enemies within 3 days, and his closest friend met a similarly gruesome fate. Yet, Zhang Tian felt neither regret nor sorrow regarding these events. Instead, he experienced a peculiar sense of joy. Penniless and surviving through beggary from a young age, his childhood sweetheart was dismembered by mountain bandits on the very first day of his awakening, leaving Zhang Tian in a state of shock, devoid of deep emotional ties due to their recent acquaintance. He has been beaten and scorned, subjected to the world's unrelenting cruelty, devoid of recognition and lacking true friends who could comprehend his heartfelt struggles. Deceitful lies and duplicitous humans surround him. Friendship should transcend mere superficial pleasantries, embodying the profound emotional exchanges and the trust and bonds that unite individuals. Zhang Tian believes that there are kindred spirits who will join him in the quest for humanity's most sincere and profound emotions, and the era of mutual trust among people will undoubtedly arrive. A smile graced Zhang Tian's face, as if he had shed all the burdens of the world. Regrettably, I no longer seek friendships. After years of relentless struggle, he harbored no bitterness or anger, and the tragic circumstances of his life had no bearing on him. For he is a Doling, the most formidable being within the entirety of Wutan City, a 2-star Doling. Approximately 8 years ago, Zhang Tian's grasp of time had become tenuous, as he had lived in a state of uncertainty that rendered him incapable of remembering the passage of time or the significance of holidays. It was around that time when Xiao Yan had just begun to cultivate combat energy. Seated upon his bed, and under the hopeful gaze of Xiao Zhan, he successfully condensed his first strand of fighting spirit. Meanwhile, Zhang Tian stood beside a refuse bin in the streets of Wutan City, his internal energy vortex swirling wildly, breaking through a staggering 27 realms with unstoppable momentum. It was not the human who was frenzied. During Xiao Yan's first strand of fighting spirit, the 15-year-old Zhang Tian surged through the ranks overnight, advancing from the first strand of fighting spirit to the second, then the third, achieving the status of a 1-star fighter and ultimately a 7-star fighter, directly breaking through to become a 1-star great fighter. Only later did Zhang Tian realize that as long as the protagonist diligently cultivates and breaks through realms, he would be propelled to ascend alongside him, and his own level would exceed that of the protagonist by 3 significant realms. The ensuing days became increasingly frenzied. Xiaoyan seemed to break through a minor realm every 2 to 3 months. He had long since forgotten at what age he began to cultivate energy, but 8 years had passed, possibly even 9. Ever since breaking through to the 1-star Doling, Zhang Tian had not advanced in cultivation for nearly 3 years. Logically, Xiaoyan's talent should not have allowed him to remain stagnant for 3 years, indicating that the plot had indeed commenced. Zhang Tian's innate talent for cultivation was mediocre. Over the past 8 years, he had tirelessly sought various herbs and consumed a few second-tier elixirs, yet his strength had only improved by 1 star. Moreover, this solitary star of improvement was achieved during his time as a great fighter, which meant that when Xiao Yin broke through to become a fighter, Zhang Tian also attained the power of a 2-star dueling. The later stages of cultivation become increasingly arduous. Had Zhang Tian cultivated for 8 years, he could have potentially advanced by 5 or 6 stages of fighting spirit, and even a fighter could achieve 2 or 3 stages of improvement. Unfortunately, Xiao Yan's innate talent is indeed exceptional. Zhang Tian has been striving for breakthroughs almost every year, and the only way to surpass Xiao Yan in cultivation speed is to outpace him in training. Thus, after much contemplation, Zhang Tian decided to carry all his possessions and stealthily made his way to the Xiao residence. Realizing that only by diligently assisting Xiao Yan could he continuously leverage his progress to elevate his own abilities. As a 2-star dueling, the most formidable force in the entire Wutan city, Zhang Tian felt undaunted by anyone, save for the slumbering Yao Lao and the guards surrounding Gu Suner. Stealthily infiltrating the Xiao family, Zhang Tian searched from house to house and witnessed many members of the Xiao clan engaged in procreation. Yet he had no inclination to spy further and moved on to the next dwelling. Xiao Zhan was still in the family hall, seated in the patriarch's position, massaging his temples while attending to various matters of the Xiao clan. The transformation of his once gifted son into a waste had brought him considerable distress. He held little interest in the old man, for aside from a piece of ancient imperial jade, even selling Xiao Zhan would not compensate for the 3rd-grade pill nestled within his own satchel. Having gathered enough information, Zhang Tian had no intention of visiting Gu Suner's courtyard, choosing to circumvent her residence until he finally discovered a household with a slightly ajar door, where 14-year-old Xiao Yan appeared strikingly youthful. He was currently seated cross-legged on the bed, meditating with his heart directed skyward. Upon sensing the faint trace of his 3rd-stage Do Qi, Zhang Tian's expression darkened. No wonder his own cultivation had stagnated for 3 years. Clearly, the plot had already commenced. Adorning Xiao Yan's finger was an ancient black spatial ring, a relic left by his mother, containing a soul as vast as an ocean yet exceedingly frail. If the ocean was solid, this soul was as scattered as mist. After much hesitation, Zhang Tian resolved to maintain an air of mystery. Yet he found himself perplexed about how to approach Xiao Yan, as the reincarnated Xiao Yan was not easily deceived. Observing Xiao Yan still grappling with Yao Lao, Zhang Tian could not help but admire his talent. The speed at which he absorbed the world's elemental energy barely kept pace with Yao Lao's absorption of his Do Qi. However, the remaining Do Qi was alarmingly insufficient to sustain his fighter's realm, barely holding on at the 3rd stage, and was teetering precariously. Witnessing this, Zhang Tian decided to first toss in some pills to assist Xiao Yan's cultivation, as a gesture of goodwill. A 1st-grade Gathering Yuan pill was thrown into the air, landing with a few soft thuds on the wooden table by the window in front of Xiao Yan. The practicing Xiao Yan opened his eyes. Unlike Zhang Tian, a 2-star dueling, the energy contained in the Gathering Yuan pill was less than what he could casually absorb from the surrounding elemental energy. Yet for Xiao Yan, the energy within this pill was still significantly greater than the Do Qi in his body. Ceasing his meditation, Xiao Yan sat up, picking up the Gathering Yuan pill with a puzzled expression. Is this the Gathering Yuan pill? Having consumed numerous 1st-grade pills before, he had not enjoyed such favors since his talent waned. I don't recall ever hiding pills on the roof. As Xiao Yan picked up the pill, he leaned out of the window to glance outside when a sound akin to a gust of wind approached, and a pill, smooth as a pearl, shot towards him like a bullet. Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, quickly grasping the pill, yet the force of impact sent him stumbling back a few steps. Does this person not want me to see him? Xiao Yan furrowed his brow, muttering to himself as he examined another Gathering Yuan pill in his hand. He could not possibly believe that someone would be so frivolous as to attempt to crush him with pills. Even a 2nd-grade alchemist would not squander resources so recklessly. After a moment's hesitation, curiosity ultimately prevailed, and he tiptoed to peer out the window, cautiously guarding against any ambush, only to be met with a sea of darkness. Shaking his head, Xiao Yan retreated back into his room. Evidently, the intruder's strength far surpassed his own. Although he was uncertain of the intruder's intentions, it seemed there was no malice involved. Yet why would he go through the trouble of delivering pills to him? After some reflection, Xiao Yan decided to consume the Gathering Yuan pill and resumed his cultivation. This individual can infiltrate here without alerting anyone. Such prowess is truly formidable. Should he wish to eliminate me, it would be as effortless as a flick of the wrist, without disturbing my father. Even if he summoned my father, it would likely result in a fierce battle, with many clan members potentially suffering casualties. My talent is already squandered, and no one would conspire against me in the shadows. I might as well accept this pill. Though he closed his eyes to meditate, Xiao Yan's mind was already racing with myriad thoughts as he diligently refined the medicinal power within him. Xiao Yan, wise beyond his years, bore the soul of an adult within his youthful frame, yet his reckless nature often clashed with his wisdom. However, as he refined the pill, the slumbering Yao Lao seemed to sense something. The spatial ring in his hand flickered with black light, unleashing a greater absorptive force that relentlessly devoured Xiao Yan's Do Qi. Watching Xiao Yan begin to refine the pill, Zhang Tian let out a sigh of relief, preparing to depart quietly, yet he was left dumbfounded by the scene unfolding before him. Yao Lao is truly shameless. Zhang Tian fumed, realizing that he had initially thought Xiao Yan might enhance his cultivation after refining the pill, which would consequently elevate him to a 3-star doling. To his surprise, Yao Lao seemed to oscillate between wealth and poverty. Absorb what he can, and when there's nothing left, absorb less. Although he seethed with resentment, Zhang Tian could only depart in silence, waiting for the opportune moment to awaken Yao Lao. An hour later, Xiao Yan had refined 2 pills. Although his cultivation did not advance, his Do Qi stabilized at the 3rd stage. Thank you, esteemed senior. After his cultivation, Xiao Yan felt invigorated, exhaling a breath of turbid air, and expressed his gratitude with a cupped fist gesture towards the window. At this moment, Zhang Tian had long departed from the scene outside, pondering that he should have been thanked sooner, rather than waiting for Xiao Yan to finish his cultivation before expressing his appreciation. Chapter 2. The returning genius. On the following evening, Zhang Tian stealthily infiltrated the Xiao residence once more, this time presenting a 2nd-tier medicinal pill, the Peiyuan Dan. With the presence of Yao Lao, Zhang Tian harbored no concerns regarding Xiao Yan's ability to withstand the potency of the pill, even if it proved overwhelming. Yao Lao would assist in mitigating its effects. Conversely, upon receiving the pill, Xiao Yan hesitated, acutely aware that absorbing a 2nd-tier medicinal pill with merely the strength of a 3rd-stage Do Qi was indeed perilous. Yet, disregarding his trepidation, Xiao Yan, who possessed an indomitable spirit, bit his lip and swallowed the Peiyuan Dan whole. As the pill dissolved within him, the intense medicinal energy surged through his relatively slender meridians, causing his internal energy channels to expand to the brink of rupture, leaving him trembling in agony. Nevertheless, Xiao Yan bore no regret. If he did not strive now, would he wait until old age, with his strength still at the 3rd stage, to lament his inaction? That esteemed elder likely hoped for him to break through and rise anew, treating this as a last-ditch effort. Fortunately, Xiao Yan was originally a formidable fighter. Although he currently lacked Do Qi, his foundational level remained intact, enabling him to endure the rigorous refining process, and, astonishingly, he absorbed even more than Yao Lao. After some contemplation, Zhang Tian discerned that Yao Lao was on the verge of awakening, while Xiao Yan remained oblivious. Zhang Tian could distinctly sense that Yao Lao's absorption of Do Qi had significantly slowed, no longer resembling the relentless, exhaustive consumption witnessed previously. This realization served as a clarion call for Zhang Tian. As a premier alchemist of the continent, Yao Lao's cunning and insight far surpassed his own. Zhang Tian was not yet prepared to awaken him. Following the absorption of the 2nd-tier medicinal pill, the core of Do Qi within Xiao Yan began to rotate with increased velocity, the energy vortex expanding rapidly until it reached the threshold of the 4th stage of Do Qi, subsequently stabilizing. However, Zhang Tian felt dissatisfaction. This scenario equated to one medicinal pill being shared between 2 individuals. To facilitate Xiao Yan's rapid breakthroughs, he would require additional 2nd-tier or even 3rd-tier medicinal pills. Regrettably, Zhang Tian possessed but a single 3rd-tier pill himself, intended for Xiao Yan, not for Yao Lao. Out of self-interest, he was reluctant to see Yao Lao awaken prematurely. Having ascended to the 4th stage of Do Qi, Xiao Yan erupted into laughter, tears streaming down his face. As the son of the clan leader, every word and deed was scrutinized, enduring nearly 2 to 3 years of ridicule from a group of children without the freedom to retaliate would break any normal person. Overwhelmed with excitement, Xiao Yan revealed a childlike smile for the first time in many years. Nevertheless, the cost of consuming such vast quantities of medicinal pills for his breakthrough was not lost on him, leading to a burgeoning sense of gratitude towards the mysterious benefactor. For the next half-month, Zhang Tian continued to supply Xiao Yan with medicinal pills, albeit each time only a 1st-tier pill. Xiao Yan recognized that his meridians could not withstand further strain in the short term, and thus devoted himself to diligent cultivation. Should the mysterious individual persist in providing 2nd-tier pills, Xiao Yan would inevitably question whether that person sought to to undermine his foundation through reckless advancement. Transitioning from the third to the fourth stage of Do Qi, Xiao Yan's progress afforded Zhang Tian a modest enhancement, enriching his Do Qi to a more robust level. Zhang Tian even contemplated abducting Xiao Yan, repeatedly diminishing his realm before feeding him pills to spur his breakthroughs, thus consistently refreshing his own standing. Yet, Zhang Tian was acutely aware that such a method was impractical, repeatedly depleting Xiao Yan's Do Qi while forcing him to consume vast amounts of medicinal pills would inflict severe damage to his meridians and dantian, potentially leading to the closure of his energy channels and the onset of medicinal toxicity, essentially rendering him useless. If this continued, Zhang Tian might attain the rank of Do Wang or Do Huang, but Xiao Yan would be incapacitated after just a couple of attempts. Given Zhang Tian's own talents, he would struggle immensely to surpass the Do Huang level, let alone break into the Do Zong realm. As for seizing Yao Lao's techniques and consuming the rare flames, if Xiao Yan could absorb the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire to leap through significant realms and several minor ones, Zhang Tian, upon reaching Do Wang, would achieve at best a mere 3-star enhancement. The advantages and disadvantages were glaringly apparent. Thus, Zhang Tian's optimal strategy became clear. He must find a way to elevate Xiao Yan to his utmost potential without fostering dependency. Once Xiao Yan attained the realm of Do Zong, Zhang Tian would immediately ascend to the status of an emperor. However, by that time, even amassing all the resources of the continent would be futile. Xiao Yan would require the absorption of rare flames for his advancement, a perilous endeavor with no one to aid him. Any lapse in Xiao Yan's vigilance could result in him being consumed by those very flames. At that point, Zhang Tian might only rise to the rank of Do Di, forever stunted in his growth, with the looming threat of another aspiring Do Di emerging to surpass him after millennia of cultivation. During yet another clan assembly, Xiao Yan, as the young clan leader, was naturally called upon to participate. However, having recently broken through, his demeanor radiated a profound depth, devoid of the previous despondency. This transformation garnered the attention of many. Previously, he had struggled at the third stage, preoccupied with stabilizing his realm, but now that he had advanced, despite only reaching the fourth stage of Do Qi, he was still a formidable opponent for most, as even those at the sixth stage of Do Qi found themselves outmatched. With a single punch, he defeated Xiao Chu, who possessed the strength of the sixth stage, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Over the course of half a month, his Do Qi had grown increasingly refined, and a mysterious force emanating from his dantian seemed to signal a pivotal transformation, propelling his cultivation forward at an astonishing pace. Daily consumption of medicinal pills and rigorous training were privileges not afforded to ordinary members of the Xiao clan. The fourth elder stood in astonishment, momentarily halting his grasp on his beard. Why hadn't he made the announcement yet? Was he attempting to cover something up? Xiao Yan regarded the fourth elder with a smile, each of his words now laden with significance. With power comparable to that of the seventh stage of Do Qi, he had achieved a level of excellence within the clan, and his return to the fourth stage of Do Qi prompted speculation. Had his talent truly returned? This thought resonated in the minds of all present. The previously bustling square fell silent, stifled by the overwhelming presence of one individual. Xiao Yan's formidable strength and confident smile seemed to signal the true return of the Xiao clan's young leader. As the third match commenced, with Xiao Yan facing off against Xiao Chu, the fourth elder, regaining his composure, promptly declared, "Master Xiao Yan emerges victorious." The wizened elder's face beamed with a smile of satisfaction, every wrinkle telling a story of wisdom. Boom! The entire square erupted with excitement as the fourth elder's announcement shattered the silence. A cacophony of voices filled the air, as if a new star were once again ascending. "Master Xiao Yan, you are the greatest. How could this be? How could he possibly return? This cannot be real. What price did the clan leader pay?" Voices filled with disbelief echoed throughout, as the perception of Xiao Yan as a waste was no longer as deeply rooted as it had been in the original narrative. Although Xiao Yan had always been part of the Xiao clan, it was only from this day forward that they recognized he had returned. Chapter 3. The three great families. For the next half-month, Zhang Tian consistently provided Xiao Yan with medicinal pills, and in turn, Xiao Yan's gratitude towards Zhang Tian deepened. Despite this, Zhang Tian understood that these pills were exceedingly precious for someone like Xiao Yan, who had yet to reach the level of a fighter. Awakening Yao Lao with only first and second-tier pills posed a considerable challenge, necessitating a substantial investment. Zhang Tian had no intention of awakening Yao Lao too soon, his mind occupied with a grander scheme. Each day, he merely supplied Xiao Yan with one pill. After half a month, Zhang Tian had depleted roughly a quarter of his medicinal pills, prompting him to realize that he could not continue on this path. He needed to acquire more resources to nurture Xiao Yan's potential. Gradually, a plan began to form in his mind, to establish a faction. While a faction may seem insignificant in the face of absolute power, the acquisition of resources would prove far more expedient. Xiao Yan's growth accelerated at an astonishing pace. His heart now set on a clear objective. The three prominent families of Wutan City were deeply entrenched, with the Xiao family being particularly formidable, rendering complete control impossible. In contrast, the Opa and Jali families appeared more vulnerable. Zhang Tian was currently beset by the dilemma of whether to intimidate the two families in his ominous black robe or to directly storm their strongholds and force their submission. Cloaked in mystery, his actions were limited to the shadows, which proved inconvenient. Moreover, a violent purge of the two families would likely incite the displeasure of the city lord. As the sovereign above the three powerful families, the city lord was expected to possess at least the cultivation of a one-star doling. And the city lord's mansion was replete with personnel. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Tian resolved to adopt a new identity, recognizing that in such a remote little city, nothing could instill greater awe than the royal family or the sects of the transcendent continent. Thus, Zhang Tian decided to join the Yunlan sect. With a cultivation level of 3-star doling, he was neither overly strong nor weak, surpassing many clan leaders from smaller cities. With this decision made, he prepared to act. Once he joined the Yunlan sect, he could return and subjugate the two families and even the city lord's mansion, thereby assisting Xiao Yan in breaking through to the doja stage, which would simultaneously elevate his own strength to 9-star doling. Wait, 9-star doling? A dark cloud crossed Zhang Tian's face. That very evening, he stealthily scaled the back courtyard of the Xiao family without disturbing Ling Ying, arriving silently at Xiao Yan's door. He subtly released a trace of doling aura, which went unnoticed by Xiao Yan. Yet the old medicinal sage within the storage ring instinctively sensed a looming threat, causing his absorption of Do Qi to surge dramatically. In a brief span, Xiao Yan fell back to the 3rd stage of Do Qi, sitting cross-legged on his bed. Xiao Yan was bewildered and filled with despair, questioning why the disappearance of his Do Qi was accelerating at such a rapid pace. Feeling a pang of guilt, Zhang Tian hastily tossed a 2nd-tier Qingxin Hongqi pill into the room. Although the efficacy of this medicinal pill for purging internal toxins was modest, it was still beneficial and could help stabilize Xiao Yan's cultivation. After refining the pill, Xiao Yan sensed a slight reduction in the suction within his dantian, solidifying his realm at the 4th stage of Do Qi. Meanwhile, Zhang Tian reveled in the burgeoning Do Qi within him, now a 4-star doling. Each breakthrough he experienced yielded a Do Qi increase that was 1,000 times greater than Xiao Yan's. Having completed this series of actions, Zhang Tian hastily exited the Xiao family estate, his mind racing with thoughts. Xiao Yan, do not hold it against me. I assure you, this is the last time. Xiao Yan, I am a fan of the potato, your father. You will surely understand my intentions. Once outside the Xiao family estate, Zhang Tian felt a weight lift from his heart. Once Xiao Yan broke through to become a doja, he would possess the strength of a dowang, affording him a measure of safety. In fact, he could then traverse the cities with reckless abandon. For among the top 10 powerhouses of the Gamma Empire, several were merely Do Wang, including the Lionheart Marshal Nailan Jie, who was also just a Do Wang. With this burden lifted, Zhang Tian departed Wutan City that very night, journeying tirelessly toward Yunlan Mountain. Over the next 7 days, Xiao Yan's cultivation progressed smoothly. The Do Qi consumed by the old medicinal sage diminished significantly, while Xiao Yan absorbed the medicinal pills, ultimately consolidating his 5th stage of Do Qi. As Zhang Tian made his way back, he sensed his own cultivation had advanced as well. After dispatching a band of bandits, he couldn't help but smile. While others traversed realms, laboriously cultivating and suppressing the protagonist for fear of being overtaken, Zhang Tian found himself wishing for the protagonist to cultivate faster. This was indeed a delightful scenario. Watch as I unleash my skills, delivering a decisive blow. He caught the blade of a formidable dome master with one hand, twisting it back, breaking the opponent's wrist, and inflicting a wound upon himself. Take a pill, take a pill. Zhang Tian wiped the sweat from his brow. The bandits of Qinglong Mountain were notorious, with the 2 leaders having reached the level of Great Dome Master, while several other leaders possessed peak Dome Master strength. Having killed so many, his Do Qi was significantly depleted, so he swallowed a 2nd-tier recovery pill, which dissolved instantly, feeling his Do Qi rapidly rejuvenating. Zhang Tian wiped away his perspiration, now attired in the disciple robes of the Yunlan sect, which were a striking blue with white undertones. At the age of 23 or 24, he had already achieved 4-star doling strength, making him a welcomed addition to the Yunlan sect. Although there were doubts regarding his loyalty, Zhang Tian assured them he would remain an ordinary disciple, not seeking high office or secrets, thus securing his place within the sect. His treatment was still superior to that of typical disciples, receiving several vials of second-tier medicinal pills. Zhang Tian felt justified in accepting these gifts, as the Yunlan sect boasted a 5th-tier alchemist, ensuring an ample supply of his second-tier pills. It was said that this ancient river had truly depreciated, now in middle age. It seemed to be floundering, preoccupied with romantic pursuits. Perhaps he could lend a hand in the future, ensuring that Yinshan did not meet a dire fate, thereby avoiding confrontation with a potential future enemy, the Flame Emperor. If the Yunlan sect were not to be obliterated by his subordinate, Abu, they would not face destruction at the hands of this future powerhouse, making his acquisition of 2 vials of second-tier pills seem like a meritorious act of salvation for the masses. Oh, he had almost forgotten. He was discussing clothing. Zhang Tian's attire differed from Nalan Yunran's, devoid of stars and moons. The cuffs were embroidered with a silver cloud-shaped sword, glimmering with 4 small suns, leading Zhang Tian to smirk at the absurdity. A star, a moon, and a sun. Does it not resemble a crown of a Dowang, perhaps of level 64? Upon arriving at the city gates of Wutan, Zhang Tian, dressed in splendid attire, encountered no resistance from the guards, who instead welcomed him politely and bade him farewell with friendly waves. As he traversed the bustling thoroughfare, the residents, some with discerning eyes, gazed at the silver sword and 4 suns on his chest with envy and admiration. Unable to endure their stares, Zhang Tian opted to sit at a small food stall, run by a modest woman in her 30s, whose face bore the marks of a hard life, a diligent homemaker. The stall served delectable fare, wontons, noodle soup, hot rice noodles, and dumplings, all steaming and fragrant. As Zhang Tian savored his meal, he observed the environment of Wutan City. The changes over the past week were not particularly remarkable. He surmised that the most significant transformation must have occurred within the Xiao family. With Xiao Yan's regained talents and the maturity of his dual lives, he would undoubtedly dominate the younger generation of the family mercilessly. Even the elders would no longer dare to underestimate this young master of the Xiao clan. As if summoned by his thoughts, Zhang Tian, having just finished his meal, saw a throng of people emerging from the Xiao family, led by 2 strikingly handsome figures. The surrounding pedestrians promptly cleared the way, the spectacle imposing and formidable, causing Zhang Tian to catch his breath in astonishment. Chapter 4. The Awakening of the Old Medicinal Sage. In recent days, Xiao Yan had been brimming with confidence. Zhang Tian, having sensed the sudden surge in Douqi fluctuations during his journey, realized that Xiao Yan had already broken through to the 5th stage of Douqi. In just a week, Xiao Yan had advanced a whole stage, a feat far more astonishing than his previous month-long struggle to achieve a single level. Xiao Yan's exceptional talent continued to flourish, and the attitude of the Xiao family's younger members and elders toward him grew increasingly reverent. Now, Xiao Yan exuded an air of triumph. Having swept away his past grievances, his reputation soaring as he made his mark in the world. However, despite the challenges he had faced, Xiao Yan did not exhibit arrogance. Rather, he fostered a harmonious relationship with the younger members of the family, prompting a sense of quiet shame among them. How had they not recognized the admirable qualities of their young master earlier? One cannot help but acknowledge Xiao Yan's remarkable ability. A mere hint of benevolence was sufficient to secure the unwavering loyalty of the Xiao clan members. Although Xiao Mei possessed slightly superior cultivation, her overall strength paled in comparison. Furthermore, Xiao Yan had ascended to the 5th stage of Douqi and was likely to surpass her within a month or 2. The pressing concern among the Xiao family was how long it would take for Xiao Yan to regain his status as a Dou master. Due to the unfortunate incident that had previously befallen Xiao Yan, Xiao Zhan was adamant about keeping this matter under wraps, publicly claiming that Xiao Yan had diligently trained for 2 years and had finally returned to the 5th stage of Dou power. Though Wutan City was not small, it was not excessively large either. The group ambled through the marketplace, pausing intermittently before meandering down several streets belonging to the Xiao family, each member acquiring a few items along the way. As they prepared to return home, they encountered a group from the Jiaoya family, led by a richly clad youth accompanied by 2 burly black-clad guards. The young leader scrutinized Xiao Yan's group, and upon spotting the distinctive attire of the Xiao family, he furrowed his brow slightly. Noticing the absence of formidable guards in the vicinity, malicious intent began to brew within him, prompting him to stride forward. "Stop right there," Jiaoya Mi commanded sharply, his two guards seemingly understanding their master's intent, stepping forward to subtly encircle Xiao Yan and his companions. Xiao Yan, is that you? Zhang Tian approached, his gaze locking onto Xiao Yan, revealing a look of astonishment. Wasn't Xiao Yan supposed to be a waste? How dare he roam freely? He scoffed, mocking the notion of them rallying behind him. He had initially been pondering how to concoct an excuse to trouble the Xiao family. But fate had conveniently handed him a reason. Should Xiao Yan dare to retort, he would provoke a quarrel, allowing him to strike covertly. The three great families held roughly equal power, with each patriarch being a Grand Master. However, the Xiao family, as outsiders, was naturally less favored and occupied 8 street corners, one more than both the Jialia and Ao Tuo families, who would undoubtedly conspire against them. Secretly sabotaging the Xiao family and punishing its members would not only escape censure from their patriarch, but would also receive his full support. This was precisely why Jiaoyami brought 2 guards along, fearing he might lose face if targeted by others. The Xiao family, appearing slightly weaker, was indeed outsiders. Should they actively seek to punish others, they would likely face resistance from the 2 other families. Thus, Xiao Yan and his companions were merely strolling through their marketplace. Sensing Jiaoyami's imposing demeanor, Xiao Yan's heart sank. His 2 guards were dome masters, and while they could only guard the entrance at the Xiao family, they were not to be trifled with by mere children. Unbeknownst to them, Jiaoyami was even more perplexed. How could Xiao Yan, devoid of talent, still exude an air of leadership, akin to the moon surrounded by stars? He couldn't help but wonder, could physical beauty truly wield such allure? Although Xiao Yan was not exceptionally handsome, his resolute visage combined with his calm demeanor and dignified aura granted him considerable charm, far overshadowing the immature Jiaoyami. With a begrudgingly sinister expression, Jiaoyami seethed with jealousy. You too, see Xiao Yan. Upon receiving the command, the 2 guards prepared to act without hesitation, showing no fear of Xiao Zhan. If Xiao Zhan possessed the strength to dominate the 2 other families, they would certainly tread carefully. However, the unfortunate reality was that Xiao Zhan and the others were evenly matched, rendering them incapable of overpowering one another. As the 2 guards approached menacingly, the pressure of their dome master presence grew increasingly palpable, instilling a sense of dread among the group. Xiao Yan's anger simmered, but he was at a loss. If he fled, his credibility among the Xiao family would crumble, yet standing his ground would undoubtedly lead to immense humiliation. Clenching his fists, his nails digging painfully into his flesh, he remained oblivious to the pain, prepared to utter a few harsh words before enduring a beating. Vowing to reclaim his honor another day, I, Xiao Yan, may escape in disgrace, but I shall not forfeit my fierce words. What are you doing? Are you afraid of hurting them? Hurry up and capture them. Jiaoyami, sensing the shift in dynamics, barked urgently. He was not foolish. They were not far from the Xiao family's territory, and should reinforcements arrive, he would be finished. His intent was merely to teach a lesson, hurl a few insults at the Xiao family, and then retreat to the Jialia family estate. Facing the wrath of a Grand Dome Master like Xiao Zhan was a daunting prospect for someone devoid of Dou power. Quickly capture them. Tear off that woman's clothing. Leave no undergarments. Jiaoyami shouted, pointing at Xiao Mei, his eyes gleaming with malevolence. The thought of exposing the Xiao family's daughters in public was the utmost humiliation he could inflict. While he would never dare to harm someone to the point of severing their lineage, he believed that exposing them would be beyond Xiao Zhan's reproach. Moreover, given the male-dominant culture of the Douqi continent, Xiao Zhan likely wouldn't react strongly, unless the women in question were exceptionally formidable. Xiao Mei, pointed at by Jiaoyami, turned pale, her legs trembling as she cast a desperate glance toward Xiao Yan. Observing the Xiao family's distress and Xiao Yan's helplessness, Jiaoyami could hardly contain his excitement. What Xiao Zhan? A worthless piece of trash, utterly incapable of challenging the Jialia family. Jiaoyami was nearly intoxicated with delight, his gaze locking onto Zhang Tian, who was casually enjoying a cold dish while watching the spectacle, his expression suddenly turning serious. What are you staring at, you mutt? Do you want me to gouge your eyes out? Zhang Tian was taken aback. Although he had been ready to intervene, he wondered why Jiaoyami had directed his ire towards him, oblivious to the insignia of Yunlan Zone adorning his attire, with its 4 small suns. He merely wished to tell Jiaoyami that he could donate his eyes if he no longer needed them. Setting down the bowl containing his cold dish, he slowly rose from his seat, deliberately distancing himself from the trembling vendor. Strangely, the oppressive atmosphere dissipated the moment he stood, as if a storm had suddenly calmed, prompting Xiao Yan to take a deep breath. As he approached the 2 guards, intending to strike, they attempted to retaliate. In the eyes of Xiao Yan and his companions, it appeared as though the 2 Dome Masters had initiated an attack, yet they deftly evaded the young man's elegant attire. Then, the young man struck, with a single slap. The two guards seemed to offer their faces willingly, one after the other, as if compelled by some unseen force. The two masters were inexplicably sent flying. To onlookers, this scene unfolded with an uncanny harmony, evoking deep emotions. What realm of mastery was this? Xiao Yan was astounded, having heard that when one attained a profound level of skill, every gesture could influence the very forces of nature. This young man, seemingly youthful, possessed an unfathomable depth of power. Xiao family's boy, let me see your strength. After dispatching the two feeble guards, Zhang Tian felt a sense of ennui. He had recently dispatched no fewer than 3 Grand Do Masters, and even if he were to eliminate a Do King, it would not be as intriguing as nurturing Xiao Yan's potential. Unbeknownst to him, he had developed a peculiar penchant for mentorship. Terrifying, indeed. Senior. Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by Zhang Tian's words. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and charged at Jiao Yimi, as he recognized that Jiao Yimi was the only adversary present. Surely, this enigmatic young man would not expect him to engage in combat with him. Seeing Xiao Yan charging toward him, Jiao Yimi had no choice but to retaliate. After a brief exchange, Xiao Yan discovered that Jiao Yimi was weaker than he had anticipated. Despite possessing the strength of the 6th stage of fighting energy, Galemi, who had grown accustomed to a life of luxury and indulgence in vice, found himself relentlessly suppressed and beaten by Xiao Yan, his soft fists firmly grasped in Xiao Yan's hand. Taking a deep breath, he infused all his strength, and a pale yellow membrane of fighting energy formed around his fist, which he then struck against Galemi's chest. Galemi let out a muffled grunt, staggering backward several steps as a trickle of blood escaped his lips. Although only a fighter could unleash the true power of fighting techniques, Xiao Yan utilized all of his fighting energy to execute the burning wood fist against Galemi. A piercing pain radiated from Galemi's chest. His flesh seared as if scalded by boiling water, resulting in numerous blisters that made him grimace in agony. At that moment, Zhang Tian sensed an extremely subtle mental force emerging from Xiao Yan, an awareness belonging to Yao Lao, the revered Yao Chun, who was on the verge of awakening. Chapter 5. A Pill Swallowed, Incinerating the Heavens. Senior. Xiao Yan had wounded Galemi, but refrained from continuing his assault, instead slightly bowing to Zhang Tian in a gesture of inquiry. Zhang Tian remained silent, and Xiao Yan too held his tongue, as members of the Xiao clan swiftly arrived, and it appeared that the individual before them harbored no intention of opposing the Xiao family. Whoosh! A sharp sound of slicing wind approached Xiao Yan's head, sending a chill down his spine. Should he allow it to strike, his head would surely be split open. However, he was no longer the waste with merely the 3rd stage of fighting energy. With fingers splayed like a hand reaching for the moon, he grasped the incoming object deftly. He staggered back a few steps, yet still managed to maintain a firm hold on what he had caught. Startled, Xiao Yan was about to question Zhang Tian regarding his sudden assault, but, contemplating the vast disparity in their strengths, found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, a faint, pleasant fragrance emanated from between Xiao Yan's fingers. Upon opening his hands, he initially suspected it to be a concealed weapon or poison, only to discover a round, pearl-like azure pill. A familiar sensation surged within him. Your cultivation is quite commendable. My efforts in assisting you these past few days have not been in vain. I shall personally instruct you, aiming to help you break through to the 6th stage of fighting energy within half a month. Zhang Tian expressed mild surprise, realizing that Xiao Yan was indeed no ordinary pampered genius, but possessed formidable strength, nearly invincible among his peers. Senior, are you saying? Xiao Yan's eyes brightened as the realization dawned upon him that this mysterious figure was the one who had been providing him with pills for cultivation. Indeed, your progress has been remarkably swift. I have decided to remain with the Xiao clan to guide you. Zhang Tian chuckled, disregarding Galemi entirely. He realized that he need not lift a finger. Merely hinting at his support for Xiao Zhan would suffice for the latter to see the 2 great families expelled from Wutan City the following day. Brother Xiao Yan, you must agree. Look at his attire. He appears to be from the Yunlan sect, and possesses the rank of a 4-star Doling. At that moment, Xiao Yan felt a gentle warmth in his palm. It was Xiao Mei who had leaned in closely, her hand clasping his as she whispered in his ear. A 4-star Doling. Xiao Yan's heart jolted. The last time a person of such caliber appeared in Wutan City was decades ago, surpassing even his father, Xiao Zhan, by a significant margin. The Yunlan sect held great renown, subtly overshadowing the Jianma Empire, with even small families lacking the qualifications to hear of its existence. Xiao Mei had only a vague recollection of it. Galamy's heart sank at the sight of Zhang Tian, adorned in exquisite attire. He realized that even a mere disciple of the Yunlan sect could annihilate the entire Galamy family. He had completely lost the capacity for rational thought. With only one overwhelming notion occupying his mind, the Galamy family was doomed. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Tian had never intended to spare the Galamy family. While Xiao Yan's talents were commendable, resources were indispensable. Although Yao Lao was a top-tier alchemist in the continent, even the most skilled craftsman cannot work without materials. Without medicinal herbs, no matter his abilities, he would be rendered powerless. I am willing, and I am grateful for the assistance you have provided these past few days. Your kindness is akin to a rebirth for me, and I shall never forget it. Xiao Yan felt unburdened at this moment, fully aware of the help he had received. Xiao Zhan had no means to combat his diminishing fighting energy, and without the aid of this presumed Douling, he would likely have remained a waste for life, ultimately relegated to the family's various enterprises. Enough of that. Your cultivation is of utmost importance. You cannot afford a moment's respite. You must elevate your abilities, the higher, the better. Your gifts are commendable in Wutan City, but within the continent, they are hardly noteworthy. Zhang Tian seized the opportunity to impart some stern advice, cautioning Xiao Yan against arrogance. I understand, Xiao Yan nodded vigorously. While the majority of the Xiao clan reveled in their immense power, he alone recognized that he was merely the young master of a small family, and Xiao Zhan was just the leader of an ordinary clan. To speak of even greater powers, the Yunlan sect on Yunlan Mountain could extinguish the Xiao family with a mere finger. The Xiao family may be a small clan, but I believe it will flourish under our stewardship, rising to great heights, Xiao Yan declared earnestly, his eyes filled with ambition, which even stirred a sense of recognition among other members of the Xiao clan, who proudly lifted their heads. Is the Xiao family still considered a small clan? Zhang Tian marveled inwardly. Had Xiao Xian succeeded 1,000 years ago, the Xiao family would have been the most prominent race on the Doqi continent, unmatched by any. However, outwardly, he merely nodded, donning an expression of approval, indicating that the youth was indeed worth mentoring. As their conversation unfolded, the guards of the Xiao family gradually arrived, surrounding them and bowing respectfully to Xiao Yan. Let us proceed. We shall converse as we walk, Zhang Tian instructed, beginning to stride forward. Xiao Yan and the others promptly followed suit, while the head of the guards, noting Zhang Tian's extraordinary attire and elegant demeanor, hesitated to obstruct their path. If I recall correctly, members of a Xiao family who have not reached the 7th stage of fighting energy by your age are relegated to the family's enterprises, correct? You have 1 year left. Zhang Tian handed a bundle to Xiao Yan, gesturing for him to carry it, as the pills within were intended for Xiao Yan's use. For someone of his caliber, consuming these pills would be a waste. He might as well consume more rice to bolster his energy for training. Indeed, his constitution was such that he was nearly immune to fighting energy, with an absorption rate so poor that the medicinal properties of the refined pills likely fell below 1%. It would be far more beneficial for him to consume more rice and cultivate the fighting energy he derived from that. Xiao Yan instinctively accepted the bundle. Slinging it over his shoulder, he opened his mouth, hesitating momentarily before quietly stating, I still have 2 years. Huh? Zhang Tian was taken aback, unable to comprehend Xiao Yan's statement. After a moment, he finally grasped the meaning and hastily laughed. What I meant was, what realm do you believe you can reach within a year? Upon hearing this question, Xiao Yan pondered for a moment, pursing his lips, and uncertainly replied, around the 3-star Doushi. This was a rather conservative estimate, bolstered by the guidance of Zhang Tian, the Douling. After all, it had taken him a year to break through to the Doushi from the 9th stage of fighting energy, and advancing from 1 star to another in Doushi was exponentially more challenging. To claim that he could progress from the 5th stage of fighting energy to Doushi within a year might be a bit overly ambitious. The other Xiao clan members, including Xiao Mei and Xiao Li, gazed at Xiao Yan with wide eyes, admiration gleaming within them. Such talent was likely rare even within the Yunlan sect. Surely, young Master Xiao Yan would receive praise from the Douling. Under the scrutiny of their gazes, Zhang Tian nearly stumbled, not out of play acting, but rather out of exasperation at Xiao Yan. With an 8th rank alchemist, a peak 9th turn Dozun, and himself, a 5-star Douling, all scrambling to acquire resources for him, and he still intended to remain merely a Doushi after a year? Still just a 5-star? Zhang Tian almost lost his composure in disbelief. With a slight pressure on his chest, Zhang Tian endured his emotions and spoke. If you can break through to the 7-star Dome Master within a year, I will ensure you can do as you please in the Gamma Empire. Chapter 6. The elder. Xiao Zhan's 7-star Do Master? Xiao Yin was momentarily taken aback, softly murmuring the phrase, while the others were rendered speechless. Their minds clouded with thoughts of achieving the 7-star Do Master within a year. Although Xiao Yin was somewhat composed, he too was astonished, pondering the possibility of surpassing the elders of the clan who had cultivated for decades within such a short span. Zhang Tian, however, found it entirely reasonable. For individuals destined to be protagonists possess such extraordinary capabilities, he was confident that Xiao Yin could indeed accomplish this feat, even believing that the title of 7-star Do Master was a conservative estimate. Once he mastered the burning decision and consumed the Yo, Xiao Yin's strength would leap forward to an entirely new level. Can I truly achieve this? Xiao Yin found himself questioning whether Zhang Tian was merely toying with him. You will undoubtedly succeed, Zhang Tian insisted, attempting to instill confidence in Xiao Yin. Do you not believe in yourself or in me? Ultimately, Xiao Yin acquiesced with a nod. Though he harbored some doubts, he still had an unvoiced thought. As a 4-star Do spirit, what right did Zhang Tian have to assure him such freedom in the Gamma Empire? Meanwhile, Zhang Tian was contemplating that once Xiao Yin attained the rank of 7-star Do Master, his own strength would soar to the level of a Do Emperor. A Do Emperor represents the pinnacle of power in the empire, with figures like Zhang Tian guarding the royal family for centuries. This exemplifies the intimidating presence of a Do Emperor. The prowess of 7-star Do Emperor would surpass that of Yun Yun and the peak 5-star Do Emperor, Hai Buodong. Apart from Yun Shan and Zhang Tian, few would stand a chance against him. Impatiently tapping Xiao Yan's forehead to deter any skepticism, Zhang Tian soon returned to the Xiao residence, this time entering openly rather than stealthily. Xiao Zhan had yet to receive any news and was likely still attending to clan matters in the main hall. Gome, lead me to meet your father, Zhang Tian instructed, gesturing to Xiao Yan, who promptly understood and guided the way. Although Zhang Tian was quite familiar with the layout, he refrained from displaying this. After walking a short distance, a young girl emerged from another direction. She appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old, still in her prepubescent form, clad in a graceful purple gown, exuding an air of nobility akin to a regal purple lotus. Her beautiful visage bore a hint of surprise mixed with concern, and her unadorned features were strikingly refreshing. Whether it was a psychological effect or not, Zhang Tian felt an imperceptible pressure emanating from this young girl. Not a mere aura, but a suppression that seemed to act upon his very soul and bloodline. With a disdainful huff, he thought, what can the Golden Emperor burning heaven flame do? As long as Xiao Yin breaks through to the Do Zone, he will be the only Do Emperor the Doqi continent has seen in millennia. Even if Xiao Yin only reaches half a step into the Do Zone, he need not fear anyone. Possessing the strength equivalent to an Emperor-grade embryonic pill, he could easily contend against 5 foes like the void ancient Dragon Emperor, Tiandi Guiyuan. Although the Golden Emperor burning heaven flame was formidable, it merely ranked 4th on the Yo list, possessing combat prowess at the Do Saint level. The true advantage for Zhang Tian lay in the ancient Suner, hailed as the purest Do Emperor bloodline of the ancient clan over the past millennium. Yet, Suner's current strength would certainly not exceed that of a Do Master, and the suppression from her bloodline would diminish with the widening gap in their realms. I heard that today, Jialimi sought trouble with Brother Xiao Yan at the marketplace, only to be soundly beaten, Suner said with a charming smile, her heart seemingly already captivated. Unaware of Suner's sigh of relief, Xiao Yan nodded, focusing more on learning from Zhang Tian than worrying about a petty character like Jialimi. If he had the strength of a Do Master today, who would dare to bully him? The little rascal is ignorant. I gave him a lesson. Xiao Yan responded with a slight smile, dismissing Jialimi entirely, even refraining from labeling him a fool, thus preserving his own dignity. Xuan giggled lightly. The youthful girl referring to Jialimi, who was merely a couple of months younger than herself, as a little rascal. You've changed significantly lately, Brother Xiao Yan, Suner remarked, covering her mouth, her bright, spirited eyes filled with curiosity as they regarded him. It's been over 2 years since you've exhibited such vigor. Honestly, this newfound confidence is exceptionally charming. Ahem, Miss Suner, the clan leader is awaiting you. A nearby Xiao family member gently interrupted their conversation. Someone must inform Xiao Zhan if visitors are to see him. Otherwise, would they just barge in unannounced? Then I shall wait here, Brother Xiao Yan. You should go see Uncle Xiao Zhan first, Suner said, displaying remarkable understanding and consideration as she nodded and stepped aside. Is that the Amon sect? Observing the retreating figures of Xiao Yan and Zhang Tian, Suner furrowed her brow slightly, casting a curious glance at Zhang Tian, who was clad in a brocade robe. How could a 4-star Do spirit appear in the Xiao family? Even though she was aware of the mission to act as an undercover agent, Suner was well prepared. Having familiarized herself with the various factions across the continent, the ancient clan's secret methods, and numerous ancient legends, especially the forces surrounding the Gamma Empire, which she had studied in depth. "Miss, would you like me to investigate further?" A frail voice, almost imperceptible to others, whispered in her ear. "There's no need. It appears he is here to assist Brother Xiao Yan. By the way, Ling Lao, have you discovered the cause of Brother Xiao Yan's qi depletion?" Suner clearly wished to keep Ling Ying's identity concealed, halting his actions. "I am but an inept old servant. Initially, I thought young Master Xiao Yan had an issue with his Dantian, but he has inexplicably improved in recent days, and I cannot ascertain the reason." Ling Ying's aged voice carried a hint of shame, yet he felt powerless. After all, he was merely a Dou emperor, and his days were spent guarding Suner, rarely encountering Xiao Yan. Being distant and not a pharmacist, it was impractical for him to investigate Xiao Yan's Dantian condition directly. "Then let it be," Suner said, her expression falling slightly. She had hoped to lend her assistance if Xiao Yan faced difficulties, but since Ling Ying mentioned a possible Dantian issue, repairing one's Dantian required exceedingly rare pills, at least of the 5th rank, and they were 5 times more expensive than ordinary 5th-rank pills. Suner could not utilize the resources of the ancient clan, which was why this situation had been suppressed. She had originally intended to break through her cultivation before returning to the clan for a pill, but unexpectedly, Xiao Yan's condition had improved ahead of time, even surpassing his previous talents. On the other side, Zhang Tian had met with Xiao Zhan in the clan's main hall, where significant discussions or visits from guests were held. Upon hearing footsteps, Xiao Zhan lifted his gaze, astonishment filling his eyes. "Esteemed, powerful one, what brings you to seek my counsel?" Xiao Zhan rose from his seat, descending to meet Zhang Tian. "Clan leader Xiao Zhan, it is an honor to finally meet you," Zhang Tian said politely, observing the middle-aged man who bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Yan. "What brings this esteemed member of the Yunlan sect to my Xiao family?" "I recall that there has been no prior connection between our clans," Xiao Zhan said, gesturing for a chair to be brought forth. After Zhang Tian sat down, he resumed his own seat and ordered tea for them both. Gently rubbing the lid of his teacup, Xiao Zhan took a sip and, with a courteous demeanor, inquired of Zhang Tian, "A few years ago, Sister Nailin joined the Yunlan sect, and now she has been accepted as a direct disciple by the sect's master, Yun Yin. I have come to both congratulate you and express my desire to take Xiao Yin as my disciple." Zhang Tian savored a mouthful of tea, finding it refreshingly delightful. And after praising the fine brew, he slowly continued, "Nailin Yunran? Ah, so it is that young girl. Nailin's niece is indeed fortunate to have caught the attention of the Yunlan sect's master." Xiao Zhan found himself momentarily lost in thought, only to recall that his father had indeed made a rather casual agreement with the Lionheart Marshal Nailin Jia of the Jiamar Empire. It was merely a jest back then, yet to his surprise, they seemed to still remember it, which brought him a sense of deep satisfaction. His niece, Yanran, was truly a wonderful girl. With a sigh of admiration, Xiao Zhan observed his son, whose eyes shone with steadfast determination, and he nodded in agreement regarding accepting Xiao Yan as his disciple. He recognized that his son had always been mature for his age, and with Xiao Yan's strength at the 4-star doling level, he might genuinely possess the means to aid in Xiao Yan's growth. Although he was the patriarch of the Xiao clan, there were many constraints placed upon him. After all, he bore the weight of the entire family's concerns, and resources could not be entirely devoted to his son. Xiao Yan had faced much criticism from their kin over the years, which pained him deeply, yet he felt powerless to change it. With Xiao Yan's cultivation finally showing promise, he did not wish to dishearten his son, and besides, having a 4-star doling as a mentor was not a disadvantage. "Bring forth the incense and tea, and prepare the wine for the apprenticeship ceremony," Xiao Zhan commanded, having made his decision. The red altar was set with fragrant tea, 3 long sticks of incense standing upright, honoring heaven and earth. A yellow wooden table was adorned with a cup of rich wine, a cup of bitter jasmine tea, a cup of sweet osmanthus tea, and a piece of fragrant incense. Since this was a personal apprenticeship for Xiao Yan, the ceremony was not overly grand, with Xiao Zhan merely serving as a witness. Zhang Tian, having lived on the Duqi continent for over a decade, was somewhat familiar with these rituals. The bitter jasmine tea on the yellow altar exuded steam, and a subtle aroma wafted through the air as the incense curled upward. The red altar faced the main door, while the yellow altar inside signified that after honoring heaven and earth, they would be like family. Zhang Tian consumed half of the rich wine, the remaining portion being gulped down by Xiao Zhan as a sign of respect for his teacher, akin to a father. Zhang Tian drank most of the sweet osmanthus tea, with Xiao Yan finishing the rest, and he took a small sip of the bitter jasmine tea, grimacing as he swallowed the remainder, symbolizing their shared joys and sorrows. Xiaoyan grimaced at the bitterness, nearly retching. Zhang Tian then took the incense, igniting it upon the altar, shaking off the ash 3 times before wafting the smoke around Xiaoyan, focusing particularly on his head and soles. "I pay my respects to my teacher," Xiaoyan murmured, feeling dizzy, and after what felt like an eternity, he finally seized the opportunity to kneel and present a cup of ordinary tea. Chapter 7. The Medicine Sovereign Xiaoyan. "Let us venture to the back mountain, and don't forget to bring the bundle I gave you," Zhang Tian urged, sensing the unstable waves of spiritual energy emanating from the ring in Xiaoyan's hand, prompting him to avoid Xiao Zhan and others as they proceeded to the back mountain. "Yes, teacher," Xiaoyan replied, noticing Zhang Tian's somewhat urgent demeanor, which sparked a flicker of anticipation within him. Typically, a teacher's instruction to a disciple came with certain reservations. Could it be that his teacher was about to impart some profound combat techniques? If Zhang Tian were aware of Xiaoyan's thoughts, he would likely feel a twinge of embarrassment, for he was currently in a state far inferior to the original character, Yao Lao, who at least possessed the burning decision technique, whereas Zhang Tian had not even a single low-ranked Huang level skill to his name. How long must the senior conceal himself within my disciple? Upon reaching the cliff at the back mountain, the howling cold wind wailed incessantly. Zhang Tian fixed his gaze intently on Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, taken aback, glanced at his teacher, standing alone atop the mountain, and then at the desolate surroundings. An eerie feeling creeping upon him as he instinctively assumed a defensive posture. "Young lad, your soul's perception is quite remarkable. I cannot believe you detected me." The old man chuckled, gradually materializing from the black ring on Xiaoyan's finger. The elder floated effortlessly in the air, circling around Zhang Tian twice, expressing his astonishment. A 20-year-old 5-star doling. Impressive indeed. The youth of today are remarkable. Xiaoyan's heart trembled. He had received an astonishing revelation. His teacher was, in fact, a formidable 5-star doling. Zhang Tian attempted to swat the elder away, only to pass through him, causing the elder to drift back with a pained expression. The youth of today, while possessing fine talent, show no respect for their elders. Yao Lao found himself uncertain of Zhang Tian's intentions. This young man, with his outstanding spiritual strength, had his own unique mannerisms that eluded his understanding. Zhang Tian recognized that he posed a potential threat to the recently awakened Yao Lao, so it was prudent to feign ignorance of him. In recent days, I have monitored Xiaoyan's cultivation, and it appears entirely normal. However, the Duki mysteriously dissipates when it reaches the Dantian, which can only be attributed to your interference, I presume. Zhang Tian's expression darkened, and a faint azure Duki coiled around his hand, exerting tremendous pressure on Xiaoyan. Is this the might of a doling? It feels as though I can scarcely breathe. Under the oppressive atmosphere, Xiaoyan scrutinized the spectral form of Yao Lao, acutely aware of the chilling aura he projected, even without a physical body. If he could not provide a satisfactory explanation, it was certain that the two would leave him stranded here. The elder's demeanor grew grave. Having absorbed Xiaoyan's Duki for 2 years, he could hardly hope to contend with a 5-star doling without risking mutual destruction, a fate he was unwilling to embrace. His tone softened. "I will make amends in this regard." Someone approaches. Yao Lao began, but suddenly his expression shifted, and he transformed into a wisp of smoke, vanishing back into Xiaoyan's ring. "Hey!" Xiaoyan exclaimed in shock, casting a bewildered glance at the ring in his hand, feeling utterly at a loss and seeking Zhang Tian's assistance with his eyes. Zhang Tian ignored Xiaoyan and instead turned his attention to a path leading to the cliff, where a somewhat disheveled member of the Xiao clan was climbing up. "Elder Zhang, the Jiaoya family has come to trouble young master Xiaoyan, and the clan leader requests your presence." Having accepted Xiaoyan as his disciple, Xiao Zhan had cleverly bestowed upon Zhang Tian the title of honorary elder, allowing him to openly claim affiliation with the Xiao family. The Jiaoya family? I shall investigate. A spark of interest flickered in Xiao Zhan's eyes. Although they claimed to be seeking retribution, Xiaoyan was hardly one to fear them. "No, you stay here. I will handle things over there," Zhang Tian replied, shaking his head. The Jiaoya family was nothing more than a minor concern. If possible, he would simply eradicate them. "Ah, teacher," Xiaoyan protested, his expression pained, for he still had an enigmatic elder hidden within his ring. "Fear not. I will go first," Zhang Tian said, and without further ado, he channeled his Duki, effortlessly moving several dozen feet away. "Hey, teacher," Xiaoyan called out, but Zhang Tian's figure gradually faded from view, leaving him standing alone atop the cliff. He, young one. Your teacher has departed. Let us have a proper discussion. Yao Lao chuckled sinisterly, slowly emerging from the ring. Meanwhile, Zhang Tian descended from the back mountain, making his way toward the Shao clan's assembly hall, his steps light and graceful. Yao Lao could no longer pose a threat to Xiao Yan, nor did he possess the capability to seek another host, so he would not harm him. It was rumored that last year, the father of Zhao Yao acquired a precious medicinal herb, the jade bone iron orchid, at an auction. Zhang Tian pondered this carefully, years prior, during his travels. He had obtained a fragment of a pill recipe, the most valuable segment being the formula for the third-grade pill, the bone-cleansing transformation pill. The jade bone iron orchid was the key ingredient, worth tens of thousands of gold coins. In truth, the recipe was more akin to a pill classic, yet it consisted of only a few thin pages, primarily incomplete, with the most valuable component being the formula for the bone-cleansing transformation pill. Before even crossing the threshold, Zhang Tian was already greeted by the coarse voice of an elder, whose boisterous tone revealed an unmistakable intent to provoke trouble. Upon entering the grand hall, Zhang Tian discerned that the so-called elder, though not particularly old, perhaps in his 40s or 50s, possessed a hawk-like nose that lent him an air of sinister cunning and shrewdness. What dog dares to bark here? As he stepped inside, Zhang Tian paid little heed to the three formidable dome masters of the Jala family. While a contingent of dome master-level guards glared at him with predatory intent, seemingly poised to strike at any moment. Who dares to be so insolent? I am the patriarch of the Jala clan. The elder's voice dripped with menace, his anger palpable yet restrained. The hawkish features of his face exuding a sense of treachery akin to that of a wretched villain. Ah, so is the Jala dog, Zhang Tian mused, struggling to recall the patriarch's name, before unleashing the overwhelming aura of a five-star Do spirit. Xiao Zhan rose to his feet with a congenial smile plastered across his face. Yet a formidable surge of Do Qi coalesced within his chest, manifesting as an illusory lion's head upon his visage. Shao Clan Supreme Technique. Mid-level Xian Stage. Wrath of the Rampaging Lion. Xiao Zhan, you dare. The patriarch of the Jala clan's countenance shifted dramatically, retreating several steps in alarm. Clearly taken aback by Xiao Zhan's sudden readiness to engage in conflict. Unfazed, Xiao Zhan recognized that Zhang Tian, as a Do spirit, was prepared to act. And as the patriarch of the Shao clan, he was ever eager to absorb the might of the two great families to bolster his own. Very well then, the Jala patriarch, though fierce in spirit, prepared to launch an assault against the Shao clan, his Do Qi swirling violently to form a suit of armor, while his accompanying guards enveloped themselves in thin veils of Do Qi. Low-level Xian Stage. Before the Jala patriarch could utter the name of his clan's ultimate technique, a shadow struck him down, sending him hurtling across the chamber. Zhang Tian flicked his spear, blood splattering onto the hall's floor. The Jala patriarch lay prostrate, his chest caved in at a grotesque angle, his pallor indicating a perilous state of breathlessness. Do you not fear the chaos your actions may incite? The Jala patriarch's voice was laced with despair, as the manifestation of his Do Qi indicated the presence of a formidable Do spirit. Xiao Zhan burst into laughter, his overwhelming Do Qi wreaking havoc, swiftly subjugating the guards of the Jala family. The two elder Do masters, both of whom were one-star, attempted to exploit the chaos to escape but were swiftly dispatched by Zhang Tian. Their misfortune lay in their underestimation, for even united, they were no match for Zhang Tian's five-star Do spirit, resulting in their tragic end. With the Jala family's defenses in disarray, the opportunity to obliterate them was ripe. Let us strike while the iron is hot, proposed the third elder, his face alight with excitement. Though his strength was merely that of a seven-star Do master, he exhibited a ravenous greed akin to that of a predatory hyena when faced with potential gain. Xiao Zhan pondered momentarily, with the demise of the Jala patriarch. Even if the Shao clan refrained from action, the weakened Jala family would inevitably fall to others, likely relegated to the status of a third-rate clan. Thus, it would be prudent to seize the moment and absorb them into their own fold. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that a conclusion to the rivalry between the Shao and Jala families was imminent, with one side destined for oblivion. Very well, let us advance and attack the Jala clan, Xiao Zhan declared after a brief deliberation, exuding the authority of a great patriarch. With a commanding shout, the clan members began to organize themselves, a formidable procession surging forth toward the Jala family with a fierce determination. The Shao clan moved with deliberate calmness, knowing that the Jala family's foundations lay within Wutan City, rendering escape impossible. Indeed, after a full hour had elapsed, as Xiao Zhan led his kin to the gates of the Jala family, they found no one had fled, though the servants were in a state of panic. An elder at the forefront managed to maintain a semblance of composure. With a respectful gesture, the elder addressed Xiao Zhan, patriarch of the Xiao clan. I, an old fool, wish to represent the Jiala family in submission, hoping you will refrain from further needless slaughter. Following his words, he nudged a young man beside him, clad in elaborate garb and displaying a rebellious demeanor, stepped forward reluctantly to salute Xiao Zhan. I'm Jiala, willing to represent the family in submission and offer all our resources, pleading for your mercy, esteemed Lord Xiao Zhan. The elder was none other than the Grand Elder of the Jiala clan, a 2-star dome master, whose combat prowess, though diminished by age, still surpassed that of the clan's patriarch. The youth was the son of the Jiala patriarch, akin to Xiao Yan's status within the Xiao family. Xiao Zhan was momentarily taken aback, but recognizing the advantage of achieving victory without battle, he instructed his subordinates to secure the young men and women, while he summoned his guards to enter and retrieve treasures and resources. As for the fate of these young clan members, it would undoubtedly be grim, destined either to become common servants or to be enslaved as attendants. Observing Xiao Zhan orchestrating the retrieval of valuables, Zhang Tian approached the Grand Elder of the Jiala clan. I have heard that the Jiala patriarch recently acquired a Yugu Gu Tailon flower. May I inquire as to its location? The seemingly casual inquiry struck the Grand Elder like a bolt from the blue, for he had been acutely aware of the young man in exquisite clothing. Only he understood the significance of such attire. The formidable Yunlan sect, which transcended the Jammu Empire, was not an entity they could afford to offend. A mere gesture from them could obliterate their clan. Moreover, the 4 radiant golden suns signified this individual's 4-star dose spirit strength, instilling a profound fear within the Grand Elder. He could scarcely fathom why such a powerful figure would align with the Xiao family. As the Grand Elder, I possess some knowledge, he said with utmost politeness, lowering his stature, fully aware that this was his moment to pledge allegiance. Patriarch, the 3rd Elder, witnessing the Grand Elder's sudden intent to hand over the Yugu Gu Tailon flower to Zhang Tian, was momentarily overtaken by greed. Forgetting his fear as he prepared to speak, Xiao Zhan cast a troubled glance at Zhang Tian, his enormous hand hovering indecisively, his lips parting yet hesitating to articulate. Patriarch Xiao, I must clarify, the Yugu Gu Tailon flower holds little efficacy for me, as it is intended for Xiao Yan's physical refinement. I happen to know a 3rd-rank alchemist. Zhang Tian offered a brief explanation, and Xiao Zhan visibly relaxed. With a slight release of tension, a broad smile spread across his face. This endeavor had seen Zhang Tian exert considerable effort, and the Yugu Gu Tailon flower was rightfully his. Although he felt elated internally, he maintained the demeanor befitting a clan leader, speaking with utmost seriousness. Should he, as the patriarch, claim the Yugu Gu Tailon flower, it would be seen as unseemly, for it was his duty to serve the clan. However, with Zhang Tian's proposition, given his monumental contributions and unparalleled strength, none would dare voice dissent. Xiao Zhan's gratitude towards Zhang Tian deepened, and he resolved to support him wholeheartedly in future endeavors, even at the risk of opposing the elders. Who dares to wreak havoc upon my Jiala family? A ferocious aura, akin to that of an enraged lion, erupted from within the Jiala clan's secluded chamber, awakening a silver-haired elder whose aged visage radiated fierce wrath. This is the ancestor? The ancestor is alive. Excited murmurs swept through the assembly, a mixture of astonishment and elation permeating the atmosphere. Yet, the Grand Elder's expression shifted, as if he had foreseen an ominous turn of events. Ancestor, no. But it was too late. A figure enveloped in a silvery glow emerged, the dense dough qi coalescing into impenetrable armor, and with a fist ablaze. It struck Xiao Zhan squarely in the chest. Xiao Zhan vomited a mouthful of blood, his entire being shaken, the illusory lion's head upon his chest nearly shattering under the impact. The elder's countenance was defiant, clad in a gray long robe, towering and emaciated, moving with such swiftness that those beneath the rank of Dome Master found it nearly impossible to catch a glimpse of his form. In a flash, he materialized before Xiao Zhan, only to discover that a young man had inexplicably taken his place, exuding an aura of profound mystery with every gesture. Without the slightest hesitation, and while others could barely discern the events unfolding, the tall, lean elder knelt to the ground, his knees sinking into the earth by a good inch, creating a long furrow as he advanced. Then, with a forceful bow of his head, he shattered the dough qi armor conjured by a great Dome Master, leaving behind a crater of about a foot in depth. The seamless transition from charging in to kneeling and bowing was executed with such fluidity that it seemed as if he had rehearsed it countless times. Upon sensing the presence of Zhang Tian's spirit, Jiaye made an immediate decision in his heart, kneeling without a moment's pause. This was Jiaye's ancestor. So formidable. The Shao family disciples gasped in awe. Such an invincible physique, surpassing even that of a bull, created a foot-deep pit with a single bow. Despite the blood streaming from his head, Jiaye did not quiver nor emit a single sound of pain, suppressing it with unwavering resolve. The Shao family disciples could hardly bear to watch, their own heads aching at the sight, questioning whether Jiaye's ancestor harbored some grudge against the ground itself. Xiao Zhan coughed up a trace of blood, having been ambushed by someone 4 minor realms above him. Fortunately, Jiaye's advanced age had diminished his combat prowess significantly, or else he would have found himself in a dire predicament. This 7-star Great Dome Master lacked any fortitude. Is this truly Jiaye's ancestor? Quite cowardly indeed. It is said that in his youth he was so rational, which allowed him to live to the age of 137. Many onlookers from other factions exchanged whispers among themselves, believing their discussions to be clandestine, yet they were entirely transparent to Xiao Zhan and Zhang Tian, who simply deemed it unnecessary to act against them. Phew! The Grand Elder released a sigh of relief, grateful that the ancestor had not acted impulsively. Although the ancestor had indeed lost face in Wutan City, at least he had not met his demise. The Grand Elder held a measure of respect for him, recognizing his ability to bend without breaking, truly the protector of the Jiaye family. Speaking of which, the family tree noted that the ancestor was apparently my great-grandfather. Reflecting on this, the Grand Elder, in his 60s, looked at Jiaye's ancestor with a smile, preparing to reminisce with his great-grandfather later. Truly, my great-grandfather exemplified rationality. Upon returning to the Shao family, however, the members suddenly realized that their young master, Xiao Yan, was missing. A thought struck Zhang Tian. Where could Xiao Yan be? Transforming into a fleeting shadow, he arrived at the back mountain of the Shao family, only to find Xiao Yan's small figure standing alone on the cliff, with a white silhouette floating beside him. Let me tell you, your master is quite mediocre in talent, but his strength is utterly weak. Yao Lao relentlessly embellished his words as he instilled ideas into Xiao Yan, in stark contrast to his enigmatic portrayal in the original narrative. Yao Lao resorted to every means to elevate his status, continually disparaging Zhang Tian. Your teacher is, after all, a 4-star Do spirit. How can he be as pitiful as you claim? Xiao Yan shook his head helplessly, understanding a bit of Yao Lao's mindset. But he was no longer a mere child easily deceived. Moreover, he was a prodigious disciple of Yunlan's sect, a transcendent force surpassing the Jiamar royal family. Yunlan sect. Yao Lao appeared momentarily bewildered, pondering for quite some time before recalling the sect of Yun Tian. Isn't that the one founded by Yun Patian, and now reduced to a dismal 1-star Do sect by later generations? Yao Lao found it difficult to ascertain as so many years had passed. Could it be that the younger generation of Yunlan sect managed to revitalize the sect, elevating it to a status rivaling that of the Four Directions Pavilion? What O sect? I cannot comprehend your words. Xiao Yan cast a sidelong glance at Yao Lao. From the Jiamar Empire, the term Do sect was but a legend. The current head of Yunlan's sect, Yun Yun, is a Do emperor, and every elder possesses the strength of a Do king. Xiao Yan spoke with a hint of aspiration and confidence regarding his future. Is that so? Yao Lao was taken aback. Is that so? When did Do king-level individuals become worthy of individual mention, crowned as strong? Previously, reports were made like this. Today, we annihilated a certain faction. Their leader, a 5-star Do Zun, resisted fiercely, while our own Do Zun suffered grievous injuries, capturing 3 enemy 1-star Do Zun, 8 Do Zong, and slaying 7, alongside a dozen Do emperors and a multitude of others. Wasn't Do King summarized within that vast narrative of slaughter? Could it be that he had lost his sanity? You must be out of your mind. Xiao Yan rolled his eyes, stating that Do Kings were indeed powerful. In Wutan City, aside from his teacher, not a single Do spirit could be found, and Do Kings held a significant place in the Jiamar Empire. You're the one who's lost your mind. Individuals like Do emperors are worthless. In the past, they would offer their entire fortune for a single pill, and I couldn't be bothered to acknowledge them. Yao Lao Hupfet, his disdain evident. As a peak Do Zun, he had never regarded those below the Do Zone with any seriousness. Yet, Yin Patian truly had a tragic fate. A man of such caliber, a legendary figure among Do Zun, after founding Yunlan sect, was reduced by later generations to a mere Do emperor and a few Do kings. Yao Lao couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy his face betraying a smile. Surely, Yun Patian would rise from the grave in disbelief. Were you discussing? Zhang Tian's voice chimed in, laced with curiosity. Yao Lao's expression faltered, caught in the act of speaking ill behind someone's back. Even a being as ancient as he, who had lived a millennium, felt a rush of embarrassment. Oh, nothing, nothing. Just casual chatter. Yao Lao awkwardly waved his hand, unsure of where to place it. Even with his transparent soul form, hiding his hands behind his back would not escape notice. By the way, esteemed elder, your soul power is formidable. You must be an alchemist, correct? Zhang Tian expressed a desire for Yao Lao's assistance in concocting pills. Indeed, teacher. Just now this old fellow tried to persuade me to become his disciple. Xiao Yin pulled Zhang Tian aside to complain, feeling somewhat intimidated alone with Yao Lao, thus acquiescing to him. But I'm a renowned alchemist on the continent. Cough, cough. Yao Lao regained his confidence as he spoke of alchemy. I observed that your Do Qi contains a trace of wood attribute mixed with fire attribute, and given your soul power, I deemed you a suitable candidate for my disciple. Yao Lao chuckled, turning to Xiao Yin with a scowl, questioning his alchemical abilities, which he deemed utterly intolerable. The continent? You are truly that impressive? Xiao Yin was lost in thought, contemplating Yao Lao's earlier words, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. Ahem. Yao Lao was once again taken aback, fuming. What do you mean by old man? Be respectful. I meant to say I often concoct pills on the main roads, gaining considerable fame. Well known. You see, on the main road? Xiao Yin was flabbergasted. What alchemist would engage in such a trade? Were they not all esteemed and revered? His wonder dimmed somewhat, and he regarded Yao Lao with a shifted gaze, reminiscent of those who sold potent pills by train stations on his previous life on the Azure planet. Zhang Tian leaned in, smirking. Elder, veneration is due. The term elder denotes the head of the 5 sons. Hence elder serves as a respectful address. Yao Lao fell silent, utterly defeated under the shamelessness of his 2 disciples. Previously, there was truly no recourse. I wonder if the esteemed senior possesses a method to assist Xiao Yan. Zhang Tian deliberately provided Yao Lao with an opportunity to speak, adopting a tone of inquiry. Upon hearing this, Yao Lao revealed a self-satisfied smile. I certainly have a solution. Back in my adventurous days, I devised a unique pill formula that cannot be found anywhere else on the continent, known as the Foundation Establishment Elixir, which is perfectly suited for Xiao Yan's physical nurturing. For Yao Lao, the method of concoction was exceedingly simple. The formula was so easily memorized that he could recite it casually. Despite being intended for foundational use, it was undoubtedly extraordinary. Zhang Tian felt a surge of joy. Indeed, he had awaited Yao Lao's Foundation Establishment Elixir, whose effects were remarkably potent, allowing Xiao Yin to rapidly ascend 4 levels of fighting energy in a short span. However, you must prepare the medicinal ingredients yourselves. I had initially planned to take advantage of Xiao Yin. Yao Lao suddenly revealed with a mischievous grin. As a Doling, you must possess some wealth, no? Please, enlighten us, Zhang Tian replied, unconcerned. Over the years, he had accumulated a fair amount of medicinal materials, having seen that in the original narrative, such items cost but a mere 1,000 gold coins. Zhang Tian found it hard to believe that Yao Lao would suddenly inflate the prices upon arriving at his doorstep. 3 stalks of century-old purple leaf orchid, 2 stalks of over 20-year-old bone cleansing flower, and a first-level wood element magic core. Yao Lao seemed to have anticipated this, promptly beginning his quotations. Zhang Tian was momentarily taken aback, clearly having overestimated Yao Lao's integrity, as the prices had skyrocketed by several multiples. After all, he was the one who had encouraged Xiao Yin to pursue Yun Yun, showing a blatant disregard for seniority. With a sigh, Zhang Tian marked a black line next to Yao Lao's name in his notebook. Good heavens, old coot, why don't you just rob a bank? Xiao Yin was left dumbfounded. The medicinal materials were manageable, but the magic core alone would cost at least 1,000 gold coins. All told, the expenses would add up to 4,000 or 5,000 gold coins, enough to support a family of 8 for a lifetime. The elixir I concoct is not something that can simply be bought with money. It will elevate your fighting energy swiftly. You won't spare this amount? Yao Lao remarked. Teacher. Xiao Yin lamented, realizing he possessed only over 400 gold coins, clearly reliant on his mentor's generosity. Fear not. I have all the materials here. Save for a magic core. I shall retrieve one from the Xiao family treasury shortly. Zhang Tian coughed lightly, amusement dancing in his eyes as he regarded Xiao Yan's distressed expression. Thank you, teacher, Xiao Yan exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude. Understanding that the first-level magic core would only cost 400 to 500 gold coins, with Zhang Tian covering the vast majority of the expense, which moved him deeply. Not at all. It is my duty, Zhang Tian chuckled heartily, waving his hand dismissively. If spending money could elevate Xiao Yin to the rank of Dozun, Zhang Tian mused, he would become a bandit without hesitation. Open the bag I gave you, Zhang Tian pondered, recalling that he might still have some medicinal materials within. Of course, teacher, Xiao Yin obediently unfurled the bag, releasing a rich, aromatic fragrance. 5 purple orchid-like herbs exuded a delicate scent, along with a dozen bone-cleansing flowers and numerous other herbs that Xiao Yin could not identify. 300-year-old purple leaf orchid, 40-year-old bone-cleansing flower. How about these, Yao Lao? Zhang Tian teased, casting a sidelong glance at Yao Lao. Yao Lao appeared slightly astonished, then surveyed the contents of the bag with a mix of shock and admiration directed at Zhang Tian. This is purple orchid lotus, blood essence, red essence, yellow lotus essence. Yao Lao marveled at the assortment of over a dozen various herbs, feeling incredulous. The combined value of these materials must be upwards of 10,000 gold coins, and typically, individuals would either seek an alchemist to refine them into pills or consume them directly, unlike Zhang Tian, who preserved them. Could it be that Xiao Yin is this fellow's illegitimate child? A ludicrous thought crossed Yao Lao's mind. Shaking off the notion, he realized that if Zhang Tian were not merely 7 or 8 years older than Xiao Yin, he might have genuinely suspected some indiscretions on Zhang Tian's part. With these materials, I can also refine several small void-returning pills and great purple spirit pills. A hint of delight graced Yao Lao's aged face. He successfully acquired a wood element magic core from Xiao Zhan. In the quiet room, Yao Lao picked up a 300-year-old purple leaf orchid, slightly enhancing his focus. And a bone-white flame erupted instantaneously. As the flame flickered and twisted, the temperature in the room rose slightly. Xiao Yin watched the spectacle curiously, and Zhang Tian was no exception. In 2 lifetimes, he had never witnessed an alchemist crafting pills. Yao Lao's technique left Zhang Tian in awe, indeed. He was the renowned medicine sovereign of the continent. His control over the externalization of fighting energy was exquisitely precise, imparting immense knowledge to Zhang Tian. Yao Lao's expression remained composed, unaffected by external matters, yet the subtle upward curve of his lips indicated his underlying satisfaction. In mere moments, the purple leaf orchid melted beneath the flame, transforming into a small pool of pale purple liquid. Yao Lao swiftly grabbed several more purple leaf orchids, clearly intending to expedite the refining process to impress both his disciple and Xiao Yin. As multiple orchids melted simultaneously, the purple liquid expanded slightly, and with Yao Lao's continuous incineration, the volume diminished further. After incorporating the bone, cleansing flowers, and the magic crystal, the originally volatile medicinal properties were swiftly washed clean by Yao Lao, as though they had never existed. The Foundation Establishment elixir was not akin to traditional pills, but rather a verdant liquid brimming with immense energy. Shall I consume it directly? Xiao Yin rubbed his hands together, appearing impatient. Smack! Zhang Tian playfully slapped Xiao Yin's head. You certainly cannot take it directly. Otherwise, you might as well court death. Yao Lao Juke. If you wish to perish, then by all means, ingest it. With your meridians, you would instantly become a true waste. Yao Lao's cheerful demeanor sent a shiver down Xiao Yan's spine. However, Yao Lao ceased to tease him, flicking his fingers to let the Verdant Foundation Establishment elixir fall into a large basin of clear water, which promptly transformed into a turquoise hue at a visible rate. From now on, use the Foundation Establishment elixir for bathing and nurturing your body. Within a month, you shall reach the 6th level of fighting energy. After completing his task, Yao Lao showed no signs of fatigue, while Xiao Yin immediately shed his garments and entered the wooden basin, sitting cross-legged with his hands clasped. Ah, this hurts too much. Xiao Yin grimaced, his small face betraying a look of profound anguish. Yao Lao chuckled wickedly, as if having anticipated this very scenario. It's good that it hurts. It seems the efficacy of your master's medicinal materials is particularly impressive. This Foundation Establishment elixir is at least 3 times more potent than ordinary ones. If Xiao Yin had no reaction, it would only lead Yao Chun to suspect that Zhang Tian's materials had expired. Observing Xiao Yin's determination to endure the pain of cultivation, Yao Lao nodded in satisfaction and resumed the refinement of the small void-returning pills and great purple spirit pills. Chapter 10. A month and a half. Fighting energy. 8th level. The difficulty of refining the small void-returning pills and great purple spirit pills posed no challenge for Yao Lao, nor for Zhang Tian. With plenty of time on his hands, Zhang Tian seized the opportunity to observe Yao Lao's alchemical methods, only to discover an obscure sensation rising from his soul, leaving him somewhat disheartened. It seemed he truly lacked the potential to become an alchemist. After a full 3 hours, Yao Lao finally retrieved 7 pills from the teapot, 3 small void-returning pills, and 4 great purple spirit pills. Yao Lao, not wishing to utilize his alchemy furnace for these, had resorted to using the tea kettle in the room. Though casually refined, the quality reached heights that even a typical 4th or 5th grade alchemist would find unattainable in a lifetime. Finished, Yao Lao smiled slightly, as 3 small void-returning pills floated in mid-air, supported by his spiritual energy. Zhang Tian gaped at the 3 pills before him. These are for you. They will greatly aid in your cultivation, Yao Lao explained, observing Zhang Tian's expression with a slight smirk. Although the small Huanshu Dan is but a trifling 3 in number, its medicinal properties are unparalleled, even by 20 great purple spirit pills. The energy it contains is sufficient to elevate one's Do Ling rank by 1 or 2 stars. Zhang Tian let out a wry smile and pushed the pills back. Do not underestimate this elixir. Despite its diminutive title, the Great Huanshu Dan is indeed a treasure effective for Do Huang practitioners. Yao Lao shot Zhang Tian a glare. When had he ever seen one of his pills returned? Each recipient typically cherished them as if they were priceless treasures, taking them home to safeguard. I recall a rather dim-witted Do Ling who, in a misguided attempt, ingested the small Huanshu Dan in an unconventional manner. While it resulted in a rather explosive mishap, he nonetheless achieved a remarkable 2-star increase. Perhaps sensing Zhang Tian's skepticism, Yao Lao felt compelled to provide this anecdote. Dim-witted, Xiao Yin, deep in his meditative practice, nearly burst into laughter, struggling to suppress the mirth with a pained expression. Zhang Tian's face darkened. He had not anticipated the extraordinary efficacy of this elixir. While he remained oblivious to the peculiarities of his own physique, it was quite disheartening to realize that even a foolish method had yielded superior results. After sighing in exasperation for the umpteenth time, Zhang Tian ultimately returned the pills to Yao Lao. The potency of this elixir was undeniable. It would be better suited for Xiao Yin. After uttering this, a tinge of melancholy washed over him. Perhaps only an imperial-grade Chu Dan could facilitate a breakthrough in his cultivation. Hey, you little rascal, don't let a good opportunity slip by. Casting a glance at the bare-bodied Xiao Yin and then at Zhang Tian, Yao Lao's thoughts became increasingly difficult to dismiss. At times, he couldn't help but think that there was a peculiar mushroom sprouting atop Xiao Zhan's head. In contrast to Xiao Yin, Yao Lao was evidently more keen on winning Zhang Tian's favor. A young 4-star Do Ling could undoubtedly expedite his recovery far more than the seemingly distant prospect of Xiao Yin. Yet, Yao Lao felt a sense of disdain. He silently vowed never to concoct another pill for Zhang Tian, not even a 9th grade Xiandan. He could merely wait for the day his disciple surpassed him. Regretting his past decisions with a heavy heart, in the central state, at the small Dan Tower, the venerable ancestor of the Dan Tower, seated in meditation, opened his eyes, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings before sneezing. Time flew by swiftly, and the spring festival of this year soon passed. With the Xiao family being the sole remaining clan in Wutan City, the once turbulent undercurrents had dissipated, rendering this year's celebrations particularly lively. Zhang Tian, as an elder and the unspoken strongest in Wutan City, found himself continuously toasted during the festivities. Had it not been for Xiao Zhan consuming a significant portion of the drinks, it was likely he would have been unable to return to his quarters. Meanwhile, the now 8th-stage Do Qi Xiao Yin received much adulation and congratulations, with many hoping he would condense his Do Qi vortex and break through to Do Zhou within the year. Xiao Yin accepted their praises with a smile, basking in the spotlight, while Xiao Ning and the other young men, though begrudging, could only drown their frustrations in drink, watching as Xiao Mei, Xiao Lan, and other women lavished attention on him. Little Yin is quite impressive, Zhang Tian mused, stifling a yawn as weariness washed over him. In the blink of an eye, he too had reached the 8th star of Do Ling, standing but a step away from Do Wang. Eagerly anticipating the day, he could soar through the skies with wings of Do Qi. I must teach Xiao Yin the absorption palm technique. Zhang Tian suddenly recalled that, as his mentor, he had yet to impart a single Do skill to Xiao Yin. Surely, Yao Lao would mock him for this oversight. Recalling the look of murderous intent Yao Lao had cast when he demonstrated the technique with the bone spirit cold fire, Zhang Tian surmised that Yao Lao would likely find amusement at his expense for weeks. After handing over the manual detailing the absorption palms cultivation method to Xiao Yin, he instructed him to submit it directly to the Xiao family after mastering it, as a modest contribution to those who had so generously catered to him. He felt a sense of obligation as an elder to fulfill his duties. When Xiao Yin broke through to become a doja, Zhang Tian planned to provide him with a cleansing bone and transforming ordinary Dan, enabling a second transformation of his physique. In the Do Qi continent, each significant breakthrough results in a qualitative change in the body. A second refinement would be immensely beneficial to his meridians and bones, potentially even expanding his dantian. The amount of Do Qi within the dantian symbolizes a Do Zhi strength, and only after crossing a major realm does a qualitative gap emerge. Each breakthrough essentially broadens the dantian to accommodate more Do Qi. For an ordinary person's dantian, the capacity might be 10. Upon reaching Do Zhi, it would be filled with Do Qi, marking the first star. However, after Xiao Yan expands his dantian, it could reach 11 or even higher, elevating his potential to a 2-star Do Zhi. 3 days prior, Zhang Tian had sought Yao Lao's assistance in refining the invaluable jade bone iron orchid into a medicinal pill worth tens of thousands of gold coins. Just as Zhang Tian prepared to depart from the banquet and return to his room, a boisterous voice pierced the air, announcing the arrival of the city lord's residence. A brash captain of the guards, appearing to be around 40, strode in with a contingent. Xiao Zhan instinctively tensed, sensing a formidable pressure emanating from the captain. The captain immediately directed his gaze toward the trio seated at the high table, Xiao Zhan, Zhang Tian, and the grand elder of the Xiao family. The city lord's residence has arrived, yet the clan leader does not come forth to greet us. Such audacity. The third elder, unable to contain himself, retorted sharply. The fourth elder felt a pang of anxiety, cursing the situation under his breath. Sure enough, Zhang Tian and the grand elder exchanged bewildered glances, while Xiao Zhan's face reddened with embarrassment, his head bowing in submission. Did I ever say such a thing? The leader of the guards surveyed the crowd with disdain, exuding an air of superiority that seemed to crush all beneath him. Zhang Tian pondered how this man had ascended to the position of elder. Surely, it couldn't be due to Xiao Zhan. Recalling the earlier scene of Xiao Zhan's flushed embarrassment, Zhang Tian sensed that the circumstances were far from straightforward. However, it was truly vexing to have their celebration interrupted without cause. Rising slowly, he prepared to address the situation. At the Xiao family's library pavilion, an elderly man clad in gray, his visage gaunt and covered in dust, appeared as if he had not moved in ages. After a prolonged silence, he seemed to sense a shift, his expression betraying a flicker of emotion. A figure of the ancient gate, a 9-star Grand Dome Master approaching the realm of Do Ling. Soon after, he detected a faint aura. Just a 5-star Grand Dome Master? It appeared that the events of yesteryear had significantly impacted Xiao Zhan. He would not stand a chance against the ancient gate. The elder attempted to rise, but was immediately pushed back several steps by an overwhelming force. Only those of his caliber could truly grasp the terror of such an aura. Do Wang. No, something was amiss. There was still a gap. This Zhang Tian was truly formidable. Chapter 11. The Dread of the City Lord's Residence. Inform the City Lord of the 9-star Grand Dome Master. I shall return for a formal visit another day. An imposing aura surrounded him, with each gesture radiating immense Do Qi, as if he could summon the very elements. Though he still lacked a bit, the threshold of Do Wang was within reach, enabling him to influence the surrounding environment and even manifest wings of Do Qi. The ancient gate was filled with dread. Such Do Qi far surpassed the legendary strength of the Xiao family's esteemed elder. His eyelids twitched, and for the first time, he felt that even the city lord's boundless Do Qi paled in comparison. I shall certainly convey your message. The ancient gate struggled to maintain composure as he bowed slightly, bracing himself for the exit. My lord. Observing the ancient gate firmly suppressed by Zhang Tian, the guards nearby nervously drew their swords, preparing for a confrontation. I admire your unwavering loyalty, but I find your readiness for violence quite distasteful. Zhang Tian unleashed a powerful force from his palm, drawing nearly every weapon from the guard's grasp into a swirling mass of twisted metal. With his hand transformed into a claw, the force radiated from his palm, a manifestation of the low-grade absorption palm technique, capable of effortlessly manipulating massive stones and even extracting blood from within a human body. In an instant, a fleeting shadow flashed by, leaving no one with the time to react, only for them to discover that a considerable mass of writhing blood had gathered in Zhang Tian's hand. All the guards who had drawn their swords lay lifeless, crimson blood seeping from their chests, staining their garments and armor. Zhang Tian had forcibly extracted the blood from their bodies, feeling as though he could effortlessly draw the lifeblood from the 9-star Great Dosher before him. Intriguingly, this technique bore a semblance to the mastery of controlling the heavens and dragons. A flicker of excitement illuminated Zhang Tian's eyes against foes significantly weaker than himself. This move was undeniably lethal. The path of a 9-star Great Dosher is fraught with challenges. Today, I shall spare you. With that, he disregarded Gu Man, who immediately fled the scene in a heartbeat. The following morning, the grandeur of the city lord's mansion had vanished. The once imposing and solemn atmosphere now replaced by a brooding stillness. The two once majestic guards had disappeared, leaving the mansion's entrance desolate. Zhang Tian understood that this was merely a facade. Dozens of concealed auras lurked within the city lord's residence, alongside an immensely powerful presence that weighed heavily in the air. 5-star doling. Such strength could indeed dominate the entirety of Wutan City. Just before entering, Zhang Tian felt his Dou Qi surge once more, becoming increasingly potent, as if he were on the verge of breaking through to the Dou Wang level. Xiaoyan had also made a breakthrough. It seemed that in less than a month, he too would ascend to the rank of Dou Wang. Upon stepping into the city lord's mansion, the grand crimson doors suddenly slammed shut, and two remarkably similar fluctuations of Dou Qi rose simultaneously, as a formidable blade sliced through the air towards Zhang Tian, imbued with a fierce wind and the scent of blood. With a light snort, his Dou Qi armor enveloped him like dragon scales, exuding an imposing aura. He yanked his hand, and the two assailants were instantly thrown off balance, crashing into the wall. The Qing Mo hand? A black arm glimmering with dark light brushed past Zhang Tian's nape, causing a few strands of hair to decay and snap. It was evident that this individual surpassed the previous two brothers wielding the ghostly blade by a significant margin. Indeed, this was the infamous evil cultivator known as Qing Mo Hand Iku, who had slaughtered an entire village to refine a peculiar Dou technique, and was thus a target of the Gama royal family's bounty. After his strike, Qing Mo Hand refrained from further aggression, retreating behind a middle-aged man clad in luxurious attire, displaying utmost reverence, while others silently advanced, subtly encircling Zhang Tian. As he surveyed his surroundings, Zhang Tian found himself surrounded by dozens of individuals, 3 1-star doling. Over a dozen great dosher, all emanating a sinister and oppressive aura. All evil cultivators? Zhang Tian's heart stirred as he recognized many notorious bandits and mountain thieves among them, including the notorious leader of the Black Wind Gang and the head of the Ghost Gate sect. He gradually grasped the situation. The City Lord's mansion needed a cohort of individuals who could operate beyond the constraints of imperial law and societal norms to manage certain unspeakable dark forces. Who would dare claim that the myriad of upheavals within a city were not orchestrated by the City Lord's mansion itself? A monopoly on power signifies stability, yet it also implies the existence of two factions capable of wielding influence within the city, including the City Lord himself. Compared to the overt powers, the unrestrained development of dark forces lurking in the shadows instilled a deeper sense of trepidation. The elder of the Xiao family, a middle-aged man at the forefront, cast a glance at Zhang Tian, his square visage exuding an air of authority, as he seemingly deemed Zhang Tian a mere fish in a barrel, and spoke coolly. Defying the City Lord's mansion is a capital offense. Do you wish to disregard the laws of the Gama Empire? Each word dripped with an insidious gravity, subtly framing Zhang Tian as the villain, garnering respect from those present. Zhang Tian surveyed the surroundings. Gu Men was a 9-star great dosher, and such a battle was one he could not afford to shy away from. The only possibility was that Gu Men had not returned to the City Lord's mansion the previous night, but had fled Wutan City instead. Hence, the City Lord may have been aware of Zhang Tian's intentions, even foreseeing his visit to stir trouble today, yet he remained oblivious to Zhang Tian's true strength. With an air of commanding presence, Zhang Tian stepped forward, his Dou Qi armor becoming increasingly tangible as he gripped a long spear formed from condensed Dou Qi. In truth, this was merely a manifestation of impotence and cowardice. Before his words could fully dissipate, an eerie silence fell. Those beneath the 8-star dosher rank suddenly found their adversary had vanished. Too swift was the collective thought of nearly all the great dosher present, particularly the few peak 9-star great dosher whose expressions turned grim. If they had teamed up, perhaps they could have held their ground against someone newly initiated into doling. But the disparity between a 9-star doling and a 1-star doling was no less significant than that between a dosher and a doja. In the blink of an eye, one peak great dosher met his demise at Zhang Tian's hands. Only those above the great dosher rank could discern his movements. Yet even a few 1-star doling could barely react in time. Moments later, Zhang Tian, drenched in blood and leaning on his spear, plunged its tip into the heart of Qing Mo Hand. Iku's body stiffened, his eyes widening as blood poured forth from his mouth. uttering in a trembling whisper before death claimed him, "You cannot kill me. I am a disciple of the old ghost of the Greenwood from the Black Corner domain." Zhang Tian, covered in both his own and others' blood, had not sustained a single injury throughout the ordeal, save for the relentless targeting by Qing Mo Han himself, to his flesh and blood. The poisonous Iku represented a greater threat than the five-star Doling City Lord. Collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath, Zhang Tian closed his eyes, sweat pouring down his forehead as he retained only a fraction of his Do Qi. "Consider how this will unfold." Zhang Tian addressed the city lord amidst the corpses. The city lord, now in a pitiful state, had long lost his former grandeur. A gaping wound marred his hand, and his knee had been impaled by the long spear. His dantian shattered, one hand broken. Was it the blood-handed butcher who led the assault on the city lord's mansion? Or was it the city lord himself who rashly charged forth, ultimately outnumbered and dismembered by brigands? Zhang Tian's calm words caused the city lord's pupils to constrict, his body trembling uncontrollably. The city lord's daughter, concubine, and wife, surely, with such titles, they would fetch a handsome price. "You are a devil. You are a devil." The city lord's tremors intensified, his mind racing to maintain composure, desperately convincing himself that Zhang Tian's seemingly indifferent tone held no value for him, devoid of any benefit. Amidst his frantic cries, the city lord managed to regain a semblance of calm, suppressing his terror, and forced himself to speak with feigned steadiness. "You dare not kill me. The laws of the empire." Before he could articulate what he might offer Zhang Tian, the moment he uttered the first no, his delusions were shattered by the gaping wound in his chest. "I commend your ignorance and your blind faith in the empire's laws. But allow me to impart a new rule," Zhang Tian declared. "In the Do Qi continent, the strong are revered." Withdrawing the spear that had pierced through him, he observed the fading light in the city lord's eyes, his heart remaining as tranquil as still water, devoid of any tumult. He had no desire to indulge in verbosity over such matters. Indeed, the Gamma Empire was fearsome, and the infamous Zhang Tian, known as the guardian of the royal family, was revered as the strongest beneath the Do zone level, even surpassing Yun in certain respects. He was a man capable of taking down royal enemies without a second thought. The Yunlan sect and Gamma royal family maintained a facade of unity while harboring discord beneath. Before his demise, Zhang Tian had the capacity to eliminate unstable forces among the Do Wang, possessing the ability to drag several Do Wang down with him. For him, this posed no burden. His reluctance to do so was merely a matter of not wishing to prematurely weaken the Gamma Empire's strength. Even with the decline in strength due to age, even the once formidable Zhang Tian could not match Zhang Tian, nor could Yun or Haibudo. However, this does not imply that Zhang Tian is incapable. By the time the Jiaomar royal family discovers his involvement, perhaps a year or two will have passed. By then, Xiao Yun will likely have already attained the rank of Do Shi. To subject a Do Huang to the laws of an empire is nothing short of a farce. A Do Huang symbolizes strength and status equivalent to that of a nation sovereign, and few empires possess the authority to penalize a Do Huang. Chapter 12. A year later atop the peak of Wutan City, Zhang Tian sat in serene meditation. Behind him, a pair of azure wings unfurled, each several meters long, enveloping him in a radiant blue light that surged once more. He had reached the level of 7-star Do Wang. Zhang Tian opened his previously closed eyes and formed a complex hand seal. The Hanhai seal, first style, wave-splitting seal. A colossal blue seal expanded in the wind, transforming into a 1-meter square imprint that struck the smooth rock wall several dozen meters away. The sound of an explosion echoed as the massive rock face shattered, the imprint continuing with residual force towards the ground. Another tremor reverberated, followed by an eerie stillness. Zhang Tian panted lightly. His Do Qi was only sufficient to unleash 7 seals before it would be depleted. This technique was learned from a place known as the Do Emperor Space after Xiao Yin mastered the technique of absorbing palms. 8 months prior, Zhang Tian had fallen from a cliff. Though it seemed absurd for a 3-star Do Wang to plummet from such a height, he could not deny the reality of his fall. The cliff exuded a powerful pulling force that seemed to target only him. Not even a Do Huang could easily escape this gravitational pull. At the bottom of the cliff, a stone wall emanated a faint black light, an inexplicable allure drawing in the soul power of those nearby. Eventually, the Do Emperor Space imprinted itself upon Zhang Tian's soul. Once the transmission was complete, the stone wall dimmed, revealing a blue long spear brimming with boundless water attribute Do Qi, and a foaming long sword, exuding an unparalleled wind attribute Do Qi. The Do Emperor Space was devoid of life, existing solely within the depths of Zhang Tian's soul. Whenever Xiao Yin mastered a new Do technique, the Do Emperor space would tremble slightly, leaving behind a legacy of techniques. Following a tremor in the space, Zhang Tian found himself in the back mountain of the Yunlan sect as the realm isolated from the Do Qi continent began to collapse. Unable to be halted without the strength of a Do Sheng. 8 months ago, Xiao Yin consumed the bone cleansing and transformation pill, breaking through to a 3-star Do Zhe and mastering the technique of absorbing palms. Zhang Tian had also acquired a technique known as the Hanhai Seal, a high-level earth-tier Do technique. The Hanhai Seal consists of 7 seals: Wave-Splitting Seal, Wave-Calming Seal, Surface-Level Seal, Furious Sea Seal, Wild Wave Seal, Hanhai North Gold, and finally the ultimate 6 seals combined, Hanhai Kai Tian. The power of the 6 combined seals far surpasses ordinary earth-tier Do techniques. Yet whether it could reach the heaven tier remains uncertain, as no heaven tier techniques had emerged in centuries, and claims of their equivalents were mere fabrications of later generations. Just as in the era of the 3 kingdoms, if Lu Bu had survived, Guan Yu would have been addressed as a general by all. Yet upon Lu Bu's demise, Guan Yu would have found himself surrounded by countless formidable warriors, each compared to Lu Bu, with heaven-tier Do techniques absent for hundreds of years. Every earth-tier technique was likened to a heaven-tier. In a few days, Yun Yun would officially take on disciples, and Zhang Tian still needed to visit the Yunlan sect. Sitting cross-legged, he placed the Feng Ming long sword across his knees, occasionally hearing the melodious sound of a phoenix chirping from within. Zhang Tian concentrated, pouring his soul power into the Feng Ming long sword, gently coaxing it, causing the patterns on the sword to glow slightly before quickly fading again. His soul power was still insufficient to control the Feng Ming long sword. Just as he was on the brink of failure, Zhang Tian relinquished the idea of using divine will to command the sword, instead opting to infuse his own Do Qi onto the Feng Ming long sword. With a thought, the Feng Ming long sword sliced through the sound barrier, creating a series of silent gusts that pierced through a mountain. With the wings of Do Qi unfurled, Zhang Tian soared into the sky, enveloping the Feng Ming long sword with his soul power, continuously refining it. Under his control, it cleaved through the heavens. The speed of wielding the sword with Do Qi surpassed his own flying speed several times over, akin to a streak of light, a flash of lightning. Though the technique of wielding the sword with Do Qi required an immense soul power for manipulation, Zhang Tian had barely reached the entry level, to his great delight. In Wutan City, the Xiao family was flourishing. Under the leadership of Xiao Zhan, the family gradually regained its former glory. One could envision that in the coming decades, generations of young talents would emerge, Do Shi and Do Ling, undoubtedly restoring the Xiao family's strength once more. However, on this day, 3 guests arrived at the Xiao family. Many members observed the unfamiliar trio with curiosity. Among them, the elderly man wore a broad smile, yet his eyes sparkled with intelligence. Adorning his robe was a silver crescent moon, surrounded by 7 golden stars. A 7-star Do Shi. This elder was indeed a 7-star Do Shi. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. Many gasped in astonishment, with Zhang Tian, a member of the Yunlan sect, present. Most of the Xiao family understood the significance of the sun and moon stars depicted on the Yunlan sect's attire. The man before them was indeed a 7-star Do Shi. To become a Do Shi previously required one to be a renowned powerhouse, and such strength would attract the admiration of any faction. Although Xiao Yan had broadened his horizons considerably, he could not help but be astonished at the unassuming demeanor of such a powerful 7-star Do Shi. It was no wonder Xiao Yan marveled at the might of the Yunlan sect. How formidable, truly worthy of being the sect of my master. Xiao Yan clenched his fist hidden within his sleeve, his heart filled with awe. In mid-flight, Zhang Tian touched his nose, murmuring to himself, I merely went to the Yunlan sect as an undercover, yet where is Nalen Yanran? Year after year, and I've already become an elder. During his last teleportation to the back mountain of the Yunlan sect, he exhibited the prowess of a 3-star Do Wang, and in the midst of surprise, Yin Yin was also taken aback by Zhang Tian's astonishing cultivation speed. After discussions with the elders, they granted him the title of Second Elder, placing him just below the Grand Elder Yunling, who was a 5-star Do Wang. Beside the elder sat a pair of young men and women, both attired in similar moon-white robes. The young man, around 20 years old, bore 5 silver stars on his chest, though he paled in comparison to the elder's stature. In the Yunlan sect, silver stars likely represented Do Zhe, gold stars Do Shi, a crescent moon signified a grand Do Shi, and the sun denoted Do Ling. While those at the Do Wang elder level no longer donned such flamboyant attire, Mr. Guyi, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Xiao Zhan inquired, taking a sip of tea, his face alight with joy. This year had brought him much happiness, with his son breaking through to 7-star Doja and the Xiao family growing ever stronger, leaving him with a perpetual smile. I have brought a few juniors to pay a visit to the Xiao patriarch, Guyi replied, maintaining his cheerful demeanor, highly adept at reading expressions. He noted Xiao Zhan's excellent mood, but refrained from revealing his intentions, instead engaging in light banter. The delicate young woman beside him nudged the elder in annoyance, prompting a gentle chuckle from him as he stroked his beard. Oh, Xiao Zhan laughed heartily, glancing at the young woman and recalling Zhang Tian's mention of Nalan Yanran a year prior. This must be the niece of Nalan. Indeed, she has transformed remarkably. I had heard you were accepted as a disciple by the sect master of the Yunlan sect. I initially thought it mere rumor, but it seems to be true. Uncle Xiao is jesting. Yanran merely possesses good fortune, Nalan Yanran replied, forcing a smile and giving a slight bow. The more Xiao Zhan gazed upon Nalan Yanran, the more he found himself enamored. The girl possessed a striking beauty, delicate and exquisite, and at such a tender age. She had already attained the status of a 3-star fighter. While this was rather ordinary, it was still commendable. However, of greater significance was her betrothal to Yen'er. Summon the third young master. Let him come and behold his fiancée, Xiao Zhan instructed Butler Missouri, who stood behind him. Although his voice was low, everyone present heard the command, including Nalan Yanran and the young men and women of the Xiao family. In stark contrast, the young men cast envious glances at Nalan Yanran, as if she were Xiao Yin himself, while the young women regarded her with hostility, viewing her as a formidable rival. Under the weight of such scrutinizing gazes, especially those imbued with disdain, even Nalan Yanran felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, inwardly cursing the lack of decorum displayed by the Xiao family. Moments later, Xiao Yan arrived at the entrance of the grand hall, greeting the doorkeeper, Uncle Pei. Uncle Pei, third young master, you have arrived. The clan leader is waiting for you inside. Pei replied promptly, gesturing for Xiao Yan to enter. Nodding slightly, Xiao Yan adjusted his appearance post-training, wiping the sweat from his brow. Father. Upon entering the family hall, Xiao Yan met the gaze of all present without flinching, bowing respectfully to Xiao Zhan. Elder Ge, this is my son, Xiao Yan, Xiao Zhan introduced with a cheerful demeanor, although his attention was evidently fixed on Nalan Yanran. To Xiao Zhan's bewilderment, Nalan Yanran displayed neither curiosity nor interest. Instead, she appeared somewhat impatient and resentful. Young Master Xiao Yan possesses an impressive stature, truly exemplary among men, Elder Ge praised. His flattery, skillfully delivered, yet curiously omitting any mention of Xiao Yan's cultivation level. I recall that in the past, old Master Nalan and our esteemed ancestor, Xiao had. Xiao Zhan's heart sank, and he resolved to broach the topic himself. Throughout their conversation, he keenly observed Nalan Yanran's changing expressions, noting her increasing displeasure, which weighed heavily on his heart. Elder, Nalan Yanran exclaimed, tugging at Elder Ge's sleeve. Despite his reluctance, Elder Ge stood up and clasped his hands toward Xiao Zhan. In the Duki continent, there exists a saying akin to better to dismantle 10 temples than to break a marriage, and it was evident that Elder Ge felt a loss of face in leading this discussion. Miss Nalan has been accepted as a disciple by the sect leader of Yunlan sect, Yun Yun, and is being groomed as the next leader of the sect. Therefore, some mundane matters must be addressed beforehand. The sect leader, Yun Yun, has heard of the engagement with young Master Xiao Yin and wishes for me to conclude this relationship. Elder Ge's words, though unpleasant, were articulated with utmost care, only revealing a hint of reverence and solemnity when mentioning sect leader Yun Yun. With a sudden crack, the jade cup in Xiao Zhan's hand shattered into dust, a faint azure duki swirling around him, forming a phantom lion's head amidst his wrathful visage. Clan leader Xiao, Elder Ge shouted, rising immediately to shield Nalan Yanran, his aura surging as his profound cultivation was laid bare. 7-star great fighter, you still fall short. An ancient voice echoed ominously in Elder Ge's ears, causing him to startle, his soul nearly fleeing as he realized he had not detected the presence of its owner approaching him. A gaunt old man in gray robes strolled from outside the family hall, lifting his murky eyes, seemingly moving with both slowness and swiftness until he stood before Elder Ge, delivering a light yet decisive strike. The power of the Raging Wood Palm, a technique inherited from the Raging Wood Fist, was incomparably more formidable in the hands of this elder than in Xiao Yan's. Flames appeared to dance upon the elder's palm, resembling a fireball as it descended upon Elder Ge. Transforming gold into stone is a trivial matter. A chill ran through Elder Ge's heart as he slightly curled his fingers, forming a claw, the pale, azure Duki morphing into countless sharp sword energies. The Qingmu sword technique of Yunlan's sect, Elder Ge brandished his claw defensively, yet in an instant, he was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. The clash of a low-level Xian rank technique against a high-level Huang rank raging would palm left no room for doubt. Elder Ge was effortlessly overpowered. With a pained cry, he rose, his claw singed and scorched, bracing himself against the table. A doling. I never expected that this humble Shao family harbored a doling ancestor. Xiao Zhan approached the elder, dissipating the Duki enveloping him, the lion's head dissipating into nothingness. People of Yunlan's sect? The elder furrowed his brow. Initially thinking there was merely a disturbance, he was surprised to learn it was indeed members of Yunlan's sect. During his youth, he had heard of their illustrious reputation while roaming the world. Since the city lord's arrival, the elder had ceased his vigil in the library, leaving the third elder in charge. This elder from the Shao family had instead been wandering about the Shao estate. Clan leader Shao, while I understand that this may place you in a difficult position, this matter was personally decreed by sect leader Yun Yun, and we lack the power to alter it. Despite his injuries, Elder Ge still shielded Nalan Yanran, coughing blood before speaking with a facade of authority. Enough, a youthful voice interjected. As a boy with a youthful visage stepped forward. This concerns my marriage. If Yun Yun wishes to annul it, let her do so personally. Casting a glance at Nalan Yanran, his unwavering gaze struck her like a hammer to the heart. If you're dissatisfied with this engagement, that is acceptable. Return it. And I shall personally visit the Nalan family or Yunlan sect to dissolve the betrothal. Xiao Zhan echoed somberly. My son is commendable. This arrangement was established by old Master Nalan, and should there be a need for an annulment, it is our Shao family that will initiate it. Miss Nalan, please return. Nalan Yanran trembled slightly, her mouth agape, at a loss for words. Uncle Xiao, do not call me uncle. I cannot bear that title. Address me as clan leader Xiao. Nalan Su truly has a remarkable daughter. Xiao Zhan scoffed, then added mockingly, the ancestor speaks rightly. The strength of Elder Ge is insufficient to trouble my Shao family, and Nalan Yanran, you are not worthy of my son. My son is now a 7-star fighter. I wonder what level of advancement Miss Nalan has achieved. Xiao Zhan's cold laughter rang out. While others feared offending old Master Nalan, he was unperturbed, for he knew that Xiao Yan's mentor was a veritable Do Wang. The Shao family could indeed be considered a Do Wang family, as Xiao Zhan had sworn brotherhood with Zhang Tian during his apprenticeship. Once a master, forever father. 7-star fighter, that is impossible, exclaimed Montak Cheng, a young man beside Nalan Yanran, who was already 20, yet only a 5-star fighter. In contrast, this young man from a minor family had achieved 7-star fighter status at merely 16. By comparison, Nalan Yanran's mere 3-star fighter status at 15 paled in significance. Xiao Yan, having matured considerably, no longer exhibited the youthful brashness of before. With a cold snort, he refrained from speaking, instead releasing his own aura. Indeed, a 7-star fighter. Elder Ge and the others felt a simultaneous shiver run through them. A great dragon had emerged from the shallow waters. Elder Ge regarded Nalan Yanran with a complex expression, pondering whether the young master should really consider annulling the engagement based on mere rumors. Nalan Yanran bit her lips, her exquisite features marred by shock and disbelief, even tinged with a hint of regret. While her discontent was not solely due to Xiao Yan's talent, it was undoubtedly a crucial factor. Nalan Yanran had not envisioned her future husband to be someone of such exceptional aptitude. What girl does not harbor dreams of a powerful partner? Xiao Yan's years of conditioning with foundational spiritual liquid had endowed him with an extraordinary physique. He was tall and handsome, composed and steady, and now possessed an unparalleled talent. It is said that one does not wish to spend a lifetime with someone they have never met, yearning instead for their true love. This sentiment, however, was shattered by the appearance of Xiao Yan, who dismantled her idealized image of a perfect husband. The third young master, a paragon among men, is welcome to visit the Yunlan sect at any time, where we shall extend our hospitality. Gui clasped his hands in a formal gesture, refraining from mentioning the topic of annulment, and prepared to depart with Nalan Yanran and Mo Cheng. Suddenly, a resplendent 3-foot-long sword caught Gu Ye's attention. The blade, approximately an inch wide, was adorned with intricate dragon and phoenix engravings, stretching nearly 4 feet in length, with a vibrant phoenix poised to take flight coiled around the tip. The sword's point hovered merely a foot from Guye's brow, sending a chill down his spine as the coolness brushed against his nose. A glance around revealed an empty space, leaving him unsettled by the bizarre spectacle. What an uncanny display of martial prowess. Guye, my esteemed steward. It has been a long time, a familiar yet foreign voice resonated. Upon seeing the figure's attire and countenance, Gu Ye's heart sank, nearly compelling him to bow in reverence. Nailan Yinran and Mo Cheng were equally astonished at the sight and hastily offered their respects. We pay our respects to the second elder. Chapter 14. The burning decision outside the family hall. The autumn wind rustled the fallen leaves, creating a melancholic symphony of decay. However, within the confines of the hall, an eerie silence prevailed. The familiar figure approached Gu Yi, their gentle voice echoing once more. Gu Ye's gaze fell upon the sword poised at his brow. And as he recognized the true identity of the figure, an ominous thought crept into his mind. "Master," Xiaoyan called out, and in that instant, a chill enveloped Gu Ye's heart. Only a monster such as the second elder could produce a prodigy like Xiaoyan. Both master and disciple were equally formidable. "I have heard that the esteemed Nailan Yinran and my disciple share a betrothal. Surely, your fervent demeanor does not indicate a dispute regarding this engagement, does it?" Zhang Tian's expression was one of amusement, as if recounting the playful antics of children. Indeed, there has been a slight disagreement. Clueless as to Zhang Tian's true intentions, Gu Yi forced himself to continue, his tongue quivering and beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. "Master, mister. Gu Yi has come to annul the engagement," Xiaoyan stated with an air of calmness, as though he were an uninvolved party, exhibiting remarkable composure. "This is not my concern. This was arranged by sect leader Yun, and I am merely a messenger." Gu Ye's heart brimmed with resentment toward Xiaoyan. Yet fear overshadowed it. The vast chasm between their cultivation realms rendered any thought of resistance futile. When did the marriage affairs of my disciple and the sect leader's disciple become the concern of a mere steward? Gu Yi trembled, yet at that moment, Nailan Yinran's voice broke through, offering him a lifeline. "Second elder, it was Yinran who acted thoughtlessly this time. All of this is my doing and has nothing to do with Mr. Gu Yi." Despite her youth, Nailan Yinran's demeanor was remarkably poised, clearly having adapted to her role as the young master of the Yunlan sect. Facing Zhang Tian without a hint of trepidation. "Nailan, who gave you the audacity to speak to me on such equal footing?" Zhang Tian's voice deepened, causing the air in the room to thicken as if a heavy stone rested upon everyone's chests. "I am of the same generation as your master, before me. You must refer to yourself as a disciple. Your other identities hold no significance here. Nailan Jie is but a trivial matter." Though Nailan Yinran may be an inexperienced young girl, her self-assuredness was overwhelming. She resolutely declined to negotiate with Zhang Tian, dismissing him as nothing more than a trifling three-star fighter, whose rank was worlds apart from her own. "What Xiaoyan has stated today is as if I have spoken it myself. I will shoulder the consequences of today's events," Zhang Tian pronounced heavily, ensuring each word resonated within the ears of the assembly. "What say you, Xiaoyan?" The young man beside Zhang Tian, observing the unfolding drama with a mix of excitement and admiration, slightly shifted his gaze as he caught Zhang Tian's inquiry. "Annulment is acceptable, but it requires my personal presence at the Nailan family to finalize it. From this day forth, we shall have no further ties," Xiaoyan asserted firmly, revealing the ambition and spirit befitting the future Flame Emperor. Xiaoyan's determination filled Zhang Tian with pride. Only with such resolve could one advance unfalteringly. Otherwise, not only would the endeavor to devour the world's most fearsome flames become insurmountable, but even ordinary cultivation could lead to the emergence of inner demons, resulting in untold calamities. Second elder. The third young master has stated that the annulment is permissible, provided sect leader Yun personally arrives, Gu Yi managed to utter, his voice barely rising above a whisper as he endured the searing pain. Nailan Yinran's expression faltered, her grip on Gu Ye's arm loosening as she instinctively took a step back, while Mo Cheng mirrored her retreat, creating distance between them and Gu Yi. This old man may very well be near death, he thought grimly. Coughing, Zhang Tian felt a wave of frustration wash over him, choking on his words. "And Yun will personally come? If you are so formidable, why not summon the Soul Emperor to come and retrieve your family's ancient artifact?" Internally cursing Xiaoyan 1,000 times, he acknowledged that he was indeed no match for the deranged sect leader Yun. With a grim expression, Zhang Tian formed an intricate hand seal, azure energy swirling around him. First form of the vast sea seal, wave-breaking seal. A half-meter-sized blue seal shot towards Gu Yi, and with a resounding crack, Gu Yi was sent flying. Ultimately, Gu Yi was carried back to the Yunlan sect. "Nailan Yinran, today you come to the Shao family to annul the engagement. In the future, Xiaoyan shall certainly pay you a visit. For the sake of old Master Nailan, I advise you not to belittle the youth who is struggling." As he watched Gu Yi and Zhang Tian depart, Xiaoyan inhaled deeply and addressed Nalan Yinran with a voice that rang with conviction. Nalan Yinran was left in a state of bewilderment, unable to comprehend the extraordinary talent of this young man. Confident yet unassuming, composed yet undaunted. Biting her lip, she found herself unable to lower her pride, letting out a cold huff before departing from the Xiao family. As the sun began to set in the afternoon sky, Yao Lao materialized slowly from Xiao Yan's ring. Gazing around at the empty surroundings with a sigh, Xiao Yan looked eagerly at Yao Lao, reflecting on how, apart from breaking through to a 3-star fighter 8 months ago after refining the bone, cleansing, and transformation pill, he had only progressed 4 small realms in the following months. While such advancement might seem rapid for an ordinary person, it paled in comparison to Xiao Yan's innate potential. Upon becoming a fighter, the speed of absorbing and refining fighting energy would significantly increase. Ordinarily, one might not break through a segment of fighting energy in a year. Yet, after becoming a fighter, one could potentially ascend multiple stars within a year. For Xiao Yan, receiving ample resources and guidance from an 8th-tier alchemist, yet only managing a 4-star increase in a year was painfully slow, primarily due to his lack of a proper cultivation technique. A good cultivation method is vital for progress, and Yao Lao had previously promised to impart a commendable technique, which had delayed matters until now. Observing the youthful Xiao Yan before him, Yao Lao couldn't help but recall another disciple from his past, Han Feng. Yao Lao had taken Han Feng in as a child, nurturing him with the same care as his own offspring. Yet, Han Feng's pursuit of the burning decision led him to conspire with the Soul Palace, resulting in a tragic demise that nearly obliterated his soul, leaving behind only a fragment of his essence lurking in this small city of Wutan. Betrayed by his own disciple, Yao Lao had fallen from the esteemed status of a revered alchemist to a lonely, pitiful remnant of a soul. Who could truly understand the heartache of such a dramatic rise and fall? Han Feng's actions had caused Yao Lao to hesitate for far too long, but the time for delay had come to an end. Xiao Yan had already broken through to a 7-star fighter and would soon become a fighter himself, at which point he would irrevocably lose the opportunity to cultivate the burning decision. Gazing intently at Xiao Yan, Yao Lao let out a faint sigh within his heart. Very well, it seems this child is unlikely to become the next Han Feng. Having sacrificed his own life for the flame decision, he found himself in such dire straits, rendering his solitary existence rather meaningless. You have now broken through to the 7-star Dou fighter level, and you are ready to cultivate the flame decision. Under Xiao Yan's eager gaze, Yao Lao spoke slowly, as if releasing a heavy burden from his past. This is a peculiar cultivation method I acquired during my adventures across the continent, known as the flame decision. Take it and see if you can cultivate it. He had already resolved that if Xiao Yan lacked the talent for the flame decision, he would provide him with a terrestrial-level technique to ensure he would not lead an ordinary life. At this moment, Yao Lao truly regarded Xiao Yan as his disciple, rather than merely a pawn to spar with Zhang Tian. The flame decision, Xiao Yan accepted a book, the flame decision that even Yao Lao could not replicate. Thus it was preserved within a time-worn tome. Teacher, is this a celestial-level combat skill? Xiao Yan rubbed his hands together, revealing this playful side only to his 2 mentors. Get lost. Your master hasn't even learned any celestial-level techniques, Yao Lao retorted darkly, cursing inwardly, convinced that Xiao Yan would indeed become the next Han Feng. He muttered with irritation. Celestial-level techniques had not appeared for centuries. How could he even mention such a thing? However, as if struck by a thought, he smirked. Though this technique is not celestial, it surpasses celestial-level techniques in its peculiarity. Surpasses celestial-level techniques? Xiao Yan's eyes brightened, though he was no longer a mere child, and he cautiously inquired, what level is it then? It is of a yellow tier, low grade. What? Xiao Yan was momentarily stunned. After all this, you give me a low-grade yellow tier technique? Are you playing with me? Uncle Payne has been guarding the gate for decades and has cultivated a mid-grade yellow tier technique. What is most peculiar about this technique is that it can evolve. Yao Lao grinned enigmatically, leaving it to Xiao Yan's discretion to believe or not. How do you know it can evolve? Have you cultivated it? Has anyone else? Xiao Yan expressed his profound skepticism. None have, the book states so. An hour later, Xiao Yan mastered the flame decision, a faint fire attribute, Dou Qi manifesting in his palm, its hue tinged with a delicate crimson. Meanwhile, Zhang Tian, who was in seclusion at the Yunlan sect, felt a tremor in his mind. The ocean of his soul roiled as the Dou Emperor's space quivered slightly. Upon opening his eyes, Zhang Tian received the inheritance within his mind and realized what this technique was. A strange expression crossed his face. It was indeed the inheritance of this individual. Chapter 15. The Flame Emperor Decision. The Flame Emperor Decision, the primal technique created by the last Emperor. Tuo Shigu Di is a method of cultivation that relies on devouring Nia, transcending even the high-grade celestial level techniques to become an Emperor-grade technique. It is the perfected version of the Flame Decision. In an instant, his Do Chi transformed into a raging fire attribute Do Chi, its quality refined beyond measure, raising the temperature in the entire seclusion chamber significantly, causing the surrounding rocks to melt continuously. The reason Zhang Tian chose to seclude himself at the Yunlan sect was not merely due to the training room, but also because he intended to enlist Yun Yun's help in locating the Blue Lotus Earth Heartfire. This particular Yao was currently weak and unclaimed. With Yao Lao present at the Xiao family, it would not be long before Xiao Yin broke through to Do Master, at which point he would also ascend to Do Huang and directly approach Yun Yun to obtain the Blue Lotus Earth Heartfire. Although the Flame Emperor Decision would not aid Zhang Tian's cultivation much, it would significantly enhance the strength and purity of his Do Chi attributes. The Flame Emperor Decision requires the fusion of Ioa to unleash its maximum power. Having acquired the majority of Tuo Shigudi's techniques, Zhang Tian could even summon Ioa back to its place using the Ioa square. If there were to be a hierarchy of cultivation techniques, the Flame Emperor Decision would undoubtedly be the highest quality method available today. Moreover, Zhang Tian had mastered an Emperor-level combat skill, the Ioa square, capable of merging all Ioa to unleash attacks far exceeding celestial-level power. However, to him, it was of little practical value, as the Ioa was currently Xiao Yan's sole hope of becoming an emperor. At the peak of the 9-star Do Saint, one could utilize the bloodlines of the 8 ancient races, combined with the Shu Yan, along with a blood sacrifice to forge a perfect Emperor-grade pill, achieving Do Emperor status. However, the issue lay with Xiao Yan's talent. Without Ioa, it was nearly impossible for him to reach the pinnacle of 9-star Do Saint. Thus, Zhang Tian mused, is the Flame Emperor Decision merely a burden to me? He sensed something and then spoke solemnly. No, wait, this Flame Emperor Decision seems to possess the ability to suppress most Ioa. Zhang Tian's eyes lit up, a smile gracing his face. The term most Ioa refers to all Ioa in the world, excluding the Emperor Flame. The next step to acquire the Blue Lotus Earth Heartfire seemed almost assured. Yin Yin, why is she here? He recognized the familiar Do Chi outside the secret chamber, revealing the presence of a mature and graceful woman. Is there something the sect master needs? Zhang Tian was taken aback to see Yin Yun. She typically did not visit unless there was a matter of importance. Caught in her thoughts, Yin Yun was momentarily startled by the sound of the secret chamber door opening. Regaining her composure, she flashed a smile. I have come regarding the marriage of Yin Ran and Xiao Yan. Yin Yun thought with a hint of distress. Yet here you are. Xiao Yan is your disciple, and you didn't even mention it. Silently breaking through to 7-star Do fighter, she remarked, casting a playful glance at Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian merely shrugged, choosing not to engage with Yin Yun's query. What did you expect? Did you think Xiao Yan was still a waste of Do Chi? Only at the 3rd or 4th tier. Yin Yun felt a twinge of frustration. If Xiao Yan were truly just a waste from a small clan, it would be one thing, but he was a genius, and his master was a peculiar individual, having secluded himself for months. She had seen him progress from a 3-star Do Wang to a level that nearly matched her own. In fact, she often felt a sense of alarming threat emanating from Zhang Tian, fearing she could not easily subdue him. Let the younger generation handle their own affairs. If they are mutually attracted, I have no objections. Zhang Tian shook his head, believing that as long as it did not hinder his cultivation, he need not concern himself with whether Xiao Yin dates someone. By the way, that Nalan Yinran girl seems to have exceedingly poor talent. My disciple advanced from the 3rd tier of Do Chi to 7-star Do fighter in just a year, yet Yinran has barely progressed to 3-star Do fighter over 5 years. He glanced at Yin Yun, beginning to doubt her teaching abilities. Nalan Yinran was 15, a year younger than Xiao Yan, and had only achieved such minimal progress after 5 years. If she were in Xiao Yan's position, having only made such little advancement in 5 years, Zhang Tian would surely end up facing dire consequences someday. I wonder if the second elder might have the time to help teach Yinran? Being questioned about her teaching capabilities, even the exalted sect master of Yunlan's sect felt a bit embarrassed, deciding to go with the flow and disregard her pride. No time, she replied, half-jokingly. To cultivate Xiao Yin, Zhang Tian, as an 8-star Do Wang, possessed nothing of value, being utterly impoverished and incapable of nurturing Nalan Yinran. If I manage to train Nalan Yinran to Do Master within a year, will you allow Xiao Yin to enter the life and death gate? With a sudden shift in his thoughts, Zhang Tian countered. The life and death gate? Yin Yun felt conflicted. That was the Yunlan sect's forbidden ground. Fine, she ultimately nodded, unable to resist the temptation of Zhang Tian assisting her in mentoring a disciple. Although Zhang Tian was the second elder of the Yunlan sect, Xiao Yin was not one of their own and had even had minor conflicts with them. However, now that Yun Yun had given her consent, there would be no issues. In the original story, after the 3-year agreement, Nalan Yinran was defeated by Xiao Yin and subsequently entered the life and death gate for seclusion, emerging with her cultivation skyrocketing from Great Dome Master to the peak of Do Wang. However, that was not feasible now. He had no time to arrange it. Let Nalan Yinran come over in a couple of months, Zhang Tian said, adjusting his moon-white robe, speaking slowly under Yun Yun's skeptical gaze. Surely, you do not intend to evade your obligations? Zhang Tian adjusted his sleeves, shaking his head as he spoke with deliberate calmness. Nay, I feel that I am on the cusp of becoming a Do Huang. A breakthrough is imminent within these 2 months. Yun Yun stood frozen in place, aghast. Was it not the case that the cultivation of Do Qi had its bottlenecks? In merely a year since joining the Yunlan sect from a mere 4-star Do Ling, he was poised to become a peer of her own as a Do Huang. After a prolonged silence, she could only utter the word abnormal. A tumult of thoughts stirred within her. The emergence of such a formidable elder from the Yunlan sect was indeed a boon. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that Zhang Tian had ascended to Do Huang without the slightest assistance from the sect. His achievements bore no relation to Yunlan's sect, which had merely conferred upon him the title of Second Elder. Could Zhang Tian truly align his heart with that of the Yunlan sect? Resolutely, Yun Yun resolved to bind Zhang Tian and the sect together on the same vessel of fate. If the sect master has no pressing matters, I suggest you return. We cannot hope to be friends, and our relationship shall remain a mere exchange of courtesies. Shaking his head, Zhang Tian seemed to perceive Yun Yun's thoughts. He harbored no intentions of befriending her, and should she ever find herself at odds with him due to the sect, he would show her no mercy. The former sect master, Yun Shan, remained secluded in the forbidden grounds, perhaps yet unaware of the Soul Palace and caught in a limbo between life and death. Yun Yun could at most achieve a stalemate with him. Only Jia Xingtian possessed the capacity to retain her within the current Gamma Empire. As the sect master, it was fated that they could not forge a friendship. Moreover, apart from those who could aid Xiao Yan's growth, he had no need for deep bonds. He had long since ceased to seek friendships. Suddenly, Yun Yun was struck by a revelation. She had always placed great importance on her identity as the sect master of Yunlan, yearning for profound friendships with others, yet she had never considered that. At this moment, she might be rejected just like any ordinary person. Chapter 16. Do Huang in Wutan City, at the Xiao residence having acquired the cultivation techniques. Xiao Yan's prowess transformed almost overnight, achieving the pinnacle of 9-star Do Shi within a mere month. The bottleneck of Do Shi could hardly impede his progress for long, and after devouring the essence fire of a Do Wang-level magical beast, the barrier shattered. Like a floodgate bursting open, his previously colorless Do Qi surged forth with reckless abandon, turning a deep azure hue after consuming the soul fire of the Ghost Valley Spirit Snake. Within him, the vortex of Do Qi continuously absorbed the energy of heaven and earth, and eventually, the burning decision began to forcibly draw spiritual energy from the surroundings, voraciously consuming the mottled energies of the world like a whale swallowing the sea. Elder Yao's expression darkened, his heart rife with conflicting emotions. He was elated that burning decision was indeed evolving, for without such evolution, the mere low-tier Huang-class technique would not engender such phenomena. Yet, he was troubled that burning decision showed no discrimination, indiscriminately absorbing all energies, regardless of their purity. Elder Yao, having never practiced the burning decision himself, could only remain vigilant and ready to intervene should Xiao Yin falter. However, his concerns proved unwarranted. Burning decision, as the protagonist's exclusive technique, effortlessly refined all the absorbed energy under the influence of the Ghost Valley Spirit Snake's soul fire. Xiao Yin sensed the rapid evolution of burning decision. Before he could fully assess its transformation, the suction grew immensely, causing the medicinal liquid in the bucket to be drawn in, transforming from vibrant green back to clear water. Amidst the relentless influx of spiritual energy, Xiao Yin understood that every bone, every sinew, and even every strand of hair in his body was undergoing a metamorphosis. The meridians and bones within him became increasingly resilient. After a quarter of an hour, the rate of absorption and refinement began to slow, though it continued to grow steadily. His aura had multiplied several times over, emanating a powerful presence reminiscent of the wild. Congratulations, you have completed the first absorption of Beast Fire with Burning Decision. Officially becoming a true Do Shi, Elder Yao remarked, his gaze complex as he watched the gritting Xiao Yan, envisioning the rise of a new star. Originally, he had intended for Xiao Yan to devour the fire of a great Do Shi or Do Ling-level magical beast, yet to his astonishment, Zhang Tian had procured a beast fire that was exceptionally suited for Xiao Yan, leaving Elder Yao in awe. Atop Yinlan Mountain, Zhang Tian no longer dared to cultivate within the confines of the secret chamber. Otherwise, the terrifying energy storm would surely shatter it. At this nearly 1,000-meter-high summit, the winds howled, and spiritual energy surged tumultuously. Like a rampaging dragon, the energy storm swept across Yinlan Mountain, creating a vortex of wind that ravaged the surrounding 10 miles of heaven and earth, driven by the ferocious energy emanating from Zhang Tian's body. It was as if he stood at the pinnacle of the heavens, the clouds within reach. Sitting cross-legged atop Yinlan Mountain, the storm intensified and the skies gradually darkened. Witnessing this apocalyptic scene, all were left speechless. Moments later, a figure on the mountaintop, obscured from view, was engulfed by a terrifying sound wave storm, rendering everyone deaf as they stared in bewilderment at the figure that stood tall. Sensing the inexhaustible surge of Do Qi within him, Zhang Tian felt as though his body was brimming with energy. Under the relentless wash of Do Qi, he experienced an exhilarating release, stretching his entire being as he let out a long howl. The sound waves infused with potent Do Qi reverberated through Yunlan Mountain, echoing through the skies and shaking the entire sect to its core. Numerous beams of light shot skyward, as powerful figures with Do Qi wings unfurled gazed in astonishment at the source of that overwhelming Do Qi. Countless disciples wore expressions of shock, even fear. That monster had broken through once more. A prodigy, an unparalleled prodigy. With laughter resounding, the turbulence of heaven and earth surged unabated. Upon entering the realm of Do Huang, he could now command the forces of nature, with every movement invoking the energy of the world, transforming the very fabric of reality with each strike. Yin Sectmaster. Let's engage in battle. Zhang Tian bellowed with laughter, his long hair flowing like a specter, his attire fluttering as the waves of soul power surged like the tides. Xiao Yan's breakthrough continued unabated, causing Do Qi to overflow from him in a wild torrent, a sensation of unrest boiling within him that threatened to unleash chaos. Without an opponent to channel his energy, he could easily wreak havoc, not just within the Yunlan sect, but even the Gama Imperial City would swiftly fall to ruin. Come forth, come forth. Zhang Tian, unrestrained, wielded his soul power to command the Fengming sword, unleashing a dazzling array of sword lights that sliced through the air in brilliant arcs. Before Yun even made her entrance, Zhang Tian could scarcely contain his urge to unleash his fury upon the surrounding space. The air buzzed with piercing sword energy. Each beam of light seemed capable of cleaving anything asunder. In one moment, an object would remain whole, and in the next, it would be split into two, as if the very heavens had been sundered and the world irrevocably divided. Clad in white, the long sword in hand, his uncontrollable soul power erupted, causing Do Qi to spiral violently around him, distorting the light in his vicinity. Under the influence of his soul power, the surrounding light appeared as though it had been devoured by a black hole, no longer refracting upon Zhang Tian's form. His soul power was so potent that even his body became nearly invisible, as if silently snuffed out. Since the second elder wishes to spar, I shall gladly oblige. A vast azure aura of Do Qi manifested as Yun gracefully ascended into the sky, as if the very heavens were lifting her up. The energy storm unleashed by Zhang Tian's breakthrough had disturbed many, and while Yun felt a flicker of anger, her greater desire was to ascertain Zhang Tian's current strength. An azure sword materialized in her grasp, slicing through the air as it arced towards Zhang Tian. Ha ha! I've been waiting for you, Sectmaster Yun. Following his breakthrough to Do Huang, the disparity with his previous Do Huang status was now as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. Enhanced by the power of the Burning Emperor's decision, Zhang Tian had yet to make a move. It was merely a subconscious thought that conjured a flash of light, extinguishing the sword energy unleashed by Yun. In the next instant, it was as if countless streams of light had appeared simultaneously, sending Yun's thrown sword flying. As she retrieved her long sword, a pang of anguish pierced her heart as she gazed at the azure blade, now riddled with cracks. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, laden with a sense of caution. After breaking through to the Do Huang realm, The most apparent experience was the dramatic increase in speed of the Fengming sword under the influence of her qi, to the point where even Zhang Tian's own soul power could no longer trace the silhouette of the Fengming sword amidst the overwhelming dou qi. All that could be seen were fleeting streaks of light, obscuring its form. Countless sword lights flickered as Yun found herself at a loss, unable to discern the number of brilliant trails emanating from what was ostensibly just a single sword, the terrifying speed rendering her helpless. The elegance of wielding a sword with divine mastery was beyond her comprehension. Zhang Tian's spirit surged as he recalled the second stage of the sword mastery technique he had acquired, the Gale Dance. Yun, with a determined shout, unleashed her formidable dou qi, condensing numerous gigantic azure wind blades, each spanning several meters, into a colossal, spiraling tornado that surged forth. Zhang Tian's expression grew solemn as he swiftly intertwined his hands, forming an intricate seal. The first form of the Han-Hai seal, the wave-splitting seal. In stark contrast to the immense might of the Xiantier Dou technique, the Qing Mu sword technique appeared as a mere firefly in the presence of the full moon. A ground-tier Dou technique. Yun's eyes widened in astonishment. How could such a level of Dou technique possibly exist? The gigantic seal, measuring over a dozen meters, struck the spiraling tornado directly, obliterating it without a moment's pause. Though she evaded the full brunt of the wave-splitting seal and was not killed outright, the violent dou qi still struck her shoulder, causing a sweet taste of blood to surge in her throat. Her clothing at the shoulder tore apart, revealing an exquisite light blue armor that shimmered with extraordinary quality. Zhang Tian charged forward, wielding a cerulean spear, intricately carved with the image of a dragon, its eyes seemingly exuding an aura of power. As he wielded the long spear, it felt as though he were commanding a great dragon, thrusting, slashing, sweeping, and coiling with relentless fluidity, each movement overwhelming Yun's defenses. With every clash, torrents of air erupted, akin to detonations. Had their battle not taken place in the sky, the Yunlan sect would have been annihilated. Numerous elders and deacons at the Douling level watched with grave expressions, their spirits quailing at the sight of the two formidable combatants clashing above. Originally, the Yunlan sect had welcomed a new disciple of the Douling level, but before they could even greet their prospective colleague, they found themselves witnessing someone who could contend with their sect master without faltering. As Yun's injuries multiplied and her dou qi waned, she clenched her silver teeth in shock, witnessing Zhang Tian's escalating power. Only just having broken through, he was able to render her utterly defenseless. A middle-aged man precariously stood upon the ground of Yunlan Mountain, observing the battle. He was Gu He, the honorary elder of the Yunlan sect. In this terrifying confrontation, their clash bore a force that was not in the slightest inferior to a battle between peak Dou Huangs. Yet, it was evident to any discerning eye that Yun was at a disadvantage, struggling merely to keep pace. Clearly still a few steps away from the pinnacle of Dou Huang. Although the long spear bore the name of a spear, its form resembled that of a lance, adorned with intricate and elaborate designs reminiscent of a halberd, yet lacking the prongs of a traditional halberd. When Zhang Tian's spear struck the azure sword in Yun's grasp, its speed was overwhelming. Yun barely managed to position her palm against the sword's surface, one hand gripping the hilt while the other shielded the blade. "Break for me." Though she yearned to withdraw, Zhang Tian grew increasingly exhilarated, augmenting both his strength and the flow of dou qi. Yun felt the pressure intensifying upon her, and a sudden surge of immense force erupted, causing her delicate face to blanch. Crack! As the azure sword shattered into a myriad of fragments, Zhang Tian remained impervious in his white robe, the long spear halting mere inches before Yun. Beads of sweat dripped from his brow, his expression a mix of exhilaration and fervor as the azure wings of dou qi flapped behind him like a battle god. Stunned, Yun found herself reeling from the realization that as the sect master of the Yunlan sect, she had lost. This blow left her in a state of disarray, her pale azure dou qi wings unconsciously fluttering before they ultimately descended to the ground. As Yun fell, Gui hurried over. Concern etched upon his face as he inquired after her well-being, his gaze filled with ire directed at Zhang Tian, his eyes nearly ablaze. After attempting to comfort her for a while, he noted that Yun remained in a daze, and his anger flared anew as he demanded, "Who are you, to bully my Yunlan sect so brazenly?" It was hardly surprising that Gu He, a seasoned alchemist, did not recognize Zhang Tian. The alchemist king? What is that worth? Gu He was indeed an extraordinary individual, with a cultivation level of merely Dou Wang, yet his alchemist rank reached the 5th tier, earning him great renown throughout the Gamma Empire as the Alchemist King. Alchemists are categorized into 9 ranks, corresponding to the 9 realms from Do Shi to Do Shang. Typically, the status of an alchemist is elevated above that of others in the same realm. For instance, although Gu He is a 5th tier alchemist, he can stand shoulder to shoulder with the Do Huang. Han Feng, the alchemist emperor, is a 6th tier alchemist yet mingles with Do Zong. You have injured the sect master of the Yunlan sect without cause. This is utterly unacceptable, and you must provide an explanation today. Gu He seethed with rage. His beloved woman harmed, and he felt an overwhelming urge to exact vengeance. It is worth noting that while Gu He held an esteemed position, his affection for Yun Yun had relegated him to the title of honorary elder in the Yunlan sect, diminishing his stature in comparison to her. Yet he still managed to win her heart. Observing Gu He's accusatory demeanor, Zhang Tian could not help but chuckle, shaking his head in disbelief. Gu He, with his middle-aged appearance and mediocre cultivation, was hardly surprising in his inability to win Yun Yun's affection. While his status might be lofty, it afforded Yun Yun no sense of security. It was laughable that he fancied himself worthy of her love. What teachings might the Alchemist King have? Zhang Tian emphasized the words Alchemist King with a hint of mockery. Upon hearing this, Gu He raised his chin, exuding an air of arrogance. While there were several Do Huangs in the Gamma Empire, he was the sole 5th tier alchemist, which in a sense rendered him one of the most esteemed individuals within the entire empire. No wonder he held himself in such high regard. Though you may have heard my name, injuring the sect master of the Yunlan sect cannot be overlooked, Gu He replied, his tone slightly softened, yet his expression remained somber. Still preoccupied with the injury inflicted upon his beloved, he even contemplated using his status as the Alchemist King to resolve the matter, hoping to impress Yun Yun with his prowess. Alchemists are classified into 9 tiers. You have barely traversed 1% of the path, yet you boast with such arrogance. Zhang Tian's voice darkened, the aura of his Do Qi coalescing, rendering Gu He momentarily speechless. A mere Do Huang dared not engage him. Gu He was truly too youthful and naive. Though Yun Yun might feign displeasure at Zhang Tian's scathing remarks, she could not suppress the joy blossoming within her heart. While she did not harbor outright disdain, she certainly held a strong aversion towards Gu He. Do you truly wish to contend with a 5th tier alchemist? I am the Alchemist King. Gu He instinctively took a step back, but quickly felt a loss of face, bellowing with a fierce intensity. Ignoring his words, Zhang Tian brought his fingers together, the Feng Ming sword cleaving through the air, aiming to pierce Gu He's throat in a swift strike. Although Yun Yun could not perceive the Feng Ming sword's trajectory, she sensed the impending danger and hurriedly summoned a small seal to shield Gu He. However, the seal, capable of withstanding a blow from a Do Huang, shattered instantaneously, leaving Gu He's hair disheveled and his face marred with traces of blood. Feeling the coolness and sting upon his face, Gu He was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of utter disbelief. However, after experiencing that life and death moment, Gu He became considerably more subdued, standing silently beside them. After all, for a distinguished alchemist, nothing is more paramount than the safety of one's life. When confronted with someone who disregarded his vast network of connections, Gu He truly became a warrior of the fighting realm. The injury inflicted upon Master Yun was a result of my excessive force. As a token of my apology, I shall devote myself to guiding Nailin Yunran until she reaches the rank of a 7-star Do Master. Although Zhang Tian felt somewhat guilty for injuring Yun Yun, he harbored no real remorse. Recognizing a mistake, correcting it, yet refusing to acknowledge it, he was resolute in his statements, unwavering, akin to the kings and emperors of the mundane world, whose words are as precious as gold. Master Yin might as well grant me the opportunity to eliminate Gu He. In due course, I shall return to Yunlan sect as 6th-rank alchemist. Zhang Tian cast a cold gaze upon Gu He, and Yun Yun's eyes shifted towards him, causing Gu He to feel a chill in his heart. Impossible, the second elder jested. Gu He is also an esteemed elder of our Yunlan sect. We could never act in such a manner. Without a hint of hesitation, Yun Yun promptly rejected this notion. She was a woman of little resolve, often entangled in dilemmas in the original narrative. Instead of placing faith in Zhang Tian's envisioned future of a 6th-rank alchemist, it would be wiser to maintain the status quo and develop gradually. Alchemist King? What nonsense! I have an old acquaintance who is a close friend of Alchemist Han Feng. Perhaps I shall find an opportunity to provide you with some guidance in the future. Gu He felt a raging fire ignite within him, but in an instant, he deflated like a puncture balloon. Indeed, Alchemist Han Feng, he had heard of this legendary figure, and in comparison, he felt utterly dwarfed. Young, handsome, and possessing alchemical skills far superior to his own, not to mention his cultivation that surpassed him by leaps and bounds. Compared to Han Feng, who occupied the city of Maple in the Black Corner region, Gu He, as an honorary elder of Yunlan's sect, truly felt embarrassed. Elder Gu He, there is no need for concern. This individual has only recently joined Yunlan's sect, yet his talent and strength are extraordinarily formidable. He can suppress me despite having just broken through to Do Huang. Yun explained to Gu He, her countenance grim. The pallor of her face caused Gu He considerable distress, prompting him to swiftly produce a bottle of 5th-rank medicinal pills for her to consume. I hope Elder Gu He will refrain from further conflict with Elder Zhang Tian. His talent is exceptional, and his future is boundless. If possible, I would like you to offer him an apology. After refining the medicinal pill, Yun's complexion improved slightly, yet she still spoke to Gu He with evident worry. With a sigh, Yun suddenly felt an overwhelming fatigue. If only she were a Dozun now, she would not have to ponder so many concerns. Gu He's expression stiffened slightly, but he managed to force a smile. I understand. After so many years, do you still not trust me? He suggested that Yunran seek out Zhang Tian for training sooner rather than later, acknowledging that the relationship between Yunlan's sect and him needed mending. Yun had entirely lowered her stance, placing Zhang Tian on par with the entire Yunlan sect in her heart. At this moment, even if Yun were to unite the members of Yunlan's sect to cast the grand formation of Yun covering the sun, it might not be sufficient to retain him. In the days that followed, the disciples of Yunlan's sect treated Zhang Tian with utmost reverence, their eyes brimming with admiration, while several disciples took it upon themselves to care for his daily needs as part of their sect duties. Almost everyone they encountered, whether disciples or elder deacons, greeted him with respect, and even the Grand Elder Yunling held Zhang Tian in high regard. In terms of status, Zhang Tian had nearly reached Yun's level, yet he remained the second elder, as Yun seemed unwilling to allow Zhang Tian's influence to expand further. With 2 Do Huang-level individuals, the disciples of Yunlan's sect grew increasingly arrogant and presumptuous in their dealings outside, and Zhang Tian's reputation gradually spread throughout the Jiaoma Empire, known far and wide from the highest echelons to the most ordinary families, evoking both awe and trepidation. In Wu-Tan City, within the magical Beast Mountain range, with the assistance of Yao Lao, Xiao Yin slowly descended from the mountain. Yao Lao's spiritual energy scanned the surroundings before he shook his head. Xiao Yin immediately relaxed. After devouring and refining the 5th-rank magical beast, the Ghost Valley Spirit Snake's Beast Fire, Yao Lao and Xiao Yin arrive at the magical Beast Mountain range, hoping to find some 3rd or 4th-rank beasts as targets. Teacher, are we truly going to target that massive creature? Xiao Yin sighed in relief, yet recalled the enormous figure, unable to suppress a gasp. Of course, Yao Lao retorted, tapping Xiao Yin on the head. That beast fire is likely the closest to Yoa. Although it ranks low on the list, it will be immensely beneficial to you. Unable to resist the temptation, Yao Lao yearned to take a shot at it. That beast looks formidable, doesn't it? Teacher, that's a 6th-rank magical beast. Xiao Yin hesitated. The king among magical beasts, the 6th-rank purple crystal wing lion king. Yao Lao chuckled softly, his eyes slightly flickering, clearly unwilling to let go. Can a Do Huang-level beast be handled by the teacher? Xiao Yin exclaimed in disbelief. 4 6th-rank beasts are terrifying creatures, comparable to humans capable of annihilating a city. Certainly, Yao Lao smirked confidently. It is merely a Do Huang-level creature. Can the teacher unleash Do Huang-level power? What must I do? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yin became excited. Having devoured the 5th-rank magical BCO, he had broken through to a 2-star Do Master, and his burning decision had also evolved in rank. I cannot, but your other teacher can. Yao Lao stroked his beard, having already decided to pull Zhang Tian into the fray. Can the teacher contend with a 6th-rank magical beast? A flicker of doubt crossed Xiao Yan's mind, but was swiftly dispelled by Yao Lao. My spiritual power surpasses yours. I've heard many things you cannot perceive. It is said your teacher has already broken through to Do Huang level. Yao Lao could not help but acknowledge that Xiao Yan's teacher was indeed extraordinary, even terrifyingly so. Who achieves a breakthrough in such a manner? To follow a systematic path of cultivation, rising from a 5-star Do spirit to Do Huang in a year. Even the tales of the continent would not dare to record such feats. Chapter 18. The first collaboration with Yao Lao. The purple crystal wing lion king possesses formidable strength. Your teacher, having just broken through, may not be his match, so I must lend assistance. Yao Lao spoke solemnly. Thus, you need to infiltrate the lair of the purple crystal wing lion king and steal the treasures within. Xiao Yin listened attentively, but soon expressed his doubts. Aren't we supposed to acquire the beast fire of the purple crystal wing Lion King? Why must we enter his lair? Yao Lao shot him a disdainful glance, responding irritably. Acquire the beast fire? I need to stay by your teacher's side to prevent being slain by the purple crystal wing Lion King. The beast fire I speak of is a type of heavenly and earthly spiritual fire hidden within his lair. It can be considered the companion beast fire of the purple crystal wing Lion King. Yao Lao was quite taken aback by Xiao Yan's boldness, considering that a mere Do master was preparing to skin a Do Huang. Truly, talents emerge in every generation. Hee. Xiao Yan realized he had perhaps underestimated the terror of a 6th-rank magical beast. Then, let us return to the Xiao family. It seems the teacher will soon be back this month. As Xiao Yan and Yao Lao withdrew from the magical beast mountain range, they noticed a woman clad in a white robe accompanied by a group of burly mercenaries. Though curious, they did not dwell on it. Xiao Yan, hurry up. That woman is a great Do master. Do not provoke her. Yao Lao's voice echoed in Xiao Yan's mind. Casually glancing at the woman, who bore an innocent and pitiful expression, he thought that avoiding eye contact and walking away could raise suspicion. Pretending to be wary, he cast a fleeting glance at the burly mercenaries beside her, allowing a trace of regret to flicker in his eyes. Subsequently, he hastily exited the magical beast mountain range, seemingly averse to attracting trouble. Wow, Xiao Yan, your acting is impressive. Yao Lao's voice rang in Xiao Yan's ears, to which Xiao Yan replied with calm composure. A formidable battle master feigned capture by a group of fighters and combat masters, clearly harboring ill intentions. I have no desire to become embroiled in this matter. Indeed, I sensed a chilling, desolate aura emanating from this woman's inner energy. She is likely not a person of good character. The esteemed Master Yao concurred. Yet he incited further curiosity within me. Do you not wish to know what this woman intends? Not at all, Xiao Yan responded without hesitation. Having been duped by Master Yao on multiple occasions recently, he was unwilling to engage in ventures that bore no benefits. Zhang Tian would return each month to assess Xiao Yan's progress in cultivation and to bring materials for alchemy. 4 or 5 radiant 5th-tier magic cores, stained with traces of blood, lay dormant within Xiao Yan's spatial ring. By the way, I recall the 7th-tier magical beast known as the fire-eyed greenhoof beast, swift as the wind, with flames eternally entwined around its hooves, resembling exquisite green glass. The fiery threads emanating from its eyes could prove immensely beneficial to you. Master Yao seemed to recollect something and noted this prospective target for future hunting in his little notebook. Xiao Yan stumbled, for there was not a single Do zone in the entire Jia Ma Empire. Yet Master Yao dared to set his sights on a 7th-tier magical beast. Unbeknownst to him, Master Yao harbored a flicker of hope regarding Zhang Tian, should he break through to Do zone within 3 years. Seeking the fire-eyed greenhoof beast would not be out of the question. Furthermore, he needed 2 7th-tier magic cores for his revival, making it a timely endeavor. Teacher, upon returning to Zhang Tian's training courtyard, the door to the small room swung open, revealing Zhang Tian engrossed in a book, gesturing animatedly. Xiao Yan, you're back. This is a low-grade Xian rank combat technique I obtained from the Yunlan sect, the triple wave of overlapping strikes. A single punch unleashes an unending force, capable of stacking thrice. Zhang Tian's face lit up upon seeing Xiao Yan, patting him on the shoulder, evidently pleased with his progress, before handing the ancient tome to Xiao Yan. Let me see. With no one else present, Master Yao did not shy away, transforming into a spectral form and floating beside Zhang Tian to scrutinize the text. What utter nonsense! This is inferior to the Fire Blast Palm. After perusing the content, Master Yao pushed the book away, his expression one of disdain. Zhang Tian was momentarily taken aback. He recalled that the Fire Blast Palm was a combat technique conceived by a blacksmith during his forging, later acquired by Master Yao. Is a Yunlan sect's combat technique truly this poor? Not merely poor. It is utterly wretched, hopelessly inept. I possess a similar technique that far surpasses this. Master Yao scoffed, producing a cerulean tome. Xiao Yan immediately seized it upon seeing the title. The 8 Extremities Collapse. Xiao Yan murmured, and a glimmer of interest flickered in Zhang Tian's eyes. After mastering the 8 Extremities Collapse, what inheritance might Xiao Yan receive from the Do Emperor space? This is the advanced Xian rank technique, the 8 Extremities Collapse. The average person would take at least a year and a half to master it. But you are fortunate to have my guidance. This will significantly shorten the time required, Master Yao declared with great pride. Observing the childlike glee of Master Yao, Zhang Tian could only shake his head in resignation. The Yunlan sect, a third-rate sect on the continent, could hardly compare to Master Yao. whose prowess had countless individuals yearning to exchange an 8th-grade treasure pill for even a low-tier combat technique. In the days that followed, Zhang Tian refrained from closely monitoring Xiao Yan. Instead, Xiao Yan requested him to remain at the Xiao family for a few more days before returning to the Yunlan sect. What? You intend to confront the amethyst-winged Lion King? Zhang Tian exclaimed in surprise. What gives Master Yao the right to seek trouble with the Lion King? We're not going to kill it. That would be absurd. We're merely going to retrieve something. Do not be alarmed. You are with us, Master Yao chuckled. His face creased with mirth, exuding an air of cheeky mischief. The burning decision requires the consumption of various flames. You aim to acquire the amethyst source and the accompanying amethyst fire from the Lion King? Master Yao had imparted the burning decision while Zhang Tian was present, so he thought little of it. Clever indeed. Once you obtain the amethyst fire, your disciple's cultivation will surely advance by at least 5 stars. I guarantee he will reach 7-star Dome Master status. Such is the power of the burning decision. What say you? Shall we embark on this venture? I'll do nothing of the sort, Zhang Tian retorted, momentarily hesitating. However, the prospect of Xiao Yan breaking through to 7-star Dome Master certainly held tremendous benefits for him. Very well, but Xiao Yan, you must master the 8 extremities collapse first. Only with the ability to protect yourself can you infiltrate the Lion King's lair. He shot a glare at Xiao Yan, whose face was alight with eagerness, before resolutely making his decision. All right, I should be able to master the 8 extremities collapse in about 3 days. Xiao Yan's enthusiasm was palpable, and under Master Yao's guidance, his training advanced at an astonishing rate, achieving progress by leaps and bounds each day. Zhang Tian, too, settled into a meditative state to prepare for the impending battle. In the original tale, Yun Yun and the amethyst-winged Lion King clashed for an entire afternoon, only for the Lion King to deliver a resounding defeat to her. Despite Yun Yun unleashing a powerful move that merely damaged one of its horns, the Lion King's amethyst seal effortlessly shattered her combat techniques, demonstrating the substantial disparity in strength between human and beast. Boom, boom, boom. The tremors of the Dou Emperor space intensified, threads of Tao and principle intertwining before vanishing from sight. Within his soul's depths, he sensed a glimmer of rules. Otherwise, in the external world, he would remain oblivious. Akin to facing the vastness of the heavens and earth. Though distant, we exist within it. Yet who can truly perceive the essence of the universe? Who can see mountains as mountains and waters as waters? Could it be this? Zhang Tian gasped, a look of unexpected realization gracing his face. This could hardly be classified as a mere combat technique. Rather, it was. Chapter 19. The quick gun technique. The Dou Emperor space houses countless ancient divine inheritances, each belonging to a Dou Emperor. Yet not every one of them is merely a Dou Emperor. This time, Zhang Tian received the legacy of an exceptionally powerful ancient being. Rather than a combat technique, it resembled a unique combat skill akin to wielding a sword with one's chi. It was named the quick gun technique. The quick gun technique encompasses all forms of gunplay, both existent and non-existent, with its essence revolving around speed. A glimmer of cold light precedes the strike, and then the gun is unleashed like a dragon. Among all martial arts, none can withstand the might of speed, a gunshot like thunder, elevating the speed of firing to an inconceivable level. If one could unleash 10,000 shots in the blink of an eye, they would far surpass the so-called 9-star Dou Saint of the current continent. After a meticulous contemplation, Zhang Tian experienced unprecedented insights into the path of the gun, absorbing and comprehending this intricate knowledge that continually elevated his realm. After a long while, Zhang Tian exhaled deeply. The profundity of the quick gun technique exceeded his wildest imagination, revealing methods to unleash the body's potential and techniques to refine one's physique. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, Zhang Tian unleashed nearly 100 shots, creating a myriad of gun shadows in the sky, sealing off a space where evasion was impossible. Through the practice of the quick gun technique, Zhang Tian understood that when speed reaches a certain threshold, both space and time become powerless, rendering this a unique Dou technique that transcends the limitations of time and space. Power and speed are the most fundamental and limitless forces. Once the quick gun technique is mastered, one could unleash thousands of shots in an instant, rendering them unstoppable, with each shot bearing the capacity to devastate half a continent. The more he practiced, the more Zhang Tian recognized the terrifying nature of this technique. Its depths were beyond his imagination, requiring at least 3-star Dou Saint strength to comprehend fully, to internalize one's essence, energy, and spirit, while externally refining one's sinews and skin, is essential. Only by merging one's essence and energy into the gun techniques can one unleash 10,000 shots in an instant. Akin to the requirements of wielding a sword with qi. After a prolonged period of half a month, Zhang Tian finally set forth towards the magical Beast Mountain range, during which he had acquired an immensely powerful trump card. Should a Do Zone be careless, they might very well meet their demise beneath his hidden strength. At this moment, Yao Lao trailed closely behind Zhang Tian, assisting him in concealing his presence, while Xiaoyan sought refuge beneath a grand tree. Poised to enter the Lion King's lair once Zhang Tian and Yao Lao created a diversion to draw away the amethyst crystal-winged Lion King. Be cautious. There lies a fifth-tier magical beast 30 paces ahead, beneath the earthen slope, Yao Lao warned in a hushed tone. Initially, Xiaoyan had contemplated taking a risk by himself, but with the presence of a formidable Do Emperor by his side, he was reluctant to forfeit this opportunity. Nonetheless, Yao Lao, a seasoned wanderer of the continent, meticulously scanned the surroundings for any signs of disturbance with his soul power. A concoction of scent-masking powder was applied by both Zhang Tian and Xiaoyan, while Yao Lao, being a soul entity, required no such measures. A fifth-tier magical beast, you say? Zhang Tian licked his lips, his fighting spirits surging as he unleashed a cyclone of Do Qi, propelling himself forward like a gust of wind. Before the rhinoceros-like beast could utter a sound, he pierced through its skull. Be wary. A crimson-eyed fire monkey approaches. Yao Lao's urgent voice resonated in Zhang Tian's mind. From which direction? Zhang Tian inquired, aware that his sensitivity to spiritual forces paled in comparison to Yao Lao's. To the east, over 300 meters, it shall arrive shortly. Yao Lao, despite his currently weakened state, could still discern living beings within a 10-mile radius, owing to his previous experiences at the threshold of the heavenly realm. The crimson-eyed fire monkey swung through the trees before plummeting to the ground, lifeless, with its blood staining the earth. The Phoenix Cry sword had already pierced its heart in an instant. It's no longer concealed. We've been discovered, Yao Lao murmured grimly. Following the third wave of disturbance, he sensed the entire magical beast mountain range erupting in chaos, as the aura of the sixth-tier amethyst crystal-winged Lion King began to awaken. The sheer number of magical beasts, coupled with the overwhelming scent of blood, rendered concealment futile. Magical beasts are inherently sensitive to the scent of blood. Despite Zhang Tian's application of the powder, detection was inevitable after multiple actions. Fortunately, Zhang Tian had not intended to enter stealthily. A furious roar echoed throughout the magical forest, heralding the awakening of the mountain sovereign, the amethyst crystal-winged Lion King. Enraged, the Lion King sensed the fading essence of its subordinates. Hastening to the scene where its minions confronted an adversary, a mere young man, seemingly in his 20s. Damn human, you have trespassed upon my territory, the Lion King bellowed, its words laced with fury. As a sixth-tier magical beast, it possessed the intelligence to speak, its cognitive abilities akin to those of a human. For magical beasts, the consciousness of territory supersedes even the rites of mating. It is sacred and inviolable. Numerous fifth-tier magical beasts roared in response, their primal ferocity bearing down on Zhang Tian. In an instant, a flash darted past. The Lion King instinctively raised its paw in defense, only to have it pierced by a streak of light. With a thunderous roar of rage, the Lion King refrained from glancing at its fallen subordinates. It understood that though they appeared to stand firm, they had already met their demise. Indeed, mere moments later, the fifth-tier magical beasts collapsed, their foreheads bearing the marks of fatal wounds. Retrieving the bloody dragon's abyss halberd, Zhang Tian had unleashed nearly 100 strikes before the Lion King could react. Apart from a few aimed at the surrounding fifth-tier beasts, the majority struck the Lion King, their collective force penetrating its formidable physique as if piercing through a mere layer of paper. A colossal paw, nearly half Zhang Tian's size, descended upon him, launching 5 sharp purple spikes. Zhang Tian swiftly formed a seal, summoning a small imprint to strike the Lion King's paw, forcing it back, and then swung the dragon's abyss halberd in a horizontal slash toward the beast. Roar! Human, you have provoked my wrath. The Lion King howled in agony, its massive paw crashing down once more. Yet, Zhang Tian held firm, his halberd bracing against the Lion King's assault, deflecting the paw as he thrust once more into the gaps of the Lion King's jewel-encrusted chest. The effort to pierce the Lion King's robust body resulted in a wound merely an inch deep and half a foot long. The Lion King's physical resilience was astonishing. However, Zhang Tian's mastery of piercing techniques had significantly enhanced his prowess, allowing him to inflict numerous wounds upon the beast. In the blink of an eye, the Lion King bore several injuries. While such wounds would be fatal to a human, they merely breached the defenses of this powerful magical beast, causing it immense pain. The Lion King understood Zhang Tian's unparalleled prowess in close combat and attempted to distance itself by flapping its massive wings. Yet, an inexplicable force locked onto it, ensuring that evasion was futile. This was the essence of spear technique, an understanding cultivated by every martial artist who had reached the pinnacle of their craft. Akin to the precision of Xiao Li's flying daggers or the invincible swordsmanship of Dugu Qiubai. Unlike Do techniques that require Do Qi to activate, spear technique emerges from pure mastery and comprehension of the art. Zhang Tian's strikes grew increasingly rapid and sharp, each thrust tearing through the air with the power of a low-tier, profound technique. The purple crystals adorning the Lion King's body shattered with each impact, cascading to the ground. Human! The Lion King roared, its formidable physique enduring the onslaught, yet it remained far from death. Even if Zhang Tian sought to slay it, considerable effort would be required. A mere Do Emperor would have perished by now, their skull likely pierced, their ashes scattered. Using its remarkable physicality, the Lion King engaged Zhang Tian in a relentless confrontation, while several fifth-tier magical beasts emerged from the depths of the mountain range, observing the battle in awe. Yet, these once mighty rulers of the magical beast mountains could only stand aside, rendered spectators, for each spear thrust bore the power to annihilate them. I shall see you dead. The Lion King roared, unleashing a torrent of Do Qi that shattered Zhang Tian's barrage of strikes, its immense paw descending like a mountain upon him. Before transforming into humanoid form, magical beasts relied primarily on their physical prowess, their bodies exhibiting an unfathomable level of strength, surpassing even that of a Dozone. Ocean Seal, second form, tidal imprint. A colossal blue Do Qi imprint descended from above, radiating with unparalleled pressure, as if to calm the raging seas. Countless water attribute Do Qi coalesced, akin to the overwhelming force of an oceanic wave, threatening to crush the Lion King. Despite its formidable physique, the Lion King felt the ominous crack of its body under the impact of a high-tier earth technique, howling in excruciating pain. Yao Lao, who had been aiding Zhang Tian, suddenly fell silent, momentarily forgetting to track the Lion King's movements with his soul power, just as he was astounded by Zhang Tian's terrifying spear techniques. Zhang Tian unleashed a high-tier earth technique. How could a Do Emperor possibly possess a high-tier earth technique? Yao Lao cried out in disbelief, realizing that even the formidable wind of the cloud and mist sex techniques were inherited from the Dozong ancestor, Yun Patian. How could a mere Do Emperor wield such power? Even the wind's extreme descent is merely a low-level earth-tier combat technique. Observing Zhang Tian, whose spirit only seemed to grow stronger amidst the battle, with his fighting aura continuously erupting, Yao Lao could not help but be taken aback. Clenching his fists in astonishment, he pondered whether this young man had cultivated a heavenly tier technique, for his fighting spirit appeared inexhaustible, having employed a high-level earth-tier combat technique thrice. It seemed as if his energy had not waned at all. Chapter 20. The defeat of the Lion King. The amethyst-winged Lion King roared in fury under Zhang Tian's relentless onslaught, yet found itself firmly at a disadvantage. One of its majestic wings was shattered by the dragon's spear, blood gushing forth, and one of its eyes was blinded. Since it was a confrontation, Zhang Tian naturally held nothing back. Every strike aimed directly at the Lion King's vital points. However, the amethyst-winged Lion King was indeed a formidable sixth-tier magical beast, sometimes choosing to retaliate against Zhang Tian even at the cost of injury. Unlike his restrained approach during the battle with Yun Yun, the dragon spear unleashed its full might in Zhang Tian's hands, revealing the unmasked prowess of a three-star Do Huan. The battle persisted into the afternoon, causing Xiao Yan, who had initially prepared to storm the Lion King's lair, to halt and observe. "Brat, why aren't you rushing in?" Yao Lao suddenly appeared beside Xiao Yan, admonishing him. "Master," Xiao Yan exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Yao Lao, followed by a surge of joy. "Right, what about you, master?" Concern suddenly washed over Xiao Yan regarding Zhang Tian's situation. Yao Lao returned to Xiao Yan's black ring, as he preferred the comfort of remaining within the confines of the ring rather than floating about aimlessly. "There is no issue with Zhang. He has the amethyst-winged Lion King occupied and is currently gaining the upper hand. I thought I wouldn't be of much assistance, so I came to find you." Xiao Yan nodded, filled with immense admiration. Initially, He had assumed Zhang Tian merely lured the Lion King away using the prowess of a Dohuan. To his astonishment, the newly ascended Zhang Tian was able to contend with the renowned amethyst-winged Lion King and seemed to be gaining the upper hand. I never expected Master to be this powerful. Excitement radiated from Xiaoyan's face. After all, there were few capable of subduing the amethyst-winged Lion King within the Jiama Empire. Did this mean he could walk unchallenged in the Imperial City? Now hurry inside, Yao Lao said, giving Xiaoyan a gentle tap on the head before slipping back into the ring. Wait, just as Yao Lao was about to return to the ring, he paused, his gaze fixated on the direction from which the amethyst-winged Lion King had retreated. Master, is something wrong? No, the battle over there is nearing its conclusion, Yao Lao replied, shaking his head before proceeding into the Lion King's lair, with Xiaoyan hastily following suit. Human, you shall perish. The amethyst-winged Lion King roared furiously, its massive claws slashing erratically towards Zhang Tian, the powerful gust disheveling his hair. With a firm grip on the dragon's spear, Zhang Tian braced against the giant claw, feeling a weight upon his chest as he struggled to breathe. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his white robe, tailored by the Yunlan sect, began to stain crimson at the spot where the Lion King had struck him. Although he managed to fend off the Lion King's claw with the split-wave seal, the sharp purple spikes still grazed Zhang Tian, and the forceful winds felt as if an invisible hammer struck his chest. Yet the price was steep. The Lion King's body was pierced by the dragon's spear, leaving a gaping wound that bled profusely. The Lion King, battered and bruised, bore scars across its once majestic wings, while fragments of purple crystal fell from its body, and one claw hung limply. Purple cristal ciel. The Lion King bellowed, a tempestuous energy gathering above its head, forming an intricate array, and a terrifying purple beam erupted forth. As the purple beam coalesced and shot out, the entire mountain range trembled, sending countless stones flying. The purple beam moved with astonishing speed, akin to teleportation, arriving before Zhang Tian in mere moments. Due to the haste, the purple crystal seal had not reached its full potential, and with blood-red eyes, the Lion King felt its essence and vitality surging within, radiating a brilliant deep purple light that painted the world in violet hues. With an unquenchable hatred, the amethyst-winged Lion King roared, the sky filled with swirling purple light, which compressed and coalesced into a massive beam, a foot thick, that erupted violently. As the purple light exploded, the Lion King's massive horn shattered, scattering fragments across the heavens. Two beams of light, one after the other, rushed towards Zhang Tian, fueled by the Lion King's wrath and vengeance. Zhang Tian, wielding the dragon spear, perceived the two violet beams, their speed magnified countless times. With his current skills and marksmanship, he could see the trajectories of the purple light revealed themselves to him, and in a split second, he sidestepped to evade the dual beams. The amethyst-winged Lion King's immense eyes reflected disbelief. The speed of the purple crystal seal had been evaded by this human. However, it was not over. The Lion King, nearly devoid of combat strength, could only force itself to remain standing, gasping for breath as it awaited the final outcome. The purple light flickered again, returning and refracting in the air, making its trajectory difficult to discern. This was not a one-time attack, but a sealed strike aimed at a target. Can't evade it? Zhang Tian swiftly retreated 100 meters, intertwining his hands. As the purple light approached, he hastily formed a seal, with an immense surge of fighting spirit flooding into him. The Burning Emperor technique activated, enveloping his entire fighting spirit in a fervent and violent fire attribute. A colossal fire seal surged forth, expanding to 100 meters in size as it propelled towards the Lion King. Ocean Seal, Third Style, Tranquil Wave Seal. Although it was an Earth Tier technique of the water attribute, under the impetus of the Imperial Tier Burning Emperor technique, it erupted with a destructive fire attribute. The massive purple beam was instantly extinguished by the fire seal. Upon contact, it was akin to hydrogen meeting flames, incinerated in an instant, leaving not a trace behind. The amethyst-winged Lion King, shocked, disregarded its injuries and flapped one of its wings, narrowly avoiding the full brunt. Meanwhile, the fifth-tier magical beasts under its command fled in a panic. The second beam, launched with the Lion King's desperation, arrived in an instant, colliding against the fire seal with tremendous force, but ultimately shattering and dissipating from the effort. The fire seal remained only slightly illusory, leaving behind a massive crater of about 100 meters atop the Beast Mountain range. Several powerful magical beasts at the Dowang level were reduced to ashes, while the Lion King lay on the edge of the deep pit, barely clinging to life. The Phoenix Cry Sword, empowered by fighting spirit, leaped across 100 meters in mere moments, piercing through the Lion King's skull as if teleporting. The dragon's spear followed suit, its radiant spear light penetrating the Lion King's heart and exploding behind it, creating a gaping pit several meters wide. The ruler of the Beast Mountain range, the sixth-tier amethyst-winged Lion King, had ultimately fallen, suffering only a minor injury to the second elder of the Yunlin sect. Scattered upon the ground were several precious magical cores that would make anyone envious, all belonging to formidable fifth-tier magical beasts, valued at hundreds of thousands of gold coins. The deep purple magical core obtained from the Lion King's skull contained a violent power. A Do Huang-level magical core was priceless. With a sigh, Zhang Tian surveyed the devastation around him. The once vibrant Beast Mountain range was now eerily silent, with a significant portion flattened. From above, one could see a vast area the size of a city amidst the ancient trees, with a starkly barren mountaintop emerging. The existence of powerful beings wreaks havoc upon this world. Perhaps this is also the reason for the disappearance of the Dodi. Zhang Tian sighed softly, reflecting on how many trees, creatures, and lands have been scorched by the fire seal. While a Do-D-level powerhouse could potentially tear apart the continent, the land and continent were indeed exceedingly difficult to regenerate. Chapter 21. Refining the purple fire. Upon reaching the lair, Zhang Tian discovered Yao Lao guarding the entrance. He approached cautiously. "Are you injured?" Elder Yao observed the wounds on Zhang Tian's body, furrowing his brow as he tossed a bottle of medicinal pills in his direction. Upon opening the jade vial, Zhang Tian was astonished to find it filled entirely with flesh-replenishing pills, fifth-tier elixirs. A flicker of surprise crossed his mind, silently acknowledging the extravagance of such a gift. Fifth-tier elixirs were worth 10 times more than fifth-tier magic cores. And yet Elder Yao casually offered him a vial containing nearly 20 of them, a gesture that would surely leave Gu He, who only possessed a few pills during each alchemical session, utterly humiliated. It was no wonder that alchemists were regarded as the wealthiest individuals on this continent. Zhang Tian had provided Elder Yao with ample resources, alleviating their struggles compared to the original narrative. At least Xiao Yin was not lacking in pills. Were it not for Elder Yao's desire to hone Xiao Yan's skills, he could have easily become the wealthiest man in the Jiama Empire simply by selling the elixirs. After accepting the jade vial, Zhang Tian nodded slightly. His energy expenditure was minimal, though the ferocious battle with the Lion King had left him with some injuries, confirming the formidable nature of magical beasts. A hint of a smile graced Elder Yao's face. Naturally, it would be strange if you emerged unscathed. While magical beasts are physically resilient, they take centuries, even millennia, to mature, a trade-off in itself. Then, a look of astonishment flickered across his aged visage. Yet, to think that you have expended so little energy during such an intense conflict is truly remarkable, young monster. Have you perhaps mastered a celestial-grade cultivation technique? Not at all. Zhang Tian replied with a radiant smile. I am practicing a technique that is far from celestial grade, especially considering that such techniques have been lost for centuries. Speaking with Elder Yao was indeed a weighty experience, given the disparity in their spiritual powers. As Zhang Tian's cultivation deepened, he became increasingly aware of Elder Yao's difficulties in managing the scattered waves of his soul in its current form. However, it was likely that a breakthrough to Dozong was imminent, perhaps within the next year or two. Elder Yao widened his eyes, and eventually he shook his head with a sigh. Monster, you cannot possibly have acquired a celestial-grade technique, can you? Show it to me. I have never witnessed one before. It was no wonder Elder Yao was so astounded. The leap from a 1-star Do Huang to Dozong encompassed a full 9 stars, equivalent to advancing a star in strength every month or two. I cannot shake the feeling that your cultivation speed has accelerated considerably of late, Elder Yao remarked, circling around Zhang Tian. Although he refrained from probing with his spiritual energy without permission, he examined him closely, eager to uncover the secret behind this rapid advancement. Having found no discernible anomalies after several laps, Elder Yao sighed. When I first encountered you, you were merely a 5-star Doling. While it is rare for someone in their 20s to achieve this, I have heard of such cases. Yet 1 year later, you have ascended to 1-star Do Huang, a leap of 2 great realms and 15 minor realms. Truly, you are a monster. What is Xiao Yan's current state? Zhang Tian, disinterested in engaging in lengthy discussions, noted the dense fire attribute energy within the vial, indicating that Xiao Yan was likely refining the purple fire. Zhang Tian's inner space, resembling a mystical arena akin to that of the ancient emperor, quivered slightly, as if responding to the presence of the purple fire, sending waves of desire coursing through him. Having cultivated the burning emperor's decision, Zhang Tian had also formed a mysterious space within his Dantian capable of harboring a, which, while currently dormant, he believed would prove invaluable in the future. Xiao Yan had just commenced the refining process, which should pose no issues given his prior experience in devouring the fire of the Ghost Valley Spirit Snake. Elder Yao appeared remarkably composed, though he cared for Xiao Yan. It did not affect him to the extent that it did Zhang Tian. "What is this?" Elder Yao inquired, lifting a small creature resembling a fluffy puppy. Despite being in a spiritual state, he seemed to possess a physical form, grasping the little creature by its neck. The small being squinted, still not fully awake, displaying an expression of unease as flames unexpectedly erupted around its neck. "Ouch, you little rascal." Elder Yao winced slightly, his aged face creasing in discomfort. After all, even in a spiritual state, being singed by purple fire still caused some pain. "Is this a cub of the purple crystal wing lion king? It seems to have grasped the form of beast fire," Zhang Tian mused, playfully teasing the little creature. His fire attribute Do Qi and water attribute Do Qi vastly surpassed the small being's, rendering him unafraid of its beast fire. "It seems there has been some mutation." Elder Yao stroked his beard thoughtfully, smacking his lips. Zhang Tian nodded in agreement. It was important to note that the purple crystal wing lion king, upon birth, initially lacked beast fire, requiring the consumption of the accompanying purple crystal essence to acquire its own. If not aided by the neighboring Old Wang, it could only mean that the little creature had indeed undergone a mutation. Perhaps the bloodline of the Lion King flowed through its veins, granting it an innate connection to the purple fire. Xiao Yan's agonized cries echoed, accompanied by the sound of his finger bones cracking as he gritted his teeth. Clearly, he had reached the most challenging stage of his ordeal. Zhang Tian shook his head. During such a time, he could offer no assistance. This was the very situation he feared most. If Xiao Yan's will faltered, he could end up igniting himself in flames and perishing. It is truly unexpected that a pampered young master from a small family possesses such resolve, Elder Yao remarked approvingly, nodding as he stroked his snowy beard. "These two disciples are indeed monsters." Elder Yao sighed softly, shaking his head. "Do not forget, you are also Xiao Yan's mentor." Zhang Tian shot him a glance, then replied nonchalantly, "And if we are to speak of monsters, one who can exist in the world as a soul after death is not only strange in form, but possesses a soul power as fearsome as that of monsters. I doubt I could achieve such a feat, huh? It is only natural that you are unaware. In my day, I was a renowned alchemist across the continent, highly sought after. That faction clamored for my attention," Elder Yao boasted, adopting an air of mystery. Zhang Tian rolled his eyes, silently contemplating that he was well aware of the elder's past acquaintances. While it was true that Elder Yao was a celebrated alchemist, it remained uncertain whether every faction truly revered him as he claimed. "Someone approaches," Elder Yao cautioned telepathically. "They have likely been drawn here by the recent battle. I shall investigate. You stay here to guard Xiao Yan," Zhang Tian declared, gazing into the expansive sky, where two figures with wings of Do Qi appeared on the horizon. "I shall accompany you, lest you lose your target," Elder Yao insisted, his spiritual perception detecting a swarm of approaching figures. "Very well, let's proceed," Zhang Tian contemplated briefly, planting the phoenix cry sword into the ground. "Elder Yao, see if you can attach yourself to this sword." The phoenix cry sword was several times faster than Zhang Tian, and with Elder Yao's cunning, he surely had many tricks up his sleeve. Concealing Elder Yao within the phoenix cry sword for stealth would likely allow them to evade even Dozone. "That will not do," Elder Yao said after a brief moment of sensing. Though this sword lacks excessive malice and bloodlust, it radiates an incredibly fierce and violent energy, emitting countless sharp sword energies that would inflict significant harm to his soul. Zhang Tian felt a surge of delight. The Phoenix Cry sword surprisingly possessed the capability to attack souls. He allowed Elder Yao to hide within his cloud-shaped emblem of the Yunlan sect, then soared skyward, wings of Do Qi unfurling. Meanwhile, above the magical Beast Mountain range, a Dowang conversed with another white-haired Dowang. Yin Shi and Feng Li had also arrived. Before they could exchange more than a few words, they simultaneously looked up as two men, each in their 30s or 40s, approached with wings of Do Qi. "You two are also here?" Yin Shi initiated, but before he could utter another word, he was interrupted by a hearty laugh. "Old geezers, you are here too. Since you arrived first, have you noticed any anomalies?" A seemingly youthful man in his 20s, clad in a form-fitting outfit, approached, his brow glistening with sweat, clearly having just finished a bout of training. "Xingang, you are here as well." The first white-haired Do Wang greeted with a solemn voice. The young man, named Xingang, was a scattered practitioner from the Gamma Empire, yet he did not rank among the top 10 formidable figures of the empire. The top 10 of the Gamma Empire were those who had made notable contributions during the last war between the human race and the serpent race, inflicting severe damage upon the latter. Every individual present, despite their youthful appearance, was at least in their 40s or 50s. This was the territory of the amethyst-winged Lion King, and it was unclear why such a significant commotion had arisen. The first arriving Do Wang gazed at the open space below the Beast Mountain range, his expression somewhat grim. He was uncertain about the disturbance caused by that beast. The white-haired Do Wang's face grew serious, revealing hints of apprehension and even fear in his eyes. Alas, Yan Shi sighed, acknowledging the immense pressure on the Gamma Empire, flanked by the Beast Mountain range and the Serpent Desert. Fortunately, the amethyst-winged Lion King showed no intent to ally with Queen Medusa. Otherwise, without the intervention of Yunlan's sect, the Gamma Empire would likely face annihilation. Esteemed guests, Zhang Tian ascended towards the sky, cupping his hands in greeting, his aura as a Do Huang instilling caution among the onlookers. The 10 strongest figures of the Gamma Empire, once untouchable, now felt an unusual tension. But upon realizing he was but a human, they instinctively relaxed somewhat. From Yunlan's sect, the white-haired Do Wang suddenly noticed the silver cloud-shaped sword on Zhang Tian's chest. Speaking with uncertainty, Yan Shi and Feng Li were similarly drawn to the sight, and upon closer inspection, they confirmed it to be true. Indeed, I am the second elder of Yunlan's sect. Greetings, second elder. The Do Wangs exchanged glances and bowed respectfully, as the strong are always revered. Zhang Tian reciprocated each gesture. Might the second elder have discovered anything unusual here? Xing Gang was the first to inquire, aware that a Do Huang might perceive matters beyond their comprehension. I had a slight conflict with the amethyst-winged Lion King during my foray into the Beast Mountain range, Zhang Tian revealed, and understanding dawned upon the crowd. It was no wonder the Beast Mountain range had been ravaged. After all, the former 5-star Do Huang, Hai Buodong, had once been capable of freezing an entire city before his disappearance. One by one, several Do Wangs arrived, yet no Do Huang appeared. Given that Jia Xingtian needed to remain at the royal palace, he could only send a representative. If the matter were not too grave, the others would, out of respect for the royal family, inform this Do Wang. However, if it were indeed dire, they could no longer conceal it. Next time, do visit my Yin family. One offered. Second elder, I will extend a warm welcome at my Rage Sea Pavilion. I possess no significant influence, but should the second elder visit my Xing city, I shall treat you with the utmost courtesy. Before departing, everyone extended an olive branch to Zhang Tian, inviting him to their respective abodes. Those who thrived in the Gamma Empire were well-versed in the nuances of human relationships, with 2 Do Huangs in Yunlan's sect, and rumors of the old sect leader breaking through to Do Zong. Some astute individuals sensed that the skies over Gamma Royal City were about to change. Although Yunlan's sect had remained indifferent, what characterized the royal family? Intrigue, suspicion, and ambition. Previously, Jia Xingtian, as the foremost powerhouse of the Gamma Empire, could keep Yinshan and the current Yin in check. Yet, Jia Xingtian had grown old, and with a new Do Huang emerging from Yunlan's sect, the balance was now uncertain. Chapter 22. You didn't T-play me, did you? After a short while, upon returning to the cave abode with Yao Lao, the previous cries of agony had transformed into the comfortable moans of Xiao Yan. Why is this little fellow making such lewd sounds? Yao Lao stroked his beard, concluding that such noises indicated there were likely no issues. Xiao Yan felt a wave of bliss as countless energies washed over his body's meridians like tiny brushes. The sensation of power continuously surging within him was both painful and pleasurable. From 4-star Do Shi to 5-star Do Shi, his cultivation soared without any hindrance. And under the domineering refinement of the burning decision, he almost instantaneously reached 6-star Do Shi. At this moment, the burning decision had evolved to a high-level yellow grade technique, mere moments away from surpassing the threshold of Xian grade techniques. As the purple fire was devoured by the burning decision, Xiao Yan's Do Qi fluctuations finally stabilized. Upon reaching the Do Shi level, his Do Qi not only condensed into a Do Qi garment, but could also transform into a liquid state, significantly enhancing its quality and purity. As the cyclone at his Dantian spun rapidly, the purple fire was nearly fully refined, transforming into an unending stream of purple energy liquid that began to rain down in his Dantian, filling it to over half capacity. Once his internal Do Qi was fully filled and compressed into solid diamond-shaped Do Qi crystals, he would ascend to the rank of the Do Shi, significantly boosting both his offensive and defensive capabilities. 8-star break for me. Xiao Yin bit his lip and murmured, his fingers whitening from exertion. As the purple fire was completely refined, the rate of energy rain slowed to a halt. Yet at the last moment, it filled Xiao Yan's dantian to the brim. 8-star Do Shi. Xiao Yin stood, unleashing a punch into the air that stirred the currents, producing a series of sonic booms. With merely half a month remaining before the year-long agreement with his teacher, he had already surpassed the set goal of 7-star Do Shi. Although the Do Ji's rate of advancement was several times quicker than that of Do Qi, the efficacy of the burning decision was also undeniable. Xiao Yin now truly believed he had acquired an extraordinary technique. At this rate, who knows if I might reach the legendary heavenly grade technique level. A sly smile graced Xiao Yan's lips. He felt an overwhelming confidence, a subtle smile constantly playing upon his face. He was grateful for having found such a commendable master. While it is often said that a teacher for a day is a father for life, how many could genuinely fulfill that commitment wholeheartedly? Sensing the nearly overflowing liquid Do Qi within him, Xiao Yin understood that advancing to 9-star Do Shi would require further compression of this Do Qi, and upon completion, he would naturally elevate to the Do Shi. As Xiao Yin emerged, he found Zhang Tian and Yao Lao waiting outside. At this moment, Zhang Tian had rapidly completed his breakthrough, and the outpouring Do Qi was remarkably gentle, as if it had been refined. 8-star Do Huang. A Do Huang could summon some abilities from the heavens and earth, while a Do Huang could command a substantial amount of energy of the same attribute, embodying the might of nature. High-level Do Huangs could even briefly hover in the air without external aid. 8-star Do Shi. Seeing Xiao Yin emerge, his clothes tattered and burned, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality, Zhang Tian chuckled. Indeed, nothing escapes the eyes of a teacher. I've never felt so good. Feeling the power within him capable of easily shattering boulders, Xiao Yin was immensely satisfied. Hee, Yao Lao, it's your turn. Hand that over to Xiao Yin. Zhang Tian laughed heartily, directly referencing their earlier discussion. All right, little Yin, catch. Yao Lao retrieved an enormous object resembling a door panel from his spatial ring. Xiao Yin accepted the nearly human height, 2-foot-wide black object with confusion, but was taken aback by its icy touch. It felt as heavy as if he were lifting a 1,000-pound boulder. What is this, teacher? A sense of foreboding crept into Xiao Yan's heart. Indeed, the next moment, Yao Lao grinned mischievously. This is a training weapon I forged. Its greatest feature is its incredible weight. Xiao Yin weighed the black object and confirmed it was indeed exceedingly heavy. It is quite heavy. There's more. Try carrying it on your back. Following Yao Lao's suggestion, Xiao Yin slung the Xian Zhong Qi over his shoulders. He felt a slight strain, but quickly straightened his back. Before he could fully adjust, Yao Lao swiftly moved behind him. In a split second, he struck the Xian Zhong Qi, activating it, and the weapon glimmered with strange patterns as it suddenly became even heavier. Xiao Yin instinctively began to circulate his Do Qi, only to discover that the Do Qi he had just mastered was inexplicably obscure, making it exceedingly difficult to operate. Damn it! Xiao Yin couldn't help but curse, only to feel the weight of the Xian Zhong Qi press him down further. Blushing, he swiftly restrained his breath and awkwardly lifted his body. This precious item possessed another significant feature. It could suppress the Do Qi within one's body. How's that for a surprise? Old Yao chuckled mischievously. It was impossible for him to be esteemed in this lifetime, so he could only tease Xiao Yin occasionally for entertainment. Observing old Yao's ungracious demeanor, Zhang Tian sighed. Though he understood that the teacher was doing this for Xiao Yan's benefit, it truly appeared as if he was merely mocking him. Xiao kid, why do you seem so distracted? Old Yao suddenly inquired. Although Zhang Tian had only momentarily lost focus, it did not escape old Yao's keen perception. Logically, Zhang Tian should not have any worries weighing on his mind. No, it's just that there are matters I may need to attend to outside. This time, I might be away for quite a while, perhaps even beyond the borders of the Jiama Empire. Zhang Tian felt a headache coming on. His impending departure would indeed be lengthy, and it might entail some complications, considering the distance he had to cover. Only upon reaching the Do Zun level would traveling become somewhat easier, allowing one to tear through space. Old Yao nodded. Although Zhang Tian's sudden decision to leave was unexpected, it was also somewhat reasonable. After all, at Zhang Tian's level of cultivation, with few attachments, it was rare for someone not to venture out into the world. Zhang Tian was too old and aware of his inability to break through, coupled with the need to protect the royal family, while Yun bore the heavy responsibility of being the sect leader of the Yunlan sect. What was unforeseen was how soon this day had arrived. Master, you are leaving? Xiao Yin, carrying the Xian Zhong Qi, had gradually adapted and now showed a hint of reluctance upon hearing of Zhang Tian's departure. It's all right. I will ask Sect Leader Yun Yun to look after you. Just as you are about to reach the 8-star Do Shi, we can withdraw the engagement. Zhang Tian smiled as he ruffled Xiao Yan's hair, reminiscing how this farce had come about due to Na Lan Yin Rant's immaturity. If Na Lan Jia and Na Lan Xiao had conducted themselves properly, even if they were to call off the engagement, they would have discussed it thoroughly with Xiao Zhan, waiting for him to take the initiative to dissolve it, rather than simply showing up to break it off. Indeed, I once stated, do not underestimate the youth's poverty. A year has passed, and I have transformed beyond recognition. Initially, Xiao Yan was somewhat reluctant to go to the Yunlan sect, but upon mentioning the annulment of the engagement, his interest was piqued. He then reflected with a hint of nostalgia. If I had been an 8-star Do Shi a year ago, rather than a mere 5-stage Do Chi, who would have dared to look down upon me? Old Yao scoffed derisively, responding, if you had been a Do Shi back then, those who could belittle you would include the Great Do Shi, the Do Ling, the Do Wang, the Do Huang, the Do Zong, the Do Zun, and even the Do Sheng. Oh, and not to forget the Do Di. Chapter 23. Na Lan Yin Ran. I have come to annul the engagement. I will remain for half a month. During this time, I'll train alongside Old Yao. You will need to spar with various third-stage magical beasts, and remember, you must not kill them. This arrangement had been previously discussed between Zhang Tian and Old Yao. By refraining from killing the same magical beast, one could more directly observe progress. During this period, once you defeat a magical beast, I will concoct some body-enhancing elixirs to assist in your recovery, but only post-battle. Consuming pills during combat is strictly prohibited. Old Yao floated over, adopting a serious demeanor as he addressed Xiao Yan with unusual earnestness. Understood, Xiao Yan replied, although he felt his Do Qi being suppressed. Every circulation within his body made both his Do Qi and physique slightly stronger and more resilient, even if just a little. In that case, let's commence immediately. Old Yao nodded in approval, then led Xiao Yan in search of third-stage magical beasts. Before long, under Old Yao's perception of spiritual energy, they located their target, a third-stage fire salamander, measuring a full 10 feet in length, dwelling near a volcano, its forked tongue dripping with molten lava like a lizard. This creature fed on volcanic magma, emanating an extraordinarily terrifying heat and strong fire poison. Be cautious not to be struck by its tongue, Zhang Tian warned. Xiao Yan nodded, laboriously lifting the heavy Xian Zhong Qi, feeling its weight. Yet it inexplicably instilled a sense of safety within him. By the way, Xiao Yan. Zhang Tian opened his mouth, then hesitated, initially intending to teach Xiao Yan the Han Hai seal. But upon recalling that this high-tier local Do technique could not be utilized without the strength of a Do Wang, he abandoned the thought. Xiao Yan seemed oblivious, steadily advancing towards the fire salamander, his Do Qi evidently disturbing the creature. The fire salamander suddenly sprang into action, climbing the surrounding terrain. Watching the fire salamander scale the volcano's slope like a gecko, Xiao Yan felt a moment of helplessness, realizing that the Xian Zhong Qi was too heavy for him to ascend this incline. Roar! The fire salamander surveyed its surroundings, seemingly recognizing no threats. Only a mere Do Shi youngster. With a fierce glint in its eyes, it unleashed a primal ferocity, leaping towards Xiao Yan like a tiger, pouncing on its prey. Huh! Xiao Yan grunted, raising the Xian Zhong Qi as if swinging a door, smashing it down upon the fire salamander's head. The impact sent the creature crashing into a pile of rubble, while Xiao Yan staggered back several steps, his body trembling. Had it not been for the body-refining elixir fortifying his physique, he would have likely coughed up blood from that blow. Pale-faced, he struggled with the immense force dealt by the fire salamander. The fire salamander erupted from the debris, its body radiating intense heat, scorching the surrounding flora to a sickly yellow. Its massive tail swung toward Xiao Yan, striking the Xian Zhong Qi with a force that sent pain coursing through his arm, making it feel as though his limbs were on the verge of breaking. Yet Xiao Yan possessed tenacity. With a fierce punch, an 8 extremes crash, he struck the exposed waist of the fire salamander, creating a dent in its tough skin. However, the recoil caused his arm to fracture under the pressure. Hiss! The searing pain tore through his nerves. Yet, as the fire salamander's maw, filled with the stench of heat and sulfur, lunged toward him, Xiao Yan hastily raised the Xian Zhong Qi in defense. This was a battle he could not win. Zhang Tian scrutinized the situation. Indeed, the fire salamander's combat prowess was formidable. Without the strength of a 3-star Great Do Shi, one would likely find it impossible to contend with it. In the ensuing battle, Xiao Yan found himself in a dire predicament, his body battered, clothes tattered, and scorched wounds littering his skin from the fire salamander's intense heat. Panting heavily, he struggled to circulate his Do Qi, which felt increasingly elusive. During another clash, the fire salamander sent him flying, causing the Xian Zhongqi to slip from his grasp. Xiao Yin barely managed to prop himself up, blood spilling from his mouth as he formed seals with his hands. The energies of heaven and earth began to grow fervent, coalescing into two flames, one purple and one green, in his palms. The fifth-stage magical beast, the Valley Spirit Snake, summoned the Spirit Fire, while the sixth-stage magical beast, the Amethyst Wing Lion King, brought forth the purple fire. The two flames flickered, drawing upon Xiao Yan's Do Qi, swelling and extending their fiery tails in the wind. Enough, Xiao Yan, you have lost, Zhang Tian remarked, stepping in front of him. The energies of the world materialized into a colossal hand that seized the fire salamander, immobilizing it. The Xian Zhongqi failed to suppress the Do Qi effectively. You have lost, Old Yao echoed as he floated nearby. Xiao Yan opened his mouth, feeling immensely reluctant, but ultimately dispersed the two beast flames in his hands. I will train doubly hard, he stated resolutely. Zhang Tian nodded. Then let us proceed with honing your combat skills. I will suppress my strength to the level of a 3-star Do Shi. The esteemed teacher, let us commence. Zhang Tian, without hesitation, brandished the longing spear. Wait a moment. Teacher, Xiao Yan interjected, his desire for survival surging as he witnessed Zhang Tian wielding the spear, instantly rendering him apprehensive. What is the matter? Zhang Tian inquired, taken aback by Xiao Yan's demeanor. Teacher, please be cautious, don't accidentally pierce me, Xiao Yan whispered anxiously, observing Zhang Tian's expression and the stern gaze of Yao Lao beside him. Fear not, I have it under control, Zhang Tian assured, nodding in understanding before launching an assault on Xiao Yan. Attempting to defend himself, Xiao Yan was sent flying with a mere couple of clashes. With his mastery of the quick gun technique, Zhang Tian's skills were advancing daily. Your combat skills are woefully inadequate, though the Xian Zhongqi is heavy. It excels in both offense and defense, Zhang Tian lamented, shaking his head as Xiao Yan, undeterred, charged forward. However, sheer bravado would not enhance his combat prowess. Within 3 exchanges, Zhang Tian easily disarmed him of the Xian Zhongqi with a single thrust. For half a day, Xiao Yan endured relentless onslaughts, making minimal progress due to Zhang Tian's overwhelming speed. Abandon your sight. Use your soul and spirit to perceive the enemy's movements, Zhang Tian suddenly thought, imparting the principles of using qi to manipulate the sword to Xiao Yan. A tremor coursed through Xiao Yan's heart, as if he had grasped something profound yet elusive. With a horizontal thrust of a longing spear, an attack that once seemed indistinct was now partially discerned, allowing him to narrowly evade the strike. Over the subsequent half-month, Xiao Yan engaged in battles against various third-tier magical beasts and sparred with Zhang Tian, making significant strides. Without resorting to beast fire, he could now suppress a third-tier Do Master with the strength of a 7th-tier Do Master, and he had begun to grasp the subtlety of the 8 extremes collapses hidden energy. Regrettably, the technique of capturing an enemy's movements through spiritual awareness yielded no progress over the past half-month. Despite having succeeded once, he found himself at a standstill. Today, Xiao Yan and Zhang Tian concluded their training early. Let us change and head to the Yunlan sect, Xiao Yan nodded, having awaited this day for half a month, immersed in the intoxicating thrill of enhancing his strength. Now he could exchange dozens of moves with Zhang Tian, occasionally even managing a counterattack. After half an hour, Zhang Tian, with his Do Qi transformed into wings, soared through the sky with Xiao Yan. Although Xiao Yan appeared composed, his excitement and exhilaration betrayed his calm facade. The commotion caused by Zhang Tian was unmistakable. However, he paid no heed to the disciples and elders of the Yunlan sect and proceeded directly to the place where Yun Yun was attending to matters on Yunlan Mountain. After engaging in conversation for a while, Yun Yun regarded Zhang Tian with curiosity. Since her retreat, the second elder had been absent from the Yunlan sect for over half a month, and she wondered what had brought him back this time. This matter shall be conveyed by another. Zhang Tian smiled at her inquisitiveness. Yun Yun paused, a sense of foreboding instinctively creeping into her heart. Sect leader Yun, I have come to annul our engagement. The calm yet youthful voice resonated, making Zhang Tian's smile radiate even more brightly. Upon hearing this proclamation, Yun Yun's expression darkened, her beautiful eyes reflecting incredulity as she gazed at Zhang Tian. Is this the will of the second elder? Zhang Tian slightly shook his head, but Yun Yun's gaze fell upon the young figure approaching, causing her to tremble as if she had witnessed something extraordinary. 8-star Dome Master. Chapter 24. You and I are not of the same world. Such terror. Yun Yun gasped, her astonishment evident as she beheld Zhang Tian, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back, unreservedly shocked. Xiao Yan's talent was indeed formidable, yet he was merely slightly superior to Nalan Yanran. How could they have progressed a whole realm apart in just a year? Little did she know that while Zhang Tian had acted, Yao Lao's contributions were equally significant. Nalan Yanran, standing behind the door, was momentarily stunned, her body shaking as if her soul had been stripped away. Xiao Yan. Nalan Yanran trembled slightly, gazing at the tall and handsome young genius before her. The contrast between his current spirited demeanor and his former defiance starkly apparent. Nalan Yanran? Xiao Yan glanced over, noticing her attire now adorned with the insignia of a five-star dome master. His surprise evident as he nodded before returning his attention to Yun Yun. Sect leader Yun, I must implore my teacher. Observing how Xiao Yan disregarded her entirely, Nalan Yanran felt a pang in her heart, her mouth opening in a futile attempt to speak as a sense of sorrow and regret washed over her, overshadowing her recent joy of breaking through to a six-star dome master. Yun Yun's heart ached upon witnessing her disciple's state, her probing gaze shifting toward Zhang Tian. The children seemed to get along quite well. Now they appear quite compatible, second elder. She had lost her authoritative demeanor as sect leader, appearing instead as though she were advocating for her disciples' aspirations. Xiao Yan's appearance was commendable, and his talent and tenacity were remarkable, undoubtedly. Nalan Yanran's best fate lay with him, especially considering their engagement. I cannot decide on this matter. Zhang Tian raised his hand, feigning helplessness, yet his eyes sparkled with amusement. Sighing internally, Yun Yun could not help but inquire, why can't you decide? A teacher is akin to a father for life. In matters of marriage, parents take the lead. As long as the second elder is willing, they could wed once Yanran comes of age next year. Sect leader Yun, this is a conversation between you and me, not between my teacher and me. Xiao Yan felt a surge of indignation. Yun Yun, the elder woman, had consistently overlooked him, attempting to unilaterally dictate his marriage. If I were a Do Huang at this moment, would you dare not regard me as an equal in our discourse? Xiao Yan's heart simmered with anger. These two had never considered his feelings. Should Nalan Yanran choose to disregard her marital vows in the future, I, Xiao Yan, shall visit sect leader Yun to request the annulment of our engagement. Hearing his resolute declaration, Nalan Yanran felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Nalan, you are exceptional, but we are not of the same world. Xiao Yan's words were delivered with an unsettling calmness, devoid of mockery. Yet it was this very tranquility that caused Nalan Yanran great distress. Indeed, the Yunlan sect wielded immense power, and Yun Yun was formidable as a Do Huang. Yet Nalan Yanran and I were simply not of the same realm. Nalan Yanran was engulfed in regret and reluctance, extending her hand adorned with an exquisite jade bracelet to caress Xiao Yan's face, only to retract it as if jolted by an electric shock, tears brimming in her beautiful eyes. Perhaps there once existed a genuine love. This six-tier magic core, along with the accompanying purple crystal source that sect leader Yun entrusted me to find, shall serve as compensation for this absurd affair. Zhang Tian retrieved a purple glowing magic core and a piece of purple accompanying crystal source from his spatial ring. We're not like the Yunlan sect, wealthy yet unwilling to part with resources. Zhang Tian smiled enigmatically, leaving Yun Yun feeling somewhat awkward. That said, I shall return when Xiao Yan breaks through to Dome Master to make use of the life and death gate. Xiao Yan's tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. It was curious that others found it strange that he merely treated her in the same manner, yet she could not bear it. The life and death gate. Nalan Yanran paused in sorrow, as if she had grasped something elusive. Teacher, what is the life and death gate? After Xiao Yan and Zhang Tian departed, Nalan Yanran, as if seizing hope, turned to Yun Yun and inquired. The life and death gate is a forbidden area of our Yunlan sect. Yun Yun sighed, resigned to explain. What does Xiao Yan intend to do in our Yunlan sect's forbidden area? Nalan Yanran pressed on, her demeanor causing Yun Yun great heartache. Alas, Yun Yun parted her lips, recounting the events of the past. The second elder agreed to teach you until you become a Dome Master, in exchange for Xiao Yan's opportunity to enter the life and death gate for cultivation. The second elder agreed to mentor me? A glimmer of hope ignited within Nalan Yanran. I still have a chance. Master, I wish to give it another try. I, too, aspire to enter the gate of life and death. A glimmer of determination flickered in Nalan Yanran's eyes as she yearned to join Xiao Yan in his cultivation within the gate. Very well, I shall grant you this wish. But first, you must break through to the great Dome Master. Yun Yun sighed softly, nodding in agreement. At this moment, Nalan Yanran had developed a fondness for Xiao Yan, which presented an opportunity for the Yunlan sect. That disciple shall visit the second elder tomorrow. Nailin Yinran wiped away her tears, preparing to gather her belongings. Alas, go on. Yun nodded, feeling a sense of confusion herself. Although the second elder usually presented a gentle demeanor, he could be remarkably ruthless when it came to his disciples. Nailin Yinran departed, leaving Yun alone in the grand hall, sighing deeply. How do you feel? Zhang Tian smiled slightly. Observing that Xiao Yin was exceedingly pleased with his recent visit to the Yunlan sect, having rescinded the engagement with the sect's young master in front of the sect leader. Although Zhang Tian and Xiao Yin had maintained a low profile throughout this affair, with only the 4 parties involved being aware of it, it was nonetheless quite gratifying. Master. Xiao Yin chuckled, his mood buoyant, turning his gaze toward Zhang Tian. Thank you, Master. Without you, I would merely be a young master of a small clan in Wutan City, leading a life of mediocrity or hardships. However, your presence has paved the way for my journey, allowing me to witness landscapes that surpass the mundane and transcend empires, enabling me to venture further. Endowed with greater strength and a brighter future, you have imparted so much to me, not only in the realms of cultivation and combat techniques, but also in navigating the complexities of life. Regardless of the circumstances, you have steadfastly stood by my side, serving as my unwavering support. When I initially proposed to annul the engagement in favor of Yun, you even fought on her behalf. Hey, foolish boy. What nonsense are you spouting? Zhang Tian laughed heartily, ruffling Xiao Yan's hair. Xiao Yan, feeling slightly embarrassed by the affectionate gesture, looked at Zhang Tian and remarked, Master, you have always regarded me as your own child, haven't you? Upon saying this, a broader smile emerged on Xiao Yan's face, revealing a hint of his tiger-like tooth. Zhang Tian paused momentarily, rubbing his chin in contemplation. It does seem that way, but speaking of which, you were remarkable today. Zhang Tian burst into laughter, playfully tousling Xiao Yan's hair. Their time spent together had seemingly forged a bond, complicating matters for Zhang Tian in the future. Master, how old are you? 18 plus 23, That makes 24, so roughly around 40 years old. Do I have a master wife? In the past 23 years, I haven't even touched a woman. In the first 18, there were a few, with the peak being 2 at once. Impressive. So, do I have junior brothers or sisters? Indeed, in due time they'll come. What about their names? How about I choose? Step aside. I've already given it thought. My eldest son shall be named Xianyuan Dogdan, and my second son shall be called Muron Desai. As the second elder, Zhang Tian resided in a separate dwelling atop Yunlan Mountain, a modest abode adjacent to the bustling training grounds. He didn't mind the proximity. If he desired solitude, he could retreat to his seclusion chamber, but overall, it was certainly more comfortable than the Xiao family's quarters. Knock, knock, knock. Second elder, are you there? Nailin Yinran's voice echoed from outside the door. Zhang Tian paused momentarily, setting aside the map he had been studying, which depicted a vast desert crisscrossed with winding red routes. Come in, he replied. With a soft creak, Nailin Yinran cautiously opened the door, her expression tinged with anxiety as she stepped into the room. Her large, dark eyes scanned the surroundings but found no sign of Xiao Yan. Why are you clutching a blanket? Zhang Tian chuckled at Nailin Yinran's demeanor, bemused by how the once proud daughter of heaven had become so timid. Second elder. Master summoned me to seek your guidance. Nailin Yinran spoke timidly, feeling immense pressure in the presence of Xiao Yan's mentor, thus throwing Yun under the bus. Oh, is that so? Zhang Tian furrowed his brow, then nodded in acknowledgement. Second elder, you? Observing Zhang Tian's reluctance, Nailin Yinran's heart sank, and she hesitated, fear creeping into her voice. Seeing her state, Zhang Tian's face broke into a warm smile. He had envisioned numerous scenarios. From Nailin Yinran being infuriated and resentful after the annulment to her becoming absorbed in rigorous training. However, it appeared that she had developed feelings for Xiao Yan, which was rather intriguing, considering their prior engagement. In a few days, I shall accompany your teacher to the Tagore Desert. Time may be tight. Zhang Tian chuckled, reflecting on how impressive Xiao Yan was. Though he found it difficult to articulate his admiration, perhaps it was true that girls were drawn to strength and beauty. Nonetheless, since I have given my word to your teacher, I shall not go back on it. Glancing at the somewhat anxious Nailin Yinran, Zhang Tian smiled reassuringly. You need not fear me. For this month, consider me your instructor. Well, it's somewhat vexing to delay for you, but let us consider it compensation for the annulment. Zhang Tian concluded with a light-hearted jest at the young girl's expense. Let me see where my accompanying purple crystal source has gone. Ah, found it. Zhang Tian rummaged through a spatial ring and finally unearthed a piece of the purple crystal source, no smaller than the one he had given Yun earlier. Isn't this for the master? Nailin Yinran pointed her delicate finger at the accompanying purple crystal source. Her curiosity piqued. It's merely a small shard, Zhang Tian dismissed nonchalantly. Then turned to Nailin Yinran, inquiring curiously, you don't genuinely believe that you are worth a 6-tier magic core and a complete purple crystal source, do you? Nailin Yinran's face flushed with embarrassment, her heart brimming with frustration, nearly causing her to retch. What an absurd analogy. This accompanying purple crystal source holds great significance for you. It can accelerate your cultivation and even enhance your innate talents. Zhang Tian tapped the purple crystal source, pondering whether to ask Yao Lao for assistance in refining it, enabling Nailin Yinran to swiftly break through to the Great Dome Master and send her on her way. After some thought, he ultimately abandoned the idea, considering that Xiao Yin still possessed a substantial piece. It would be better for Yao Lao to handle it, and once they retrieve the Green Lotus Earth Heartfire, Xiao Yin's breakthrough to Do Ling would likely be assured. The fragment given to Nailin Yinran was approximately 1/10 of Xiao Yan's, and one had to commend Yun Yun for managing to extract it from him. What was the point of overshadowing the protagonist? Nurturing the protagonist, becoming the protagonist's support. That was what truly brought satisfaction. Zhang Tian mused inwardly, relishing this phase of his transmigration. Oh, it seems I also have a batch of Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid. It was concocted by an old fellow and should be just right for you. Zhang Tian contemplated, glancing at Nailin Yinran's 6-star Do practitioner level, feeling that perhaps he could afford to be generous with the dosage. I shall step out for a moment, Zhang Tian informed Nailin Yinran, gesturing for her to wait, and then exited the room. Approximately 15 minutes later, Zhang Tian returned with a large wooden basin filled with clear water, placing it in the center of the room. From his robes, he produced a light green jade vial, brimming with a verdant liquid that exuded a potent energy. This was the Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid that Xiao Yin had once consumed. Though this liquid may not hold significant value for you, it is a unique formula from an old master that money cannot buy, certainly no less precious than a 4th-tier pill. As he poured the entire contents of the Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid into the basin, the water instantly transformed into a vibrant green, imbued with the fragrance of medicinal herbs. Remove your clothing. Just those simple words caused Nailin Yinran's face to flush crimson, her eyes darting away from Zhang Tian, yet she slowly began to unfasten her garments. As her garments slipped away, Nailin Yinran's youthful and delicate physique was revealed, clad in a sheer, pale pink undergarment that accentuated her long, fair legs. Wait. Zhang Tian halted Nailin Yinran, who was about to step into the wooden tub, with a look of confusion upon her face. He extended a finger to dip into the medicinal liquid within. The taste is rather salty. Oh, it seems the concentration of the potion is insufficient. Smacking his lips, he felt it was still lacking and retrieved another vial to pour in half its contents, nodding in approval. That should suffice. Upon hearing his words, Nailin Yinran nodded and gracefully stepped into the wooden basin. Although merely 15 years of age, she stood tall, reaching Zhang Tian's shoulder. Her complexion was as fair as snow, her skin as smooth as fine jade, and her bosom, though slightly smaller than Yun Yun's, was still impressively ample. Now, let us begin the refining of the innate purple crystal source. Zhang Tian observed the scene before him, nodding in acknowledgement. However, Nailin Yinran, despite her potential, still fell short when compared to the protagonist, Xiao Yin, struggling to settle into a meditative state, rendering the refinement of the innate purple crystal source exceedingly arduous. There may be some discomfort ahead, Zhang Tian murmured. Despite Nailin Yinran's meridians having been significantly widened under the tutelage of the Yunlan sect, the impending impact would still be excruciating. Fortunately, the foundational spirit liquid concocted by the elder medic was remarkably effective, solidifying her foundation, enhancing her aptitude, and even mending the meridians that might be damaged during the forced refinement of the innate purple crystal source. Nailin Yinran cried out in agony, her delicate face contorted, lips paling, as each inch of her body seemed to scream in torment. Perhaps the adage no pain, no gain holds true for Xiao Yin, but you are far from his caliber. Zhang Tian shook his head. The fiery attribute techniques were inherently more violent, empowering the ability to refine various energies, whereas Nailin Yinran's wind attribute techniques, though swift and gentle, considerably lacked in their effectiveness to recover from self-inflicted injuries. Has her master not imparted the true legacy of the Yunlan sect for you to cultivate? Zhang Tian inquired with a semblance of smile. It seems the sect possesses a high-level Xian class or low-level Earth class technique for cultivation. And not yet. Nailin Yinran gritted her teeth and shook her head. Though she was a disciple of Yun Yun, Her position as the young sect master would require her to reach at least the Great Dome Master level to be confirmed. Very well, I must take my leave now. You will refine here. The effects of the foundational spirit liquid will last for several hours. If you diligently cultivate, after refining the innate purple crystal source, you shall attain the rank of Dome Master. Zhang Tian shook his head, realizing that while this might delay efficiency, he had no intention of assisting further, instead preparing to seek Yun Yun and promptly depart for the Taggart Desert. Are you really leaving, Elder? Nailin Yinran felt a pang of reluctance as she sensed the tearing energy within her, yet it surged stronger than before. My guidance this time is merely a repayment of a debt to your master. We share no further ties. Zhang Tian shook his head, having no intentions of nurturing disciples for Yun Yun. Were it not for his commitment to keeping promises, he might have ignored Nailin Yinran altogether. However, if she were to become Xiao Yan's girlfriend, she might warrant some attention. Xiao Suner possessed a beauty that surpassed Nailin Yinran. It seemed unlikely she would win his affections. Reflecting on Xiao Yan's childhood companion, Zhang Tian shook his head, stifling a chuckle. Chapter 26. The Ancient Celestial Lotus after searching for Yun Yun. Zhang Tian learned she needed 2 days to arrange her affairs before departing. Thus, he took the opportunity to acquire several maps to familiarize himself with the distribution of the Serpent People as forces. If the Green Lotus Heart Fire still existed, that would be ideal. If it had been seized by the Queen Medusa, it would have to be reclaimed. 3 days later, Yun Yun and Zhang Tian took flight, their douqi transforming into wings as they soared through the air, reaching the outskirts of the Taggart Desert after a day and a half of travel. The small town, bustling with mercenaries and traders, was alive with activity as they replenished supplies. Yet, Zhang Tian understood that beneath the seemingly peaceful facade of the town lay countless evils. Daylight concealed the darkness that thrived under the moonlight. In addition to the itinerant merchants profiting from trading goods with other empires, numerous desert bandits and mercenaries lurked here, seeking to capture Serpent People slaves for human trafficking, filling every corner of the town with crime and chaos. Humans consume all living beings, yet they do not regard them as equals, signifying that while humanity does not view all creatures as sentient, neither do the ferocious beasts regard humans as equals. Survival is the uncompromising bottom line and desire for all intelligent races. Shaking his head, Zhang Tian recognized that obliterating this town would be effortless for him, and even the destruction of an empire would pose little challenge. Yet, to alter the course of the sun and moon, to rewrite the moral fabric of humanity, and to eradicate darkness from the continent was a feat even a Dou emperor could not accomplish. The prejudices in human hearts are akin to a great mountain, invisible yet ever-present. I feel as though our objective lies ahead, Zhang Tian remarked, his gaze brightening as he sensed a faint connection to the burning emperor's technique belonging to the ancient Shigu emperor, as if something were beckoning him. Over there, Zhang Tian focused intently, leading Yun Yun onward. Half a month passed. After slaying a 4th-tier desert lizard, Zhang Tian gazed up at the scorching sun in the azure sky, dotted with fluffy white clouds. The yellow sands of the Taggart Desert surged violently, with many grains reflecting the scorching light. It seems to be right beneath us. After concentrating for a quarter of an hour, Zhang Tian spoke slowly, though his tone bore a hint of uncertainty. This is the 50th time you've said that, isn't it? Yin Yin rolled her eyes. Over the past few days, Zhang Tian had sent something nearly 60 times, each instance lasting from a mere incense stick to half an hour, yet yielding no results. The aura is too similar, Zhang Tian replied, shaking his head. Having never subdued a type of Ia, he inevitably experienced some discrepancies in his perception of the aura. Yun Yun brushed a stray lock of hair behind her ear, her lips forming a slight pout. How much longer must we wait? Leaving the Yunlan sect for half a month without reason is unprecedented. I've been worried about Yinran. I asked you to help her cultivate, and instead, you left her in the sect. Zhang Tian rubbed his temples, recognizing that this was indeed uncharacteristic of Yun Yun. As for Nailin Yinran, he was not overly concerned. As long as she dedicated herself to her training, upon returning, she would undoubtedly reach the 9-star Dou fighter rank, if not the Dou master level. This EO was crucial for Xiao Yan, serving as a significant boost for his breakthrough to Dou Ling truthfully. Zhang Tian was reluctant to relinquish it. After all, his next target for EO was the Fallen Heart Flame, which could not be obtained without the Dozun realm. Zhang Tian could not enroll as a student at the Jianan Academy, especially with the Inner Court's Grand Elder Su Qian and the other elders possessing formidable strength. It seemed he would have to facilitate Xiao Yan's entry into the Yunlan sect, allowing him to collaborate with the Elder Medic to secure the Fallen Heart Flame. Zhang Tian sighed, acknowledging that not allowing Xiao Yin to join the Yunlan sect had indeed been a wise decision. Perhaps he could arrange for Xiao Yin and the elder medic to obtain the fallen heart flame while he devised other plans. Another thought crossed his mind. The elder medic possessed a bone spirit cold fire, which was relatively stable and could be devoured by Xiao Yin once he reached the Dowang level. All right, enough of that. Let us descend and take a look. Though he held little hope, Zhang Tian nonetheless landed on the ground. Is the sand here unusually firm? Zhang Tian's expression brightened. In the vast desert, it was uncommon to encounter hard-packed sand, which typically was quite loose. A wave of his hand sent a ripple across the surface, and the ground suddenly split open, revealing a lengthy tunnel, with an avalanche of sand cascading into it. Just as I suspected, only a surface with a hole could be hard, for if it were loose sand, it would flow into the opening and seal it. After traversing just a few dozen steps into the tunnel, Zhang Tian felt an intensity of heat and pressure that surpassed even that of the outside desert. It seemed he was indeed on the right track. Zhang Tian gradually stepped into the cave entrance, where he was met by a vast underground magma chamber, teeming with rivers of molten rock and a striking lake of lava. This lake spanned thousands of meters, its molten surface roiling and occasionally erupting, sending forth a multitude of bubbles and splashes of magma. The cavern was saturated with a potent aura of fire energy, each inhalation scorching his lungs. He should have brought medicine, he mused, but decided to rely on his own fighting spirit. Shaking his head, Zhang Tian felt a surge of confidence in the Emperor's flame technique, and with a single leap, he plunged into the molten lake. I'll dive down to investigate. Stay up here. I'm concerned we might encounter Queen Medusa. If that happens, I'll hold her off while you seize the Blue Lotus Heartfire, he called back to Yun Yun. Blue Lotus Heartfire? So this is the extraordinary flame we seek. Yun Yun nodded in understanding, acknowledging that she lacked the means to tame such a flame, thus feeling no temptation. Rare flames are treasures coveted by alchemists. Even a powerhouse like Gu Yuan had not mastered any flame besides the Golden Emperor's blazing flame, a testament to the latter's heritage as a fire of the ancient clans. As he submerged in the lake of lava, Zhang Tian still felt the heat. Though the protective barrier of the Emperor's flame technique worked exceptionally well, continuously refining the surrounding fire energy into strands of fighting spirit that replenished his body. A two-headed fire serpent? At the depths of the magma lake, Zhang Tian spotted a fire serpent coiled and resting, its massive heads exhaling molten rock as its feeding method. Had it not noticed him, Zhang Tian extended his hands, feeling as if he had merged with the surrounding magma. Approaching the two-headed fire serpent, it finally became aware of his presence, letting out a gentle roar, displaying a strangely human-like expression. What is that peculiar little thing? The serpent wondered, intrigued by Zhang Tian's aura, which closely resembled the magma it typically consumed. Little one, be still for a moment, Zhang Tian said with a slight smile. As a massive molten hand grasped the serpent's colossal heads, rendering it unable to struggle. Hissing, the two-headed fire serpent felt an overwhelming pressure, as if confronted by a sovereign of flames. It thrashed violently, emitting cries of distress, but ultimately, Zhang Tian cast it aside onto the shore. I'll take a look. It's quite a distance. As he submerged deeper into the magma lake, Zhang Tian's sensing ability sharpened, capturing the unique aura of the Blue Lotus Heartfire. With the explosive force of a combat emperor's fighting spirit, he pushed through layers of magma, descending further into the depths where the temperature escalated to an almost scalding warmth. At this moment, Zhang Tian was awestruck by a towering azure lotus, swaying gracefully, adorned with countless blossoms and floating lotus seeds, while a fierce blue flame blazed atop it. Unlike the ferocity of the purple crystal-winged Lion King, the Blue Lotus Heartfire was crystalline and exquisite, resembling a flawless jade artifact. As if sculpted by the hands of an artist, Zhang Tian could not help but marvel at the wonders of nature. Who has witnessed a lotus several meters high, unfurling in such splendor? Who could fathom such a spectacle beneath the earth? Though merely a Blue Lotus Heartfire, the energy it contained surpassed that of even a combat sovereign. Its might formidable. This Blue Lotus Heartfire had been nurtured for a millennium. Zhang Tian shook his head, preparing to pluck it. Yet, the Emperor's flame technique surged uncontrollably, and the flame square began to tremble. Suddenly, Zhang Tian found himself transported across time and space to an ancient era, where a colossal blue lotus, towering dozens of meters, continued to grow, eventually reaching heights of several hundred meters. Surrounding, it was a magma expanse thousands of meters wide. As the ages passed, a fierce crimson flame intruded, incinerating the space it traversed, distorting light, and upon its arrival, The Blue Lotus Heartfire sensed immense pressure, a disparity in levels. To avoid being consumed, the two forces instinctively clashed, magma surged, and lava erupted. That battle shattered the subterranean realm, ultimately leading to the absorption of the Blue Lotus Heartfire's essence. Unwilling to succumb, a massive azure fire lotus erupted, enveloping the heavens, and with a momentary flourish, an unfathomable might erupted, transforming the fertile lands within miles into desolate wasteland, barren for millennia. The vision froze at the moment before the Blue Lotus Heartfire exploded, the colossal lotus spinning gracefully, tendrils of flame twisting through the void, seemingly harboring immense vitality. One flame withered, leaving only destruction in its wake. In the boundless azure sky, a single lotus. Chapter 27. The Dragon's Spear Slays the Serpent King. How terrifying! Was this the Blue Lotus Heartfire from tens of thousands of years ago? Zhang Tian could not help but lick his lips. Even in the illusion, the colossal azure fire lotus radiated heat. Was that the imperial flame? Indeed, it exuded unparalleled majesty, incinerating the heavens, recalling the terrifying power of that imperial flame, which had overwhelmed the Blue Lotus Heartfire upon its appearance. Zhang Tian felt a shiver. As the Emperor's flame technique ceased to tremble, the illusion shattered like glass before him, forcing Zhang Tian to instinctively retreat a few steps as the ground crumbled beneath him. In an instant, he found himself back within the subterranean magma. The 9-meter-high azure lotus still gently quivering, absorbing the rich fire energy around it, nurturing a celestial flame. The Blue Lotus Heartfire was within his grasp. Zhang Tian beamed with excitement as he reached for the azure flame atop the lotus. The azure flame seemed threatened, the blooming Blue Lotus Heartfire resembling a flower, its temperature distorting the space around it, on the verge of unleashing terrifying power. Zhang Tian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a formidable pull emanating from his palms, exerting a suppressive force that firmly restrained the Blue Lotus Heartfire. Tendrils of energy continuously tore and entwined around its essence. The once swaying flames flickered slightly before Zhang Tian grasped them in his hand. The temperature, capable of warping space, now felt non-existent. Subdued under the might of the Emperor's flame technique and the flame square, behaving as a docile lamb, devoid of any violent essence of celestial flame. He successfully suppressed the Blue Lotus Heartfire into the flame square, with a 19th pillar, representing the Blue Lotus Heartfire, glowed with a radiant azure light. This venture had culminated in success. Zhang Tian's smile widened, his fist lightly clenched, tendrils of flame entwining around it. The splitting wave's seal, enveloped in azure flames, struck the surface of the magma ahead, erupting like a volcano, sending forth waves across the lava lake. Though it was a water attribute fighting technique, it felt as if he had unleashed a fire attribute technique. The Blue Lotus Heartfire intensified the power of the fiery imprint, daunting even to the combat sovereigns. I've kept you waiting. With a quick adjustment of his slightly disheveled appearance, Zhang Tian cast an apologetic glance at Yun. It's no trouble at all. I never anticipated the second elder could be so charming. Yun replied with a radiant smile, seemingly curious about Zhang Tian's transformation. Not at all. I'm simply in high spirits, Zhang Tian replied, though he couldn't suppress a grin. It appeared the second elder had succeeded. After all, the Blue Lotus Heartfire was an extraordinary flame that countless alchemists coveted. Even Yun could not help but express her admiration. Enough said. I've received news that Queen Medusa is also searching for extraordinary flames. We should return, Zhang Tian suggested. Though he felt no fear of Queen Medusa after acquiring the Blue Lotus Heartfire, she no longer posed any threat. That fearsome Queen Medusa. Yun felt a tightening in her heart. Although the terrifying presence of Medusa might affect her less than others, she still harbored an overwhelming apprehension towards her. Uncertain of Yun's level, I have designated her as a 3-star Do Emperor to avoid any contention. Meanwhile, in a remote town at the fringes of the Tagore Desert, a woman clad in green seemed to be searching for something, her gaze drawn towards the distant desert, inexplicably stirring a sense of resonance within her. With her emerald serpentine eyes, she pondered, could it be that the Baishi San Hua Miao is located within the Tagore Desert? Biting her lip, she began to entertain thoughts. If the serpent people reside in the Tagore Desert, it is indeed plausible that the Baishi San Hua Miao could be found there. Gritting her teeth, the green-clad woman transformed her Do Chi into wings and soared into the sky, resembling a shooting star streaking across the heavens. This woman was undeniably a formidable Do Emperor. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted from a distant forest near the town as a massive shadow suddenly ascended, hurtling toward the desert in close pursuit of the green-clad woman, its colossal form casting a shadow over the ground of the Tagore Desert. The beast's elongated body resembled that of a gigantic serpent, crowned with a spiraled black horn that emitted a faint purple glow, clearly harboring a lethal poison, and adorned with 8 wings tinged with black and purple. On the other side, Zhang Tian, accompanied by Yun Yun and wielding the green lotus earthfire, soared through the skies, observing the scenery below as it receded. The endless yellow sands danced in the air, and a surge of green dough chi rose from the ground, reminiscent of a jade gemstone sinking into the sands. What is that? Yun Yun observed the figures below, feeling an inexplicable sense of trepidation at this unfamiliar dough chi. Zhang Tian displayed a hint of astonishment. The sensation of this dough chi was peculiar, leading him to harbor vague speculations. This bloodline, while inferior to Gusuner's dough emperor bloodline, it was not significantly so. The dark green dough chi could be the Yinwan toxic body? Unable to decipher further, Zhang Tian decided to fly directly towards the source of this dough chi. The fluctuations were not particularly strong, barely reaching the level of a great dough master. Yet there was a unique quality in its bloodline. Upon arriving, Zhang Tian discovered a small girl unconscious on the desert. Yet she was not the little healer he had envisioned, but rather a girl clad in green garments. Is this Qinglin? Gazing at the girl lying on the ground, Zhang Tian was astonished. Was fate truly this wondrous? Why would he encounter this little girl here? It seemed she bore the bloodline of the serpent people. Yun Yun also took a glance, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke with slightly parted lips, and a trace of sympathy appeared on her face. She was not a naive leader. She was aware of the sordid affairs between human mercenaries and the serpent people. All right, someone is approaching. You protect her and take her to the Cloud Mist sect. I will deal with these enemies in return. Zhang Tian furrowed his brow, using his doqi to gently lower Qinglin into Yun Yun's embrace. Be cautious. Yun Yun hesitated. Sensing 2 powerful presences rapidly approaching with fierce intent, she contemplated voicing her thoughts. It was clearly imprudent to confront 2 dough emperors for the sake of an unknown little girl. However, observing Zhang Tian draw out his ice blue dragon spear, the determination in his eyes rendered her silent. Leave quickly, otherwise it will become troublesome. Zhang Tian feared encountering Queen Medusa again. If that would happen, it would be difficult for Yun Yun to extricate herself. Nodding, she agreed to assist in taking away the young girl, as it was a trivial matter and did not require her to face 2 dough emperors. Where is she? The aura has vanished. It's fading. No, the girl has left. The woman in green swiftly arrived above the spot where Yun Yun had just been, her previously darkened expression deepening into a scowl. With a swift motion, Zhang Tian soared upwards like an arrow released from its bow, approaching the green-clad woman and thrusting his spear towards her. Roar! The 8-winged black serpent emperor let out a furious roar, its massive tail thrashing as it quickly pursued. In the gaze of the enraged black serpent emperor, the green-clad woman's reaction could not match the speed of Zhang Tian's assault, and in an instant, he unleashed nearly 100 thrusts. Despite her best efforts to evade, a dozen or so spears pierced her body, leaving numerous bloody holes. The woman was instantly drenched in crimson. Evidently, her physique was not as robust as that of the amethyst-winged Lion King, and she was swiftly rendered on the brink of collapse. Roar! Yet, the green-clad woman was tenacious. Knowing her life was in peril, she raised her arm, transforming it into a fearsome serpent that lunged at Zhang Tian. Serpent binding 10,000 prisoners. The woman bit her tongue, unleashing a mouthful of blood infused with potent energy and dough chi, summoning 3 serpents, each several dozen feet long, to entwine around Zhang Tian. One spear obliterated the azure serpent head, and Zhang Tian swiftly retreated. The 8-winged black serpent emperor, along with another dough emperor. Zhang Tian mused inwardly, his cold snort resonating as the green lotus earth fire coiled around his fist. He swung his fist downwards, unleashing a torrent of flames that distorted the very air, causing the void to tremble and burn. Only at the Do Zone realm could one influence space, and only upon reaching Do Zune could one tear it apart. Do Shang possessed the ability to create new realms. This strike had already achieved the might of a Do Zone, not merely a slight tremor akin to Yun Yun's wind's extreme meteor, but rather a profound impact that ignited the entire sky. The 3 azure serpents that sought to bind Zhang Tian instantly distorted and dissipated, turning into a mist of Do Chi. Whoosh! A streak of emerald flame shot past, almost surpassing thought itself. The 8-winged black serpent emperor stood dazed, only to feel a piercing pain as one of its massive wings was severed at the root. A chilling scream erupted as blood gushed forth from the wound. The severed wing falling from the sky. The phoenix cry sword returned to Zhang Tian's side, its blade entwined with wisps of green lotus earth fire, resembling delicate threads. Roar! Though in excruciating pain, the eight-winged black serpent emperor was not merely defined by a single wing. This was insufficient to diminish its combat prowess. Its eyes, filled with human-like hatred and fury, glared fiercely as it unleashed dozens of tendrils of black mist, resembling a dark dragon, towards Zhang Tian. Ho impiho, mea triflis. With a cold snort, Zhang Tian's dragon's spear shattered the void, causing the black mist to vanish without a trace. To think it has reached such a terrifying level. The eight-winged black serpent emperor spoke in human tongue, its dark eyes brimming with fear and a desire to retreat. To be capable of inflicting spatial damage was beyond what any Do emperor could contend with. The eight-winged black serpent emperor lashed its massive tail, attempting to retreat from the battlefield in a series of agile maneuvers. Zhang Tian surged forward, launching his dragon spear and swinging the phoenix cry sword downward. The spear, ablaze with green lotus earth fire, pierced through the eight-winged black serpent emperor's body, leaving behind the acrid scent of charred flesh. The phoenix cry sword unleashed a formidable sword aura, the flames cleaving through the eight-winged black serpent emperor's form, leaving it nearly severed, with only scraps of flesh connecting its halves. The eight-winged black serpent emperor's soul surged with dread. In an instant, a punch, a spear, a sword. One Do emperor lay dead while another was gravely injured. Roar! Do you truly believe you can slay this emperor? The eight-winged black serpent emperor bellowed, charging fiercely at Zhang Tian, aiming to pierce him with its sharp horn. Roar! Just before impact, the eight-winged black serpent emperor abruptly altered its tactic, raising its horn and opening its cavernous maw to devour him whole. As the sea of heaven's seal manifested, hair swirling, Zhang Tian clasped his hands together. A massive fire seal rising from the ground, expanding rapidly until it reached several dozen feet in size, striking the black serpent emperor's gaping mouth. The force of the impact sending Zhang Tian soaring through the air. Puff! The eight-winged black serpent emperor writhed in agony, its massive serpent head twisted, teeth scattered like fallen leaves, blood spraying in all directions. Roaring with ferocity, the eight-winged black serpent emperor glared at Zhang Tian, who was sent flying, its eyes ablaze with murderous intent. With a sweeping motion of its colossal tail, it ensnared Zhang Tian within its grasp. Zhang Tian clutched desperately at the serpent's tail, his muscles taut and energy surging forth, tiny flames of azure heart fire igniting upon his palms. With a resounding crack, the already battered body of the eight-winged black serpent emperor was torn asunder. A massive hand engulfed the serpent, flames licking at it as the azure heart fire consumed it, leaving only ashes in its wake. A protective barrier of energy formed around Zhang Tian, shielding him from the serpent's toxic venom, which hissed and sizzled as it attempted to corrode the barrier. The colossal hand dissipated, revealing one of the serpent's twisted horns, now limp and likely to disintegrate into nothingness with the slightest spark. Originally a deep purple, the spiral horn had transformed into a pristine white, reminiscent of mithril, perfect material for forging a formidable sword. Alas, wielding a single sword suffices for Zhang Tian, rather than conjuring a multitude. Mastering one would be swifter and more potent. Retrieving the dragon-marked spear, which had fallen into the Tagore desert, Zhang Tian's spirit stirred as he took flight. Departing from the arid expanse, the sun dipped below the horizon, and the desert, once scorching, now turned frigid under the cloak of night. The eerie calls of unknown insects echoed, and numerous magical beasts emerged, their crimson eyes glinting as they sought prey. Amidst a small mound of earth, a diminutive figure broke through the sand, resembling a tiny magical beast. Under the moonlight, a three-winged serpent-like creature gazed skyward, a nearly imperceptible horn adorning its triangular head. Finally departed, leaving this emperor in such a predicament. Once I regain my strength and evolve once more, I shall return to the Tian Snake Manor and annihilate this diminutive Gamma Empire. The voice of the three-winged black serpent, imbued with malice and fury, echoed as it cast its gaze towards Tian Snake Manor, preparing to vacate the Tagore Desert to restore its power. Little one, despite your diminutive stature, your temper remains formidable. A voice, one that instilled lifelong dread in the three-winged black serpent, reverberated through the night, causing it to freeze in place. How do you know? He. Zhang Tian shook his head, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. No, I do not know. I merely subconsciously believe you are not so easily vanquished. A flicker of green flame danced at his fingertips, landing squarely upon the three-winged black serpent. Its shrill scream was but a fleeting moment before silence reclaimed the desert. Save for the brief flicker of fire. The eight-winged black serpent emperor is indeed intriguing, Zhang Tian mused, evolving from the two-winged black serpent. Each additional pair of wings signified a leap in power. The two-winged black serpent is a uniquely gifted third-tier magical beast, with each wing signifying an elevation in rank. 4 wings denote a spirit fighter, 6 wings a spirit king, and the 8-winged black serpent emperor represents a terrifying 6-tier beast. Could there be 10-winged spirit masters, 12-winged spirit lords, 14-winged spirit saints, and would 16 wings signify a spirit emperor? Chuckling softly, Zhang Tian acknowledged that theoretically, the dual-winged black serpent indeed possesses a remarkable potential for growth, perhaps even surpassing the ancient void dragon and the celestial phoenix. However, the reality of this lineage's potential is stark. Reaching 8 wings is a monumental challenge, and surpassing 10 wings is even more daunting than a human achieving the rank of Spirit Lord. The power of the Azure Heart Fire is undeniably formidable. As Zhang Tian felt the wild energy coursing through the Azure Heart Fire in his grasp, he marveled at its ferocity, amplified with the aid of the Burning Emperor's technique, surpassing even the Azure Heart Fire consumed by Xiaoyan. The fusion of 23 unique flames in itself represents a power of Spirit Emperor caliber. Why only 23? Is there not a 24th flame? Or did even the ancient emperor fail to absorb it? This line of thought seemed plausible. If there exists another flame beyond the emperor's flame, perhaps it was originally the first on the flame ranking. If the void-devouring flame possesses the strength of a 9-star spirit saint, could this unknown flame indeed reach the level of a spirit emperor? Has it vanished alongside the ancient spirit emperors, or does it now lie dormant, hidden away? Zhang Tian pondered deeply, tugging at the Azure Heart Fire in his hand. Perhaps the Spirit Emperor's realm holds the answers I seek. Chapter 29. Caring for Qinglin as Zhang Tian ventured deeper into the Gamma Empire's territory. He finally caught up with Yun. You have returned? Upon sensing Zhang Tian's aura approaching, Yun halted her flight and turned to face him. At this moment, Qinglin had awakened and timidly followed Yun's side. Have you resolved it? Yun inquired cautiously. Yes, I was delayed a bit. An enemy possessed formidable stealth capabilities. Zhang Tian nodded, glancing at Qinglin, who cowered behind Yun, her eyes strikingly unique, imbued with an otherworldly allure. Qinglin's eyes were a vibrant green, adorned with 3 flower-like patterns resembling a kaleidoscope. At present, she had yet to activate her innate abilities and could not correctly utilize the Azure Serpent's 3 flower eyes. The Azure Serpent's 3 flower eyes are a potent bloodline ocular technique, capable of controlling numerous serpentine magical beasts. Specifically, it can dominate all serpent-like magical beasts except the devouring python and the ancient heavenly serpent, and it can even create a small spatial pocket within the eye to contain individuals or beasts, with the size of the space growing alongside her strength. What shall we do with this little girl? Shall I send her to your courtyard? Yun teased Zhang Tian, smiling warmly. Not a chance. Your disciple is already troublesome enough. In a few days, I must also instruct Xiaoyan, and I truly lack the time to care for a child. Zhang Tian promptly shook his head, preferring to devote his time to teaching Xiaoyan more combat techniques. Yet does that not render this little girl quite pitiable? Yun countered, her gaze softening as she looked at Qinglin. And do you think she wishes to wander alone? Well, perhaps you could take on another disciple. This little girl possesses an extraordinary bloodline. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Tian found it hard to abandon Qinglin to a life of solitude, especially considering the potential of the Azure Serpent's 3 flower eyes as a significant asset. Yun's expression revealed her reluctance and hesitation. Truthfully, she was not keen on accepting disciples. Very well, from this day forth, you shall be my disciple. She did not hesitate long, smiling brightly as she gently brushed Qinglin's tousled hair, offering her a warm smile. Qinglin seemed to find solace, nodding her tiny head and calming considerably. Her instincts told her that these 2 handsome figures were not malevolent. In her heart, little Qinglin mused, though the big brother appears rather aloof, he seems quite decent. Perhaps he simply does not wish to converse with me? Finally, we can return home. Yun suddenly stretched her body, revealing a satisfied smile. After being away from the Gamma Empire for so long, she found it profoundly disorienting. Your cultivation speed is somewhat lacking. Zhang Tian observed Yun's 3-star Spirit Emperor level with a shake of his head, amusement playing upon his features. By the way, how old are you? Are you in your 30s or 40s? It seemed a thought struck him, and he deliberately teased her, creating some distance between them. You scoundrel! Do you not know it is rather odd to inquire about such things? I, the sect leader, am a genius. How could I possibly take 40 years? Yin Yun's delicate face flushed with a rosy hue, and she furiously directed her wrath towards Zhang Tian, completely devoid of the dignity befitting a sect leader. Her fierce gaze seemed to burn with an intense fire, fixated on him. Ah, how time flies. I recall joining the Yunlan sect as a mere 4-star doling, and now I stand as an 8-star Do Huang, while you remain a mere 3-star Do Huang. Zhang Tian appeared to be admiring the scenery, yet his peripheral vision remained acutely attuned to the fluctuations of Yin Yun's expressions. Indeed, almost in the next moment, her petite fist clenched tightly, radiating an aura that suggested she was on the verge of a violent outburst. What a travesty! How could there be an 8-star Do Huang among us? This is utterly unreasonable. Yin Yun, visibly exasperated, prompted the ever-loyal Qing Lin behind her to tug at her garment. Then, in the blink of an eye, an overwhelming aura characteristic of an 8-star Do Huang erupted in the air. Ah, this pressure! It is undeniably that of an 8-star Do Huang, truly vexing. Yin Yun opened her mouth, feeling an immense discomfort. This was somewhat monstrous. Could it be that I simply did not rest well? Rubbing her eyes, she could not help but mutter. For at that moment, she had awakened another attribute, lacking any trace of the grandeur expected of a sect leader. An 8-star Do Huang. How astonishingly rapid. No wonder those 2 earlier Do Huang presences were no match for you. A being such as yourself could likely only be rivaled by the foremost individual of the Gamma Empire, the revered Zhang Tian, known as the Mai Jialao. With a hint of awe, Yin Yun remarked, still grappling with disbelief. Mai Jialao, the most formidable figure in the entire Gamma Empire. Even my master, prior to entering seclusion, was no match for him. As long as he remains, the royal family will not falter, a guardian of the realm for centuries. How old is he? Yet he still pouts like a little girl. All right, take good care of Nailin Yanran. Don't let her fixate solely on my Xiaoyan. If she neglects her cultivation, just wait until I deal with the 2 of you. A smile crept onto Zhang Tian's lips, and he playfully shook his fist as a threat. It seems that our esteemed sect leader cannot best me at this moment. With a gentle laugh, he recalled that when he first arrived at the Yunlan sect, he was essentially an undercover operative, observing when the narrative would unfold so that he could connect with Xiao Yin and resolve his cultivation issues. Speaking of which, to infiltrate and become the second elder is somewhat impressive, isn't it? Though he did not care much. He felt that the first elder seemed to have a more leisurely role. When would he be promoted? Zhang Tian sighed, feeling a surge of frustration within the Xiao family. He was the second elder, and within the Yunlan sect, he remained the second elder. This was undeniably disheartening, and Zhang Tian resolved that he could no longer endure it. He, do you truly wish to become the first elder? Upon hearing this, Yin Yun transformed, playfully gliding to Zhang Tian's side and wrapping her arm around his neck. What you say? We are sworn brothers, but as for the first elder position, that would require the consent of the Elder Council, and I would even need to consult my master in seclusion. Or perhaps you could marry into my family, she concluded, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Hey, is there something amiss with your demeanor? If Zhang Tian recalled correctly, this was reminiscent of the older unmarried woman, Mei Ying. Perhaps she too was eager to find her ideal partner. Why would there be a need to consult the Elder Council? Does a Do Huang need to confer with a Do Huang? As long as the first elder give a nod of approval, Yin Yun could essentially make the decision unilaterally. The first elder, Yun Ling, was well aware of the sect leader's intentions and trusted her, so it was unlikely he would refuse. So, it appears you are indeed coveting my body, are you not? Qing Lin, standing behind Yun Yun, nearly choked on those words, her little face scrunching up as she began to cough incessantly. Upon hearing Zhang Tian's words, Yin Yun stiffened. Do you hear how ridiculous that sounds? Chapter 30. An encounter with the unusual Yin Yun seemed to have thrown caution to the wind, seeking every opportunity to tease Zhang Tian along the way. However, Zhang Tian paid her little mind, instead feeling an oddity in the air. After a day's journey, they should have been able to catch sight of the bustling imperial capital. Yet, the once vibrant Gamma Empire was eerily silent this night. Zhang Tian's unease grew as he glanced at Yin Yun, who too seemed to sense something amiss. The two stood back to back, shielding Qing Lin in the center. "Two little Do Huang. Hee. A voice, harsh and grating like a cat's screech, echoed around them, its words laced with some form of enchantment, causing Yin Yun's eyes to cloud with confusion. Wake up! Noticing Yin Yun's altered state, Zhang Tian hastily called out, while Qing Lin, endowed with her unique emerald snake-like eyes, exhibited a resistance to such soul-enthralling techniques. Yin snapped back to reality, realizing that she was the only one among the three affected, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she glared at the inky night sky. Blue Lotus, Earth Heart Fire. Zhang Tian conjured a magnificent fire lotus, and as its light illuminated the surroundings, they discovered they were encased in a valley shrouded in thick black mist. The fog not only distorted vision, but also obscured their spiritual senses, leaving them as blind as bats, reliant solely on the blue lotus fire to discern their environment. Exotic fire. To think such a celestial phenomenon could exist even in this remote region. Sensing the distinct aura of the blue lotus Earth Heart Fire, the eerie voice returned, filled with desire and greed. This exotic fire is something even I yearn for. With this flame, I can not only hope for rebirth, but also ascend to the 7th rank, with a slight chance of glimpsing the 8th rank of alchemy. The strange voice brimmed with excitement, and Zhang Tian and Yun felt the environment shift dramatically, no longer as barren as before, jagged. Monstrous stones sprang forth in an instant. How could two mere Dohuang yield such a bounty? I almost feel reluctant to kill you, but to die at my hands would also be an honor. For daydream. Zhang Tian unleashed the fire lotus in a resounding explosion, its blue petals unfurling and showering the area in flames. He could barely sense the valley being engulfed by the inferno of the blue lotus Earth Heart Fire. Truly magnificent. Such power is something I could only have dared to confront at my peak. The strange voice echoed again, its tone revealing its fervor and intoxication with the blue lotus Earth Heart Fire. Let the charlatans perish in the fire they so covet. The creature's laughter rang out. Useless. You have entered my enchantment valley. This space is a passage I created long ago. Without the strength of a dozong, you cannot escape. Zhang Tian fell silent. His current attacks and powers had reached the level of distorting and influencing space akin to a dozong. Yet he was still far from being able to tear space apart like a dozong. Give up. The strange voice taunted again. But Zhang Tian had already seized his opportunity. To conceal himself, he did not even cover the blue lotus Earth Heart Fire. The Fengming sword transformed into a streak of light, piercing the source of the voice as if it were a mountain peak. Impossible. The voice echoed again, but it was now filled with shock and pain. The speed of the attack had been too great. How could such rapidity exist? Had his strength truly diminished so drastically? To give up is to embrace defeat. While escaping required dozong-level strength, killing you. Is that not the same? Zhang Tian's cold words instilled fear in the shadow. And at that moment, a lethal sense of threat enveloped him. Do not utter such bravado, little ghost. I am no mere dozong. Seemingly enraged, the shadow rallied itself, its surrounding black mist thickening. Once I have you locked on, hiding again is futile. Summoning back the Fengming sword, Zhang Tian captured the lingering fragments of spiritual essence along the blade, instantly locating the source of that familiar energy. Utilizing qi to command the sword. The Phoenix Cry sword repeatedly pierced through the dark mist, wreaking havoc like a bolt of lightning, severing the obscurity into countless fragments. The anguished cries of the old specter echoed from within the dark haze, growing increasingly feeble. Han Hai-in and Ping Lan-in, with a thunderous command, formed a colossal fire seal with their hands and hurled it towards the old specter's south hiding place. The specter let out a wretched scream as he transformed into a being engulfed in flames, his entire form entwined with green fire, reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell. Wailing softly, as the mournful cries of the soul resonated, the old specter's essence gradually dissipated, and the dark mist thinned further. After approximately 15 minutes, all the dark mist had transformed into a wisp of smoke, revealing the surrounding scene, a narrow valley, riddled with pits and utterly devastated. Let us venture down. It seems we cannot exit from here. After attempting to assault the fabric of space, it became evident that they were still far from tearing it apart. Even if they succeeded in rending it, he lacked the ability to construct a spatial passage. So he and Yun continued their descent, hoping for fortune. This enigmatic valley was exceedingly damp, with puddles of unknown colorful liquids scattered across the ground, while the cliffs surrounding the valley bore a sparse number of trees. Each tree was uniformly vibrant green, to the point of exaggeration, seemingly toxic, and amidst the dense foliage, shadows lurked, difficult to discern. It appeared that numerous magical beasts dwelled here. Zhang Tian's expression grew slightly grave as he sensed the presence of dozens of magical creatures. Indeed, Yun held on to Qing Lin's small hand, following closely behind Zhang Tian. With a single stroke, he cleaved a vibrant serpent that had leapt out in two. The Phoenix Cry, sword inevitably stained with blood. The narrow path leading out of the valley was merely a few dozen meters long. After advancing just a short distance, Zhang Tian's sword was already soaked in crimson. They have discovered us, Qinglin. Utilize the by snake 3 flower eye. The magical beasts here were not lacking in 3rd and 5th tiers. Although formidable, they possessed little intelligence. Only 6th-tier beasts could communicate with humans. Hence Zhang Tian had little interest in conversing with these simpletons. Qinglin nodded her small head and attempted to activate her by snake 3 flower eye, which immediately emitted a captivating allure to the serpentine creatures. Despite the multitude of magical beasts in the valley, most were serpentine, black-spotted snakes, 2-winged black snakes, patterned snakes, and red patterned pythons. Yet, under the influence of Qinglin's by snake 3 flower eye, they all fell into a trance, turning on one another in a frenzy. While Qinglin orchestrated the self-destruction of these serpentine beasts, Zhang Tian lifted his gaze towards a blood-red fruit on a nearby cliff. Is that the main ingredient for concocting the 6th-tier spirit pill, the blood dragon fruit? Zhang Tian's eyes glimmered with anticipation. The spirit pill was a diminished version of the legendary 9th-tier pill, the celestial restoration pill, which could rectify all physical flaws and deficiencies, granting one an immaculate body. One might say that a 6th-tier celestial restoration pill is equivalent to a low-grade Earth-level combat technique. While not comparable, it was still significantly valuable. Of course, within the same tier, cultivation methods were far more precious than combat skills. Could this blood dragon fruit be left behind by that old specter? Otherwise, how could such a heavenly treasure be guarded by merely a handful of 5th-tier beasts? Zhang Tian mused internally, a sense of determination blossoming within him. As he ascended into the air, he sensed an oppressive force, a profound fear rising from the depths of his soul. Thankfully, Zhang Tian had the protection of his physical body. Otherwise, he feared his spirit might shatter. Chapter 31. Southeast Continent. Upon plucking the spirit fruit, a shadow lunged towards Zhang Tian, a small green serpent aiming to bite his hand. Though diminutive, its venom was evidently lethal. Whoosh! The Phoenix Cry sword transformed into a streak of light, swiftly severing the serpent's head, its body collapsing with a few convulsions before lying still. Zhang Tian calmly surveyed the fruit tree on the cliff, yet regrettably, after he plucked the blood dragon fruit, it began to wither and shrink. The blood dragon fruit does not grow in the northwest continent. Zhang Tian sighed, a hint of melancholy crossing his face, at a loss for words. He took a few steps to Yunyun's side, offering her a strained smile. This situation is rather troublesome. I wonder if I can shatter this space upon reaching the Do zone. Although he spoke thus, it was merely to comfort Yunyun. He understood that if this space lacked an exit, even if he did break it apart, it would be of no use. After breaking through to the Do zone, he would possess the ability to shatter this space, comparable to the might of a Do zone, yet he lacked the capacity to tear apart space and establish a passage. Facing the boundless currents of space, recklessly venturing out could lead to unknown destinations. Yunyun, clearly unaware of the gravity of the situation, felt particularly speechless, as if following Zhang Tian was a series of misfortunes. Just moments ago, in the desolate Taggart Desert, they had encountered 2 Do Huangs, and now, just as they were about to return home, they were obstructed once more. Let us proceed. We have not yet reached the end. We must see what lies ahead in the valley. Dismissing the chaotic thoughts in his mind, they could only take it step by step now. Even without a path, they must forge one. Upon hearing this, Yunyun understood somewhat and suppressed her emotions. Creating a path was no simple feat ahead. There was light, a spatial passage. Zhang Tian's heart lifted as he beheld a fissure about half a meter wide, emanating light. Indeed, there must be a passage here. Otherwise, that old specter could not possibly be within a confined space. There is always a way out, Yunyun said, gripping Qinglin's small hand. Controlling so many serpentine beasts had fatigued her, yet her face radiated excitement. I will go first. You must follow closely and not get separated. Although logically, a spatial passage should lead to a single location, Zhang Tian still felt a tinge of unease. All right, Yunyun nodded, offering a charming smile. Qinglin was eager to follow, and Yunyun reminded, please ensure her safety. With that, Zhang Tian boldly stepped into the spatial passage. Emerging from the passage, he found himself in a valley adorned with pristine beauty, lush trees, crystal-clear springs gurgling, and white deer and cranes frolicking in the air. Who are you? A strikingly lovely woman called out, her beautiful eyes filled with suspicion as her battle armor gradually enveloped her form. A Grand Do Master? Zhang Tian was taken aback, not by her rank, but by her youth. She appeared merely 18 or 19, yet already possessed the strength of a 4-star Grando Master. Senior sister, Miss Fu. Several other young disciples rushed over, accompanied by a few guards, all in their 20s, brandishing weapons and eyeing Zhang Tian warily. Zhang Tian raised an eyebrow. It seemed he had intruded upon another sect's territory. However, he paid little heed to the group, as their leader was merely a doling. Yet where was Yin Yun? A sense of unease stirred within Zhang Tian, uncertain of where the two women had been transported. Just then, with a sudden poof, Yin Yun emerged from the fissure behind him, while Qing Lin promptly covered her mouth and began retching, her complexion pale. Is this motion sickness? Zhang Tian felt relieved, but couldn't help but lament, what a dreadful spatial passage, even with a time delay. It must be in disrepair. Why do trespass into our Qingchuan sect's forbidden grounds? The leading woman's expression darkened further at the sight of two more arrivals. Forbidden grounds? Yin Yun looked up, puzzled, glancing between Zhang Tian and the woman. It seems we have emerged in an inappropriate location, or perhaps that valley is indeed their forbidden territory. That old specter was formidable. No, it must be that this space was originally linked to the Gamma Empire, and we were targeted by that old specter. Zhang Tian explained briefly. As we passed through this esteemed place, an unintended dispute arose, and we were uncertain whether this young lady could allow our departure. Zhang Tian addressed the leading woman, subsequently tossing a bottle containing 4th-grade elixirs. How dare a wretched trespasser bargain? A sharp-tongued woman stepped forward, directly shattering the jade vial, which spilled forth the exquisite elixirs within, glistening like jade. Upon sighting the elixirs, an eerie silence enveloped the group. Their breaths quickened, and their eyes sparkled with avarice. To them, 4th-grade elixirs were treasures of immense value, especially in quantities exceeding a dozen. Even the woman who had overturned the vial found herself regretting her actions. Yet, as she pondered, her gaze shifted. Perhaps these 3 individuals intended to swallow their grievances, as there might be more to extort. Only the so-called Sister Fu displayed a troubled countenance, her mind swirling with ominous thoughts. To carry a vial of 4th-grade elixirs and so carelessly discard it. Must this person be simple? The Qingchuan sect should be the most powerful force in this vicinity, or even within the empire, should it not? Would the Yunlan sect behave similarly? Zhang Tian's expression abruptly darkened. Yin Yun's demeanor was also not particularly amiable, but upon hearing Zhang Tian's inquiry, she hesitated before responding. If someone were to trespass upon the Yunlan sect's forbidden grounds, the guarding disciples would likely react in a similar manner. A sense of discomfort began to brew within Yin Yun, even leading her to feel a loss of face. She had always regarded the Yunlan sect as a symbol of grandeur and might, yet today, experiencing it firsthand, she discovered it was indeed infuriating. The feeling of being directly involved was far from pleasant. Let out. Zhang Tian slightly lowered his brows, obscuring his expression from Yin Yun. Yet a formidable aura surged upwards towards the heavens. The formidable presence sent many sprawling backward, tumbling in disarray. A Do Huang. The group of young disciples found themselves in a state of utter disarray, struggling to rise, as though laden with an immense burden. Good heavens! We are actually threatening a Do Huang. The previously sharp-tongued woman trembled, while the others gasped in astonishment. A monarch must not be insulted. Yin Yun's countenance turned cold as her Do Chi wings slowly unfurled, grasping a green longsword. Might I inquire which Do Huang has come as a guest to the Qingchuan sect? Please do not trouble our disciples. A resonant voice echoed, as a massive hand effortlessly dispelled the formidable windblade that Yin Yun had unleashed. The law enforcement elder, the disciples and guards of the Qingchuan sect displayed expressions of relief, akin to those who had narrowly escaped disaster. Master, Shui Qingfu hastily bowed to the newcomer. A middle-aged man approached gracefully, his aura restrained yet immensely solid. I am Gong Sun Yuan of the Qingchuan sect. I seek your understanding regarding the conflicts our juniors have caused. Gong Sun Yuan clasped his hands, but a small wound on his palm, concealed within his wide sleeves, oozed blood, evidence that Yin Yun's attack was not easily deflected. A 5-star Do Huang. Yin Yun's expression grew solemn, raising her sword with heightened vigilance. We merely sought passage through your esteemed land, harboring no ulterior motives. She attempted to converse with Gong Sun Yuan. He regarded Yin Yun, reluctant to engage in combat, for the ramifications for the Qingchuan sect would be substantial. Should 3 Do Huangs clash, and the sect master remain uninvolved, it could spell disaster for the sect. In that case, prepare Ti Fuer. Gong Sun Yuan desired to transform hostility into camaraderie. If they were indeed passing through, it would not be unreasonable to cultivate goodwill with 2 Do Huangs. However, Gong Sun Yuan's brow furrowed as he observed that, despite his orders, Xue Qingfu remained rooted in place, biting her lip in indecision. Fuer, did you not hear your master's words? Gong Sun Yuan's tone sharpened, unwilling to appear foolish before outsiders. Elder, you mustn't. The leading guard and the acerbic woman shouted in unison, exchanging glances that seemed to bolster each other's resolve. The woman took a deep breath, addressing Gong Sun Yuan. These three have trespassed into our Qingchuan sect's forbidden grounds. The law enforcement elder must not allow them to depart. Gong Sun Yuan's expression shifted, his palm tightening within his ample robe, and in an instant, he summoned his Do Qi. The forbidden grounds of the Qingchuan sect are where my ancestor lies in eternal rest. Since the three of you have entered, an explanation must be provided today. Observing Gong Sun Yuan's resolute demeanor, Yun Yun clenched her teeth, realizing a confrontation was now unavoidable, and her gaze turned to Zhang Tian. In that case, please enlighten us. The longing halberd appeared in Zhang Tian's hand, its 8-star Do Huang aura firmly suppressing Gong Sun Yuan's 5-star Do Huang prowess, with Yun Yun equally poised for action. The combined might of 3 Do Huangs surged, darkening the skies, as countless leisurely drifting clouds were torn asunder. Within the Qingchuan sect, the Grand Elder, Second Elder, Third Elder, and the Elder of Transmission opened their eyes, exchanging glances that conveyed their mutual gravity. This is the direction of the forbidden grounds, and there's a presence of Yuan. It appears a grave incident is unfolding. The Grand Elder, with his long brows, emitted a piercing light from his eyes. Having lived for several centuries as a 7-star Do Huang, we must hasten to assist. After all, there are 2 Do Huangs on the opposing side. The Third Elder, a towering figure, was quick to act, his fiery temperament igniting urgency. Old 3 speaks true. With the sect master in seclusion, we must apprehend the intruders. The calm Second Elder also opened his eyes, his gaze brimming with wisdom. In that case, let's all proceed together. 5 streaks of light shot forth from the Qingchuan sect, racing towards the forbidden grounds. Meanwhile, at the forbidden grounds, Gong Sun Yuan, possessing merely 5-star Do Huang strength, found himself bloodied by Zhang Tian's onslaught. Each collision of the Longyin halberd against Gong Sun Yuan's great sword left his hands numb and his grip faltering. The Longyin halberd descended again and again, bending Gong Sun Yuan's blade until, with a final strike, he was sent crashing to the ground, blood spilling forth. Hiss! The gathered disciples of the Qingchuan sect gasped in shock. The once formidable law enforcement elder had been reduced to a state of bloodied defeat by this young man. The shockwaves from their encounters threatened to annihilate everyone present. The might of a Do Huang was truly terrifying. As the Longyin halberd swung, a crevice several meters wide gaped in the valley of the Qingchuan sect's forbidden grounds, cleaving the mountainside as though it were but paper, each strike resonating with the force of divine retribution. Just as the Longyin halberd was poised to pierce Gong Sun Yuan's heart, a bizarrely large blade, reminiscent of a door, interposed itself firmly against the weapon. The Longyin halberd pressed relentlessly toward Gong Sun Yuan's chest, nearly tearing through his garments, while the Third Elder, flushed with exertion, strained with all his might to hold back the Longyin halberd. A surge of excruciating pain erupted, and the Third Elder could not suppress a scream as one of his arms flew into the air, severed effortlessly by the Fengming sword. The speed of the Fengming sword was akin to lightning. Before the Third Elder could comprehend, he had lost an arm, yet he summoned all his strength, roaring fiercely as he single-handedly pushed the Longyin halberd away. Old three, are you all right? Everyone, stay cautious. For streaks of light arrived late, soaring to Gong Sun Yuan and the Third Elder's side, 3 of them aiding the fallen figures, while the Grand Elder remained vigilantly focused on Zhang Tian and his companion. The Grand Elder summoned a fierce wind, and with the amplification of wind attribute Do Qi and techniques, a colossal tornado erupted, accompanied by countless wind blades capable of slicing through stone. The Second Elder wielded an unusual weapon, producing a black and white chessboard, as pieces cascaded down toward Zhang Tian like cannonballs, each carrying the weight of a mountain. Quick fire technique. In an instant, the Longyin halberd in Zhang Tian's hand danced, creating afterimages as the massive tornado and the shower of chess pieces were obliterated, dissipating into Do Qi. In an instant, 100 strikes erupted with a power akin to an intermediate-level mystic martial technique, shattering the long-standing cooperative synergy between the Grand Elder and the Second Elder. The Elder of Transmission unleashed his fists, flames flickering wildly as the temperature soared dramatically. A colossal fireball exploded, morphing into a fire dragon that coiled toward Zhang Tian. Comparing flames with me is utterly ludicrous. Zhang Tian scoffed as the Emperor's flame technique surged wildly, causing the flame square to tremble slightly. The heart of Blue Lotus, fire, swiftly transformed into a fire lotus spanning dozens of feet, devouring both the fire dragon and the Elder of Transmission. With a thunderous roar, the Elder burst forth from the fire lotus, tattered and spitting blood, narrowly escaping annihilation. The third Elder's eyes turned blood-red as he swung an oddly shaped greatsword, reminiscent of a door panel, toward Zhang Tian. The massive weapon bore only a foot-long blade at its tip. The rest was blunt and unsharpened, making it a formidable tool in the hands of the third Elder, capable of both offense and defense. However, with each clash and collision, the tip of the longing spear repeatedly struck the bizarre sword, leaving over 100 marks after just 3 exchanges, with fissures appearing along the blade. The third Elder, panting heavily, felt the weight of the sword increase with each encounter, making it increasingly difficult to wield. At this rate, he would inevitably be pierced through by a single thrust. Life is forfeit. With a deadly strike, the advanced sword technique from the Qingchuan sect, said to have been acquired by the second-generation sect master within a forbidden zone, was classified as low-level earth grade. This desperate blow barely grazed Zhang Tian's attire, granting the third Elder a moment to retreat and create distance. Chapter 32. The Unbeaten Shangguan. This child is ferocious. He must not be left alive. We must now summon the sect master. The Grand Elder, glancing at the injured brothers beside him, discreetly crushed a green communication talisman within his sleeve. Zhang Tian advanced, unleashing a terrifying beam of sword light from the Phoenix Cry sword, the pale blue sword aura slicing through gold and jade, instantly severing the third Elder's strange blade. The blood of the demon slayer. The third Elder, clothes shredded and drenched in blood, seemed to transform into a bloodied figure. Yet he recklessly grasped the dozens of meters of sword aura with both hands. Blood flowed continuously from his palms as he gripped the sword aura tightly, yanking it apart. Old 3. The Grand Elder gasped in disbelief. The third Elder, Niet Tan, bore the bloodline of a magical beast. Once unleashed, his strength became terrifying, and his body as resilient as a beast. Yet he would lose his sanity, devolving into a bloodthirsty monster, solely focused on combat. With a roar akin to a wild beast, Niet Tian's pupils constricted like needles, his scara stained blood-red. Is this a bloodline similar to Qinglin's? Zhang Tian thrust the spear, sending Niet Tian flying, but he charged back as though unharmed. The offspring of humans and magical beasts could inherit the bloodline, and powerful magical beasts could even assume human form. The ancient dragon, Xian, appeared as a petite girl. Humans with bloodlines also existed, yet compared to the emperor bloodline, which could only be passed down by becoming a Dou emperor, the magical beast bloodline, while inferior in rank, was far more common and accessible. A thrust pierced Niet Tian's ribs, nearly impaling him through, causing his body to stiffen slightly. The immense pain even dulled the blood red in his eyes, restoring a sliver of rationality. Withdrawing the longing spear, Zhang Tian struck again at his head, blood gushing uncontrollably from his ribs. With a sound akin to a watermelon bursting, Niet Tian's head exploded, and his bloodied form trembled weakly before collapsing to his knees. Old 3. Third Elder. Brother Tian. A heart-wrenching scream echoed as a young man descended from the heavens, his feet seemingly treading upon invisible steps, moving faster than a Dou emperor with wings. Dosong. Zhang Tian narrowed his eyes, feeling a peculiar sense of threat from the young man. The latter regarded Zhang Tian with the fury of a vengeful enemy. Wielding a long sparrow greatsword, striking down with a force akin to cleaving Mount Hua, Zhang Tian attempted to block with a longing spear but was unexpectedly sent flying. Realizing too late to change his stance, he thrust upward toward the young man's eyes. The young man, undeterred by the spear aimed at his eyes, met it with a gaze filled with hatred, countering with a sweeping slash that met the spear's tip. Sighing regretfully, Zhang Tian accepted his fate of being sent flying. Unable to take further action. Yin, be cautious. There are 2 Dou emperors opposing us. After issuing the warning, Zhang Tian charged toward the young man, aware that this opponent possessed extraordinary prowess, being a 7-star Dou zone. Brother Xiaoho, capture that woman first. Despite his rage, the young man remained clear-headed, addressing the Grand Elder. Understood. The Grand Elder, Xiaoho, nodded, alongside the second Elder, a 7-star Dou emperor and a 5-star Dou emperor. Capturing a mere 3-star Dou emperor like Yun was a trivial task. Meanwhile, Shangguan unbeaten faced Zhang Tian, increasingly astonished by the latter's every strike. Each move imbued with tremendous power, as though each thrust was a martial technique in itself. How can this be possible? A spear broke through the mundane. The long sparrow great sword narrowly deflecting the longing spear. His speed exceeds even mine. Shangwan unbeaten marveled, disbelief flooding his mind. Damn it. As the long sparrow great sword sank again, a slender sword suddenly pierced from the side. Shangwan unbeaten, startled, barely caught sight of a streak of light and its trajectory with his 7-star Dozong strength. He sidestepped, but his left arm was severed at the shoulder, cleaved by the Phoenix Cry sword. Ah! He cried out in pain, both shocked and enraged, hastily retreating to gain distance. Sect Master. The disciples of the Qingchuan sect gasped in astonishment. To them, the sect master was their pillar of strength. Seeing their leader ambushed and losing an arm even caused the Grand Elder to glance back. Zhang Tian, witnessing Shangwan unbeaten evade his Phoenix Cry sword and merely suffer the loss of an arm, couldn't help but exclaim softly, recognizing the young man's formidable nature. Sect Master, we cannot delay any longer. Please summon the divine artifact. The fourth elder, gazing at the corpse of the third elder, revealed traces of sorrow in his eyes. The elder of transmission, meditating to heal, spat blood, his body scorched and charred. Invoke the sect master. Summon the ancestral artifact. Suppress this fiend. This child will surely become a grave threat in the future. He cannot be allowed to live. The bold plea echoed among the elders and disciples in the Qingchuan sect. Influential figures, including mid-level Do kings and some bewildered disciples, knelt in unison, urging Shangwan unbeaten to call upon the ancestral artifact. Seeing this, Shangwan unbeaten's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve. Gritting his teeth, he tore open his back, drawing forth a blood-stained ruler that emanated a sinister aura, resembling a bloodied, long sword entwined with dark energy. An unparalleled weapon nurtured by countless Do Zun and Do Zong masters of the Qingchuan sect. The sect master conceals and nurtures the artifact within himself. However, due to the encroaching malevolence, few sect masters live beyond 200 years. Despite appearing youthful, Shangwan unbeaten had little time left. Yet, what he summoned was an artifact of power far surpassing its original might. This ruler is the ancestral artifact of the Qingchuan sect, a holy weapon. If you perish here, it shall be a worthy demise. Once a striking figure, Shangwan Bubi drew forth the Tao regulation ruler from behind, and a torrent of blood gushed from his back, his body curving with agony, yet a hint of madness danced in his eyes. Clearly, he had succumbed to the malevolent influence of this dread weapon. Zhang Tian's heart trembled at the thought. What precisely is a holy weapon? It is an artifact bequeathed by the ancient combat saints, imbued with unimaginable power. After centuries of blood sacrifices, it has transformed into a fearsome weapon, its might surpassing its original form. The name Qingchuan sect suggests a righteous faction, yet they harbor within their forbidden grounds a soul-bound Dozuan elder demon. The beast bloodline of the third elder, and now this dreadful weapon, alongside the frenzied Shangwan Bubi. This paints a picture of a demonic sect, the illustrious Qingchuan sect. In truth, a force of darkness. Zhang Tian snorted disdainfully, standing proudly amidst the heavens and the earth, the dragon's divine halberd shimmering with brilliance. A phantom of 100-foot-long halberd manifesting before him, as boundless water attribute energy converged, rippling with the ferocity of a tsunami. I wager that your holy weapon possesses no Do Qi. Chapter 33. The dread of the Tao regulation ruler, just as the words left his lips. Shangwan Bubi raised the Tao regulation ruler, unleashing a tempestuous energy that nearly engulfed the entirety of the Qingchuan sect. An endless sea of blood mist inexplicably rose, resembling an ocean of crimson. The ferocious Tao regulation ruler, merely lifted by Shangwan Bubi, invoked a terrifying aura of blood, causing countless blood mists to erupt and spread. The ghastly scent driving one to madness, even eroding the Do Qi of those caught within its grasp. Shatter! Shangwan Bubi, hunched over, spat thunderous words as he waved the Tao regulation ruler, scattering the 100-foot phantom of the halberd amidst the surging blood energy. Shangwan Bubi seemed to endure immense suffering. As he bellowed in rage, his once handsome physique shrank further, the air around the Tao regulation ruler erupting with even more terrifying blood mist, enveloping the entire Qingchuan sect. As the ruler fell, the fabric of space tore as if made of paper. With the eerie sound of the curtain being ripped apart, space undulated like parting waves. This strike surpassed the full force of a 3-star Dizun, the dragon's divine halberd crossing before him, as the celestial fire of the green lotus enveloped him like armor. Wrapping around the halberd, green flames spreading across its entirety, striving to shield him from the Tao regulation ruler. Thud! A sound akin to internal organs rupturing echoed. As Zhang Tian's face turned pale, a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his insides spilling forth. It's still alive. Shangguan Bubi, now devoid of reason, saw Zhang Tian's life force still flickering, and a glint of madness ignited in his eyes as he launched another assault. Thud! Zhang Tian coughed up another mouthful of blood, half kneeling on the ground, yet managed to force a smile as the Phoenix Cry sword pierced through Shangguan Bubi's chest. Shangguan Bubi's eyes widened in shock, standing amidst the heavens, pierced through, the Phoenix Cry sword emerging from his back, its tip protruding from his heart. As his life force rapidly waned, the remainder of his energy and Do Qi were swiftly drained by the Tao regulation ruler. Wrinkles etched across his face, his hair graying, his eyes vacant and clouded. Yet within the remnants of his consciousness, he muttered weakly, till he had lost all awareness, functioning solely on instinct as he approached the brink of death. Kill! A furious roar echoed through the heavens, resonating with the rage of an entity tormented for millennia. Yet, without a hint of doubt, the Tao regulation ruler descended, causing the dragon's divine halberd to tremble slightly, as if struggling against the overwhelming force. Zhang Tian. Yunyun's eyes widened, tears cascading down her cheeks. It was the first time a woman had wept for him. Zhang Tian gazed at Yunyun, a smile tugging at his lips. Though I do not harbor affection for you, the feeling of being cared for is truly delightful. Let's be friends in the next life. Zhang Tian chuckled softly at his own irony, recognizing that his life had not been virtuous. He had seized resources from Xiao Yin, fought for his survival, and even before his demise, had invaded others' forbidden grounds, killing several elders and sect leaders. Indeed, to exist in this world is to inflict harm upon all things. Shaking his head, he looked upon the imminent destructive assault and felt an unexpected reluctance. Despite wanting to give up, he found himself unwilling to perish so easily. A thread of defiance entwined his heart as he struggled to form a massive seal, hurling it towards the Tao regulation ruler. The fourth seal, the Wrath of the Sea, erupted with power far beyond his usual might. The water attribute Do Qi within the dragon's divine halberd roiling like an infinite ocean, causing the Wrath of the Sea seal to swell further. Following that, he unleashed 6 more seals, a total of 7 seals from the vast Ocean Emperor's seal, crashing towards the Tao regulation ruler, shattering all in their path, distorting space. As their collision obliterated the Qingchuan sect, raising a vast cloud of dust. Still not enough power? Zhang Tian sighed inwardly, the Phoenix Cry sword, embedded in the ground, trembled slightly, transforming into a streak of light under his strained soul force, racing toward the heart of the mist. Meanwhile, far in the northwest continent, Xiaoyan opened his eyes, exhilarated as he spoke to Yao Lao. Master, my soul power has reached the level of a first-rank alchemist. As the dust settled, the once majestic mountains had transformed into a vast expanse of flat land, leaving all in awe. Are they dead? The elder who had been flung aside managed to assist 2 of his fallen disciples, his gaze fixed intently on the gaping void. That was close. Smoke gradually dissipated, revealing Zhang Tian's voice, laced with lingering fear. How is this possible? The elder's face contorted in disbelief. How could a heavily injured individual survive such a potent attack? Are you human or ghost? Cough, cough, cough. Zhang Tian, emerging from the mist, suddenly erupted in violent coughs, spewing forth blood onto the ground, his complexion as pale as parchment. Zhang Tian, Yunyun's heart ached for him, gripping Xiao Qinglin tightly. Even she bore several wounds. Elder, this is troublesome. Zhang Tian's eyes were tightly shut, yet his voice was filled with resignation. At this moment, the second elder, the elder of Transmission, and the law enforcement elder surrounded him, joining forces with the first elder. You, the law enforcement elder roared, the combined might of 4 Do Huang pressing down on Zhang Tian, eager to flay him alive. Zhang Tian, however, clutched his chest and staggered toward Yunyun, a mouthful of blood splattering onto her chest, staining her garments crimson. Do Qi, take flight. We must flee. Zhang Tian whispered urgently into Yunyun's ear before collapsing against her. The first elder instinctively sought to pursue, but as he moved, he felt a sudden rupture in his left hand, blood oozing forth. Observing his fellow disciples, he found threads extending from their foreheads and waists, severing them in half. With the elder of Transmission split in 2, thud thud, the sounds of his brethren collapsing echoed as the first elder, Nia Song, felt a sharp pain jolt through his nerves, his heart aching as if it were being carved by 1,000 blades. Little junior brother, Shangwan Bubi, is dead. His own brother, the third elder Zhang Tian, is dead. Even the old Gong son, with whom he often argued, has perished. The Qingchuan sect is no more. Nietsong's white hair whipped about, his long brows raised, bloodlust flickering in his eyes as he lunged toward Yun Yun with a claw-like hand. Old thief Nietsong, meet your end. A flicker of purple flame surged toward Nietsong's back, erupting and instantly consuming the aged elder. Senior brother. Shui Qingfu gazed in disbelief at the figure that had launched the surprise attack. The young man clad in a purple robe, the esteemed senior brother of the Qingchuan sect, now radiating with madness and exhilaration, a stark contrast to his usual composed demeanor. Old thief Nietsong, you Qingchuan sect, under the guise of righteousness, are truly a force of evil. Did you ever anticipate this day? Song Er erupted into a fit of laughter, his face alight with delight. With the strength of a half-step Do Wang and the aid of the Nietsong would surely suffer grievously. Did you think I joined the Qingchuan sect for profound techniques? The so-called Qingshu Daoju is nothing but the Ziji demon art. Today, I finally exact my revenge. Ha ha ha. After avenging his deep-seated grievances, Song Er cackled wildly, seizing a trembling young disciple by the neck. His gaze, filled with madness and disdain, bore down on the boy as if he were merely a beast. It is you. You have offered me 3 women, driving them to ruin and suffering. You've killed countless innocents. Little did you know, I returned those 3 women safely home. Yet they all chose to take their own lives. All of this is because of you. Song Er roared, his fingers digging fiercely into the disciple's neck as boundless purple flames erupted, reducing him to ashes. And you. He grasped a few more individuals, all of whom met the same thunderous demise at his hands. You wretch, I shall ruin you. Niekan bellowed, a flash of malevolence crossing his eyes as he expelled the flesh and eo from his back, leaving it torn and bloodied, his once pristine white robe now soaked in crimson. Today, I shall eradicate this scourge for the people, for the Duki continent. Song Er laughed boisterously, aware that survival was beyond his grasp, yet still summoned his Duki to strike at Nietsong. Qingshu Daoju. Upon their initial clash, the Grand Elder's face betrayed incredulous exuberance. Song Er, I never imagined you had discovered the true Qingshu Daoju. No wonder you've advanced so rapidly in just 7 years. Greed shone in Nietsong's eyes. Do not call me Song Er. That is merely a name you bestow upon me. My surname is Tan Xiaofei. Tan Xiaofei roared, as the purple Ioa surged forth. Unvelopun Nikan. Zhang Tian, carried on Yun Yun's back, was in a drowsy stupor, faintly hearing the clamor. Only upon listening closely did he realize that a rebellious individual named Song Er had confronted the Grand Elder, a flush creeping to his face as he recalled that he, too, was an undercover operative. Shaking off those thoughts and inhaling the faint fragrance wafting from Yun Yun's ample shoulders, he found himself distracted. This Sister S figure was truly captivating, adorned in a blue cloud-patterned robe, utterly enchanting, and he could no longer suppress his drowsiness, gently drifting to sleep. Meanwhile, Tan Xiaofei was embroiled in a fierce battle with Nietsong. Despite the Oa at his disposal, it appeared to be a mere manifestation rather than a true source. Gradually weakening in potency, Tan Xiaofei, though filled with a singular, vengeful courage, was ultimately no match for Nietsong, who dominated the exchange with ease. Clearly superior as a 7-star Do Huang. In a moment of carelessness, Nietsong's eyes glinted with malice as his hand, like an eagle's claw, pierced through Tan Xiaofei's chest. Die, you little beast! At that very moment, in a distant locale, a man busy with his writing sneezed, erupting in fury. How dare you insult me? Feeling his life ebb away, the Grand Elder's grotesque visage twisted in malevolence. Tan Xiaofei's face hardened with resolve, a radiant light bursting forth from his hand, soon landing upon Zhang Tian. Let's perish together. Grasping the Grand Elder's remaining arm, Tan Xiaofei's face lit up with elation as he laughed heartily, the rich purple flames spreading along his arm to engulf the Grand Elder entirely. You madman! Have you forgotten the years of my invincibility and the nurture I provided you? Nietsong's roar reverberated, yet Tan Xiaofei had ensnared his neck, revealing a toothy grin and an air of nonchalance as he laughed uproariously, the flames intensifying. The Grand Elder's one remaining arm was firmly grasped, unable to escape, and a flicker of cunning glinted in his eyes as he delivered a brutal kick to Tan Xiaofei's groin. Damn it! After a furious outcry, the Grand Elder barely managed to withdraw, the purple flames swiftly consuming Tan Xiaofei's form. Nietsong hesitated, his body riddled with wounds, Yet he thought he had heard a barely audible whisper. You dare strike me? You are doomed. Though faint, the words dripped with venom. Chapter 34. The profound bond of master and disciple in the northwestern continent, within the Yutan Empire, in the city of Jaimar. No, it is the Jaimar Empire. In Yutan City, in the secluded mountains behind the Shao family, Shao Yin now trained alone, the aura of a seven-star Dome master gradually emanating as he refined the medicinal pill in his mouth, wielding the heavy Xian, Zhong Qi time and again. 8 extremities collapse. 8 extremities collapse. 8 extremities collapse. He shouted thrice in vain, unable to unleash the full might of the technique, merely exerting a fraction of its power. Shao Yin, your heart is disturbed. Yao Lao floated over, observing the breathless Shao Yin with a shake of his head. Mastering the 8 extremities collapse cannot be achieved through brute force alone. Otherwise, it would not be classified as a high-level Xian Tier Do skill. Seeing the continuously shaking head of Yao Lao, Shao Yin lowered his stance, slamming the Xian Zhong Qi into the ground, a hint of worry crossing his features. Master has been gone for nearly a month. Logically, even if he failed to achieve his objectives, he should have returned 7 days ago. Removing the burdens from his body, his training garb soaked with sweat, Shao Yin reclined upon a large stone, chewing on a blade of grass while gazing at the azure sky. His eyes drifting into a daze. It should be this way. That rascal should be fine, with his Earth-tier Do skills and formidable techniques. I doubt even a Do zone could keep him from harm. Yao Lao felt a twinge of anxiety, but recalling his banter with Zhang Tian, he could not help but snort dismissively. These past few days, I have been restless, a sharp pain beneath my dantian. Master, do you think something has truly happened? Shao Yin spat out the blade of grass and turned to Yao Lao. Let me return and examine you. Could it be that absorbing my Do Qi over these years has caused an issue with your dantian? Or perhaps the burning technique has encountered problem? Yao Lao's voice grew tense, revealing a hint of anxiety, for he had never practiced the burning technique himself, leaving him uncertain. No, Shao Yin forced a bitter smile. Shaking his head, his expression difficult to articulate as he whispered, I sense it is a hidden essence beneath my dantian. Yao Lao's expression froze. His old face clouded with confusion. What is this hidden essence? How could I not know after so many years of alchemy? Yet being the crafty old turtle he was, Yao Lao soon regained his composure, a lewd smile creeping across his face. Beneath your dantian, you mean that peculiar pain? TSK. That shouldn't be the case. In your youthful exuberance, could the burning technique's heat have damaged your lower regions? Yao Lao's previous tension evaporated, replaced by a mischievous grin as he eyed Shao Yin's lower body. In a moment of unawareness, Yao Lao flicked Shao Yin's little member, causing pain to flush Shao Yin's face. What the hell, master? Ah, you still have feeling, but why is this so inexplicable? Yao Lao feigen a samiti no. Yet the laughter at the corner of his eyes was unmistakable. How would I know? Since you left, I have been in agony since yesterday. It feels as if my insides are pulling tight, almost cramping. After sharing this supposition, Yao Lao's expression grew serious as he approached the cliff's edge and pondered deeply. Such occurrences were indeed rare. After a moment of silence, Yao Lao slowly spoke. However, it is not unheard of for individuals in the Duki continent to share a connection. It appears that Zhang's boy has encountered trouble or sustained injuries. Shao Yan's complexion darkened, feeling a dual weight of concern, one for his beloved master and the other for his sworn brother, Zhang Tian, who was now injured. Oh, master, I am pained by your injury, yet my own is quite excruciating as well. The last time he saw Zhang Tian at the Yunlong sect, Yunlong had mentioned that he and Yunyun were headed to the Tagore Desert. They wouldn't have encountered the Medusa Queen, would they? Shao Yan's expression suddenly shifted as he recollected the notorious entity known for its terrifying presence in the Jiama Empire, the Queen Medusa. Is she truly formidable? Asked Yao Lao, turning to Shao Yin for clarification. The name did not resonate with him as particularly impressive. Could she really be an extraordinary powerhouse? Surely she wasn't just another Do Wong, a title Shao Yin was all too familiar with. Back when he roamed the Do Qi continent, the Queen Medusa was merely a small serpent. Thus he had no knowledge of her, especially being so far removed in the remote northwest continent. Cough, cough. Yao Lao's abrupt inquiry caused Shao Yin to choke slightly, before he retorted with irritation. For your information, she is exceedingly fearsome, having led the serpent people to dominate the Tagore Desert. His dissatisfaction was palpable, as she was indeed a figure from the ghost stories recounted by Xiao Zhan in his childhood to frighten him. Oh, a terrifying presence? Are there such powerful beings? A flicker of curiosity ignited in Yao Lao's heart. However, he quickly realized something was amiss. Wait a moment. If she belongs to the serpent people, I recall they prefer cool environments. How could they settle in the Tagore Desert? This led him to conclude that the so-called Queen Medusa was likely no match for the so-called royal guardian Do Huang. She was merely a minor figure. Yao Lao rolled his eyes, almost falling for the ruse. Indeed, serpents favor the cool, and yet they dwell in the desert. Not the sand serpents, Xiao Yin mused, coming to a similar realization. Otherwise, the Queen Medusa would have already invaded the Jiama Empire. You still underestimate your teacher's prowess. Such insignificant Do Huang-level pests would likely be slain with a single thrust, Yao Chen remarked, somewhat irked. After all, he was Xiao Yan's master and deserved respect. Is my teacher truly that powerful? Who else in the Jiama Empire could harm him? Xiao Yan's face revealed his astonishment. A single Do Huang could decimate Wu-Tan City, including the Xiao family. Yet the fearsome reputation of Queen Medusa merely implied she could be dispatched with a single strike. Even Ma Yi, the strongest in the Jiama Empire for nearly a millennium and the foremost among the top 10, would struggle with that. Do not underestimate your master. His rate of growth is daunting, but rapid advancement brings its own perils, Yao Lao remarked, wisdom gleaming in his eyes, laden with the weight of experience and nostalgia. In the past, after his parents were expelled from the Yao clan, he ascended to become the renowned 9-turn Do Zun pinnacle in mere centuries, a peak-level 8th-tier alchemist, enduring countless tribulations, romances, and battles along the way. Oh, I see. Taking large strides can lead to unforeseen troubles. Xiao Yan nodded, reflecting deeply. It is indeed strange that rapid growth brings not only myriad opportunities, but also countless hardships. Hiss! Just after finishing his thought, Xiao Yan felt a sharp pain surging through his lower body, lingering painfully. Tears streamed down his cheeks, a mix of sorrow and rage flooding his heart. Teacher, please return soon. Meanwhile, at the foot of the Qingchuan sect in the southeastern continent, Yun Yun and Qing Lin took refuge in a cave. The Qingchuan sect, once a formidable force boasting Do Zun and Do Zong, occupied a vast expanse of land stretching for miles, with countless ravines and forests. Cough, cough, cough. Zhang Tian coughed violently, awakening Yun Yun, who had been resting on his chest, her face lighting up with joy. You're awake, she exclaimed, her voice tinged with delight, while Qing Lin's sleepy visage broke into a small smile. Why did you fall asleep? Zhang Tian, feeling somewhat weak, cast a glance at Yun Yun and then at the curled-up Qing Lin at the cave's edge, his tone slightly irritable. I was too tired. Yun Yun blushed, feeling a tad embarrassed. Her gaze lowered to avoid Zhang Tian's eyes. Ah, I see, he replied, gently ruffling her hair with a smile, choosing not to pursue the matter further. After all, Yun Yun had accompanied him to the southeastern continent and had even engaged in battle with several Do Huang. Her exhaustion was understandable. However, a frown creased Zhang Tian's brow as he pondered why Yun Yun had chosen to rest upon him. He mused to himself that he was hardly handsome enough to warrant such behavior. Little Qing Lin, you should rest. We will keep watch over you. Zhang Tian said kindly to Qing Lin, who appeared utterly exhausted. As the sun began to set, he instructed Yun Yun, please gather some dry firewood. I will start a fire. After giving her a few directives, he closed his eyes to recuperate, only to realize the severity of his injuries. His internal organs were significantly damaged. His do qi a chaotic mess within his meridians, and he was severely depleted of blood. Initially, he could still spit out a few mouthfuls of blood, but soon, the blood within him was nearly entirely drained. When Yun Yun returned, the sun had already set, and darkness enveloped the surroundings. She emerged from a thicket at the cave entrance, her graceful figure illuminated by the faint light, a bright smile gracing her face. She produced a few fruits from behind her and set them down before gathering a pile of dry wood, then sat down, gazing at Zhang Tian with a silly expression. I'm not hungry, Zhang Tian replied, mustering the strength to turn over. He focused his fire attribute Do Qi to ignite the firewood, soon transforming a small flame into a roaring blaze. Feed Qing Lin, I need a rest. After completing these tasks, Zhang Tian prepared to utilize the Burning Emperor technique to heal his injuries, only to be suddenly interrupted as Yun Yun grabbed his arm, a mischievous smile gracing her face. The fruits can wait. I'll help you heal, second elder, Yun Yun volunteered, pulling Zhang Tian to the far side of the cave. A series of peculiar sounds emanated from the dim firelight. Yun Yun, take it slow. Ouch, you touched my wound. Zhang Tian winced. Endure, second elder. I'll be as careful as I can. Just wait a moment. Hey, Yun Yun, this is an internal injury. Why are you tearing my clothes off? Don't touch me. Get your hands off me. Ouch, that hurts. Get away, you lunatic. Amidst the cacophony of his anguished cries, Qing Lin's face flushed, either from embarrassment or the flickering firelight, as she munched on a fruit, occasionally casting glances into the shadows of the cave. "Stay away from me, you weirdo," Zhang Tian grumbled, rolling his eyes as Yun climbed onto him, her reckless behavior eliciting both amusement and irritation, while the pain from his wounds made him gasp. "I'm merely examining your injuries, and it appears there's no significant damage," Yun proclaimed, straightening her clothes and adopting an earnest demeanor. "All right, enough of this nonsense. Let me help you clean up," she said, her hair somewhat disheveled, cascading over her shoulders and trailing down her back. Despite her weariness, she maintained a cheerful expression as she gazed at Zhang Tian. "Do you still think I'm causing trouble?" "I assure you, I'm not," Yun insisted, her smile unwavering, though her rigid posture betrayed her unease. "Fine, let me help you wash up. By the way, we didn't forget to bring clothes, did you?" "Oh, it's nothing. I would mind if you went without," she teased, biting her lip, her eyes sparkling with mischief, particularly as she spoke the last line. "Are you asking for a beating?" Zhang Tian retorted, exasperated, as he lightly tapped her head. She didn't flinch, instead adopting a pouting expression, resembling a wronged little girl. "Not a chance," he said firmly, realizing he anticipated being out for so long, and thus had not packed any clothes. He couldn't help but wonder when Yun had developed such a mischievous streak. Resolute, he decided that henceforth, whenever he ventured out with Yun, he must carry at least 10 sets of clothing, along with 5 spatial rings, lest she inadvertently misplace his belongings for reasons unknown. "You truly are quite beautiful," Zhang Tian sighed, as fatigue began to wash over him. As Yun heard Zhang Tian's praise, her eyes narrowed in delight, revealing a look that seemed to acknowledge his discernment. Naturally, as the head of her sect, she had prattled on extensively, solely to have Zhang Tian recognize her beauty. One cannot deny that Yun's allure is indeed exceptional. Such an exquisite young woman is undoubtedly a goddess-like figure. She patted her own face, regaining a semblance of composure. Now was not the time to slacken. She forcibly suppressed that fleeting sense of infatuation. Indeed, men are utterly defenseless against beauty. Is this what they call universal love? Zhang Tian chuckled to himself, acknowledging that what he truly sought was the pinnacle of the Tao and freedom. Casting a glance at the stunningly beautiful Yun, with her impeccable form, fair skin, and captivating beauty, she resembled a resplendent peony. Yet, he had always claimed a distaste for peonies. Shaking his head, he quelled his impulses but couldn't resist planting a light kiss on Yun's cheek, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water surface. Observing Zhang Tian's guilty demeanor as he turned away to feign sleep, she found him inexplicably adorable. Yun smiled sweetly, a wave of inexplicable sweetness flooding her heart as she slowly lay down, a satisfied smile gracing her face as she wrapped her delicate arms around Zhang Tian's waist. "Let go of me," Zhang Tian, pretending to be asleep, sighed in exasperation, secretly lamenting that he had unwittingly fallen prey to this rogue girl. Yun stiffened, her teeth gritting in irritation as she drew a blue longsword from her waist, gesturing menacingly at Zhang Tian. Gulp. Feigning slumber, Zhang Tian felt a hard object pressing against him, instinctively swallowing hard as a sense of foreboding washed over him. "Qinglin, help." Zhang Tian's voice was somewhat exaggerated, startling Qinglin into covering her eyes while unable to resist peeking through her fingers. Chapter 36. The reappearance of Viola in the cave. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Yun rose with a satisfied air, tidying her appearance, though a hint of wistfulness lingered in her expression. It was a pity she hadn't managed to share the night with him. After a night of recuperation, Zhang Tian's condition had improved significantly. He helplessly buttoned up his collar, reflecting on how truly insane Yun was for having touched him all night long. "My injuries are somewhat severe. It may take 10 days to half a month for me to recover." Zhang Tian shook his head, pondering how, had he not comprehended the higher level of wielding swords with spirit at the last moment, merging with the Phoenix Cry's sword to escape as a streak of light, he could have truly faced life and death. "I must find a time to return and reclaim that sacred weapon." Rubbing his smooth chin, he felt increasingly unsettled. He had never suffered such a great loss before. If he was going to be a villain, he must see it through to the end. He couldn't afford to be at a disadvantage. Yun giggled, feeling an inexplicable affection for how endearing Zhang Tian appeared. "Move aside." He firmly pressed Yun's face away, retreating from her lips that sought to draw near, exasperated. "Is that affection? All you're simply coveting my body, ugh." Yun was unfazed. After all, Zhang Tian was injured and akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. What happened next was entirely within her control. Her eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, sparkled as she glanced at Qinglin, who seemed to be lost in her own thoughts. Oh, by the way, I seem to have a piece of accompanying purple crystal source. Yun appeared to have recalled something, producing a small, deep purple crystal source, evidently unrefined. Oh, thank you. Zhang Tian expressed his gratitude. This accompanying purple crystal source would likely aid in healing. Yet he lamented his earlier impulsiveness in giving Yun a fragment. Taking the crystal, he contemplated returning it to her, only to inadvertently allow her a fleeting touch. Yun feigned innocence and, with a puzzled expression, asked what's wrong. Zhang Tian's mouth twitched slightly. Her blatant act of groping was rather excessive. With no recourse, he rolled his eyes and replied, "You should keep the accompanying purple crystal source." "And what about you?" Yun felt a sweetness in her heart, overwhelmed with happiness, and instinctively inquired. "Me? Em indifferent." Zhang Tian turned away, rummaging through his storage ring until he seemingly found something. Oh, so it was here. He extracted a massive accompanying purple crystal source, revealing a satisfied expression as he nodded, preparing to refine it. Yun's expression froze as she gazed at the nearly foot-long crystal source, as if petrified. "Is this what you call indifferent?" Bang! A fist came crashing down onto Zhang Tian's head, nearly causing him to drop the accompanying purple crystal source. Half an hour later, Zhang Tian rubbed his head innocently, feeling a twinge of irritation. That rascal Xiao Yin hadn't managed to absorb the accompanying purple crystal source, and Master Yao had claimed he needed several more materials. Thus it circled back to Zhang Tian's storage ring for safekeeping. "You didn't wash up last night. You smell terrible. Come here, let me help you bathe." Yun pounced with enthusiasm, reaching for Zhang Tian's clothing. "Hey, what is this?" Yun pointed at a small purple mark on Zhang Tian's side. This mark resembled a swirling purple flame, seemingly alive and burning. "Let me see. This seems to be a parting gift from Sang'er, perhaps." Zhang Tian recalled the event of that day, having fainted at the time. "Doesn't this look somewhat like an Yoa?" The more Yun examined it, the more familiar it seemed. Her delicate fingers tapped the mark on Zhang Tian's waist. It does bear a resemblance. Only then did Zhang Tian realize the peculiar reaction from the Yoa square within him. "This is the 9th-ranked Yoa, the 9 Netherwind Flame?" Yun and Zhang Tian exchanged incredulous glances. The 9 Netherwind Flame was born in the depths of the extreme Yin realm. How could Sang'er possess it? No, this appears to be a seed of fire, not the source of the 9 Netherwind Flame. After a moment of observation, she could discern the difference. This purple flame mark merely had an appearance akin to the true Yoa. It seems to be a key to a portal, which may also contain a map to the endless abyss of the extreme Yin realm, and a high-level Earth tier skill. Zhang Tian tentatively touched the mark, sensing intricate information flooding into his mind. The extreme Yin realm seems to be located within the demon swamp of the southeast continent. Yun was not well acquainted with the southeast continent. Had she not come this way, she would hardly have believed the legends recorded in the ancient texts of the Yunlan sect. How could the continent be so vast? What kind of powerful beings could traverse it? Since this is the case, let's find someone to inquire about the way. Zhang Tian nodded, his understanding of the southeast continent being equally vague. 3 days later, before the remnants of a dilapidated sect, as Yun shouted, an involuntary chill crept upon all. Wind's extreme destruction. A blade of wind sliced through the plaque inscribed with the name of the Hantian sect, shattering it, and a massive portal crumbled, leaving no trace of the sect's entrance. Damn it! A one-armed Do Wong struggled to free himself, glaring fiercely at the blood-soaked Yun. The blood of his deceased disciples staining the ground. The body of the 7-star Do Wong sect's master lay in tatters, while the elders and guardians met a tragic end, and even the half-step Do Huang elder was effortlessly subdued by a seemingly pallid youth who resembled a specter. The abruptly rising fire lotus incinerated the elder, who specialized in ice attribute attacks, and this skirmish ended in mere moments with the annihilation of the Hantian sect. The purple fire bore no record of a rout. Shaking his head, Zhang Tian had never truly abandoned his quest to explore the mysterious purple mark. From time to time, he would use his soul power and the blue lotus earth fire to probe its depths, yet he received naught in response. Why would one hesitate to reveal the location of the endless abyss? Observing the ruins surrounding him, Zhang Tian felt a pang of melancholy. Yun's strikes were far from the delicate beauty her appearance suggested. She showed no mercy. The name Endless Abyss sounded dreadfully ominous. In a place harboring the perilous 9th fire of the evil, the Jiuyo wind flame, could hardly be simple. Even the Dozong who ventured there faced near certain death. Years ago, Master Yao had journeyed to the extreme northern lands to refine the 11th-ranked Bone Spirit Cold Fire. Despite his formidable Dozong strength, coupled with his powerful soul force and control abilities, he had nearly met failure, surviving a harrowing ordeal. Were it not for the suppression effects of the burning emperor's decision on Io, even upon reaching Dozong, Zhang Tian would never have dared to covet this Io. Ihua was, after all, one of the most potent wonders of the Duki continent, its power unfathomable and its fury relentless, posing insurmountable challenges for ordinary alchemists. Finally, had he found someone willing to speak? Zhang Tian observed an elderly Do Ling emerging from the rubble. Though his cultivation was modest, he was the father of the contemporary sect master. Despite his imminent demise, he lacked the courage and ambition of his son. The longer one lived, the more one feared death. Chapter 37. Juyo Wind Flame I will say everything, the old man wailed, his body marred by countless wounds and charred marks from flames. Gazing at the writhing elder, Zhang Tian felt an unsettling calm wash over him. How many struggles have been dismissed as inconsequential by others? 30 years of fortune and misfortune. How many youths had withered under the weight of oppression? Was life truly so fragile? Conversely, Yun halted the descent of her azure longsword. Standing silently as a myriad of innocent lives she had taken recently weighed heavily on her conscience. Enough, old man, please speak quickly, Zhang Tian urged with a gentle smile. Helping the elder to his feet, his tone soft, as if he were assisting an ordinary old man who had merely stumbled. Do you not feel remorse? Yun's gaze shifted towards Zhang Tian, betraying her fear of the answer she did not wish to hear. Her hands gripped her sword tighter, more tense than in battle. Remorse? Remorse for slaying the innocent? Zhang Tian helped the elder, brushing off dust from his sleeves with a tender touch. Is there truly such a thing as innocence in this world? Zhang Tian sighed, his gaze locking onto Yun. Every human harbors connections, grievances, and emotions, unless one is a mere stone devoid of reason or feeling. He ruffled Yun's hair. They shared a bond, as did his little disciple Xiaoyan, the banter-loving master Yao, and his sworn brother Xiaozhan. Thus, is it not said that the sage is unkind, treating all creatures as mere fodder, yet still embodies fairness and benevolence? Zhang Tian chuckled self-deprecatingly within. Cultivators are filled with contradictions, striving to uphold justice while often hindering others' paths to enlightenment. Let us first hear what the elder has to say. With all this slaughter across the continent, can you truly manage it all? Zhang Tian spoke to Yun with unexpected gentleness, intentionally avoiding provocation. Upon hearing Zhang Tian call him, the elder trembled as if struck by lightning. Do not panic. Take your time. Just speak it out by the end of today. He chuckled, as if engaged in a casual conversation with a friend, unhurried and relaxed. Gasping heavily, the elder struggled to calm his racing heart, swallowing hard before finally fixing his bloodshot eyes on Xiaoyan. I am called Wang Shunmao, the elder stammered, clearly flustered. There's no need for introductions, elder. We seek the route to the endless abyss in the extreme northern lands. Please provide us with detailed directions, Zhang Tian said, noticing the elder's struggle to regain composure. He offered him a second-tier calming pill, which gradually helped the elder settle his nerves. To reach the extreme northern lands, you must head south from here, approximately 300 miles. After arriving at the Tianmao Marsh, venture deeper for several more miles, and you shall enter the endless abyss. The elder managed, suppressing the frantic beating of his heart, tears streaming down his face amidst the ruins. At this moment, he only hoped to survive. Very well, I understand. Elder, please search for some treasures and belongings left behind by the sect before descending the mountain. Be cautious on your way down, Zhang Tian nodded. A sect without even a Do Huang's presence held little wealth that would interest either Zhang Tian or Yun. As they approached the mountain gate, preparing to descend, a figure clad in green rushed toward them. What were you doing just now? Zhang Tian inquired, affectionately patting the little head of Qing Ling, his curiosity piqued, a smile playing at his lips. I was admiring the scenery of the mountain. The trees are lush, the high peaks cascade with waterfalls, and occasionally, startled deer and birds flit by. The air is refreshingly pure. Qing Ling beamed, her innocent face radiating joy. Should we stay a few more days? Zhang Tian pondered, tempted. He had always longed for the tranquil beauty of deep forests, relishing the comfort of mountain springs. Rest? Have you forgotten you are gravely injured and on someone else's territory? If you wish to visit the endless abyss, so be it. There's little danger there. You can rest once you reach the abyss. At that point, you may lie down as long as you like. Observing the two, Yun's forehead creased with frustration as she lightly struck both their heads. Zhang Tian exchanged glances with Qing Ling, who playfully stuck out her tongue, prompting Zhang Tian to laugh heartily. I genuinely see no issue here. This place is quite remote, and the scenery is lovely. No one would notice. As the military adage goes, military what? Yun Yun interjected, delivering a swift punch to Zhang Tian's forehead, causing little Qing Ling to retract her neck, stifling a laugh. Let us go, Yun Yun said, exasperated, pulling Zhang Tian away as he cast a reluctant glance at the surrounding beauty. Fog has rolled in. Qing Ling suddenly lifted her little head, and indeed, a veil of mist gradually enveloped the mountains, bringing a damp warmth that was immensely comforting, though visibility was significantly reduced. Let us head to the waterfall, Qing Ling exclaimed, her little eyes sparkling as she darted toward the waterfall across the valley. The mountains now formed a basin-like shape, with verdant vegetation and lush trees filling the valley. The peaks were closely linked, resembling a five-fingered mountain. Zhang Tian and Yun Yun chuckled at Qing Ling, who leaped down into the valley, dancing atop the trees, while Yun Yun shook her head in resignation. Dressed in a flowing green outfit reminiscent of clear waters, Qing Ling blended seamlessly with the valley's greenery. This sound, I adore waterfalls like this, so grand yet pure as spring water. Seizing an opportunity, Zhang Tian manifested his dookie wings and soared across, leaving Yun Yun astonished. The gust of wind tousled Yun Yun's hair, and with a huff, she unfurled her blue dookie wings in pursuit. Zhang Tian's speed far surpassed Qing Ling's. Seeing her slip and snap a branch, he quickly flew over and caught her before she could fall. Hey, little Qing Ling, aren't you afraid of falling? He chided lightly, noticing her flushed cheeks, uncertain if it was from fear or exhilaration. In a mere instant, Zhang Tian crossed the valley, not waiting for Yun Yun, and released Qing Ling as they both charged toward the waterfall. Boom! The colossal mass of water cascaded down from nearly 100 meters, creating a spectacular splash that resonated like thunder, drowning out all other sounds. Thus, this magnificent waterfall thundered day after day, embodying a breathtaking blend of beauty, sound, and immeasurable power. Countless wisps of vapor continuously dispersed in all directions. Although there was no fog, the humidity was abundant, for the mist had merged with the sky's moisture. As soon as Zhang Tian and Qing Lin entered, they were thoroughly drenched, resembling drowned rats, and amid their laughter, Zhang Tian conjured a protective aura. You two can really run, Yun Yun remarked with exasperation, just managing to catch up. However, having witnessed the prior antics of Zhang Tian and Qing Lin, she had prudently erected her own barrier in advance. Let us take a look behind the waterfall, Zhang Tian suggested with a smile, to which Qing Lin suddenly chimed in. To be honest, I was almost ready to leave upon arriving here, he said, scratching his head with a hint of disinterest, as he was not as playful as Qing Lin, the spirited girl. One arrives with enthusiasm, but departs with reluctance, he mused. Oh, come on. Let us just take a peek. We've come all this way. The humid vapor enveloped them, casting a warm sensation, while the tremendous energy of the waterfall resonated throughout the valley, creating an enduring symphony of sound. It's so beautiful, Qing Lin pouted, tugging on Yun Yun's hand. Meanwhile, Zhang Tian felt somewhat awkward, sensing he was being overlooked. Was it that Qing Lin presumed he could not compete with Yun Yun? All right then, Yun Yun relented, her mature demeanor softening under Qing Lin's innocent charm. Thus, Zhang Tian pondered whimsically, so it turns out the greatest weapon against a mature woman is a young girl. Is it? In Chapter 38, Reunion, Zhang Tian, having had his fill of fun, rushed to pull Qing Lin back as she was about to leap into the waterfall, leading them both to plunge into its depths. Wow, the force of the water is overwhelming. Upon their entry, Zhang Tian immediately felt the weight of the protective barrier intensify, the expansive area of force revealing the waterfall's formidable power. In truth, had it not been for his concern for Qing Lin, he would not have needed the aura at all. Yet, upon traversing through the waterfall, they found themselves in an entirely different realm. Beyond the strange stalactites, a breathtaking scene unfolded. The air was filled with delightful fragrances, the sounds of birds and flowers harmonizing, while a few wild rabbits scurried about. A riot of colors flourished. Exotic blossoms of every hue thrived, and a gentle spring trickled nearby. Hey, it seems like someone is here, Qing Lin suddenly exclaimed, capturing Zhang Tian's attention. Below the cascading spring, in a small pool, there were faint traces of blood, unremarkable at first glance, yet it piqued Zhang Tian's curiosity. What are you two talking about? There's no one here, Yun Yun's voice echoed as she approached, steadying herself against the rocky wall beside the waterfall. Sister Yun Yun, it seems like there's someone inside. Qing Lin bounced excitedly towards her, only to be halted by Zhang Tian's grip. You're not Yun Yun, he cautioned, slowly retreating with Qing Lin in tow. Oh, it seems you've discovered me. Yun Yun stiffened momentarily before nonchalantly shrugging. her features swiftly morphing into the visage of a young man. "You're at Sang'er," Qing Lin suddenly recalled, recognizing him as the young disciple from the Shanqing Spring sect who had ambushed the Grand Elder Nietsong. "You're indeed Sang'er." Zhang Tian observed the gravely injured figure, pondering for a moment. "You can't be saved." After a brief assessment, he realized the futility of the situation. Coughing, Sang'er, unperturbed by the matter of his name, was momentarily choked by Zhang Tian's words. "I know I cannot be saved, but I never expected it would be you who entered here. Such is fate." Sang'er seemed to have come to terms with much. The incident at Shanqing Spring had left the entire mountain in ruins, with the sect leader and elders perished, and only Niet Song remained, having suffered a grievous injury. "To meet again is indeed fate," he noted, sensing the purple mark on Zhang Tian's body with a glimmer of joy, realizing it was still intact. "What do you intend to do?" Zhang Tian furrowed his brow, perplexed by Sang'er's apparent resignation. "That was merely an illusionary formation. It can transform me into someone you are familiar with. Senior, you have avenged me, yet I have nothing to repay you with. All that remains is the last remnant of the Nine Nether Wind Flame, child fire. And the Qingshu Daoist scripture can only be learned by those with a kind and steadfast heart. Otherwise, it is inferior to even advanced techniques." As if delivering his last words, Sang'er extracted the final flicker of the Nine Netherwind Flame's child fire from his heart. Upon leaving his body, the special protective measures dissipated, and the flame incinerated the flesh he had removed. Zing, zing, zing. Sang'er grasped the purple fire, his palm charred, a faint scent of roasted meat wafting through the air. "This truly is the Nine Netherwind Flame." Zhang Tian marveled, astonished that he had indeed tamed the 10th-ranked extraordinary flame from the heavens. However, it is merely a fraction of the child fire. The battle at Shanqing Spring had already consumed all the child fire I had brought from the endless abyss. It was only through years of perilous adventure that I acquired a technique to harbor fire within my heart. Sang'er chuckled bitterly, yet his voice remained resolute, as if this man, burdened by deep-seated vengeance, would never yield, even in the face of the most ludicrous fate and a shattered body. Fiercely contending for a most intense death, Zhang Tian was moved. The technique of harboring fire within one's heart was perilous indeed. Although it allowed for only one type of extraordinary fire to be concealed, it resided within the most vital part of the body, should the fire erupt. It could incinerate the heart in an instant. He received the flame in his hands. The flickering fire upon Sang'er's fingertips was weak, almost a mere flicker, as if a breeze could extinguish it. Indeed, the senior is no ordinary person. Observing the Nine Netherwind Flame resting in his hands without resistance, it seemed to return home, gradually swelling in size. Sang'er's eyes sparkled with satisfaction. "All right, I truly cannot hold on any longer. I remember seeing you with the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire." "Yes?" Sang'er began to cough violently, his life force nearly imperceptible. Although he had evaded the flames through a feigned death strategy, he was undeniably at the end of his rope. "Please, Senior, use the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire to burn me. We are born of the earth, and shall return to it naturally." Sang'er spoke with a hint of pleading. As dying beneath the embodiment of natural forces, the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire was his final wish. Sighing, Zhang Tian felt a pang of sorrow. Heaven nurtures all things, yet man has nothing to repay it. In contrast, Sang'er faced the unknown of death with remarkable composure. This man had never lamented his tragic lineage, but was instead a rare paragon of fortitude, steadfast and unyielding. "Very well, allow me to accompany you on your journey." Zhang Tian nodded, the essence of the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire transforming into an exquisitely realistic lotus. The azure blossom merely brushed past Sang'er's head, igniting his form instantly, the blue flames consuming his garments and flesh in an instant. "So this is the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire?" Sang'er's voice emerged from within the inferno, devoid of fear or despair, as if he met his end with hope and vitality. As the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire burned, moments later, only ashes remained. "Senior, you have indeed kept your promise. I have left the sword sheath hidden within my body for you. I hope you will cherish it." A tranquil voice reverberated through the entrance, and Zhang Tian gazed down to discover a pile of ashes alongside a small, dark purple object. This item showed no signs of melting under the flames, instead growing increasingly profound, emanating a violet-black glow. "This is," Zhang Tian mused as he picked up the dark purple object, finding that the Nine Netherwind Flame, which had previously nestled beside the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire, seemed to have found a delectable prize and immediately coiled around it. After a moment, Zhang Tian finally discerned the origin of the object in his hand. The nine-nether wind flame is indeed the key to the infernal marsh beyond the endless abyss in the extreme north. Contemplating the purple-black object resembling a knife sheath in his hand, Zhang Tian pondered. Given our current position, it seems we must traverse the endless abyss to reach the infernal marsh. After stowing away the purple-black knife sheath, Zhang Tian joined forces with Qing Lin to rendezvous with Yun Yun. If you had not employed the green lotus earth heart flame to escort him on his final journey, you would not have obtained this key, would you? Yun Yun remarked, her heart stirred by Zhang Tian's narrative. Indeed, but there are no ifs in this matter. What has transpired is as it should be. Zhang Tian smiled quietly, acknowledging the truth of her words. If Tsang Er had not possessed such a disposition, Zhang Tian would not have engaged him in earnest conversation, but would have resorted to coercion instead. Let us proceed. We merely need to cross the endless abyss, which significantly enhances our safety. Zhang Tian nodded in agreement with Yun Yun's assertion. A month and a half later, Zhang Tian emerged from the endless abyss like a streak of light, looking remarkably disheveled, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. The foaming sword hovered beside him, its speed, after merging with him, surpassing that of the Do Chi wings, even outpacing the spatial rifts created by Do Zun's tearing of space at close range. However, high-level Do Zone can utilize spatial locks, making the tearing of space by Do Zun more effective. With outstretched hands, the green lotus earth heart flame surged from his palms, flickering azure flames consuming the void. Suddenly, a brand new purple-black flame materialized in his right hand. Unlike the feeble child flame, this nine-nether wind flame was profound and restrained, akin to a dormant black dragon gnawing at the very fabric of space. Nine-nether wind flame. Chapter 39. Preparing to return to the northwestern continent. Do you dare pursue me? Sensing a disturbance from the depths of the endless abyss, the distant roar of a colossal beast echoed. A seventh-tier magical beast, the fire-eyed green-hoof beast, truly believes I am afraid of it. Zhang Tian's dark eyes gradually became enveloped in shades of azure and violet as he gathered countless flames into his palms. Within the extraordinary fire pillars of his dantian, 2 of the 23 towering flames ignited brilliantly. Roaring, a sound reminiscent of both dragon and lion erupted as a massive creature, towering over 10 meters, burst forth, a beast that bore resemblance to both dragon and lion, its enormous eyes ablaze with fire, its hooves wreathed in emerald flames, charging towards Zhang Tian through the void. Roaring, the beast's fiery hoof prints trailed behind it, slowly dissipating as it fixed its fierce gaze upon Zhang Tian, whose body was gradually entwined by flames. The beast ignited with crimson flames, akin to a rebirth through fire, sprouting 2 dragon-like horns, its limbs elongating, head resembling that of a dragon, waist that of a lion, and tail akin to that of an ox. Its once jet-black, steel-like scales transformed into emerald green, then shifted to a blue-white hue, the 3 colors merging into a resplendent azure armor, each scale pulsating with flames. Is this a Qilin? I feared you within the endless abyss. But now that I have emerged, I have no reason to fear you. Zhang Tian's gaze turned icy, and with a subtle motion of his fingers, 2 flames merged seamlessly. A majestic fire deity manifestation appearing behind him, towering over dozens of meters, its mouth and nostrils exuding flames, causing the ground to tremble beneath its weight. Roar! The fiery giant brought down a massive hand, unleashing torrents of flames from its mouth. Fortunately, the endless abyss was shrouded in darkness and silence. Otherwise, it would have undoubtedly been reduced to scorched earth. Standing at a height of approximately 4 meters, the fire giant seized the fire-eyed green-hoof beast with one hand, the scorching heat causing its flames to extinguish, its once mighty azure scales slowly melting away into magma, cascading into the abyss below. Fire-eyed green-hoof beast, I shall accept your 7th-tier beast fire. Roar! The beast writhed frantically, its massive jaws clamping down on the fiery giant's hand, its overwhelming strength capable of shattering mountains. Yet it could not escape the grasp of the flame giant. The flame giant bellowed in fury, slamming the thrashing, fire-eyed green-hoof beast into the ground at the entrance of the endless abyss. Boom! The colossal form of the fire-eyed green-hoof beast crashed onto the earth, a tremendous roar reverberating as a pit nearly 20 meters deep formed, fracturing the surrounding ground within 100 meters. Groan! The beast emitted a weak whimper, its eyes filled with hatred. Flames erupted from its emerald hooves, gradually engulfing its fallen body in a sea of fire. The verdant flames continued to blaze as Zhang Tian stood firm, undeterred by the encroaching inferno. With a crisp sound, a slender hoof emerged from the green flames, followed by a pair of emerald eyes igniting as the dragon-like head once again emerged. At this moment, the fire-eyed green hoof beast had transformed into a qilin, its figure balanced, though lean, radiating a sense of muscular power. Crack! As the fire-eyed green hoof beast took a step forward, the very fabric of space fractured, resembling a shattered mirror revealing a web of cracks. It was a universally acknowledged fact that Dozong could manipulate space, high-level Dozong could use spatial locks, and only Dozun could shatter space. Undoubtedly, the unleashed power of the fire-eyed green hoof beast had reached the level of a Dozun. In this form, you must perish. You might as well fulfill my ambition. Zhang Tian discerned with clarity that the current situation of the fire-eyed green hoof beast was dire. Even if it killed him, it would not survive. He had no belief that he would perish at the beast's feet. Roar! It's all because of you, cursed human. The fire-eyed green hoof beast's eyes blazed with hatred, remembering how this human Do Huang had invaded its lair, stealing the extraordinary flame it had guarded for decades, leading to its impending demise. The thought alone ignited a desire to crush Zhang Tian beneath the endless abyss, subjected to the searing torment of the 9 Netherwind Flame. If I kill you and reclaim the 9 Netherwind Flame, human, your green flame is also a form of extraordinary fire, and perhaps the combined might of our flames could grant me rebirth. The fire-eyed green hoof beast snorted disdainfully, unable to suppress its fiery gaze. The fire giant's eyes glimmered with divine light as it prepared to crush the fire-eyed green hoof beast with a palm as massive as a mountain. Roar! The beast roared defiantly, channeling its strength through its hooves to shatter the earth, sending shockwaves that propelled everything around it. Fearless, it charged towards the fiery giant's palm. Crack! The fire-eyed green hoof beast shattered the flaming hand, its hoof crashing heavily onto the giant's arm, producing a sound akin to shattering glass. The fire giant seized the beast with its other hand, the unbearable heat inflicting excruciating pain. Unity of 10,000 transformations, purification of the green lotus. Zhang Tian pressed his palms together, and as he grasped the fiery giant, the beast instantly began to dissolve. Under the operation of the burning emperor's decision, it transformed into a colossal, budding extraordinary fire lotus. Roar! Let me out! Within the extraordinary fire lotus, countless petals of flame converged, intertwining to form a space that firmly sealed the fire-eyed green hoof beast's movements. As Zhang Tian exerted more force, beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, and the massive fire lotus gradually unfurled. One by one, the petals of the extraordinary fire lotus opened, and a tempestuous energy began to brew at its core, compressing until its explosive power could effortlessly obliterate an empire in an instant. Boom! As the extraordinary fire lotus slowly blossomed, explosions reverberated within, echoing like thunder. The colliding flames roared incessantly, a deluge of fire trapped firmly within the lotus. Open! With trembling hands, nearly on the brink of collapse, I infused a significant portion of my Qi into the Fundija. With a final, exhausted roar that echoed through the endless abyss, the Eva Qilin blossomed at last. In that fleeting moment, the boundless wave of fire erupted violently. Boom! As the fire lotus expanded and contracted, it completed its final inflation, causing the very heavens to tremble. Following a cacophony of explosions, a vast expanse of land before the endless abyss was utterly obliterated, as if a sun had ignited. The terrifying explosion instantaneously engulfed a radius of several dozen miles, its blinding brilliance lingering for over half a minute before dissipating, while countless fragments of land fell into the endless abyss, never to be heard from again. Under such overwhelming power, Zhang Tian was swept away by the shockwave for several hundred meters, stumbling back for quite some time before finally coming to a halt, his appearance a disheveled mess, his garments tattered, and his uchi reduced to less than 1/10. Swiftly, he retrieved the nearly liquid magic core of the Pujing Bitiso and a pulsating ball of beast fire, hastily storing the magic core in his gadget and placing the beast fire into the Yiho Gongchang. Originally a 7th-tier magical beast, the beast fire, upon arriving in a different realm, intended to unleash its ferocity, but was immediately quelled by an ancient and profound sense of pressure, causing it to kneel in submission beneath the 2 pillars of Yiho. The Wajing Bitiso was reduced to mere ashes. After securing his belongings, Zhang Tian wasted no time and oriented himself southward, transforming into a streak of light and vanishing. Barely moments after Zhang Tian departed, a powerful Lichid energy orb suddenly surged forth from the endless abyss, its might rivaling that of Zhang Tian. After once again annihilating a vast area of land, the endless abyss fell silent once more. In the midst of this eternal solitude and darkness, a pair of colossal golden eyes emerged from the depths of the abyss, each the size of a dozen meters, exuding an air of regal grandeur. Having retreated 1,000 miles away, Zhang Tian felt it was safe to pause, gazing at the seemingly boundless, endless abyss with a slight sigh of relief. It was time to return to the southeastern continent. The mysterious valley of the Sangqingqing seemed devoid of any passage back to the Zhang, but there should be a spatial wormhole in the northwest continent. The so-called spatial wormhole is a passageway constructed by Odun that connects two distant realms, allowing for instantaneous travel across hundreds of thousands of miles. Unlike Odun tearing through space, even Dolin can traverse these spatial passages, greatly enhancing travel efficiency. Though the cost of activation is quite substantial, the spatial wormhole functions akin to a transport point requiring maintenance. Each activation demands considerable resources, making a choice only for the affluent. Are you alright? Yun approached from a distance. This was the rendezvous point they had agreed upon. For within the endless abyss lurked terrifying 8th and even 9th-tier magical beasts and formidable warriors. Thus, Zhang Tian had resolved to escape the endless abyss immediately, regardless of whether he had obtained the Tiyofeng yet. Fortune favored me this time, but alas, I could not acquire the 8th grade. Although Zhang Tian expressed disappointment, a deep sense of satisfaction enveloped him. Yun chuckled. Where's there such a thing as wishes coming true? Bitong is a celestial fruit that grows upon the remains of deceased dragon species of 8th tier or higher. It is not so easily obtained. She seemed unimpressed, remarking how a dog possessing Tuva would seek to harvest in 8th grade, an audacious and laughable endeavor. As the two conversed in the air, they soon located Qing Lin's hiding place, and the trio set forth towards the outskirts of the Jibari Treaty. It is about time we return to the northwest continent. The strength of the warriors here in the southeastern continent is comparatively greater, posing a significant danger. Zhang Tian communicated with Yun while scanning his surroundings, noting the presence of numerous Dong and Doog soaring above, delving into the endless abyss for opportunities, yet he did not encounter them. During their journey, a two-star Zong, captivated by Yun's beauty, attempted to ambush the trio to seize their treasures. However, mere moments later, amidst a chilling scream, he was turned to ashes by the defense, allowing Zhang Tian to claim his nugget. Gasp! A renowned Zong was so easily extinguished. That flame is terrifying. It must be a form of Eva. How fortunate indeed. Though I cannot ascertain which one it is. Many who witnessed the scene in mid-air began to murmur, though they instinctively created some distance to avoid colliding with Zhang Tian and his companions. Holding the Ma'ajir of the two-starred Zong, Zhang Tian effortlessly unlocked it as the Deng's spiritual imprint dissipated. Dengajate measured approximately 70 to 80 cubic meters in size, somewhat meager, yet contained a pile of purple coins numbering in the tens of thousands. However, Zhang Tian paid little mind to it. In the Dochi Balu, gold coins held little value, although a single Dingbi was worth 10 or 100 gold coins when he inquired about this. Yun admitted ignorance, stating that her sex resources were not under her purview unless they involved significant treasures, in which case they were usually entrusted to the second. Oh no. The current third elder for safekeeping. It is worth noting that a family of Dung or Doong could easily produce hundreds of thousands of gold coins by the time one reaches Dung or Dung. Such material wealth truly loses its significance, with transactions occurring predominantly through rare treasures or favors. The goodwill of a powerful individual can sometimes outweigh the entire fortune of a Doong. After perusing the contents, Zhang Tian discovered little of value, a volume of advanced Shinjigungfa and a fragment of a Lotarija Doji. The inheritance of a Sengshu Dodong was indeed lacking in worth. Not even as valuable as your Dong, Zhang Tian sighed, recalling that during his previous visit to the treasury, the treasures far exceeded those of this unfortunate Dong. Of course, Yinlan Dong has been developing for nearly 1,000 years. Wait, what did you enter my treasury? Yun rolled her eyes, pride evident in her tone. Yet midway through her sentence, realization struck her. I recall that the treasury has always been overseen by the second elder. Yet you actually pilfered from it. Yun's expression turned incredulous, her mind resolute to hand the treasury key to the Grand Elder. Zhang Tian scratched his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed for inadvertently revealing too much. After 3 consecutive days of travel, they finally departed from the Jibari Treaty. The weather gradually warmed, but Qing Lin could no longer endure the chill, prompting the weary group to seek respite in a bordering nation. To their dismay, on the very next day of their rest, they discovered that the neighboring country had launched an attack, nearly reaching their capital. To avoid disruption during their respite, Zhang Tian decided to take action. The supreme commander of the enemy nation, a 3-star, was swiftly repelled by Zhang Tian, causing the army to crumble in defeat. The king expressed profound gratitude and even enthusiastically organized a nationwide 3-day celebration, which became overwhelming for Zhang Tian, particularly when the king arranged for 20 princesses to form a line, inviting him to witness their dance, a situation that left him utterly speechless. Finally, on the 12th day, Zhang Tian, unable to endure any longer, was pulled away by Yun Yun, accompanied by a mouthful of snacks and fruits carried by Qing Lin as they left the small nation behind. Half a month later, Qing Lin, munching on a piece of tough beast jerky, wore a face of utter despair. Though I am a snake, I do not relish gnawing on food. As she chewed on the hard, tooth-jarring jerky, Qing Lin whined to Yun Yun, Sister Yun Yun, why do we leave that country so soon? There were still many delicacies I had yet to try, and I didn't manage to take any with me. Yun Yun, also nibbling on dried fruits, felt a bit embarrassed at the remark, casting a sharp glance at Zhang Tian. At this moment, Zhang Tian was seated cross-legged on the sandy ground, turning away from their conversation, silently igniting the 9 netherwind flame. He placed a piece of dried fruit and some beast meat beside the flame, and after a brief moment, both were thoroughly roasted. As he popped the candied fruit into his mouth, Zhang Tian felt a twinge of discomfort, not due to its taste, which was delightful, but rather from having consumed it incessantly for half a month. Its excessive sweetness left his palate parched. The Makard Empire was home to formidable Do Zun experts, and he was among the few esteemed Do Zun of the southeastern continent. Yun Yun spread the map she had acquired from a merchant in the desert across her elegant legs and scrutinized it intently. How much further? Zhang Tian tossed a pebble aside and inquired, turning his gaze toward Yun Yun. Approximately 123 miles. At our pace, we shall require about a quarter of an hour to arrive, she replied thoughtfully, recalling the speed of the accompanying Xiao Qinglin. Very well. Considering the presence of Tu Do Huang, the Makard Empire should not pose any difficulties for us. If all goes well, we shall reach the neighboring nation of the Jiamar Empire by tomorrow. Zhang Tian estimated the distance, noting that due to the absence of spatial wormholes in the Jiamar Empire, they could only reach the neighboring country first before proceeding to their intended destination. 3 days later, as they stood before the towering spatial wormhole, a sense of awe washed over Yun Yun and her companions. The immense, pitch-black wormhole loomed not far ahead, guarded by several Do Ling-level experts. On a 3-meter-tall stone tablet, 3 characters were inscribed. Transfer point. The tablet bore intricate patterns, with flashes of light emanating from its surface. As the Do Ling experts beheld Zhang Tian's group approach, the aura of Do Huang compelled them to bow their heads in respect. A Do Huang expert. Such powerful individuals are rarely seen passing by. Amidst the reverent gazes of the Do Ling, Zhang Tian and Yun Yun stepped onto the transfer portal, deploying the spatial vessel they had previously purchased before entering the spatial passage. This wormhole seems a bit small and rather unstable. I hope nothing goes awry, Zhang Tian remarked, observing the faint cracks within the spatial passage. Oh, is indeed rather compact, Yun Yun exclaimed as she emerged from the vessel, slightly taken aback. For it was her first time traversing a spatial passage via a spatial ship. Indeed, Zhang Tian replied, dodging a spatial fissure and descending directly into the cabin. A true spatial wormhole should measure at least 100 meters in size, requiring the combined efforts of 2 Do Zun to construct. I suspect this one was merely established by a recently ascended Do Zun. Yun Yun nodded knowingly, slowly making her way into the cabin. After a journey of over half a month through the spatial realm, Zhang Tian finally sensed the vessel come to a halt. Having endured Yun Yun's incessant disturbances for the past fortnight, he was the first to disembark from the vessel. Upon exiting the wormhole, he found himself in a locale starkly different from the Makard Empire. Though this wormhole was also situated atop a high platform, the area was thick with dust, and the edges appeared worn and incomplete. The stone tablet stood only about a meter tall, barely reaching the waist of an average person, necessitating a bend to read its inscriptions. Its engravings were incomplete, marred by numerous cracks. What sort of decrepit empire is this? This transfer array lacks even a guardian, Zhang Tian lamented, recognizing the dilapidated state indicative of long neglect. This is the Aotuka Empire. I visited here for training with my master in the past. Yun Yun stepped off the transfer array, her face lighting up with a rare expression of joy. It seems we have finally returned. Observing Yun Yun's familiar demeanor, Zhang Tian felt a wave of relief. Oh please, we are still 3 nations away. Yun Yun rolled her eyes. noting that while three nations could be considered neither close nor far, the three present were no ordinary individuals. In about 8 or 9 days, I shall once again see my adorable little disciple. Zhang Tian couldn't help but think of the mischievous Xiao Yin, who, after so long, still hadn't mastered the 8 extremes collapse, resulting in no progress within the Dou Emperor space for months. After this departure, who knows when we shall be together again. I understand that the Yunlan sect cannot hold on to you for long. I hope you will consider the sect more often in your capacity as the second elder. Yin Yun expressed a hint of reluctance, feeling frustrated that despite spending 3 to 4 months with him, she had yet to share a deeper bond. All right. Zhang Tian replied dismissively, not bothering to glance at Yin Yun, who responded with a discontented kick. Zhang Tian, lacking any gentlemanly decorum, simply sidestepped. Given the long journey ahead, perhaps we should part ways here. Xiao Qinglin, will you accompany me or not? He teased, grinning at Yin Yun. Does that even sound reasonable? Yin Yun sighed, aware that if he knew the journey would be long, he should have stayed close to protect her. No, I wish to remain with Sister Yin Yun. Xiao Qinglin pondered for a moment, then, lifting herself on tiptoe, prepared to give Zhang Tian a peck on the cheek, but ultimately refrained. You've picked up bad habits from Yin Yun. One by one, you all seem to covet me. Zhang Tian lamented the scene, too weary to continue sparring with Yin Yun, and promptly transformed into a streak of light, moving so swiftly that Yin Yun could scarcely react. Chapter 41. 2 Types of Ioa. In the small courtyard of the Xiao family, Xiao Yin stood alone, eyes closed in deep contemplation. Suddenly, he sprang into action, assuming a stance as he unleashed a punch. 8 extremes collapse. Boom, boom, boom. A series of 6 resounding explosions echoed through the air with each of Xiao Yan's strikes. The ring on his ring finger glimmered faintly, the storage ring illuminating with a dark glow. Master, what is it? Just as Xiao Yin finished his training and before he could wipe his sweat, he noticed Yao Lao drifting out from the storage ring. This aura. It can't be mistaken. Zhang is back. Yao Lao's voice resonated in Xiao Yan's ears. And following Yao Lao's gaze, it took a while for Xiao Yin to spot 2 distant figures hurtling through the sky. Xiao Yin, I'm back, Zhang Tian exclaimed, observing the significantly transformed Xiao Yin with a heart full of emotion. Finally, he had returned from a journey that felt like a lifetime. Well, you little rascal. Have you been eating your vegetables? You've grown so tall. Seeing Xiao Yin, who had nearly reached his height despite being lean yet muscular, Zhang Tian couldn't resist teasing him. How has your training and using your soul instincts for combat been progressing? After reminiscing for a while, Zhang Tian began to assess Xiao Yan's cultivation progress. It's going well. I can now successfully execute it about once or twice in 10 attempts. Xiao Yin scratched his head, acknowledging that Yao Lao had played a significant role in his progress. Thanks to Yao Lao's assistance with his half-step Heavenly Realm soul power, Xiao Yin had mastered the technique swiftly. After all, Yao Lao's expertise in soul manipulation far surpassed Zhang Tian's. 9-star Dome Master already? Zhang Tian examined Xiao Yan's realm and confirmed that he had indeed reached 9-star Dome Master over a month ago, though he was currently focused on solidifying and controlling his cultivation. It's been more than a month, and I wish to establish a deeper foundation. I can sense that this is not my limit. Xiao Yin candidly expressed his thoughts to Zhang Tian. Some individuals reach their limits upon breaking through their realms, necessitating another breakthrough to grow stronger. However, some geniuses, upon breaking through, do not touch their limits and can continue to refine themselves. This reflects the variance in innate talents. Your foundation is quite solid. With me around, you can rest easy. Yao Lao stroked his beard, realizing through his time spent with Xiao Yin that he was not merely a brilliant disciple because of a good master. Even without Zhang Tian, he would have been an extraordinary talent. As the second elder of the Xiao family, Zhang Tian truly ought to pay a visit to his sworn brother, Xiao Zhan, upon his return. Thus, Zhang Tian, along with Xiao Yin and another individual, made their way towards the family hall. To the other members of the Xiao clan, it appeared as though the long-absent second elder had returned, accompanied by Xiao Yin and a robust, middle-aged man with prominent brows and large eyes. Over the past few days, Yao Lao had notably regained his spiritual strength, approaching the capabilities of a 2-star Do Zone, making it quite easy for some members of the Xiao family to overlook him. As they walked, they engaged in conversation. Teacher, it has been quite a while since we last met. 4 months, to be precise, Xiao Yin remarked, unable to contain himself as he glanced at Zhang Tian. This man, only a few years older, had unknowingly earned Xiao Yan's profound respect, akin to that of a father figure. To be exact, it has been 3 months and 21 days. Yao Lao interjected, his tone steady. Upon uttering this, He suddenly noticed the peculiar looks exchanged between Zhang Tian and Xiaoyan. Is something amiss? Yao Lao asked, instinctively retracting his neck, sensing that the two disciples were contemplating something unfavorable. How could you calculate such details so precisely? Xiaoyan thought frantically, even as he verbally responded, "Oh, it's nothing, teacher. By the way, didn't you mention last time that you would concoct healing elixirs for us?" He hastily fabricated an excuse, aware that only they and a few guards and maidservants lingered in the courtyard. Given Zhang Tian's prolonged absence, Yao Lao indeed worried about his potential injuries, which prompted the idea of crafting healing elixirs for him. Who mentioned concocting any elixirs? Yao Lao's face flushed, and he hurriedly denied the suggestion. Knowing that Yao Lao was genuinely concerned about him brought a sense of comfort to Zhang Tian. The old man was indeed quite endearing. "Yao Lao, here's a magic core. Please take it. I recall you mentioning that you needed 2 magic cores and the body of a dozong as the primary materials for resurrection," Zhang Tian stated, retrieving a 7th grade magic core from his spatial ring. As the core emerged, the air grew noticeably heated, radiating a fiery crimson glow. Xiaoyan's lips felt parched. Despite having absorbed the flames of 2 beastly fires, he could still sense the ferocity and heat emanating from the magic core in Zhang Tian's hand. "Teacher, what grade is this magic core?" Xiaoyan stammered, a terrifying thought crossing his mind. "A 7th grade magic core from the fire-eyed fiery hoof beast," Zhang Tian responded, flicking the core lightly as he revealed its origin. Xiaoyan inhaled sharply, recognizing the significance of a 7th grade magic core, belonging to a formidable magical beast that could dominate entire empires. "Indeed, it is a 7th grade magic core," Yao Lao said as he accepted the core, still astonished despite having previously assessed it. "You truly did it. You defeated a 7th grade magical beast," Yao Lao exclaimed with awe. In less than 2 years, a Douling had achieved the combat prowess of a Dozong. Terrifying indeed. "Your current combat strength should be worthy of the title Zong now," Yao Lao remarked, his gaze complex. He had never encountered such a prodigy before. "I'm still a bit away from Dozong. I am currently at the Do Huang level," Zhang Tian chuckled, unfazed. "How far away?" Yao Lao's eyes gleamed with fervor. "Just 1 step," Zhang Tian replied with a confident smile. "Excellent, excellent," Yao Lao repeated thrice, then began to reflect. It seems that such extraordinary talents truly exist on the Do-Chi continent, even in the remote northwest. Such potential rivals that are the direct descendants of the ancient 8 clans, he mused, his tone laden with complexity. "Teacher, what are the ancient 8 clans?" Xiaoyan keenly seized upon this mention of a powerful faction. "I'm not entirely sure. I only know that they're the 8 strongest races on the Do-Chi continent, but I lack knowledge about their internal divisions," Yao Lao explained with a shake of his head. However, Zhang Tian was acutely aware of the truth. Yao Lao was originally from the Yao clan, one of the ancient 8 clans, but had been exiled in his youth and knew little about his own clan, let alone the other 7. At that moment, the younger members of the Xiao family, along with guards and maidservants, were captivated by the magic core. "How beautiful! The energy contained within is so ferocious. I can feel a sense of dread. Is this perhaps a magic core from a Do Wang-level magical beast?" Yao Lao did not hesitate to accept the core, his hands trembling slightly. The prospect of resurrection seemed attainable, and he felt immense gratitude towards Zhang Tian. The fire-eyed fiery hoof beast was not inferior to even the most formidable high-level Dozongs, and its broken form would surpass the capabilities of an ordinary high-level Dozong. It was evident that Zhang Tian must have endured a grueling battle to slay it. Zhang Tian nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it was incredibly perilous. I nearly lost my life, depleting all my Do-Chi. Fortunately, the fire-eyed fiery hoof beast was struck by my Yoa and ultimately perished." "You went out and obtained Yoa? Which one? Let me see it." Yao Lao's attention was piqued. After all, Yoa was a treasure for alchemists. He did not doubt Zhang Tian's claims. For a Dozong's strength could indeed capture some of the lower-ranked Yoa. Zhang Tian nodded, conjuring forth 2 flames, one azure and one black, which danced within his palm. "Tu Yihuo," Yao Lao exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. How is it possible for someone to possess 2 Yoa? Even if it were feasible, it should not be achievable by a mere 9-star Do Huang. Yao Lao gazed intently at the 2 flames, their terrifying heat confirming their authenticity. "This is the 19th-ranked Qinglian Earthheart Fire and the 10th-ranked Juyo Wind Flame," Zhang Tian stated, fully aware of their significance. Yao Lao recognized these flames immediately, which only added to his shock, as his Bone Spirit Cold Fire was merely ranked 11th. Despite not having discovered or captured a second Yoa, the rarity of Yoa was evident. In his hundreds of years of life, he had only encountered the bone-spirit cold fire and the sea-heart flame. Xiaoyan, witnessing the overwhelming energy contained within the Tuya, felt a stirring within his own flames, as if they recognized their sovereign. Xiaoyan understood what Yiyuo represented, a symbol of a top-tier alchemist, a status of immense prestige and formidable power. To have two such Yiyuo was astonishing. As Zhang Tian released the Yiyuo, the overwhelming energy alarmed Ling Ying, who stood outside Xiao Sun'er's room. Though the fluctuations were faint, they did not escape the notice of the dark attribute, Do Huang. This power, though slight, carries an unsettling aura. Ling Ying's expression darkened, recalling their ancient clans Jin Di, Fen Tianyan. I must report this to the revered Ku Rong and the ancient Mao. Ling Ying felt unease, knowing that Xiao Sun'er, being the most potent heir of the ancient clan's Do Emperor bloodline, would not be defended solely by him. He was directly subordinate to the revered Ku Rong and the ancient Mao. Xiaoyan, I have found the Yiyuo you need to absorb, but remember, do not rush. Take it step by step. Zhang Tian advised Xiaoyan, startling Yao Lao, with his spiritual strength probing, exclaimed what? Zhang Tian, you haven't subdued these two Yiyuo? Get them away from you. Yao Lao instinctively took a step back, almost pulling Xiaoyan with him. Xiaoyan's expression changed. He understood the terrifying power of Yiyuo. Uncontrolled Yiyuo could indeed bring about utter destruction. You madman, you haven't even subdued these two Yiyuo. How dare you let them get so close? After retreating a few steps, Yao Lao finally noticed that the tuva in Zhang Tian's hand remained calm, leading him to conclude that they bore no soul mark. This meant they could be absorbed, yet they were still untamed and uncontrolled fires. Do not worry, it's fine. Zhang Tian brought his hands close together, merging the two flames of extraordinary fire. His fingers flickered incessantly, the blue and black flames dancing gracefully like butterflies flitting among flowers. Suddenly, a series of thunderous explosions echoed from within the two flames. Stop, stop! Yao Lao exclaimed, nearly in tears. This old man did not wish to perish in such a place. Initially, he had felt a glimmer of joy upon encountering the extraordinary fire, but now he only wished for it to retreat as far as possible. Fear not, they have already submitted to me. After much effort, Zhang Tian finally convinced Yao Lao, who gradually relaxed and approached him. Nonetheless, upon seeing the two flames cradled in Zhang Tian's palms, he could not suppress his trepidation. In an expansive void, Zhang Tian felt as though he had lost all awareness. With a tremor in the Do-Di space, he sensed his soul transported to a starry expanse. Countless stars twinkled in the boundless galaxy, the Milky Way appearing like a colossal ribbon adorned with innumerable tiny stars. Occasionally, meteors would streak across the sky. Yet amidst this celestial sea, not a single fixed star could be found. Zhang Tian floated in the cosmic void, feeling insignificantly small. He attempted to take a few steps, only to discover that his feet rested upon a solid surface. With each step forward, ripples emanated from beneath him, spreading outwards into the infinite starry river. As the ripples passed, Zhang Tian glimpsed a series of squares beneath him, crisscrossing like an immense chessboard suspended in the void. All the celestial bodies trembled, transforming into streaks of light, beams projecting onto the chessboard, bound by the heavens and earth, weaving a cosmic net. 400 million ancient stars serve as pieces, all controlled by a single hand. I am a child of destiny. The myriad stars danced in chaotic patterns, their movements as unpredictable as the cosmos itself. A colossal fist emerged from the cosmic abyss, tearing apart the very fabric of space as it struck the chessboard with immense force. The layout of the chessboard materialized, radiating brilliance that illuminated the universe, compelling all stars to rush toward the giant fist as if drawn by an unseen force. Meteors collided with the fist, obliterating everything in their path, causing the universe to shatter in silence, each explosion akin to a magnificent firework display. Harnessing the power of the stars, banishing evil and dispelling demons, lines of white energy tore through the universe, revealing the pitch-black outer walls of the cosmos. The two forces collided violently, causing the endless star river to recoil, stars exploding across the heavens. Ultimately, 400 million stars combined, forming a beam of starlight. An energy pillar wider than the Milky Way, descending upon the colossal fist with overwhelming celestial might and immeasurable power of suppression. The universe, fragile as a mere toy, could no longer withstand such immense pressure and began to dissolve into nothingness. If the heavens oppress me, I shall rend the heavens asunder. My wrath shall be unleashed. The mysterious figure's roar resonated, undeterred by the heavenly might, challenging both heaven and earth. A spectral form of divine and demonic essence flickered into existence, but quickly faded, obliterated by a single strike from Zhou, turning into a cascade of starlight. Mortal beings without divine bloodlines perish. Concealed within the cosmos, Zhou's eyes emitted chilling lightning, illuminating the vast starry skies. With a mere gesture, the chessboard disintegrated, transforming endless starlight into a multitude of twinkling stars. However, a beam of light, no less formidable than the previous one, surged once more toward the direction of the colossal fist. Alas, sighed a middle-aged man clad in imperial robes, witnessing the scene unfold. Although he possessed the purest royal bloodline, he found himself utterly powerless against Zhou's might. The middle-aged man in blue, who had been by his side, remained silent. The man's strength was overwhelming, having reached the pinnacle of true divinity, with scarcely anyone capable of restraining him. Just as the two found themselves unable to thwart Zhou's final assault, an arrow shot forth from the outer cosmos. That arrow pierced through the outer cosmic wall, slicing through the starry sea, transcending the very fabric of time and space to pierce the beam of light. Two more arrows followed in quick succession, merging into one, instantly annihilating a significant portion of the universe. The Flame Emperor. A look of astonishment and elation flashed across the face of the middle-aged man in imperial robes. The Flame Emperor had made his move. He called, not using the imperial title bestowed upon him. His expression cold as he uttered the true name of the one who approached. Ignoring Sie, chose dies dein Fulgaze. The mysterious figure emerging from the inner cosmos surveyed the ravaged starry sky. That arrow had obliterated a considerable portion of the universe. Otherwise, no one could contend with Zhou, who had gathered the power of the entire cosmos. Neither he nor Shur could withstand Zhou's might. It was too formidable, too defiant of destiny. The one who once saved the world from the fall of the Nine Suns now brings ruin to half the universe, extinguishing countless lives. Zhou's voice echoed through the desolate cosmos, tinged with mockery. He remained silent, knowing that without destroying the universe, even if he joined forces with Shur, they could not suppress Zhou. Ultimately, their conflict would only invite the annihilation of the entire cosmos, leading to mutual destruction, sacrificing the chariot to save the commander, or perhaps severing an arm to survive. The imperial court respects you as emperor, yet you betray it. I find it curious why you would strike. The myriad stars coalesced once more, though they appeared considerably diminished. Yet Zhou paid it no mind, exuding an air of invincibility. I have not betrayed the imperial court. It is not yours, Zhou. He finally spoke upon his arrival. The mysterious figure who had unleashed the colossal fist remained concealed. But all present understood he was merely recuperating. He would never escape without defeating Zhou. Oh, then whose imperial court is it? Zhou sneered, leisurely drawing upon the cosmic power as he shattered the starry realms with each strike. He evaded Zhou's assault. Each starry bolt he unleashed caused vast expanses of the cosmos to shatter. Clenching his fists, a spectral bow of the ancestral phoenix materialized in the universe. Firmly grasped in his hands, infusing it with his conviction, he pulled back the string and released. Whoosh! The arrow, imbued with unparalleled force, soared through the cosmos, annihilating all celestial techniques in its path, crossing the starry domain in an instant. Your arrow remains as swift as ever, Zhou remarked with a sinister smile. The starry sky seeming to freeze momentarily. The arrow's speed was still remarkable, yet the tip tore through the fabric of time and space, fragmenting it. The imperial court is, naturally, the court of heaven and earth, the universe, and all living beings. As he released the arrow, he spoke with a deep conviction. Ha ha ha! Before the eyes of the universe, you who have just annihilated half of all life have no right to speak so brazenly. Zhou laughed fertili, striking down the terrifying arrow light with a single palm, leaving an imprint upon the universe. I dominate 70% of the outer cosmos. Are you not satisfied with your dominion over the inner cosmos? Do you know the sin of defying the imperial court? Zhou's eyes flickered, resembling a ruthless celestial judge. The middle-aged man in imperial robes clenched his fists tightly within his sleeves, emanating a pressure that warped the surrounding space. Zhou, you've gone too far. Gazing at Zhou, who acted as the divine arbiter, the heavenly emperor spoke through gritted teeth, each word deliberate. Why strike? Enveloped in a gentle golden glow, encased his entire being, looking at his fists, which he clenched tightly. I am light, and I am humanity. Chapter 42. The 8 extremes collapse, consuming extraordinary fire should not be rushed. Xiaoyan, first solidify your foundation and elevate your cultivation to the great fighter level. Only then, after mastering the 8 extremes collapse, should you prepare to absorb the extraordinary fire. Zhang Tian held the 2 flames of extraordinary fire, then withdrew them into the extraordinary fire square, silencing their presence. Watching the 2 flames dissipate, Yao Lao's aged face was etched with a hint of astonishment. Understood, master. Xiao Yan nodded, his thoughts aligning with Zhang Tian's. Yet, as it was his first attempt to absorb extraordinary fire, a tinge of nervousness lingered within him. Indeed, Xiao Yan, you have restrained your own breakthrough and diligently honed your foundation for over a month. It is now nearly time for you to embark on your ascent. I shall elucidate the profound intricacies of the 8 extremities collapse to you. The elder Yao nodded, then turned to Zhang Tian. Zhang, you are to procure some materials for the blood lotus pill, which I will concoct. The blood lotus pill is an essential item for Xiao Yan to approach the Yoa. Without it, even a Dou emperor would find it exceedingly difficult to come into contact with the Yoa. Zhang Tian, unafraid of Yoa, did not imply that others shared his fortitude. Furthermore, he needed to locate a pool of ice spirit cold spring to prevent Xiao Yan from being reduced to nothingness by the devastating heat during the refinement of Yoa. However, the most crucial component was a peculiar item known as the spirit gathering. Elder Yao paused deliberately to elaborate on the spirit gathering. This item can be used to create a space within your body for the storage of Yoa, as it is impossible to place Yoa inside oneself without first subduing and refining it. The spirit gathering is somewhat akin to the spatial ring, both originating from the spatial energy contained within the gathering stones. Though the spirit gathering is of a superior grade and can only be found at the very heart of the gathering stone. Zhang Tian nodded, confident that procuring the 3 items Elder Yao mentioned would pose no challenge for him. Even the spirit gathering, though not entirely simple, would not be cumbersome, as a 9-star Dou Emperor's word would mobilize not only the Yunlan sect, but the entirety of the Jiao Empire. In truth, Elder Yao had some spirit gathering left, but it was uncertain whether it would suffice for the refinement of Tuyoa. To ensure safety, he instructed Zhang Tian to seek additional supplies, which was not arduous for him. After committing this to memory, Zhang Tian planned to gather extra resources in the coming days. Clan leader Xiao Zhan. Zhang Tian greeted as he followed Elder Yao towards the clan hall, soon arriving to find Xiao Zhan emerging, nearly colliding with him. Zhang Tian greeted him first. Second elder. A look of elation spread across Xiao Zhan's face as he beamed at Zhang Tian. You have finally returned. I was beginning to worry something had befallen you. He patted Zhang Tian on the shoulder. Though they were nominally sworn brothers, as the clan leader, Xiao Zhan held a position of authority over Zhang Tian. Being an outsider, had to tread carefully. At just over 20, Zhang Tian found Xiao Zhan's hesitation to address him by name somewhat amusing, given that he held the title of second elder at the Yunlan sect. Thus, they maintained a courteous yet familiar address. Xiao Zhan now exuded vigor, his spirits bolstered by the flourishing of the Xiao clan and Xiao Yan's burgeoning talents. Having set aside his previous burdens, he had invested considerable effort into mastering the fierce lion fury and, after more than a year, had attained the rank of a 9-star Great Dou Master. He no longer frequented the auction house as he once did, unlike in the past when he would often visit to oversee the affairs of Dili and Yufei. Gulme, let us enter and converse, Xiao Zhan said, clearly delighted, as he laughed heartily and ushered Zhang Tian into the clan hall. They indulged in several cups of wine. Chatting amicably, Elder Yao, wishing to avoid interaction with Xiao Zhan, concocted a trivial excuse to retreat into Xiao Yan's ring. My dear brother, you cannot fathom the extent to which our Xiao clan has flourished in Wutan City of late. Other families are scrambling to curry favor with us. These petty individuals. You cannot imagine their previous demeanor. Xiao Zhan, slightly intoxicated, laughed heartily, his tongue stumbling over his words as he concluded with a disdainful expression regarding the other families. To align oneself with the powerful is but human nature, such as the prevailing sentiment in the Douqi continent, Zhang Tian remarked with a faint smile. Choosing to remain nonchalant. Douqi indeed. It is all about the struggle, battling against heaven, battling against earth, battling against others. To not engage in battle is merely to survive in obscurity. Huh, how amusing. Xiao Zhan, his eyes slightly glazed, emitted a drunken belch and leaned in conspiratorially towards Zhang Tian. Many families are courting interest due to Xiao Yan's upcoming marriage. Xiao Zhan nearly toppled from his seat, and upon witnessing this, Zhang Tian swiftly steadied him. However, Xiao Zhan grasped Zhang Tian's arm and continued, moreover, many are drawn by your status as second elder. Me? Zhang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Did a remote little town dare to provoke a Dou Emperor? Yes. They are interested in your marriage arrangements, Xiao Zhan replied, casting a disdainful glance at Zhang Tian, as if he were admonishing him for his ignorance. I have been married before, Zhang Tian chuckled, bemused by the notion that they were unaware of his past. And what of it? A young powerhouse like you is a coveted prize wherever you go. Even the city lord's mansion is devising ways to arrange matters for you. Xiao Zhan rolled his eyes, perplexed by Zhang Tian's apparent ignorance of the implications of being a Dou emperor. The city lord's mansion? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Zhang Tian's eyes as he recalled the incident a year prior when he had stormed into the city lord's mansion and dealt with the notorious criminal who had been harboring guests. Are they still scheming? No movements from the Jia Empire? Zhang Tian inquired, his curiosity piqued regarding the city lord's mansion. This matter was settled long before you reached the Dou Wang rank. I have been quite anxious about it for some time. However, I suspect the new city lord is desperate to ingratiate himself with you. Xiao Zhan chuckled at the thought of the new city lord's anxious demeanor when in Zhang Tian's presence. Please arrange for them to be dismissed and ensure they remain unaware of my whereabouts. Zhang Tian replied, feeling a twinge of annoyance at the prospect of being surrounded by a throng of people daily. Who could possibly know your whereabouts? Xiao Zhan retorted with irritation. You vanished for months on end. If they could truly locate you, I would consider hiring them as scouts for the Xiao clan. The two continued their banter, while Xiao Yan had long been sent back to his quarters by Xiao Zhan with the excuse that children should not partake in drinking. With Elder Yao by Xiao Yan's side, there was no need for Zhang Tian to worry. However, it was indeed unfortunate for Xiao Yan. When Xiao Zhan sought him for a drink months later, he would complain about Xiao Yan's reluctance, saying, he can't even drink like a girl. Not a shred of the boldness I had in my youth. After a bout of nausea, Xiao Zhan continued to jest. Since Nalan Yinran and Yinner broke off their engagement, the young ladies of Wutan City have gone wild. Even when Yinner steps out, there are those who send flirtatious glances his way. Nalan Yinran truly does not know how fortunate she is. Leaning on the table, Xiao Zhan let drool escape. Hearing this, Zhang Tian furrowed his brow. I apologize, my dear brother, I had forgotten. Nalan Yinran is the young mistress of your Yunlan sect. Forgive my thoughtlessness. Realizing he had misspoken, Xiao Zhan quickly attempted to rectify his blunder, his tongue tied from the wine. No, clan leader Xiao Zhan, I merely recalled something, Zhang Tian replied, shaking his head with a smile, signaling that he was not offended. Seeing Zhang Tian remain cheerful, Xiao Zhan let out a relieved sigh and succumbed to slumber. Pain. Assist the clan leader to rest, Zhang Tian remarked, shaking his head in amusement at the sight of Xiao Zhan, who bore no semblance of clan leader. Yes. Pain responded loudly, bowing to Zhang Tian before entering the clan hall to carry Xiao Zhan back to his room. By the way, Nalan Yinran is still training at the Yunlan sect. I wonder what her progress is. Zhang Tian mused to himself as he sat alone in the clan hall, lifting a cup of wine and pondering. He glanced at the crescent moon above, gently swaying his cup, then pressed his finger to his forehead, rubbing it thoughtfully. What he initially thought would be a return in half a month had unexpectedly turned into a span of 3 to 4 months, truly disrupting many affairs. Chapter 43. The Old Ones of Yunlan Sect, Yunlan Mountain, within the gates of life and death. An aged figure sat cross-legged upon a massive stone, which spanned a width of several dozen paces, surrounded by an expansive space, with the distant silhouettes of the shadowy mountains looming in the background. Despite his advanced years, the elder exuded vitality, his eyes gleaming with an intensity reminiscent of flashing blades. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted as an overwhelming aura, far surpassing that of a 9-star Do Huang, surged from the elder, causing the boulder beneath him to shatter into fragments, swept away by the force of his might. In the shadows, a cloaked figure concealed within a black robe emerged, casting a cold glance towards Yun Shan, evidently displeased with him. Master Protector. Yun Shan addressed the figure with utmost reverence, for it was this individual who had aided him in breaking through to the Dozong level. Originally, your lifespan was nearly at an end. It was I who assisted you in your ascension to Dozong. You must exert yourself diligently on my behalf, or I shall find it difficult to explain to those above. The black-robed man remarked coldly, as if granting Yun Shan an immeasurable favor. What power does the Soul Palace wield? Even a mere branch, and even as a protector within that branch, bears the right to pride. The might of a 9-star Dozong could extinguish Yun Shan's life as easily as one would crush an ant. The chasm in power between Dozong and a mere 1-star was insurmountable. The disparity in vigor and strength was profound. Dealing with Yun Shan posed little challenge for a Dozong, akin to a Do Huang dispatching an insignificant foe. It was precisely due to his trepidation towards the black-robed man's formidable strength that Yun Shan presented himself as a subservient figure, masking the countless curses he harbored within. These two were none other than Yun Shan, the 8th-generation leader of the Yunlan sect, and a protector from the Soul Palace's branch. I shall take my leave for now. You must hasten to annex the Gamma Empire. The black-robed man nodded, letting out a sinister chuckle. Should you fail in your task, your very soul shall be left to the flames of the Soul Palace for all eternity. Upon hearing this, Yun Shan felt a chill run down his spine. His hair standing on end as cold sweat dripped down his brow, and he quickly acquiesced. The black-robed figure disdainfully departed from that space. Were it not for the extensive manpower required to conquer a nation, he would not have been so intent on expanding his influence. While the destruction of a nation may necessitate a single individual, the governance of one demands a multitude of diverse talents. Yun Shan's gaze turned icy as he waved his sleeve, exiting the realm of life and death. Damn the Soul Palace, he muttered through gritted teeth, clenching his fists. It dawned on him that while the Soul Palace had aided his breakthrough to Dozong, they had simultaneously ensnared him with restrictive bindings. Naturally, he was unwilling to have his life dictated by another. Two disciples in their 30s, both at the Do Ling level, stood guard outside the gates of life and death. As Yun Shan emerged, they prepared to intercept him for questioning. Elward's Sectmaster. The two disciples stared in astonishment, their expressions swiftly transforming into elation. Sectmaster, you have emerged from seclusion. The fourth elder, having heard the commotion, hurriedly flew over from a nearby tent. Yun Shan's initial displeasure at the two disciples' presence faded upon seeing the approaching elder, and a smile broke across his face. Yunnan, I did not expect you to have broken through to Do Wang as well, Yun Shan expressed with a hint of pride, patting the fourth elder on the shoulder. It has been 10 years, 10 long years since we last saw each other, old Sectmaster. The fourth elder's eyes brimmed with tears as he reminisced about the times they had fought together in the Gamma Empire. Yun Shan nodded, a flicker of emotion and nostalgia passing through his gaze. And Yunner, where is she? Yun Shan inquired, seeking news of his most talented disciple, who had assumed the leadership of the sect during his absence. The sect master is currently resting. She returned from outside not long ago and seems to have departed the Gamma Empire, Yun Nan reported respectfully. A look of confusion crossed Yun Shan's face as he stroked his beard in contemplation. What business did Yunner have outside the Gamma Empire? Was she injured? He whispered back to Yun Nan. Rest assured, old sect master, Yunner sustained no injuries, Yun Nan replied, prompting a slight relaxation in Yun Shan's demeanor, which soon transformed into a fervent ambition. That old coot, Zhang Tian, has no hope of breaking through, now that I have ascended to Dozong. It is time to annex the Gamma Empire. Yun Shan laughed heartily, unable to contain his ambitions any longer. Had it not been for the Soul Palace's protector, he would have already stood atop the walls of the Gamma Imperial City, basking in the sun. Congratulations, ancestor! Yun Nan exclaimed joyfully, his hands trembling with excitement. The Yunlan sect was poised to restore its former glory under Yun Shan's leadership. The brothers Yun Ku and Yun Ji, who guarded the gates of life and death, quickly knelt to congratulate Yun Shan. You two keep a close watch over the gates. I shall go see Yunner, Yun Shan declared, brimming with vigor, stepping forward as he walked upon thin air, each footfall causing ripples to emanate through the space. Yun Nan's eyes sparkled with fervor, and he unfurled his wings of Do Qi to follow closely behind. Is this the realm of Dozong? Below, Yun Ku and Yun Ji gazed up at Yun Shan's figure, their eyes filled with admiration and longing. In high spirits, Yun Shan did not hasten his pace, allowing all to witness his ethereal presence. Even as Yun Nan caught up to him, he maintained a respectful distance, trailing slightly behind. Look, someone is in the sky. Without wings of Do Qi, how can this be possible? A chorus of astonished voices arose, primarily from the disciples of the Yunlan sect and some elders, who, upon witnessing Yun Shan's celestial stride, could hardly contain their excitement, their hearts racing with recognition. That figure, it cannot be mistaken, is the previous sect master. Yun Shan, the ancestor, has emerged from seclusion. The disciples and elders of the Do Shi and the Do Shi levels erupted in jubilation, with some of the elder statesmen even tearing off wisps of their beards in their excitement. Yun Shan, witnessing this, couldn't help but smile with pride. Even Yun Nan beside him shared in the glory of the moment. Suddenly, a surge of azure wind attribute Do Qi erupted within the grand hall of the Yunlan sect, and a figure soared into the sky, wings of Do Qi unfurling as they approached Yun Shan. Teacher, as the current sect master, Yunner was well informed and had rushed to welcome Yun Shan upon learning of his return. Indeed, you have all reached the 4-star Do Huang level, Yun Shan remarked, feeling a swell of pride upon seeing Yun Er's mature and dignified demeanor. It had been he who had entrusted her with the leadership of the sect at her initial breakthrough into Do Huang, placing an immense responsibility upon her shoulders. Although the sect's affairs are numerous, it seems you have not neglected your training, Yun Shan said with satisfaction, recalling the dire circumstances that had forced him into seclusion to seek a breakthrough. Yun Er, though inexperienced at the time, had taken on the weighty mantle of leadership for the Yunlan sect. It was all thanks to the help of Grand Elder Yunling and Third Elder, she replied, a hint of modesty gracing her features as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Over the years, she had dedicated herself to the sect, yet felt it paled in comparison to the unwavering commitment of Grand Elder Yunling and Third Elder. Did that brat Yun Fan not assist you in handling the affairs? Yun Shan's previously buoyant mood soured at this revelation. Yun Fan, his senior brother's eldest disciple, was now 157 years old, a Do Wang in strength and the second elder of the Yunlan sect. Hearing only of the contributions made by the Grand Elder and Third Elder, Yun Shan's displeasure flared. Had that rascal truly made no contributions to the sect in the last decade? Such audacity! Realizing her master's displeasure, Yun Er quickly clarified, no. The Third Elder has been doing splendidly. Currently, Brother Yun Fan is the Third Elder of the Yunlan sect. Subsequently, she succinctly recounted some of the recent significant developments to Yun Shan. As he listened to her recounting, Yun Shan began to grasp the broader context of the situation. 1 year prior, at the tender age of 21, he joined the Yunlan sect as a disciple, wielding the formidable strength of a 4-star doling. Merely 6 months later, he ascended to the rank of 7-star Do Wang, assuming the esteemed position of second elder. Presently, he has evolved into a being of surpassing power, now a Do Huang of 4 stars or above. As Yin Shan absorbed these astonishing tidings, each revelation resonated deeply within him, prompting him to exhale with relief. It was then that he addressed Yun Yun, commending her. Well done, Yun Er. You have successfully attracted a Do Huang powerhouse to our ranks, which means our Yunlan sect now boasts 3 formidable Do Huangs. Yun Shan spoke earnestly, generously dispensing praise. It is noteworthy that in his lifetime, Yun Shan had encountered no more than a dozen or 20 Do Huangs, which underscores the scarcity of such strength within the Gamma Empire. The last time Yun Yun beheld Zhang Tian, he was merely a 2-star Do Huang. Upon their subsequent meeting, she realized that she could no longer discern the depths of his power. The overwhelming aura of this transcendent figure captivated her, for it was rare to witness Zhang Tian display emotions for others, as if none were worthy of his regard. Unfazed by the presence of 2 Do Huangs, he faced them with confidence, vanquishing both the Green Barbarian and the 8-winged Black Snake Emperor. In the presence of the remnant soul of a Do Zun from the mysterious valley, he struck with such ferocity that the ancient specter was left shattered. Confronting the 7-star Do Zong master of the Qingchuan sect, he stood unwavering against the relentless might of the ancient sacred weapon, the Dao regulation ruler. As the very earth trembled beneath their clash, perhaps we could utilize his talents to further bolster the Yunlan sect. A smile graced Yun Shan's lips. A Do Huang represents a powerful ally. Yet, he remained unaware of Zhang Tian's true capabilities. Even the 7-star Do Zong stood no chance against him. And Yun Shan would never perceive Zhang Tian merely as a Do Huang. After all, in the original narrative, he had been defeated by Xiao Yin, a mere Do Huang. Hearing her master's words, Yun Yun opened her mouth, intending to protest the notion of exploiting Zhang Tian, but the sight of her master laughing heartily quelled her voice, leaving her in silence. Chapter 44. The inheritance of the demon Zither within the capital of the Gamma Empire, a serene courtyard lay nestled, featuring a vast lake approximately 100 yards wide, alongside a grand artificial mountain towering over 10 yards high. At the lake's center stood a small pavilion, meticulously crafted with a hexagonal design, its roof forged from purple gold, while the 4 supporting pillars were sculpted from white crystal, adorned with gilded dragons and phoenixes. Gradually, mist began to rise from the lake's surface, and amidst the ethereal white fog, a fleeting apparition of a woman emerged, reminiscent of a dreamlike figure, her delicate fingers plucking at the strings of an unseen zither. Only in that moment did the pavilion seem to break free from the dreamlike haze, manifesting a tangible reality. As though awakening from a grand slumber, akin to a celestial being adorning her hair, the melodious strains of stringed instruments resonating from the center of the lake. After a brief moment of clarity, the music abruptly ceased, leaving behind a haunting melody that rippled across the water, chilling as ice. Amidst the swirling mist, a figure reclined upon the artificial mountain, shifting slightly, long hair cascading over the stones, clad in azure robes that danced with the wind. The enchanting music reached his ears, captivating his senses. A young man clapped his hands in appreciation. "Thank you for your kind words, elder. I am truly honored." The woman, veiled in purple silk, cradled her zither, bowing slightly with a beguiling smile. "I am grateful to you, seventh princess." Zhang Tian rose to express his gratitude to the veiled lady, who was indeed the seventh princess of the Gama Empire, though already wed. The emergence of a Do Huang from the Yunlan sect certainly did not go unnoticed by the royal family. A year prior, the royal court had chosen not to pursue repercussions against Zhang Tian for slaying the lord of Wutan City, a tacit gesture of goodwill. It now appeared that their initial investment had been astutely calculated, leading the Gama royal family to extend an invitation for Zhang Tian to visit the imperial capital. Even though he did not meet with Zhang Tian, the king of the Gama Empire personally received him, offering Zhang Tian and the Yunlan sect considerable respect. Upon Zhang Tian expressing his interest in the intricacies of zither music, the king, under Zhang Tian's guidance, summoned his daughter to engage in discourse. As she extended her hand, the lake's waters crystallized into droplets. After extracting several beads of water, the expansive lake erupted in a tumultuous frenzy, akin to the detonation of countless explosives. With a thunderous roar, torrents of water soared into the sky, creating a magnificent curtain of liquid that subsequently cascaded back down. "This is my zither. Allow me to witness its might." As the deluge fell, Zhang Tian reached into the waterfall, as if grasping something tangible. Pulling forth an ancient, weathered zither, a clear, resonant cry echoed through the cerulean sky, a column of azure light, tinged with shades of deep black, piercing through the heavens, emanating an aura rivaling that of Dowan. This dilapidated zither possessed but 3 strings, its body marred by charred markings, with several severed strands fluttering in the air. Yet the zither's surface whispered with the echoes of phoenix cries and monkey howls. "Is this the first stage of a zither forged from my spiritual will?" Zhang Tian mused, observing the instrument, which, unlike the seamless connection he felt with the phoenix cry sword and the dragon's vein halberd, felt more akin to a separate persona due to its origin from fragmented consciousness. As he attempted to pluck the strings, he found them unyielding, far more resilient than the bowstring of the Wanstone longbow. Zhang Tian was astonished. With his current strength, even a small mountain would shatter under his touch. Yet these delicate strings resisted his fingers. Is it the power of the soul? A flicker of intrigue crossed Zhang Tian's face as he slowly extended his spiritual energy towards the ancient zither. As his consciousness drew near and intertwined, the strings quivered ever so slightly. But that was not the end. With a wave of his hand, he infused the droplets of icy lake water he had just gathered into the zither. The ancient instrument bore 9 small indentations, and as the 9 drops of cold lake water settled into place, a radiant azure light ignited, illuminating the weathered surface of the zither, which now shimmered under a thin veil of ethereal brilliance. Though still battered, it was freed from the dust that had once cloaked it. At last it is complete. A rare expression of joy graced his features as he pressed a fingertip against one of the small droplets, orchestrating them to dance within the 9 indentations, soon arranging them in a magnificent formation akin to the 9 stars aligned. Observing the azure droplets embedded within the indentations, Zhang Tian followed the mental instructions to insert a 5th-tier magic core of the fire attribute from the Serpent of the Valley. A flash of light ensued, as if wisps of fire energy escaped, and the once azure zither began to take on a hint of verdant hue. Satisfied with the result, Zhang Tian proceeded to insert a 6th-tier fire attribute magic core, alongside 7 5th-tier fire attribute cores and a 4th-tier magic core from a dueling level beast. At that moment, the zither underwent a remarkable transformation. The small lake surged with steam, as if boiling under the zither's intense heat, its body becoming increasingly crimson, eventually taking on a transparent quality akin to fire glass. Clang! Following the guidance in his mind, he summoned forth his not overly delicate fingers to strum the strings once more. A wave of fire surged forth, enveloping the lake in a torrent of hot vapors, causing the expansive surface to sink dramatically. Crack! A sharp sound pierced the air, revealing that one of the 9 magic cores embedded within the zither had shattered under the strain. It was the core from the 4th-tier beast. The remaining cores, though dimmed, retained their lustrous quality, embedded within the zither, as if their power had become tranquil as water. The uppermost 6th-tier core still shimmered brightly, the fiery glow pulsating beneath its gem-like exterior. Is this the demon zither of life and death? Zhang Tian closed his eyes, sensing that the music of this zither could directly assault the souls of adversaries, while simultaneously transforming into various elemental Do-Chi attacks. The realm of Do-Di truly holds wonders beyond imagination. Zhang Tian marveled at the sheer potency of merely a 6th tier and a 4th or 5th tier magic core as sources of energy. He felt that with a full force strike, he could undoubtedly rival the might of a Do Zone. If a 6th tier magic core holds such power, one can only imagine the terrifying capabilities of a 7th tier or even a 9th tier core. The thought of the 7th tier magic core from the fire-eyed, blue-hoofed beast resting quietly within his spatial ring sent a shiver down his spine. A strike from a Do Zone has nearly reached my current limits. Presently, Zhang Tian could muster an attack equivalent to that of a Do Zone, albeit with only a single opportunity. Coupled with the power of the death and life chest of the magic loot, he could unleash such a trump card twice. Indeed, 3 days prior, Zhang Tian had advanced his quick shot technique to a new pinnacle. He could now unleash over 300 strikes in an instant, each possessing the formidable might of an intermediate Xian tier combat technique. Once he ascended to Do Zone, he would be capable of unleashing 1,000 strikes in a heartbeat, each no weaker than an Earth tier technique. Meanwhile, under the diligent guidance of Yao Lao, Xiao Yin had grasped the essence of the 8 extremities collapse, mastering this advanced Xian tier technique. On that very day, Zhang Tian had comprehended a mid-tier heavenly technique named the death and life chest of the magic loot from the Do Emperor's realm, although it required an understanding of musical laws for successful cultivation, making it a rather unique technique. Thus, he had devoted the past 3 days to studying musical rhythms. Xiao Yin had now mastered the 8 extremities collapse and had arranged a breakthrough with Yao Lao 7 days hence in a desolate mountain before the monster beast mountain range. Xiao Yin was also on the cusp of breaking through to the Great Dome Master level after devouring the green lotus earth heart flame. It was uncertain how many stars he could attain. Zhang Tian gazed at the wisps of azure flames entwined around his hand without a hint of reluctance. In comparison to his own breakthrough, the green lotus earth heart flame was hardly significant. Even with the possession of 2 types of Ioa, he could not hope to contend with the Do Zone. Grateful for the warm hospitality of the Gamma Empire during these days, Zhang Tian pledged to offer his assistance free of charge once if a crisis were to arise below the Do Zone level. He bowed respectfully to the woman in purple gauze, not lingering to observe her astonished gaze as he turned to depart. Although Jiaxing Tian was absent, Zhang Tian was well aware of their intentions. How would the Gamma Empire fare after his demise? Securing a young Do Huang was something they could only dream of. The death and life chest of the magic loot was, in a sense, an independent entity birthed from his consciousness, akin to a living being. Thus it could not be placed into a spatial ring. Consequently, Zhang Tian simply found a length of rope to strap the pale loot to his back. A tune of heart-wrenching sorrow were to seek a kindred spirit across the vast expanse. Chapter 45. The Wounded Queen Medusa, hundreds of miles away. Just after Zhang Tian had left the imperial capital of the Gamma Empire, a woman with flowing purple hair clad in an ornate purple robe emerged amidst a swirling desert of yellow sands. This woman, adorned in an opulent purple garment, possessed a figure that was both alluring and curvaceous, reminiscent of a ripe peach, inadvertently exuding a captivating charm. However, beneath her robe lay not the delicate feet of a human woman, but rather a purple serpent tail. How could it be absent? It has been nearly half a year. This woman was none other than the Queen Medusa of the Serpent Tribe, notorious in the desert trade for her fearsome reputation. Now in pursuit of the elusive green lotus earth heart flame, Queen Medusa bore a trace of the bloodline of the 7-colored devouring python, requiring Ioa to aid in her metamorphosis and rebirth. She possessed a secret method to sense the green lotus earth heart flame, but upon discovering the underground magma cave 6 months prior, she found it already claimed by another, prompting her relentless pursuit of its trail. Ahead lay the territory of the serpent demon, Xiaomeng. A glimmer of coldness crossed Queen Medusa's face. Although Xiaomeng had only recently stepped into the Do Huang realm as a 6th-tier magical beast, his consumption of a demonization pill had partially transformed his body into a humanoid form, significantly enhancing his intelligence. He could command all 4th-tier and below serpentine magical beasts within the Wan Snake Gorge, making him a figure few dared to provoke. While the beasts he commanded were merely 4th-tier and below, the thousands of venomous snakes in the gorge posed a formidable challenge. It is worth noting that the serpent people and the serpent race are distinct. The serpent people are a humanoid species with intelligence comparable to that of regular humans, yet they lack the formidable physical prowess of magical beasts. Thus, the term serpent race refers to the magical beasts, while titles such as Do Huang are used for the serpent people. Although the demon serpent Xiameng had his own name, it did not denote him as one of the serpent people. He was merely a sixth-tier magical beast that had consumed the demonization pill. Who is this? A lewd and lascivious voice echoed through the wan snake gorge. A flicker of coldness appeared in Queen Medusa's violet eyes as she unleashed a streak of purple do chi, infused with potent toxins. Before even entering, you dare to make a move? The frivolous voice resounded once more, though now tinged with a hint of seriousness. The murderous intent in Queen Medusa's gaze was unmistakable as she coiled her serpent tail and charged into the wan snake gorge. Several hours later, Queen Medusa emerged from the gorge, her form drenched in blood. Without hesitation, she changed her garments. As each piece fell away, her mature figure under the scorching sun radiated a tantalizing heat that left one parched. Once attired in her lavish robe, once more, her mature femininity emanated an enchanting aura that could leave anyone entranced. Inside the wan snake gorge, Xiameng found himself in a wretched state, hiding underground. Too fearful to show himself, his scales lay shattered about him, fangs broken, desperately searching for what remained of his teeth. The ground was littered with the corpses of various serpentine creatures, nearly suffocating the entire gorge. He had made a grave error in attempting to command the serpents before Queen Medusa. It was nothing short of a farce, and he had been severely wounded, teetering on the brink of death. If another had arrived, matters might have been complicated, but without the incessant tide of serpents, Xiameng, having only just stepped into the Do Huang level, could hardly match the combat prowess of the Ice Emperor, Haibo Dong. "I've found you." Upon exiting the wan snake gorge, a glimmer flashed in Queen Medusa's eyes. Her tongue delicately traced her enticing red lips, revealing a dangerously alluring gaze directed toward the imperial capital of the Gamma Empire. "Moving, are we? It seems I might just catch up. That direction. It shouldn't be Jia Xing Tian." A cold smile crept upon her lips as the queen of the serpent people. Her anger was palpable at having her claim to the green lotus earth heart flame usurped. With a flick of her serpent tail, she advanced swiftly toward the imperial capital. Strapped with the magic loot upon his back, Zhang Tian's speed was not particularly swift as he soared through the skies above the Gamma Empire. At that moment, it was midday, and through the shadows cast by the towering city walls, the sun ascended high. Just as Zhang Tian prepared to descend into the town for a respite, a serpentine purple do chi surged toward him in attack. Confronted by the incoming assault, the long Yin spear materialized in his hand, shattering the do chi with a swift motion. This do chi is emanating from a Do Huang. Zhang Tian was taken aback, surprised that a mere stroll would lead him to encounter a Do Huang. "At last I found you." The mature form of Queen Medusa appeared, her beautiful eyes fixated intently on Zhang Tian, seemingly searching for the hiding place of the Yue. "It's you?" Zhang Tian's gaze fell upon Queen Medusa's signature purple hair, a hint of peculiarity crossing his features. "Aren't you in the Tagore Desert?" "Indeed, it is you." Upon hearing Zhang Tian mention the Tagore Desert, Queen Medusa's eyes glinted with intensity. "Hand over the green lotus earth heart flame, and I shall spare your life." "Huh? 9-star Do Huang. No wonder you could seal Haibo Dong." Observing the figure of Queen Medusa, Zhang Tian gasped in astonishment at her impressive 9-star Do Huang strength, surpassing Yin Yin by solid 5 or 6 stars. Truly one of the most formidable women in the Gamma Empire. Upon hearing her demands, Zhang Tian could only chuckle in disbelief. The ethereal fire, a treasure so coveted that even a Do Zone would not willingly part with it, could hardly be relinquished due to the mere utterance of the Queen Medusa. "Foolish woman, let us see your true capabilities." Forcing him to surrender the Azure Lotus Heartfire was an impossibility. Thus, he struck without mercy. With a resounding rip, a significant portion of Queen Medusa's violet locks was severed, her flowing tresses reduced to mere shreds. Having unleashed 2 waves of fighting spirit, she swiftly altered her form. Had it not been for her instinctive evasion, her head would have surely been claimed by the Fengming sword. After effortlessly dispersing the 2 waves of fighting spirit, Zhang Tian sneered. "The Azure Lotus Heartfire? You shall not lay claim to even a single seed today." Unfastening the white, long zither from his back, he took to the skies. A fire-red, ancient zither materialized in his grasp. With deft movements of his fingers, he struck a single note. Upon witnessing this, Queen Medusa wasted no time in unleashing a formidable wave of fighting spirit, conjuring a tempest as she hurled it toward Zhang Tian. A colossal blue fighting spirit seal shattered her assault, and Zhang Tian plucked the strings of a zither. With a melodious twang, the sound resonated, causing the onlookers below, akin to ants in their insignificance, to erupt into chaos. Great dome masters and warriors ascended rooftops and city walls to witness the unfolding battle. The thunderous notes from the zither reverberated through the air, leaving those below, beneath the dome master rank, dazed and unconscious as they collapsed to the ground. A terrifying wave of fire swept across hundreds of meters, as Queen Medusa continuously summoned her fighting spirit, condensing it into a massive, 100-foot-long purple python. The clash between the violet serpent and the fiery wave sent shockwaves that tore through the serene clouds above, ripping the delicate white formations into tatters. Zhang Tian stood proudly, seated cross-legged as he caressed the strings of his zither. Each note transformed into blades of fire, slicing toward Queen Medusa with an intensity that could cleave through steel several meters thick. Fury etched across her features. A trickle of blood escaped the corner of her mouth as she morphed into a gargantuan purple python, emitting a long, piercing howl. Under the influence of the sound waves, the fiery blades shattered into fragments. The battle of melodies versus sound waves ensued. Zhang Tian, increasingly enamored with music, continued to strike the strings, unleashing waves of fire blades that surged toward Queen Medusa. The purple python, undeterred, absorbed the assault, opening its massive jaws to unleash 500-foot-long streams of purple fighting spirit, coiling and biting toward Zhang Tian. With both hands upon the zither, Zhang Tian brushed over its surface, instantly replacing the magic core with one of Winzuxing. The zither's hue shifted from fiery crimson to a soft azure, and as he played once more, countless wind blades erupted, shredding the fighting spirit python to pieces. Zhang Tian's expression remained composed as he played with increasing fervor, all while maintaining clarity of mind. The heavenly grade Do technique demanded immense energy expenditure. Yet the magic zither's life and death game tapped into the energy of the embedded magic cores, placing no burden upon him. The final page of the magic zither's life and death game detailed an inscription. Upon achieving mastery, embed 3 or more 9th-tier magic cores, and with 7 strings harmonizing together. One may contend with the Do Emperor. Strangely, although the essence of the magic zither emphasized a state of self-forgetfulness and mutual destruction, I have yet to enter such a trance. Zhang Tian pondered, his mind remaining lucid as he flicked a finger, sending a razor-sharp wind blade slicing through the air, severing a portion of the purple python's body. With another gentle caress, the zither's fiery hue intensified, unleashing a tempest of flames that ravaged the sky, transforming the area within a kilometer into a sea of fire, the very essence of which exuded an aura of dread. The few surviving dome masters below struggled to maintain their footing, their throats parched. Had such a terrifying clash erupted in the town below, it would have undoubtedly obliterated it in an instant. Chapter 46. The emergence of a half-step Do Zun. You and I are both 9-star Do Huangs, within the same realm. I shall not concede. Zhang Tian's fingers danced upon the strings like butterflies flitting among flowers, conjuring a myriad of flames that ignited the heavens. With a gentle pluck, one of the embedded 5th-tier magic cores shattered. The purple python roared in fury, its massive form charging at Zhang Tian with overwhelming might, its fighting spirit coalescing into numerous colossal fighting spirit serpents that coiled towards him. Faced with such an onslaught, a flicker of tension crossed Zhang Tian's features. With a deft motion, he struck a string, sending ripples through the air as 2 potent waves of fighting spirit collided, causing flames to surge and rampage. Boom! A colossal explosion erupted, the shock waves radiating hundreds of meters, the sound akin to a thunderclap, deafening in its intensity. Crack! Crack! As though signaling a commencement. The 5th-tier magic cores embedded within the zither began to shatter one after another, their brilliance dimming until they transformed into a cloud of dust upon a soft breeze. Even the central 6th-tier magic core bore a crack that consumed half its surface. She managed to escape. Her concealment skills are truly exceptional. The overwhelming energy from the explosion inflicted pain upon the very essence of the soul, akin to a needle's sting. After a short while, as the smoke cleared and flames rained down from the sky, Zhang Tian beheld a severed segment of the purple python's tail, marred with wounds and emitting a faint burnt odor. I had no inkling of where Queen Medusa had vanished. He sighed. From Green Man to Queen Medusa, each possessed unique tracking techniques, yet he lacked such perceptive abilities. It seems I must find time to seek out Master Yao and learn the use of soul marks. Zhang Tian chuckled to himself, re-embedding the magic cores into the zither before strapping it to his back. Soul marks can be utilized by anyone, yet leaving one upon a Do Zong of the same realm, or even a higher one without detection requires expertise from Master Yao. After all, Master Yao's soul force is unparalleled among Do Zuns, a peak 8th-tier alchemist with a soul force far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. No benefits gained, yet trouble ensued. Shaking his head, Zhang Tian turned his gaze toward the Taggart Desert. However, it must be noted that Queen Medusa possessed nothing of interest to him. If he were to follow his expectations, she would at least need to offer some form of exotic fire as a bargaining chip for him to assist in her evolution. Yet she had none. Pills, techniques, or legacies. None held any allure for him, and with Queen Medusa's desire to seize, conflict was inevitable. This aura, a half-stepped Ozun, Zhang Tian suddenly sensed a presence emanating from afar, one that surpassed even the peak of the 9-star Dozone. This essence was approaching, indeed. It had one foot firmly planted in the Dozun realm, perhaps only a year away from genuinely achieving that state. The Gamma Empire is certainly in tumultuous times. Zhang Tian mused as he gradually descended into the town, striving to conceal his aura, presenting himself merely as a dome master. It seems I need to procure some cloaks and masks to obscure my presence. Feeling his concealed aura was somewhat clumsy and unconvincing. Zhang Tian steeled himself and ambled toward the marketplace, casually ordering a bowl of cold noodles. Curiously, this half-stepped Ozun appeared to merely be passing through, showing no inclination to linger, effortlessly soaring over the town without probing the area with their soul force. Zhang Tian casually lifted his gaze, observing that the speed of the half-stepped Dozun, which appeared terrifyingly rapid to the average observer, was merely a brisk pace that Zhang Tian could still keep up with. Clad in a purple-blue robe and seemingly around 30 years of age, Zhang Tian discerned that this was not his true age. In reality, the half-stepped Ozun was likely nearing 2 centuries of existence. He traversed the void with a swiftness far surpassing that of many Do Huang who utilized Do Qi wings, leaving even Do Zong in a cloud of dust regarding his velocity. Zhang Tian estimated that under the influence of the divine sword, not only could he transform into a sword-like entity, but the speed of the Phoenix Song sword would also escalate dramatically. Do Huang would be utterly incapable of comprehending his movements, while Do Zong might barely catch a glimpse of his outline, contingent upon individual reflexes and strength. In the eyes of the Dozun, despite the rapidity, they would still have ample time to prepare a defense. This direction is Wutan City? Zhang Tian murmured to himself as he watched the actions of the purple-blue robed man, with no intention of obstructing him. For he had already discerned the identity of this man, a member of the ancient clan. It seems they are not far from the Gamma Empire. No wonder Gu Suner is accompanied solely by Ling Ying. Sensing a slight resemblance in aura between this man and Gu Suner, Zhang Tian closed his eyes in contemplation. It should not be that Gu Suner is in trouble. Otherwise, the Dozun would have already torn through space to intervene. Or even that old coot Gu Yuan would have taken action personally. Zhang Tian rhythmically tapped his index finger on the table, one hand stroking his chin in deep thought. This appears to be a report from Ling Ying regarding some situation, prompting the ancient clan to send someone to investigate. After all, the Soul Palace is vigilant. If they were to make a significant move, the Soul Palace would not let the opportunity slip. Sir, here are your cold noodles. As the amiable vendor presented a bowl of cold noodles, Zhang Tian expressed his gratitude and prepared to indulge. Hey, you little brat, get lost. The Black Tiger Gang is collecting protection fees. A brazen voice interrupted Zhang Tian's actions. He lifted his head to find a brawny man, tattooed with a black tiger, glaring menacingly at him. The Black Tiger Gang is bullying people in broad daylight again. Alas, I wonder whose child this is. What bad luck. Bystanders began to murmur among themselves, casting sympathetic and pitying glances at the slender Zhang Tian, who was encircled. The atmosphere here is rather decent. Is it that they empathize with those bullied by the so-called Black Tiger Gang? Zhang Tian observed that many around him were fearful of the Black Tiger Gang, yet still spoke up for him, nodding in acknowledgement. The Black Tiger Gang is wreaking havoc again, exclaimed a young man in his 20s, fury evident in his tone, his handsome face ablaze with anger. Qin Gongzi, shall we intervene? He could not help but inquire of a distinguished-looking young man beside him, dressed in a pristine white robe, exuding an air of elegance. The young man held a folding fan and watched the scene unfold with a smile. This seemingly affluent young gentleman chuckled, gesturing forward with his fan. This person is no ordinary individual. He remains completely unperturbed, indicating that the Black Tiger has encountered a hard obstacle. Though he laughed, Qin Nan felt a tinge of disappointment, as he was still searching for traces of the 2 powerful figures who had clashed in the sky moments ago. However, the intense fluctuations of Do Qi obscured their faces, making them difficult to locate. Oh, the guard, Ruan Ku, pondered upon hearing this. The man referred to as the Black Tiger by Qin Nan remained blissfully unaware that his demise was imminent, towering over Zhang Tian at 2 meters. His face twisted into a cruel grin. Since you refuse to leave, then here are 2 individuals. Let us collect 2 protection fees. His ferocious demeanor instilled fear in the onlookers, causing the vendor's wife to gasp in shock, tears streaming down her face in exasperation. Lord Black Tiger, we run a small business. I have a grandson at home. Zhang Tian's hand had already found its way to the long zither on his back. This zither is quite remarkable. Hand it over, the Black Tiger exclaimed upon noticing Zhang Tian's movement, his eyes gleaming with desire as he reached out to seize the zither. However, the moment his hand made contact with the zither, he froze, as if turned to stone. Oh, dare you to touch the magic zither? A smile crept onto Zhang Tian's face. The zither was known as a magic instrument because this heavenly tier Do technique acted upon the soul. Even a Do Wong would face instant soul dissolution upon direct contact. With a fingertip stained with a hint of wine, it shot forth like a bullet, piercing through the Black Tiger's body and sending him flying backward. Hiss! Do Chi manifested as substance. This is Do Ling. The spectators couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Who would have imagined that this seemingly ordinary man was, in fact, a Do Ling powerhouse? The men surrounding the Black Tiger trembled uncontrollably as they realized how close they had come to assaulting someone of a lord-level status, their legs turning to jelly in fear. Chapter 47. The invitation from Yunshan returning from the Gamma Imperial City to the Yunlan sect was not a long journey, and Xiao Yan had accompanied Yao Lao away from Wutan City to the magical Beast Mountain range for training. Now, unless faced with a 5th-tier Do Wong level magical beast, it was quite challenging for any creature to pose a threat to Xiao Yan, although merely a 9-star Do master. The Xian Zhongqi had already compressed his Do Qi to an extraordinary density, surpassing that of an ordinary 3-star Do master. Upon returning to the Yunlan sect, Zhang Tian intended to check on the condition of Nalan Yanran. If memory served correctly, this young lady should still be in her courtyard. Discreetly avoiding detection by the Yunlan sect members, he made his way directly to his small courtyard. The training grounds were still bustling with clamorous voices, whereas Zhang Tian's private courtyard remained relatively tranquil, ignoring the other disciples. He arrived at the entrance of his courtyard. Second elder, a maid respectfully called out to Zhang Tian. Though she was merely a maid, her true identity was that of an outer sect disciple who had joined the Yunlan sect at a young age, possessing the cultivation of a fighter. Is the young sect master here today? Zhang Tian inquired. If she was absent, he would need to search for Nalan Yanran. But there was no need to rush, as helping her break through to the Great Dome Master level was not something that could be accomplished overnight. The maid pondered for a moment before responding. The young sect master comes to meditate here every day. The last time she was here was about an hour and a half ago. Nodding, Zhang Tian acknowledged this information and then caught the maid before she could leave. Prepare me some lunch. I haven't eaten yet. As lunchtime approached, Zhang Tian, despite having consumed a bowl of cold noodles, still felt a pang of hunger, especially since the cuisine of the Gamma Empire could not compare to the exquisite delicacies specially prepared by the Yunlan sect. Understood. She nodded and went to prepare lunch, leaving Zhang Tian to push open the door to his courtyard. Due to the male guard stationed outside, Zhang Tian felt uncomfortable, so his room was always cleaned by female disciples. Since Nalan Yanran was not present in the courtyard, Zhang Tian did not mind sitting on the couch to continue his comprehension of the Hanhai Emperor's seal. At present, he was already capable of utilizing 5 seals. In fact, with full strength, he should be able to execute all but the final seal, Hanhai Kaitian, which could obliterate even a peak hundreds of meters high. The quick gun technique could not be understood merely by sitting cross-legged. Every day Zhang Tian practiced his spear technique with the longing halberd, striving to surpass himself with each thrust. When a spear was finally at rest, either his opponent would perish or he would meet his end. Stepping into the courtyard, he found a spacious area of about 10 zhang, considered a broad courtyard, where aside from flowers, trees, and shrubs, there also stood a rockery. The longing halberd materialized in his hand, and he felt as if he had merged with the heavens and the earth, a continuous wind flowing into his body, harmonizing his essence and spirit. A shadow of light pierced through the air, lingering for a long while before gradually dissipating, revealing that it was the shadow of the longing halberd. Is it slow or fast? Zhang Tian mused, captivated by the enduring halberd shadow, as new insights began to dawn upon him. Once again, a spear thrust forth, followed by a relentless flurry of movements from the dragon halberd, which he wielded in a myriad of postures, pushing, retracting, pulling, flicking, stabbing, grazing, cleaving, twisting, and sweeping. The shadows of countless spear strikes lingered in the air, imbued with a chilling aura, their rapidity increasing. without a trace of fighting spirit at the final moment. As he unleashed a barrage of strikes, a series of sonic booms shattered the silence, echoing continuously. The air crackled and popped, reminiscent of firecrackers. The glimmers of the spears struck the artificial mountain, obliterating it completely. Nalan Yinran? Zhang Tian observed Nalan Yinran, who stood outside, struggling to fend off the cascading debris. "Young master, you've arrived," he said, retracting his spear and stowing the dragon halberd into his storage ring. "Apologies for interrupting Elder's training," Nalan Yinran replied, her appearance somewhat disheveled, a bruise forming on her arm from the falling stones, her expression a mixture of emotions. She could discern that Zhang Tian had merely been practicing his spear techniques, devoid of any fighting aura. Yet even so, she had barely managed to withstand the onslaught. "I am now a 9-star Do warrior. Elder, do you not know when we might break through to Do master?" There existed an unwritten rule in the Duki continent. When one was about to ascend in rank, they would inform their mentor. This was not merely to share good news, but also to seek guidance and protection, as a seasoned mentor could easily identify their disciples' shortcomings and help them rectify them, aiming for the most flawless breakthrough. It was evident that Nalan Yinran had not sought out Yin Yun, but had instead come to Zhang Tian, the implications of which were clear, though Zhang Tian remained oblivious. Clenching her fist, Nalan Yinran bit her lips slightly, the emerald earrings at her ears quivering gently. "Oh, for Do masters, you will next need to refine the accompanying purple crystal source entirely to have any hope," Zhang Tian noted, now a 9-star Do emperor, his cultivation surpassing even Yin Yun's. This was, in fact, part of the plan he had devised for Nalan Yinran's enhancement. Nalan Yinran nodded. She had only refined a small portion of the accompanying purple crystal source and had already advanced to a 9-star Do warrior in these 4 months. Yet she still required a bit more to step into the realm of Do master. "Yinran seeks Elder's assistance," she said, harboring little hope of refining the accompanying purple crystal source on her own. Unsurprisingly, Zhang Tian acknowledged that Nalan Yinran would indeed find it somewhat challenging to refine the accompanying purple crystal source at this juncture. Nodding, he chuckled lightly. Naturally, observing Zhang Tian's somewhat indifferent demeanor, Nalan Yinran internally encouraged herself. This individual was Xiao Yin's mentor. To catch up to Xiao Yin, she required his assistance. If only he could genuinely guide me, she mused, well aware that Zhang Tian had consented to instruct her solely due to her mentor, Yin Yun. In her heart, Nalan Yinran felt a twinge of disappointment, yet remained resolute, her determination shining through her gaze. Indeed, she had begun to regret her earlier choices, but she was not one to easily concede. "Xiao Yin, I will surely catch up to you, and then pursue my own happiness openly. I shall step out for a moment. Return tomorrow to prepare for refining the accompanying purple crystal source," Zhang Tian informed the young girl. Intending to seek medicinal herbs from Yao Lao to nourish the meridians and lay a solid foundation, ideally to concoct them into elixirs himself. Perhaps he also needed to find a suitable earth-tier cultivation method. A solid technique could significantly accelerate Nalan Yinran's training speed, bringing the realm of Great Do Master within her grasp and potentially benefiting her for a lifetime. He recalled having a copy of the Qing Su Dao Ju obtained from Song Air, which piqued his interest. However, Song Air had mentioned that the Qing Su Dao Ju required a person with a kind and pure heart to cultivate. Otherwise, their progress might even lag behind that of a profound tier technique. Zhang Tian hesitated, shaking his head. The rarity of an advanced earth tier technique alone prompted him to dismiss this notion. The value of cultivation techniques far surpassed that of martial skills. While some Do saints might possess heavenly tier martial skills, heavenly tier techniques were exceedingly scarce, nearly extinct. His intention was simply to find a cultivation method that barely met the criteria of earth tier for Nalan Yinran's training. Unaware of Zhang Tian's contemplations, Nalan Yinran nodded and inquired, "Is there anything I need to prepare?" "No need, just return, rest well, and be in good spirits," Zhang Tian replied, shaking his head. Then suddenly exclaiming softly, "What is it?" Nalan Yinran, concerned that something was amiss, pressed for an answer. "Nothing of great concern, merely a letter from your master." Gazing at the jade slip in his hand, he probed his soul power into it to read the contents. "Is there something important?" Nalan Yinran began to speak, but halted upon seeing Zhang Tian shake his head with a smile, leading her to exit his courtyard and return to her residence. "Yin Shan has emerged from seclusion? He wishes to see me?" A glimmer of interest flickered in Zhang Tian's eyes. Yin Shan must have engaged with the Soul Palace by now. Whether this summons is a scheme or merely a genuine desire to meet remains to be seen. Zhang Tian felt uncertain. After all, It seemed only fitting for a sect that had produced a Do emperor to meet him. With a slight sigh, he rubbed his brow. The Soul Palace was an adversary that must be confronted, especially given Yao Lao's current predicament, which was inexorably linked to it. Yet, he was not one to indiscriminately condemn those who associated with the Soul Palace. To be frank, even allies of the Shao clan, the ancient clan, had ambiguous ties with the Soul Palace in the past. Chapter 48. Divergent Thoughts. After a brief moment, a disciple arrived to escort Zhang Tian to the inner hall of the Yunlan sect. This was not Zhang Tian's first visit, yet this time, he sensed a slight chill pervading the great hall. This must be the result of Yun Shan's unclear ties with the Soul Palace. Perhaps he had even trained in their techniques, which had imbued him with that icy aura. The disciple led Zhang Tian to the entrance before departing. Zhang Tian recognized this male disciple, named Mo Cheng, a diligent student of the Grand Elder Yunling, who had always been exceedingly courteous towards him. Sensing the familiar aura of Yun within, Zhang Tian entered the Great Hall, marking his first encounter with the true sect leader of the Yunlan sect, Yun Shan. Once a mere withered branch, the breakthrough to Do Zong had transformed him, akin to a rebirth, brimming with limitless potential. Indeed, Yun Shan felt this way himself. In the Great Hall stood a white-haired elder, exuding an aura that resonated with the surrounding space merely by his presence. Clad in immaculate white robes, his silvery hair, though snow white, was not devoid of vitality. Yun Shan slowly turned to face Zhang Tian, his initial impression being one of youth, yet his visage bore hints of age, a striking interplay of weariness and vitality. Yun Shan's complexion was not ruddy, but rather a pure white, devoid of wrinkles, making it difficult for anyone to discern his age or the lingering traces of handsomeness. "Tell me, my young friend, how have you found your time at the Yunlan sect thus far?" he inquired, his voice rich and magnetic, a pleasure to hear. The esteemed sect leader jests. "As the second elder of the Yunlan sect, it is I who should feel guilty for contributing so little," Zhang Tian replied politely, offering a slight bow and a smile. Yun Shan regarded Zhang Tian for a moment before a smile unexpectedly graced his lips. "You jest. We, as Do Emperor-level beings, should not expend too much energy on trivial matters." With a more pronounced smile, Yun Shan paced a few steps in the hall and turned back to Zhang Tian, saying, "In truth, our existence serves as a deterrent to others. Maintaining our formidable strength is our greatest contribution to the sect's development." Zhang Tian nodded in agreement. The deterrent effect of the strong was self-evident. Given the numerous Do emperors in the Gamma Empire, even if Queen Medusa's strength surpassed that of Gang Xingtian, the Serpent Tribe dared not initiate war lightly, relegated instead to a corner of the Tagar Desert. As Zhang Tian contemplated, he couldn't help but regard Yun Shan with newfound respect, his impression subtly shifting. Initially, he had perceived Yun Shan as a rigid old man, particularly since he had reprimanded him for being a hands-off overseer. "In a few days, we shall declare war on the Gamma royal family. I hope the second elder will lend his full strength," Yun Shan remarked casually, though his keen gaze remained fixed on Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian, seemingly oblivious to Yun Shan's penetrating gaze and Yun Yun's subtle hints, interjected, "The Yunlan sect has indeed provided me with considerable assistance. However, due to certain circumstances a few days ago, I owe the Gamma royal family a favor, and thus I cannot comply." He shook his head in refusal, resolute in his stance. If Yun Shan intended to take action against the Gamma royal family, he would certainly intervene. He was indebted to the Yunlan sect, but he also owed a debt to the Gamma royal family. Simply refraining from action did not equate to mutual independence. It would have merely betrayed the Gamma royal family. If he were to abstain from intervening, the Gamma royal family would inevitably face annihilation, and the true way to repay a favor was to ensure their survival in the impending conflict. Yun Shan's smile diminished, though his face betrayed no hints of anger or joy. "A few days ago, I practiced a combat technique that necessitated an understanding of musical rhythm and sought counsel from the seventh princess nearby," Zhang Tian stated candidly, acknowledging the favor he had received in mastering a heavenly tier combat technique. Such a boon, though not insignificant, was hardly monumental. Yun Shan paused slightly, a glimmer of icy light appearing in his eyes. To label such trivial benefits as a boon and to request the assistance of a Do Huang is rather exaggerated, wouldn't you say? The flicker in his gaze intensified, and an unintentional pressure began to weigh upon Zhang Tian. Or is it that Elder Zhang intentionally makes such claims, perhaps wishing to prevent the Yunlan sect from growing stronger? Surely, you're not the sort to be ungrateful. Yun Shan's anger surged, even forsaking the title of second elder to directly address him as you. "I apologize," Zhang Tian replied, clasping his fists together. The reasons behind my actions cannot be disclosed to outsiders. I am truly powerless in this matter. Although he understood Yun Shan's fury, Zhang Tian could not reveal the secret of mastering the heavenly tier combat technique. It was a secret he intended to guard closely, at least until Xiao Yin ascended to Do Ling Zhang Tian. "You're being outrageous," Yun Shan bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fury. "The Yunlan sect has treated you with utmost favor, yet you repay us with ingratitude. Today, I have a request, and you deflect me at every turn." The formidable Do Qi surged within the grand hall, causing cracks to form beneath his feet. Despite his advanced age, Yun Shan harbored a terrifying energy within. With a flash of cold light in his eyes, he summoned a massive palm print of Do Qi that hurtled toward Zhang Tian, who narrowly evaded the attack, leaving a fissure several meters long in its wake. Zhang Tian materialized a short distance away, undeterred by Yun Shan's overwhelming presence. The green flame of the heavenly lotus surged around his concealed hand. "A 9-star Do Huang. It seems I underestimated you," Yun Shan said, his expression still stern, though slightly tempered with caution. "If it is merely an issue of musical rhythm, then Yun certainly possesses some knowledge. Why not consult her rather than betray your own sect?" With a deep breath, Zhang Tian dissipated the azure flame behind him. "Old sect Master Yun, while I am unaware of the depths of Yun's expertise in musical rhythm, I owe a debt that I cannot repay with action, regardless of your further entreaties." "You scoundrel!" Yun Shan's anger flared anew, and he struck the ground beside him, sending stones flying in all directions. "If this is my fault, then should old sect Master Yun insist on an explanation, I am willing to relinquish my status as the second elder of the Yunlan sect." Taking a deep breath, Zhang Tian locked eyes with Yun Shan, his expression resolute. Yun, caught in the middle, felt the weight of her predicament keenly, unable to appease either side. She ignored the disappointed gaze of her master and lowered her head, feeling lost. "Are you threatening me?" Yun Shan's face darkened ominously. "This is not a threat, but a reminder that kindness must be reciprocated. However, I implore you, old sect Master Yun, to show mercy." Zhang Tian stepped forward, his 9-star Do Huang presence clashing with Yun Shan's, standing firm and even gaining a slight upper hand in their confrontation. Yet, Yun Shan found himself torn. Engaging in battle with Zhang Tian would inevitably inflict significant damage upon the Yunlan sect and cost them a Do Huang powerhouse. Such a conflict would only serve as a detriment to their upcoming war against the Gamma Empire. The debts owed to the Yunlan sect could be repaid, but if Yun Shan were to strike, he could hardly refrain from retaliating. "I will not intervene in the affairs of the Yun Empire or the Gamma Empire, but I could eliminate a Do Huang from the Yun Empire." Yun Shan's heart wavered. His true target was the Gamma Empire, not the neighboring Yun Empire. In the past, the Gamma Empire had enjoyed the protection of formidable figures such as Zhang Tian, the elder of the Michel family, the 5-star Do Huang, Ice Emperor Hebadon, and a guardian beast of the 6th tier, the Soul Sea Serpent, whose combined strength maintained a fragile peace between the Yunlan sect and the Gamma Empire. However, the suspicion and friction between the two factions had reached an irreconcilable state, and as the Yunlan sect grew stronger, the Gamma royal family became increasingly wary. Yun Shan could not forget the enmity. Tens of thousands of elite troops were stationed at the foot of Yunlan Mountain. Maintaining such a vast army required immense resources. And despite the staggering cost, they had not relinquished their surveillance of the Yunlan sect. The so-called calm was merely a facade masking the underlying tension. Reluctantly, Yun Shan recalled the task assigned by the Dark-Robed Guardian to conquer an empire swiftly. Out of fear for the Soul Hall's enforcer, he begrudgingly nodded in agreement. "In that case, I must trouble the second elder to take action. I hope you will not take offense and continue to remain with the Yunlan sect." Chapter 49. Departing from Yunlan sect. "In that case, I must trouble the second elder to take action. I hope you will not take offense and continue to remain with the Yunlan sect." With that, the robe billowed around Yun Shan, his long hair ceased to float, and his imposing aura diminished. "There's no need. My ideals are incompatible with those of the Yunlan sect. Remaining here would only breed further troubles. It is better for us to part ways." Zhang Tian respectfully declined Yun Shan's offer. Stepping out of the great hall under the scrutinizing gazes of Yun and the displeased Yun Shan. Upon returning to his modest courtyard, Zhang Tian tidied up and left behind a vial of 5th-tier violet spirit root essence in his room. After some contemplation, he took a piece of paper and eloquently inscribed his thoughts. "Young master, I must leave the Yunlan sect. I fear I will not fulfill my promise of guidance. This vial of 5th-tier violet spirit root essence shall serve as my compensation." After finishing, Zhang Tian rolled the paper, placed it along with the vial into a jade box, and reflected on the significant disturbance that would accompany his breakthrough to Do Zone. Indeed, it was time to depart from the Yunlan sect. He glanced at the mountain peak of the Yunlan sect, which had nearly been leveled during his last encounter, and nodded, hoping to avoid causing further calamity during his breakthrough. Xiao Yan's imminent breakthrough was merely days away, and Zhang Tian prepared to return home early to safeguard him. Though he could no longer rely on the Yunlan sect's life and death gate, he possessed two unique flames, along with one in the possession of Yao Lao and the knowledge of various resources and treasures. He was confident he could cultivate Xiao Yan successfully. Just as he was about to exit his room, Zhang Tian paused, pondering, why did I agree to cultivate Nalan Yanran? After a moment's reflection, he recalled that it was Yun Yun's promise to lend the life and death gate to Xiao Yan that had persuaded him. Goodness, thinking about it this way, am I not at a loss? He mused, recalling the spirit source of accompanying purple crystal, which had elevated Nalan Yanran from a 6-star Do disciple to the brink of breaking through to Do master, along with a vial of 5th-tier elixir and the near acquisition of a ground-level cultivation technique. Gazing at the jade bottle resting on the table, Zhang Tian's eyes flickered with contemplation. Should he reclaim the medicinal pill? Although the elixir proved ineffective for him and held no practical use, the old alchemist was notoriously stingy, providing only a limited supply each month. To acquire even a single pill, one needed at least 3 portions of medicinal ingredients to trade. Huh? A small figure approached. Zhang Tian let out a soft exclamation, his spiritual awareness detecting a disciple of the outer sect hurrying towards him. Cursed be it, he arrived too late. He would have to give the second elder a thorough cleaning. The boy appeared to be around 14, clad in tattered garments patched in numerous places, yet his face bore a trace of youthful innocence and vitality. Currently, he was scrunching his face in frustration, diligently wiping the table with a cloth while preparing to sweep the room. What on earth? Zhang Tian mused. Was it not Yun Yun who claimed that only female disciples were assigned to clean his quarters? This Yun Yun was quite the character. Zhang Tian felt a bit speechless. It was indeed true. Yet little did he know that since he explicitly requested female disciples for the task, it was only logical for Yun Yun, being a woman herself, to refrain from sending any. Oh, what is this? While Zhang Tian was lost in thought, the delicate child seemed to have discovered the jade box on the table. Upon opening it, he uncovered a bottle of medicinal pills. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, he audaciously swallowed one whole. By the heavens, Zhang Tian had never witnessed such audacity. A mere 1-star Do practitioner daring to consume a 5th-grade elixir. He nearly exclaimed in disbelief, fearing that he might expose himself. How could this impudent child emerge unscathed? After a considerable wait, without witnessing any signs of the boy's body bursting apart, Zhang Tian began to ponder. Had the old alchemist provided expired pills? Whatever the case, seeing the child unharmed, Zhang Tian decided against lingering further and unfurled his Doqi wings, soaring towards the monster beast mountains. After consuming the elixir, the child noticed a note tucked beneath the jade box. Upon reading it, his face turned as pale as death. This was, after all, the medicinal pill left for Sister Nalan by the second elder. In an unseen corner of Yunlan Mountain, Yun Yun stood entranced, her bright yellow robe shimmering like starlight, her eyes fixed intently on Zhang Tian's departing figure. As she took delicate steps, her thoughts were tangled in confusion. After a long while, once Zhang Tian had disappeared from sight, she finally halted, lifting her head to exhale softly, resembling an ethereal orchid. He has left. Nearby, under a tree, Yun Shan's expression darkened, his heart brimming with fury. Cursed be it, how could he simply walk away? Watching Zhang Tian's retreating figure ignited a fire within him. His own Do, Qi suppressed to avoid alarming the surroundings, yet it surged restlessly around him. Ungrateful brat. Achieving the rank of a 9-star Do Emperor at such a young age. No, he must either be retained or eliminated. A glint of malice flickered in Yun Shan's eyes. Zhang Tian was from the Gamma Empire and had withdrawn from the Yunlan sect. Should the sect wish to launch an assault on the Gamma Empire to claim the throne, Zhang Tian would inevitably intervene. It was akin to a billionaire seeking to acquire a small village, yet the world's wealthiest individual resided within it. Would he relent? Forget it. Let us first conquer the Outcloud Empire and consider the rest later. Yun Shan shook his head, his demeanor calm and composed, his jade-like face betraying no emotion, his gaze fixated on the base of Yunlan Mountain. It would be prudent to observe Zhang Tian's combat prowess. The Outcloud Empire was not a trivial opponent. Despite several Do emperors being significantly younger than the likes of Jiaxing Tian, their cultivation levels hovered around 3 to 4 stars. However, excluding the solitary, wandering powerhouses, there were still 4 formidable Do Emperor experts loyal to the imperial family. Had Yin Shan just revealed a hint of malice towards me? Is it because I chose to leave the Yunlan sect? As Zhang Tian soared through the air, a prickling sensation crept up his back. With his spiritual power growing ever stronger, he began to faintly sense certain presences around him, though he could not yet compare to the old alchemist, whose spiritual awareness was akin to a radar. He could at least detect entities harboring ill intentions within a certain radius. He shook his head. A mere low-level dozong, like Yin Shan, hardly warranted his concern. It was the hidden forces of the Soul Palace that required his utmost vigilance. Unfortunately, Yin Shan remained oblivious to this reality. Let's hope this old fool does not seek his own demise. With that thought, Zhang Tian quickened his pace, resembling a streak of light as he pierced through the thick clouds above. 3 days later, within the inner regions of the Monster Beast Mountains. Here, apart from Do Wang-level beasts, no other creatures of lesser rank roamed the area. The most common beasts within were of the third tier, possessing strength comparable to high-ranking human Do masters. Once the Monster Beast Mountains erupted in a beast wave, even the city of Wutan might struggle to withstand the onslaught. Yet, an eerie silence enveloped the area. Each Do Wang-level beast, endowed with its own intelligence, sensed a looming deathly crisis and instinctively retreated to their lairs, too frightened to emerge. All right, we are ready to commence. The old alchemist retracted his dispersed spiritual energy, his form now solidified, his eyes sparkling with vitality. Hard to believe he was merely the spirit of one who had passed. In the preceding days, Xiao Yin had cleared out the Do Ling-level beasts, while the Do Wang-level beasts had been sufficiently intimidated by the old alchemist. Whoosh! With a gust of wind, Zhang Tian landed steadily on a nearby clearing. Just in time. Was it about to begin? In response to Zhang Tian's eager inquiry, the old alchemist smiled, a hint of pride evident in his expression. Under my guidance, Xiao Yin has made remarkable progress. His breakthrough is assured without a shadow of doubt. Rubbing his chin, the old alchemist regarded Xiao Yin, who was seated cross-legged beside him, his eyes betraying a rare glimmer of satisfaction. Nodding in agreement, Zhang Tian approached Xiao Yin. Indeed, it had always been the old alchemist instructing Xiao Yin. Although feeling somewhat overshadowed, Zhang Tian did not dwell on it. Xiao Yin sat cross-legged, channeling the flame decision to absorb the surrounding energy at a measured pace. Clad in black attire, he had placed a heavy ruler across his knees, suppressing his Do Qi, his eyes closed, completely unaware of Zhang Tian's arrival. Scattered beside him lay a black cloak. What is this cloak doing here? Have you been out committing misdeeds? Zhang Tian inquired curiously. The old alchemist rolled his eyes. Do you even know how to speak? Of course not. We merely purchased some items at the auction house. Oh, what could possibly require you to conceal your identities for such a purchase? Zhang Tian's curiosity intensified, given that the Xiao family currently dominated Wutan City, and Xiao Yin was in the prime of his life. What could be so coveted even by Do Wang-level individuals? A treasure that would make even Do Wang envious. The old alchemist smiled mysteriously. The reason for the cloak was not for any nefarious activities, but rather to prevent others from realizing it had fallen into our possession. Safety first. Once acquired, this item would undoubtedly bring trouble. The old alchemist concluded with a significant tone. What could be so precious as to appear at the Mitre auction house? Although he had not specified, Zhang Tian's expression conveyed a flicker of disbelief. 1/5 of a Bodhi heart. The old alchemist observed Zhang Tian's bewildered demeanor, a trace of disdain creeping into his expression. Truly, one who had never seen the world was still a novice, and yet he always irritated the old man. If I, old Yao, were to discard the Bodhi heart, toss it outside, and jump from the Monster Beast Mountains to step on it, I would not even show it to you. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Tian's bewilderment stemmed not from ignorance of the Bodhi heart, but rather from the incredulity that such a precious item could surface at the Mitre auction house. Surely it cannot be a fake. Zhang Tian blurted out instinctively. Chapter 50. The Bodhi heart fake? The old alchemist's voice rose several decibels, startling Xiao Yin awake. Teacher, you have arrived. Xiao Yin set aside the heavy ruler, respectfully addressing Zhang Tian. In recent days, the teacher's strength had become increasingly unfathomable, leaving him unable to discern his true power. Xiao Yin could only comprehend that Zhang Tian had grown exponentially stronger since their initial encounter, perhaps 1,000-fold. What a remarkable young man. Your father would undoubtedly be proud of you. He patted Xiao Yan's shoulder, who now stood at an impressive height of 1.70 meters. Clad in robust attire and sporting a resolute yet handsome visage, he had transformed from a mere adolescent into a striking figure. Xiao Zhan had also ascended to the rank of a 1-star doling. although his cultivation speed lagged behind Xiao Yan's. And it was likely that he would soon be caught up. I shall continue to grow stronger, ensuring that no one dares to underestimate me. And then I shall proudly take Suner as my bride. Xiao Yan beamed with a sunlit smile, feeling a touch bashful as he rubbed his nose. Zhang Tian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, turning away from Xiao Yan to stifle his laughter. I have undergone professional training. No, cough, cough. Cough, ahem, good ambition. Zhang Tian cleared his throat several times, his brows curving with suppressed mirth. It was amusing that he, potentially destined to become a Dou emperor and a terror whose name would resonate throughout the Duki continent, could utter such words that elicited laughter. A 9-star Dou master professing the intent to marry the most pure-blooded princess of the ancient 8 clans. The inheritor of the Golden Emperor's flame. How could that be anything but humorous? Teacher, do you know about Suner's situation? Xiao Yan, noticing Zhang Tian's struggle to contain his amusement, suddenly brightened with curiosity. It made sense. The teacher was the strongest individual he had encountered thus far, and perhaps he was privy to the identities of Suner's parents. Zhang Tian paused in his laughter, rubbing his forehead. Just the children of the former patriarchs of the 8 clans, he said vaguely. That is quite a fitting match, the old pharmacist, Yao Lao, interjected with a mischievous grin. Both fathers are clan leaders, and young Xiao Yan seems to be quite worthy of her. You should seize the opportunity and make your move. Yao Lao wore a rather lascivious smile, leaving Xiao Yan utterly speechless. Wouldn't you agree, Zhang Tian? Yao Lao casually asked, only to find Zhang Tian gazing at him with a broad smile instead of responding. No way. Yao Lao's expression shifted as a dreadful thought crossed his mind. Previously, 8 clans, the ancient 8 clans, he nearly exclaimed, his aged eyes wide with shock as he looked at Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian nodded with a smile, gently silencing Yao Lao before he could speak further. Yao Lao, now aware of the gravity of the situation, quickly fell silent. The unspoken exchange in their gazes went unnoticed by Xiao Yan, who remained oblivious to the complexity of their thoughts. Could his disciple truly marry the daughter of the ancient clan leader, or would it mirror his own tragic past? The pain of being ousted from the Yao clan would haunt him forever. Surely the Bodhi heart wouldn't appear in a place like this. It must be a counterfeit. Zhang Tian muttered, shaking his head, pondering how such a treasure could possibly surface at the middle auction house, let alone in the northwestern continent. Are you doubting my identity as a pharmacist? Yao Lao huffed, his beard bristling with indignation as he revealed a charred seed the size of a pebble in his palm. Zhang Tian accepted the seed, and as the azure lotus fire ignited in his hand, the blackened shell disintegrated under the fierce heat, revealing a verdant Bodhi heart within. Feeling the overwhelming energy contained within, even a Dozone would find it astonishing, and Zhang Tian gasped in amazement. It truly is the Bodhi heart, deep within the remote mountains. There existed a miraculous ancient tree known as the Bodhi tree. From its deeply embedded roots, over centuries, a sticky, heart-shaped substance known for its wondrous effects would form. Hence the name Bodhi heart. Typically, the formation of a Bodhi heart would require at least a millennium of accumulation. And the Bodhi transformation itself is a unique secretion of the Bodhi heart, known as the 3 treasures of Bodhi, Bodhi seeds, Bodhi heart, and the insights gained beneath the Bodhi tree. The rarity of the Bodhi tree ranked among the top 3 treasures of the Duki continent, having once ensnared a Dou emperor, who alongside another Dou emperor had annihilated it. While the Bodhi transformation could generally enhance one's physique, the consumption of the Bodhi heart could amplify one's spiritual power and gradually replace the human heart. This meant that, even if the heart suffered a fatal blow, one would not perish, akin to possessing an additional life. Furthermore, the energy harbored within was far superior to that of the original heart. Beneath the Bodhi tree, 100 lifetimes of reincarnation, Zhang Tian sighed, feeling a tinge of sentimentality. Although it wouldn't significantly enhance his cultivation, if reincarnation were possible, it would undoubtedly strengthen his soul. He speculated about his own physical condition. It seems to stem from my identity as an earthling. Xiao Yan has a soul transmigration, while I have a physical crossing. After all, the anatomical structure of humans in the Duki continent might not align with that of earthlings. Zhang Tian glanced at the Bodhi seed, glowing with verdant light in his hand, its vitality surpassing anything he had ever encountered. A splendid treasure, he smiled, extending his hand to place the Bodhi heart into Yao Lao's palm. To my surprise, Yao Lao chuckled and pushed Zhang Tian's hand away, speaking to him with a carefree demeanor. The Bodhi heart will have a far better effect on you. Xiao Yan is still too distant from that level. Teacher, please accept it, Xiao Yan urged from beside them, showing no hint of reluctance. After contemplating for a moment, Zhang Tian decided to consume the Bodhi heart himself. "How many gold coins did you spend on this Bodhi heart?" he asked, incredulous at the thought of acquiring such a coveted treasure, one that even those saints coveted, albeit just a fraction of it. Yao Lao chuckled heartily, wearing a grin of someone who had struck a great bargain. "Oh, just a few thousand gold coins. They misjudged its value and sold it to me as if it were an ordinary Qingmao vine seed." Yao Lao got already envisioning the furious expression on the face of the one in charge when they learned the truth. This was one of the absurdities that came with the high status of pharmacists. In the past, when Yao Lao crafted pills for others, he always retained ownership of the recipe, knowing well that such formulas were intricately inscribed and could only be deciphered with soul power, making the creation of a pill recipe exceedingly arduous. Materials were generally provided by others, typically requiring 2 portions, and in the event of failure, the pharmacist bore no responsibility while still charging exorbitant fees. The wealthiest individuals on the continent were often those who practiced alchemy. "I, too, intend to break through to Dozong today. I would appreciate your protection." Zhang Tian smiled at Yao Lao after accepting the Bodhi heart. He was still keen on concealing his intentions, lest he face difficulties explaining during his breakthrough. "Oh, that's remarkably swift," Yao Lao expressed with a hint of disbelief, regarding Zhang Tian with a mixture of astonishment. "You're quite the monster. I believed you when you mentioned your intention to break through to Dozong that day." Although Yao Lao exclaimed in surprise, he was still prepared to provide Zhang Tian with protection. "Teacher, let us break through together," Xiao Yin chimed in, his tone filled with joy as he flashed a smile at Zhang Tian. "Very well, you little rascal, don't you dare fail me," Zhang Tian teased, understanding that while his failure would not significantly impact Xiao Yin, it could lead to severe repercussions for him, potentially resulting in injury or even a fall in rank. "Rest assured, that will not happen," Xiao Yin chuckled, revealing an expression of utmost confidence. The two settled into a meditative position, contrasting Xiao Yan's intense focus with Zhang Tian's seemingly casual approach to absorbing energy. Instead, it was Xiao Yin who fervently activated his burning decision, voraciously consuming the surrounding duqi like a whale swallowing the sea, skillfully refining the mottled energies of heaven and earth. Unlike ordinary individuals who dared not absorb such energy into their bodies, Xiao Yin welcomed it with open arms, transforming it into a colossal surge of duqi that relentlessly battered the final barrier of his Do master rank. The breakthrough was remarkably smooth. As Xiao Yin continuously circulated the burning decision to accumulate Do Qi, the energy within him quickly reached saturation. The Do Qi, which had previously filled his dantian, began to transition from a liquid state to solid form. With the completion of the crystallization of the rhombic Do Qi within him, a powerful surge of Do Qi erupted, sending shockwaves through the ground surrounding him. A Grand Do Master, feeling a strength more than 1.5 times greater than before. Excitement illuminated Xiao Yan's face as he unleashed a punch that produced a sonic boom. A Do Zone. Zhang Tian, yawning in boredom, sensed a loosening of the bottleneck within him, allowing him to effortlessly break into the realm of Do Zone. The Do Qi surged through his meridians like a mighty river, pouring into his dantian as if the Milky Way were being drawn into him, exuding a terrifying aura that reverberated throughout the monster beast mountain range, scattering everything within a dozen meters into disarray. With the newfound power coursing through him, Zhang Tian was immensely satisfied, delivering a punch that shattered the surrounding space. Xiao Yan's expression was one of utter rigidity. Chapter 51. The Fall of the Outcloud Empire half a month later. A shocking piece of news reverberated throughout the Jiama Empire. The Outcloud Empire, which had coexisted with the Jiama Empire for nearly several centuries, had been annihilated by the Yunlan sect. The former sect master of the Yunlan sect emerged from seclusion and broke into the Dozong realm, single-handedly confronting and decisively slaying 4 Do Huangs. The current sect master, Yun Yun, possessed the strength of a 4-star Do Huang and killed a 1-star Do Huang who had come to assist. Among them, the strength of the second elder, Zhang Tian, was particularly enigmatic. He had initially engaged a 4-star Do Huang and was on the verge of defeating him when he was interrupted by a hidden Do Huang expert from the Outcloud Empire. The two engaged in a fierce battle above the skies of the Outcloud Empire, culminating in Zhang Tian's overwhelming victory over the 6-star Do Huang, showcasing his remarkable prowess. The terrifying strength of the Yunlan sect was laid bare before the world. However, shortly thereafter, the second elder officially announced his resignation from the Yunlan sect, leaving everyone stunned, and a myriad of speculations ensued. What was certain, however, was that the Yunlan sect had significantly bolstered its power, and after digesting the Outcloud Empire. It began to eye other nations with predatory intent. The hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers stationed at the foot of Yunlan Mountain were swiftly annihilated, and Zhang Tian showed no intention of retracting his forces, directly commanding the remaining troops to withdraw from beneath the mountain. Many astute individuals understood that the fate of the empire was about to change dramatically. In an instant, the imperial city was engulfed in turmoil, with various factions clashing chaotically. Within the forbidden grounds of the royal palace, Zhang Tian gazed at the sky outside with a heavy sigh, as if foreseeing the ominous clouds now shrouding the imperial city of the Jiama Empire. Have I truly allowed the lineage to come to a halt during my watch? After hundreds of years of guardianship by the Do Huangs since the reign of the last sovereign, Zhang Tian, dressed in a simple robe, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, staring at the chaos engulfing the imperial city, tears streaming down his weathered face. Zhang Tian was the previous emperor of the Jiama Empire. Since his breakthrough to Do Huang and subsequent abdication to take over as the guardian, he had steadfastly protected the royal family amidst the storms of fate for a century. What? You want to go to the Yunlan sect? Just after Zhang Tian had ingested and refined the Bodhi heart, he received this astonishing news. Nalan Yinran has challenged me to a duel. Xiao Yin forced a bitter smile, as the other party had formally issued a challenge, and considering she was his former fiancée, not attending would be a source of great embarrassment. What is Nalan Yinran up to? Zhang Tian furrowed his brows, pacing restlessly in the room. This doesn't make sense. He racked his brain, unable to fathom what scheme the girl was concocting. It had been a month since he had decisively annihilated the Outcloud Empire, but logically, the Yunlan sect should be focused on consolidating their gains. She claimed that our previous unilateral cancellation of the engagement was null and void, and this time she wants a formal verification. If she defeats me, I must marry her, Xiao Yin added with a sigh. Nalan's grandfather will also be present as a witness. Indeed, while the matter of Xiao Yin and Nalan Yinran's marriage seemed to revolve around them, the engagement had actually been arranged between Nalan Jia and Xiao Lin in their youth. In principle, there were 4 parties involved: Nalan Jia, Xiao Lin, Nalan Yinran, and Xiao Yin. Though Xiao Lin had passed away as the elder who established the engagement, Nalan Jia still held the authority to veto any unilateral dissolution. Zhang Tian was taken aback. So, the plot had shifted so dramatically? Xiao Yan's strength had vastly surpassed that of Nalan Yinran, yet he still had to go to the Yunlan sect? However, this time it was not to seek trouble, but rather to acquire a bride. Goodness, I truly am. Yao Lao, emerging from the ring, expressed his displeasure, his voice tinged with anger. That insufferable girl is far too arrogant. She accepted the compensation for the engagement annulment, and now she has the audacity to say she won't withdraw. Yao Lao felt a pang of embarrassment. The annulment had been negotiated by Zhang Tian, Xiao Yin, and Yun Yun, and he had been present in the ring, even having taken several vials of pills as compensation. Now, the girl asserted that the engagement would not be retracted. Who on the Dochi continent would dare disregard the esteemed Yao? Only the likes of the ancient Dragon Clan, the Heavenly Phoenix Clan, the ancient Heavenly Demon Python, the Alchemist Tower as Patriarch, the Yao Clan, the Ancient Clan, the Shao Clan, the Soul Clan, the 7-colored Sky-Devouring Python, the Underworld Demon Saint, the Thunder Clan, the Flame Clan, the Soul Devouring Clan, the Soul Extinguishing Life, the Soul Emperor, and the likes of over 1,000 individuals would dare to challenge him, right? Yao Lao felt his dignity had been compromised. He needed to reclaim it. Xiao Yin, go and teach that girl a lesson. Yao Lao fumed, his usual calm demeanor evaporating. I am truly furious. All right, Xiao Yin chuckled, shaking his head in exasperation while trying to placate Yao Lao. But how does Nalan Yinran have the confidence to challenge you? Even if she is unaware of your breakthrough to Grand Dome Master, she should have known you reached the 9-star Dome Master level long ago. Zhang Tian stroked his chin, pondering. What gave Nalan Yinran such confidence? She dared to think of marrying him, even if she had fortuitously broken through to Do Shi. The gap between them was not something easily traversed. I've heard she entered the gate of life and death. Xiao Yin replied uncertainly, his curiosity piqued. What? Enter the gate of life and death? Zhang Tian was taken aback. How is that possible? Without the cultivation of a Grand Dome Master, one simply does not qualify to enter. This is outrageous. Zhang Tian fumed internally. In the original story, when Nalan Yinran entered the gate of life and death, she had directly jumped from Grand Dome Master to the peak of Do Wang, which was utterly excessive. Though this time she had only been inside for a month and might not reach Do Wang. Could she attain Do Ling? Or perhaps the peak of 9-star Grand Dome Master? Master, what is the gate of life and death? Xiao Yin paused his movements, noticing Zhang Tian's reaction and curiously inquired. Sigh, the gate of life and death is a forbidden area of a Yunlan sect, accessible only to the successors of each sect master. It is the eternal resting place of the sect's past leaders. I once fought to secure a chance for you to enter, but circumstances forced me to abandon it. Zhang Tian replied, his expression complex, not solely due to Nalan Yinran's strength. Even if she had truly reached Douling, Xiao Yin still had a chance to win. What truly concerned him was the attitude of the Yunlan sect. If Yun Shan and Yun Yun permitted a dosher to enter the gate of life and death, then they were undoubtedly focusing their attention on him and his master. Does Yun Yun share this sentiment? Zhang Tian rubbed his temples, feeling a bit troubled. In that case, you cannot go alone. He contemplated for a moment before resolutely deciding to accompany Xiao Yin to Yunlan Mountain. No, this time, neither Yun Shan nor Yun Yun will be present, as they are preparing to attack the Jiama Empire. Yao Lao stated gravely after sensing the external situation with his spiritual power. Yun Shan is preparing to strike against me? Zhang Tian's expression turned icy, recalling his earlier promise to assist the Jiama Empire. Thus, Yun Shan and Yun Yun launched an assault on the Gama Empire, ostensibly to compel me into action. While on the other hand, Nalan Yinran, she poses no real threat. The crux lies with the Grand Elder, Yunling, and his band of Do Kings. Although they typically remain inconspicuous, Zhang Tian is acutely aware that their prowess surpasses that of the average Do Kings by several degrees. Fear not. Allow me to handle Xiao Yinzi. As long as no Do Zong appears, I shall ensure his safety. Yao Lao interjected at an opportune moment, eliciting a sigh of relief from Zhang Tian. Very well, it is settled. In 3 days, you shall ascend Yunlan Mountain, while I venture to the capital of the Gama Empire. A flicker of murderous intent briefly crossed Zhang Tian's gaze at the mention of Yunshan, only to be swiftly subdued. Chapter 52, The Break. Outside the encampment of the Yunlan sect, stationed on the outskirts of the Gama Empire, loomed a vast and magnificent tent. This space belonged to Yun Yun, yet today she did not take refuge within. Instead, she stood silently outside, seemingly awaiting someone. As the darkened sky hung overhead, 6 figures gradually approached, their Do-Chi wings unfurling behind them, allowing them to soar through the air. Cloaked in black, their features remained obscured. One figure, upon spotting Yun Yun, exhibited a hint of excitement, stepping forward with fervent eyes, only to be evaded by Yun Yun, provoking laughter from 2 others. Another individual appeared to harbor fear towards one of the black-robed figures, maintaining a deliberate distance. Yet, the latter seemed unconcerned, a charming purple serpentine tail peeking out from beneath the black robe. As the sun ascended, an oppressive atmosphere enveloped the Gama Empire, for today marked the day of reckoning. Let us proceed. Zhang Tian addressed those at his side, his gaze lingering briefly on Zhang Tian before he politely took flight, his Do-Chi wings propelling him into the sky. In response, 5 figures from the Yunlan sect also surged forth. At an altitude of 1,000 meters, the air grew exceedingly thin, intermittently pierced by bone-chilling gusts. This realm was beyond the reach of Do Kings. Only those of Do Huang's strength could navigate these heights with impunity. Zhang Tian no longer donned the garb of the Yunlan sect. Instead, he wore a plain white robe. Yun Yun, have you dressed thus to greet a friend, or to impede my passage? Zhang Tian inquired, gazing at the slender figure poised elegantly in the distance. Clad in a gown of goose yellow, Yun Yun's long hair was styled in an exquisite updo, her delicate feet lightly hovering in the air, her Do-Chi wings fluttering behind her. Ah, an old friend reunited, Yun Yun remarked, her expression a tapestry of complexity as she managed a bittersweet smile. Her captivating eyes reflected a tumult of emotions, conflict and hesitation. Be resolute, Yun'er, she recalled her master's words, her gaze stealing with determination. We the Yunlan sect seek justice against the Gama Empire's egregious transgressions. A glint of ferocity flashed in her eyes as she surveyed Zhang Tian and Xing Tian's entourage. For nearly a millennium, we, the Yunlan sect, have stood as a bulwark against foreign adversaries for the Gama Empire, only to be met with treachery from the royal family, who has long harbored deep-seated suspicions towards us, leading to incessant skirmishes over the decades. Her ethereal voice resonated in the sky, akin to a verdict or an indictment, recounting the Gama Empire's transgressions. Below, the 7th princess, veiled in purple, gazed skyward at the figures obscured by the vastness, her hands clasped in prayer. Please, you must aid me. The memory of the resolute man, a formidable Do Huang, brought her a measure of solace as her eyes remained fixated on the heavens, sparkling with anticipation. Is it true? Yinshan is absent? Zhang Tian interrupted Yun Yun's discourse, his aged visage contorted with barely contained fury. You, child, dare to utter threats against my centuries-old empire. With a swift motion, Zhang Tian struck down, a colossal palm imprint surging towards Yun Yun, only to be shattered by a flash of green light. Oomph! Such audacity! A cold voice emerged as the enchanting figure cloaked in purple reappeared, her serpentine tail lashing downwards with ferocity. Medusa! Zhang Tian's face betrayed shock and panic as he was sent flying several dozen meters, disbelief etched across his features. You, of the Yunlan sect, have forged an alliance with the Serpent Clan. How could this be? The enmity between humans and serpents has endured for millennia. How can it be resolved? Despite her reluctance, Medusa recognized that dismantling the Gamma Empire would yield substantial rewards for her people, granting them vast territories and decades of respite. She cast a wary glance at Zhang Tian before exhaling a sigh of relief at her 5 allied Dohuan. Traitors! A resonant voice interjected, revealing a middle-aged man cloaked in black, his visage obscured, yet bearing the insignia of a 5th-tier alchemist. Though his face remained hidden, his aura was unmistakable. A mere Do Huang dares to speak? Zhang Tian snapped his fingers, sending the man hurtling backward as if struck by an unseen force, crashing heavily to the ground. Everyone, hold nothing back. Let's strike together, one voice proclaimed, as the black cloak fell away, revealing the true identity of the figure. Yao Shi, the Serpent of the Abyss. Onward. Another Do Huang revealed himself, joining forces with his compatriots as they surged towards the Gamma Empire's guardian beast, the Yuhai Flood Dragon. Another individual bore a striking resemblance to Yao Shi, suggesting they were brothers. Their combined efforts resonated with an innate synergy, amplifying their might. Friends of Gu He. Their status as alchemists afforded him equality in dialogue, and he had expended considerable resources to enlist their aid, all to gain favor in Yin Yun's eyes. Medusa let out a scoff, shedding her black cloak to reveal her voluptuous form, her slender waist twisting as she lunged toward Zhang Tian. Begone! With a swift draw of a long yin spear, even Medusa, a peaked Do Huang, was sent reeling, her scales shedding and blood seeping from her wounds. Let's all strike. As the twin Do Huang reacted, they combined their powers to unleash a colossal fist imprint spanning 100 meters. Though Yao Shi had recently ascended to Do Huang, his venom was potent, coalescing into a 20-centimeter green sphere that surged toward Zhang Tian. Yun Yun, stealing her resolve, unleashed a barrage of massive wind blades toward Zhang Tian, spiraling in a deadly vortex. A glint of determination flashed in Medusa's eyes. She too bypassed her wounds, exhaling a half-meter-sized orb of multicolored Do Chi, infused with her formidable serpent venom. Yao Shi trembled at the memory of his prior encounter with Medusa, who had left him battered and bruised. Shatter for me. Zhang Tian's cold gaze swept the battlefield. Under the combined force of the Do Huang, he rapidly unleashed a flurry of 450 strikes in an instant. Each shot rivaled advanced Xiantier Do techniques, merging into a cataclysmic assault that shattered the very fabric of space, splintering it like glass. In a moment of vulnerability, Yao Shi was caught off guard, the debris from the fractured space claiming half his form, leaving him grievously wounded, while the earlier formidable attacks were swallowed by the chaos of the disintegrated space. If the Empire of Jiamat faces a crisis in the future, I shall intervene once beneath the Do Zone. Zhang Tian reiterated the agreement made previously, yet at this moment, none dared to belittle him. Do Zone, how could this be? The twins exchanged glances, a flicker of despair illuminating their eyes. Even united, they could scarcely contend with a 5-star Do Huang. Yet before Do Zone, they were but a jest. The Do Zone could cause the space to shimmer and tremble, and even a high-tier Do Zone could solidify space with a spatial lock. But only a Do Zone could shatter it. His power had reached a terrifying new echelon. Zhang Tian thought in horror, all his shock instantaneously manifesting on his face. Earlier, the 7th princess played a tune for me, and today, I shall return the favor. Zhang Tian smiled, yet he had no intention of striking. Amidst the gazes of the multitude, he retrieved a long object from behind him, unveiling it from its white cloth shroud. With a gentle pluck of his finger upon the instrument, a wave of sound resonated, reverberating through the space. 9 holes embedded with magic cores adorned its surface. Crack! A piercing sound echoed as the magic core shattered, transforming the long instrument into a translucent, fiery red akin to glass, its strings seemingly ignited by a crimson glow. Flames leaping skyward. This melody, upon the strum of a single string, unleashed a catastrophic wave of fire that erupted violently in all directions. Flee! Chapter 53. The Buddha's Wrathful Lotus. On Yunlan Mountain, Xiaoyan's lips bore traces of blood, his trembling hand gripping the ground to support his faltering body. In front of him, Nalan Yinran, depleted of do qi and devoid of further fighting capacity, wore a countenance full of reluctance. To think I have lost. A sense of disbelief washed over Nalan Yinran. Despite her breakthrough to a 6-star to do shi, she found herself unable to match Xiaoyan. Cough, cough, cough. Xiaoyan clutched his chest, coughing violently. While not far off, Yinshan and Yunling observed the scene, a flicker of amusement crossing Yinshan's face. With a Do Zong and several Do Wang present, Xiaoyan remained unfazed, effortlessly sending Nalan Yinran flying with an 8 extremes burst, rendering her incapable of further resistance. Facing the imposing gazes of over a dozen formidable opponents, Xiaoyan exhibited no fear. This battle, Xiaoyan had triumphed. The massive Xuanzhong Qi stood beside him. As he surveyed the disciples and elders of Yunlan's sect beneath the Do Ling level, their eyes stinging under his gaze, compelling them to lower their heads in deference. Did you think that arriving at Yunlan's sect would allow you to depart easily? Yinshan finally made his move, unleashing the fierce aura of a Do Zong toward Xiaoyan. The pressure of that Do Zong's might felt as though it bore down upon his very soul, as if he were carrying an insurmountable mountain. Puff. Already injured, Xiaoyan spat blood under the oppressive force, his face paling. Xiaoyan, you cannot withstand this. Allow me to lend you my strength. The voice of Yao Lao resonated. His gaze firmly fixed on Yinshan, who posed considerable trouble for him. All right. Xiaoyan recognized that now was not the time for bravado. Having already defeated Nalan Yinran through his own strength, he no longer hesitated. Sect Master, allow me to subdue him, Yunling volunteered. Although he shared some rapport with Zhang Tian, his loyalty to Yunlan's sect was paramount. Once granted Yinshan's consent, Yunling unleashed his Do Qi, forming colossal claws with his hands as he lunged towards the stationary Xiaoyan. Gulme. In the pressure of Do Qi, Xiaoyan's hair was whipped about by the tempest, a rare glimmer of audacity surfacing on his face. As he raised his right arm and struck towards Yunling's palm, 8 extremes burst. The torrent of energy erupted from Xiaoyan's arm, delivering multiple strikes of dark energy into Yunling's body. Crash! The ground beneath Xiaoyan fragmented, while Yunling was sent hurtling back at an accelerated pace. Puff! A spray of blood erupted from Yunling's mouth, transforming into a mist that wafted through the air. Disbelief etched across his aged features as his arm was gruesomely torn apart. How is this possible? Countless voices cried out in shock, witnessing the third strongest elder of Yunlan's sect, a 5-star Do Wang, being effortlessly sent sprawling. Xiaoyan's arm trembled, a trickle of blood seeping from his sleeve to his palm. Is this the true might of the 8 extremes burst? Excitement flickered across Xiaoyan's face, realizing that the dark energy unleashed with Do Wang level strength rivaled that of low-tier earth-ranked Do techniques. Impudence. Yinshan bellowed, his voice resonating like thunderclaps, as a massive palm descended upon Xiaoyan with lethal intent. Xiaoyan roared in defiance, his Do Qi surging once more, as ethereal wings of energy unfurled behind him. At that moment, he had ascended to the level of Do Huang. His arms radiated intense energy waves as he swung the enormous Xuanzhong Qi towards Yinshan. Whoosh! As the remnants of energy dissipated, Xiaoyan was propelled backward, struggling to remain aloft with his Do Qi wings. His complexion turned ashen, clearly suffering from internal injuries. Yinshan's palm clenched suddenly toward Xiaoyan, summoning a tempest of wind that surged forth, ensnaring him in a whirlwind of tangible wind ropes that entwined him like serpents through the void. Moments latte. Xiaoyan realized he had been ensnared, a surge of Do Qi coursing through him. Yet each time he severed a wind rope, more would materialize from thin air. Binding him tighter, Yao Lao sighed, observing the still youthful Xiaoyan. Gazing upon the ensnared Xiaoyan, Yinshan smirked coldly, extending his hand to conjure several tornadoes that entwined Xiaoyan, preparing to unleash blades of wind to rend him asunder. At this juncture, Yao Lao could no longer remain passive. Xiaoyan, release your mind and let me take control. Yao Lao's voice echoed in Xiaoyan's ears. Instinctively, Xiaoyan relinquished his bodily control, entering a state of ethereal clarity. It was as if he became an observer, perceiving himself as a force of tremendous might that rivaled Yinshan. As the power surged forth, the bindings of wind ropes and the swirling tornadoes disintegrated. Boom! A single palm shattered Yinshan's colossal Do Qi hand, as Yao Lao commanded Xiaoyan's body with a chilling calmness devoid of emotion. summoning forth the Xuanzhong Qi. He wielded it as if it were a mere feather. With a flash of red light, a massive beam surged forth from Yao Lao, obliterating Yunshan's subsequent assault and cleaving the Yunlan sect's arena in twain. From the main seat, Yunshan rose abruptly, a shadow of concern crossing his face as he regarded Xiaoyan. Although he had not anticipated such hidden strength, he knew that external assistance could not endure indefinitely. Now that Zhang Tian was absent, none could save him. Injured, Yunling retreated, his eyes wide in astonishment as he beheld Xiaoyan's overwhelming power clashing with Yunshan. The spectators shared his disbelief, astonished that the young genius from Wutan City could exhibit such formidable prowess. Depleted of Douqi, Nalan Yinran watched Xiaoyan, whose dark hair billowed wildly, radiating immense power with every motion, her emotions a tumultuous blend of admiration tinged with bitterness. Alas, how could my teacher and I have taken a liking to such an extraordinary master and disciple? Reflecting on her own teacher, Nalan Yinran felt a pang of defeat, intertwined with a sense of shared plight. Upon Yao Lao's hand, the Xuanzhong Qi bore intricate markings that now glimmered with a fiery brilliance, slicing through the void. The surrounding space began to take on an ethereal and blurred quality, gripping the black ruler, which had transformed into a fiery red reminiscent of the setting sun. The old alchemist emitted a low, resonant exclamation, and his figure surged into motion. With a deliberate step into the void, a fleeting afterimage emerged under the glow of the sunset, leaving an indelible impression. In an instant, he appeared before Yunshan, wielding the Xuanzhong ruler, which swept across a vast expanse, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that left onlookers astounded. Yunshan's eyes widened, seemingly unable to react to such a terrifying speed. Wind barrier. With Yunshan's furious shout, countless gusts of wind erupted in the sky, swiftly forming a barrier that spanned nearly half the heavens. However, the wind barrier shattered instantly under the assault of the flame-splitting wave ruler, revealing the true, formidable power of this Earth-level combat skill. A fearsome fissure, over 30 zhang wide, was left in the square, resembling a chasm that seemed to tear the very earth apart. At that moment, Xiaoyan stood suspended in the air, his blue robe billowing as if he were the sole figure against the vast sky. His expression was one of indifference, devoid of any emotion. Had Yunshan been defeated? Witnessing the might of an Earth-level combat skill for the first time, Xiaoyan felt an exhilarating thrill, unable to suppress his curiosity about Yunshan's fate amidst the swirling dust. It's not that simple, the old alchemist's voice echoed in Xiaoyan's ear. The power I can currently wield is merely that of a 1-star dozong, while this old fellow is a 3-star dozong. The flame-splitting wave ruler merely grazed him. The damage should not be significant. The old alchemist's words, though faint, resonated in Xiaoyan's mind. Indeed, from the midst of the dust, an overwhelming aura suddenly surged forth, indicating that Yunshan had not been significantly weakened. The formidable presence emanating from the rubble grew increasingly intense, culminating in a thunderous roar that pierced the heavens. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Yunshan burst forth from the debris, stepping into the void as he advanced toward the square of the Yunlan sect, his heart ablaze with fury at the chaos before him. Xiaoyan, I will see you dead. It seemed that he could only wait for Zhang to arrive. Observing Yunshan's imposing presence, the old alchemist evaded the slicing winds he conjured, retaliating with a colossal palm of Douqi. You're hoping for Zhang Tian's arrival, aren't you? Yunshan sneered, realizing that the old alchemist preferred to dance around him rather than confront him directly, leading to a flicker of suspicion in his mind. Zhang Tian is currently trapped in the Gamma Empire, while Yun'er has gone to confront him with 4 Do Huang experts. In a scenario with 5 Do Huang fighters honing their skills, even if Zhang Tian is a 9-star Do Huang, he can only manage a desperate escape. A cruel expression crossed Yunshan's face. Ha ha, and even if he abandons the Gamma Empire, he won't make it in time. A 9-star Do Huang slow flight means that even if he arrives, it will only be to collect your corpses. Yunshan laughed heartily, his movements relaxing as he intended to toy with Xiaoyan until his demise. That external force won't last long. Oh! Yunshan suddenly noticed that the previously impassive and ancient visage of Xiaoyan, like an unyielding iceberg, now bore a hint of a smile. An ominous feeling washed over him. That's not necessarily true. Who says he won't make it here? After all, he is now a dozong. Xiaoyan replied calmly, his smile widening, causing Yunshan to feel a twinge of panic within. He nearly shouted in disbelief. How is that possible? Xiaoyan's power had already surpassed his realm. An exaggeration that defied comprehension. Yet Zhang Tian had supposedly broken through to Dozong at such a young age. a Dozong powerhouse at merely 23 or 24 years old. Even the annals of the Gamma Empire could not produce another like him. Not even the founder of the Yunlan sect, the legendary Dozun, possessed such innate talent in his youth. Greatness inspires awe and fear, while genius garners admiration. Zhang Tian embodied the fusion of both strength and genius, perceived by all as a formidable figure, yet none had realized the sheer horror of his innate capabilities. It was akin to a myth. The onlookers collectively inhaled sharply, their minds resonating with a shared thought. Such terror. Panic gripped Yinshan, hastening his actions as he unleashed a torrent of powerful Do Qi toward Xiaoyan. Yet, despair washed over him as he found that no matter how swiftly he accelerated, even as a 3-star Dozong famed for speed, he could not land a blow on the old alchemist, not even brushing against his clothing. It was as if the old alchemist possessed foresight, effortlessly evading and predicting Yinshan's strikes, occasionally counterattacking in return. Although the old alchemist could only manifest the power of a 1-star Dozong, his immense spiritual strength allowed him to discern Yinshan's attacks with remarkable ease. A flicker of white flames ignited upon his hands, swiftly enveloping him, signaling the old alchemist's serious intent. As an alchemist, my proficiency lies in controlling various flames, he murmured cryptically, sending a shiver down Yinshan's spine. What did he mean? Could he also be an alchemist? Damn it! Yinshan seethed through gritted teeth. The old alchemist distanced himself from Yinshan, gesturing with his sleeve as 2 flames appeared, one purple and one red, radiating a terrifying heat that made the air thick and stifling, as if it might ignite. This is the beast fire of the purple crystal-winged lion and an unknown 7th-tier beast fire. A flicker of astonishment crossed Yinshan's warm visage. 7th-tier magical beasts possessed combat prowess equivalent to that of a Dozong, yet few could harness the power of beast fire. What was Xiao Yin summoning these 2 flames for? Coupled with the old alchemist's prior words, an unsettling apprehension stirred within Yinshan. The old alchemist combined the bone spirit cold fire with the 2 beast fires, leaving aside the 5th-tier magical beast, the Valley Spirit Snake's innate beast fire, as his current spiritual strength could only manage the fusion of these 3 flames. A chilling smile curled upon Xiao Yan's lips as he brought his hands together, the 3 flames quivering and intertwining, on the verge of merging. Boom! Unlike the subtle sounds accompanying Zhang Tian's fusion, the old alchemist's merging resonated like the rolling thunder of the heavens, a series of booming sounds emanating from his hands, with arcs of lightning flickering across his palms. The oppressive sounds of thunderclaps echoed incessantly. Yinshan, now thoroughly panicked, dared not continue confronting him, hastily darting toward the old alchemist in an attempt to thwart his actions. A mischievous grin spread across Xiao Yan's face. I hope you don't come any closer. In the next moment, he hurled the small fire lotus he had conjured, which instantly expanded to several meters in size, spitting forth countless purple-red tongues of flame ready to erupt, with serpentine flames flickering within. The towering fire lotus continued to swell, subsequently unleashing an incomprehensibly terrifying force, radiating blinding light akin to the sun, as the waves of fire roared like thunder in the air. A colossal explosion ensued, followed by a rapid expansion and contraction, nearly obliterating half of Yunlan Mountain. The once towering peak now stood reduced to half, the left side completely vanishing from sight, giving it a noticeably slimmer appearance. Beside Yunlan Mountain, a massive circular basin, 200 meters deep and 500 meters wide, emerged, equivalent to several basketball courts in size. The fusion of Awe and Beast Fire wielded an unimaginably terrifying power, leaving the old alchemist's arms drenched in blood. Just before the explosion, Yinshan barely managed to withstand the force, lacking any strength left to protect others. Chapter 54. Those who stand in my way shall die. In this battle, the Yunlan sect suffered severe losses, with over 6 or 7 elders perishing, including the Grand Elder, Yunling, and half of Yunlan Mountain land ruins. Amidst a cloud of smoke, the enraged voice of Yinshan echoed, his fury reaching a frenzied peak. He appeared in a woeful state. His sleeves had been reduced to tattered rags, his face marred by multiple gashes from which blood flowed profusely, and his wrist lay broken, with countless bones fractured. His once pristine white robe was now char-black, stained with specks of crimson. Remarkably, he was still alive. Xiao Yin could not help but exclaim in astonishment at Yinshan's tenacity to survive such an onslaught. Was it due to that inner armor? The elder Yao's gaze sharpened as he observed the faint blue inner armor Yinshan had been wearing dissipate into a wisp of smoke. A visible sorrow etched itself onto his aged face. That precious armor had cost him a fortune, and now it had vanished under the wrath of the Buddha's fury lotus, causing his heart to bleed. Seeing that Yinshan had not succumbed to death, the remaining members of the Yunlan sect fixated their gaze on him, a flicker of hope igniting within their hearts. Nailin Yinran struggled to rise, her skirt stained with blood, her beautiful visage also marked by droplets of crimson. Strangely, she had been untouched by the devastating aftershocks, which was nothing short of miraculous. Perhaps it was due to Xiao Yan's unfamiliar control over his body that he had failed to unleash the full power of the Buddha's fury lotus at the critical moment. Or perhaps the fusion of the Eola and beast fire was still insufficiently potent. Regardless of the reason, a formidable opponent like Yinshan, a 3-star Dozone, was indeed a challenging adversary. Noticing Yinshan's continued existence, a subtle seriousness crept on Elder Yao's otherwise impassive face. Through Xiao Yan's perspective, his body instinctively raised a hand, and white flames coiled around him as he executed a seal. Enveloped in white flames, Xiao Yan charged towards Yinshan, wielding the Xian Zhongqi with ferocity. Yinshan swiftly unleashed a blade of wind, which was shattered by the Xian Zhongqi, however. Taking advantage of the brief moment of distraction, he quickly maneuvered himself away to a safer distance. The winds stirred around him, his hair floating without any breeze as he levitated into the air, energy surging within him, emanating waves of faint blue ripples. His sword ascended, pointing ominously at Xiao Yan, and the sunlight converged upon the blade, intensifying its brilliance, resembling a second sun in the sky. As the energy reached its zenith, the sunlight flared once more, the sword's radiance overshadowing the very sun itself. The energy erupted. A torrent of fierce sword qi descended from the heavens, akin to a cataclysmic force, hurtling toward Xiao Yan. Cough, cough, this old man. Elder Yao muttered as he guided Xiao Yan's body to evade the incoming onslaught, occasionally wielding the Xian Zhong Qi to shatter some of the sword qi. Finally arriving before Yinshan, Elder Yao swung the Xian Zhong Qi, unleashing a beam of energy towards him. Great Sadness Tornado Hand. As the 8th generation leader of the Yunlan sect, even though he had just recently ascended to the Dozone realm, his sect's foundation was formidable, and he possessed considerable mastery over various offensive and defensive techniques. A radiant light burst from his palm as wind attribute, Do, Qi coalesced into a massive hand, lunging towards the energy beam with ferocious power, shattering it effortlessly. The hand spun rapidly, and 5 spiraling blades of wind attribute, Do, Qi formed within an instant. With a shout, they intertwined and transformed into a streak of azure light, piercing toward Xiao Yan. How swift! Xiao Yan gasped, yet his body instinctively reacted faster, raising his arm just in time. The slender azure beam struck the Xian Zhong Qi, leaving not a trace. This Xian Zhong Qi is remarkably resilient. Xiao Yan marveled inwardly, astonished that the attack of a Dozone level adversary had been so easily repelled. Now you understand how crucial a fine weapon is to a strong fighter's prowess. A suitable weapon can amplify one's strength significantly, comparable to a local grade Do technique. Elder Yao's voice echoed in Xiao Yan's ears, his extensive experience lending credence to his words, and Xiao Yan could not disagree. If Zhang's weapon were here, it would have undoubtedly pierced through his inner armor and ended him. Elder Yao remarked again, a hint of regret lacing his tone. Teacher's weapon is indeed formidable. Xiao Yan realized with newfound clarity the true terror of the 2 weapons Zhang Tian had always carried. Initially, he had merely perceived them as extraordinary. Of course, Elder Yao affirmed, taking control of Xiao Yan's body once more, urging him to charge at Yinshan as he sensed that Yinshan was gathering energy again and needed to interrupt him. The white flames enveloping Xiao Yan flickered wildly, as if they would never extinguish. At Elder Yao's command, the flames surged as if nourished by some unseen force, amplifying his aura with increasing ferocity. Just hold on a little longer. Zhang should be arriving soon. Yinshan sensed Elder Yao's intentions and felt a tinge of panic. Should Zhang Tian arrive, he feared he would be unable to contend with both him and Xiao Yan. A fierce glint crossed Yinshan's face as he gathered the wind attribute Do Qi, forming a small white energy sword approximately 9 inches in length in his hand. The peculiar sword trembled violently, releasing a slender beam of profound light, almost the size of a thumb, that shot forth in an instant. The very fabric of space quivered upon its emergence. Ultimate wind destruction. Yinshan's eyes widened as he bellowed, his white hair billowing dramatically behind him. He has arrived. A flicker of joy appeared in Elder Yao's otherwise composed gaze as a familiar aura entered his perception, racing towards them. As the only low-grade Do technique of the Yunlan sect, Yunshan's attack was comparable to a full-force strike of a 5-star Do zone, causing the surroundings to tremble. Just as Elder Yao prepared to unleash his own soul power to withstand the assault, a figure clad in azure appeared before him. Even Elder Yao momentarily froze, taken aback by the familiar silhouette. What was he planning? As gasps of astonishment spread through the crowd below, a singular thought echoed in their minds. Has he lost his mind? Zhang Tian extended his delicate hands, reminiscent of white jade, reaching out towards the oncoming beam of white light. With a resounding crack, akin to the shattering of stone, Zhang Tian furrowed his brow and exerted a gentle force, crushing the beam amidst the astonished gazes of those around him. Too slow, Zhang Tian drawled, the remnants of his voice resonating across Yunlan Mountain, shaking the hearts of all present. What? Yunshan's heart trembled in fear, his shock palpable as the crowd erupted in chaos, akin to a multitude of bombs detonating. A Do zone. Another Do zone. After a brief moment of silence, the crowd erupted in a fervor once more, tears streaming down the faces of the Yunlan sect disciples. Their fear palpable. Master Zhang. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of Zhang Tian's mouth, which he casually wiped away. I have repaid my debt to the Gamma Empire. I beseech you not to impede the two of us, he said, glancing at Xiaoyan, who remained unscathed. Feeling a wave of relief wash over him as he stepped back towards Yunshan. Xiaoyan wreaked havoc in my Yunlan sect. I must have an explanation, or this matter will not end, Yunshan asserted, sensing Zhang Tian's aura was merely that of a nascent Do zone, unwilling to yield an inch. Well, the current situation was initiated by the Yunlan sect. Zhang Tian paused slightly before adopting a firmer stance, his imposing aura sharpening. Your Yunlan sect has your own interests, and I have my Xiaoyan. The Yunlan sect may not belong to me, but my disciple will forever remain mine, and this explanation I cannot provide. The longing spear was drawn forth, slicing through the void, while the Fengming sword hovered in the air, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Due to the shattered magic core that had yet to be replaced, the magical zither was entrusted to a little girl he encountered on the road. If you dare to obstruct me, this mountain shall be leveled today, and this sect shall be extinguished. With a thrust, the spear unleashed an unfathomable force, cleaving through the air and creating a fissure in the once impenetrable spatial barrier that stretched for dozens of yards. The Fengming sword further severed the fabric of space, sending countless minuscule threads penetrating towards Yunshan, each thread a delicate spatial rift. Extrême wind, catastrophique destruction. With Yunshan's furious roar, the white blade in his grasp erupted with boundless radiance, transforming the sky into a realm of white, the light surpassing even that of the sun. A formidable sword aura descended like a thunderclap upon Zhang Tian. Faced with an attack that transcended the limits of Yunshan's power, Zhang Tian's gaze hardened, and the longing spear began to tremble rapidly. If one were to slow it down 1,000,000 times, they would see that it was not a single thrust followed by retraction, but rather countless strikes converging upon a single point, gradually propelling forward. As over 400 strikes coalesced into one, it surged forth like an enraged dragon, shattering the so-called Earth-tier combat technique in the blink of an eye. At that moment, space was not merely fracturing. With each of his movements, it began to collapse on a grand scale, burying everything in its wake. Yunshan's age form resembled a fragile ship amidst a colossal tsunami, his body shattering like paper into a cloud of blood mist, entombed within the fracturing space. The ruptured space continued to expand, extending hundreds of meters, a vast expanse of destruction. The familiar square and martial platform of the Yunlan sect had split in two, and even the nearby house, where Zhang Tian had once resided, had been reduced to a swirling cloud of dust. Interestingly, amidst the ruins, Zhang Tian discovered the young disciple who had pilfered his elixir. The boy lay in disarray among the debris, yet he bore few injuries. Around his neck hung a pendant resembling a wolf's tooth, and on his arm was a small wooden tag, on which Zhang Tian could barely discern the ancient character for Tan. Chapter 55. The little girl with the magical zither. Once the dust settled. In a small village at the foot of the now non-existent Yunlan Mountain, life persisted. The village was modest in size, thus largely unscathed by the chaos. The village's guards, though somewhat apprehensive, found solace in the necessity of survival. As the sun dipped low in the sky, wisps of smoke rising from homes preparing their evening meals. By a well at the village entrance stood a household nestled beneath a massive ancient tree, its canopy, aged over a century, gradually reviving with the onset of spring. Ding ding, clang clang. A series of crystalline notes rang out, chaotic yet soothing to the soul. A little girl, her hair braided into twists, wore a tattered cotton jacket crafted from unsold, old cotton, which had clung to her for 3 years. She scrunched her slightly dirty little nose and felt the snugness of her jacket once more. Despite being intentionally made larger, time had rendered it somewhat ill-fitting. When will Grandma return? The girl leaned against the long zither, her small frame pressing down on the strings as she gazed intently at the setting sun beyond the treetops. The sunset blazed like blood, casting a myriad of fiery clouds across the sky. Grandma's been gone for over a month now. Why did she leave? A few remnants of warm sunlight filtered through the sparse leaves, illuminating the girl's slightly soiled face, which bore an expression of innocence marred by unshed tears. Little one, you have opened my zither. A gentle voice resonated, causing the girl to lift her head in surprise, recognizing the familiar figure and sighing with relief. It's you, big brother. Your zither is so beautiful, she exclaimed, her face brightening with an adorable smile, her eyes sparkling with innocence as she looked at Zhang Tian. You have plucked my strings. Unbeknownst to her, Zhang Tian was profoundly shaken. Although the zither lacked a magic core, it served as a segment of his very soul, powered by his essence. Impure intentions would amplify manifold. Even practicing the zither's life and death chess techniques, he struggled to maintain an untroubled demeanor, for even the slightest disturbance in his emotional state would disrupt his focus. Yet, he found himself occasionally immersed in its melodies. Your talent is remarkably exceptional. He patted the girl's head, astonished by her extraordinary aptitude, which, while not on par with Xiaoyan, was comparable to that of Nalan Yanran. Though, in the grand scheme of the continent, it still falls short. Zhang Tian's gaze flickered as he noted that both times he had come here, he found no one else present. Child, are your family members not back yet? He gently wiped her face and produced a small piece of osmanthus cake. Ah, big brother. Upon seeing the exquisite treat emanating a subtle aroma, the girl's eyes sparkled with delight. Is Anona home? He observed her joyfully reaching for the cake, smiling as he inquired further. The focus of children often diverges from adult concerns. Suddenly, the girl trembled, and the delicate cake slipped from her grasp, tumbling to the ground with a soft thud. Wah! A low sob escaped her as she began to weep softly. Grandma, left a month ago. Seeing the sorrow etched on her face, Zhang Tian hesitated. Did your family pass away? He sighed softly, contemplating the implications. The life and death chess of the magical zither was a heavenly technique. How could she possess such talent? Was it due to her pure-hearted nature and the absence of a magic core that diminished the zither's power? Zhang Tian mused inwardly. A rustle of footsteps interrupted his thoughts as a slender figure approached from the village entrance. Teacher, who is she? Xiaoyan questioned, a hint of confusion in his eyes. His imposing figure accentuated by the heavy weapon he bore, which contrasted with his youthful visage. The little girl instinctively retreated, hiding behind Zhang Tian. Well, I suppose she's just a little girl. Zhang Tian pondered for a moment before uttering a reply that left Xiaoyan baffled. He gently pulled the girl forward, crouching to wipe her tears and the grime from her face. He surveyed the nearby well, the ancient tree, and the humble earthen houses. Zhang, we should be heading back soon. A voice echoed in his ear, unheard by others. Having witnessed the myriad emotions of the Duki continent, Yaochen found this scene less poignant. Had he married, he would have had grandchildren by now. Yet, none mourned his passing. Go on back without me. I need to consolidate my realm. Zhang Tian offered a vague excuse, not looking back as he stood and fetched a bucket of well water to wash the girl's face. Watching Zhang Tian busily tending to the girl, Xiaoyan and Yao Chan exchanged glances, both wearing expressions tinged with helplessness. Both are ultimately kind-hearted individuals, Xiaoyan, due to his status as a traveler from another realm, and Yao Lao, who is simply reminded of his past self, and Han Feng. They are powerless to alter Zhang Tian's will. Teacher, let us depart, Xiaoyan stated, having grown into a man of responsibility, naturally free from hesitation. Yao Lao responded with a faint nasal sound, as Xiaoyan's figure faded into the sunset while leaving the village. Zhang Tian glanced back, a smile gracing his face, before he meticulously began to wipe the little girl's face. Allow me to prepare a meal for you, Zhang Tian remarked, pouring a bucket of well water. Though he himself had no need for sustenance, the little girl had yet to cultivate her douqi. After bustling about in the kitchen, Zhang Tian finally prepared an abundant feast, joyfully serving the little girl, who squinted her eyes in bliss as she ate. What's your name? Zhang Tian inquired, maintaining his cheerful demeanor as he took a bite of food himself. My name is Xiao Xian, the little girl replied, pausing her chewing to answer. Xiao Xin, is that a nickname? Zhang Tian's eyes flickered with a hint of hesitation, but ultimately, sentiment triumphed over reason. Once he unifies the entire douqi continent, Would he not be able to provide for a little girl? If he did not dare to act upon that which he wished to protect, then what reason would there be to manifest beautiful things? You shall share my surname. I have two characters for you. One is Exine, the other is you. Zhang Tian gently ruffled Xiao Exine's hair and kissed her forehead. Exine you, or you Exine? He asked with a hint of amusement, allowing Xiao Exine to choose for herself. She pondered, nibbling her finger before sweetly declaring, You Exine, big brother, what is your surname? My surname is Zhang. I am Zhang Tian, he replied, his smile broadening as he slightly raised his finger. Come, I will take you to see the stars, he said, opening the door and turning back to smile at Yu Exine. You are now my daughter. Chapter 56. Yao Yi Yu Xin. Do you truly enjoy my music? Zhang Tian chuckled while playfully teasing little Yu Xin. Yes, I love to hear Daddy play, she replied, playfully tapping his nose with her tiny hand as a form of playful punishment for teasing her. Zhang Tian said, rubbing his nose in mock annoyance. By the way, isn't it rather bold of you? I entrusted you with the task of guarding it, yet you dared to unravel the tied cloth. That is extremely dangerous. Noticing her father's apparent irritation, Yu Xin lowered her head slightly in fear. You old rascal, scaring me like that. Second elder. A hurried sound of footsteps broke the moment, causing Zhang Tian to frown at the words spoken. Yunlan's sect no longer exists. Why still call yourself the second elder? Zhang Tian looked up at the newcomer, a familiar sensation washing over him. Guye? The individual approaching was indeed Guye, the steward of the Yunlan sect. After the fierce battle between you, the second elder, and the old sect master, the Yunlan sect was obliterated. I have since allied with the royal family of the Jaimar Empire. Guye's gaze was filled with complexity as he recounted the events. Regarding the Yunlan sect, Zhang Tian cradled Yu Xin in one arm and, after a moment of silence, sighed, I am sorry for what has happened to you. Alas, what use is there in lamenting now? I am old, and the royal family's treatment is decent. I can live out my days in peace. Second elder, do not blame yourself. Many from Yunlan's sect have joined the royal family. They do not harbor great hatred towards you. Guyi spoke with a hint of resignation, even attempting to console Zhang Tian, yet his words grew increasingly feeble. How could they not harbor hatred? Zhang Tian remained silent. Guye's perspective was rare, as most surviving disciples of the Yunlan sect had lost their homes due to his clash with Yinshan. Do not attempt to placate me with such falsehoods. You know my character. Zhang Tian shook his head, fully aware that the survivors would wish to devour him alive. One by one, Yu Xin was unconcerned with notions of right or wrong. In her eyes, bullying her father was simply unacceptable. Rain Xin will not let anyone bully you, she declared, tapping Zhang Tian's head with a defiant air. Swatting her mischievous hand away, Zhang Tian chuckled. Just days ago, you claimed to detest me the most. What is this? Guyi looked on in confusion, as Zhang Tian had never exhibited such a big, brotherly demeanor before. She is my child, named Zhang Yu Xin. Zhang Tian smiled, not putting on airs before this old acquaintance, and kindly spoke to the little girl. Yu Xin, greet the elder. Upon hearing Zhang Tian's words, Yu Xin stood on his lap and sweetly exclaimed, Hello, Grandpa Guyi. What has happened? Zhang Tian turned to Guyi, still recalling the earlier matter. All right. Guyi slapped his forehead. The Grand Princess has come again. A look of helpless amusement filled his face. Who could truly dare to obstruct the cherished jewel of the Jaimar Empire? Again, a look of confusion crossed Zhang Tian's face. It had only been 7 days since he last encountered the ethereal Princess Yao Yi, yet he had scarcely ventured outside during that time. Princess Yao Yi has visited 7 times, almost daily, Guyi explained with resignation, revealing that she had only refrained from disturbing him. Tell the royal family to cease these nonsensical antics. Zhang Tian expressed with a hint of exasperation, pondering what schemes Xing Tian had in mind. Truthfully, he would prefer the 7th princess over the incessantly persistent Yao Yi. Very well, Guyi chuckled, realizing that only someone like Zhang Tian could effortlessly reject a royal princess at his doorstep. By the way, once this matter is settled, remain by my side. Zhang Tian added, as the Xiao family had now officially been recognized as the 4th family of the Jaimar Empire, standing alongside the other 3 great powers. Speaking of which, Xiao Zhan had even been granted the title of Guardian King, which was particularly awkward for him, given his Douling prowess. Upon hearing this, Guyi quickened his pace. But just as he was about to leave, he suddenly turned to Zhang Tian and asked, Second Elder, do you still hold the Yunlan sect in your heart? Zhang Tian fell silent for a moment before slowly uttering, Yes, it is our Yunlan sect. Guyi seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. His gaze towards Zhang Tian now filled with genuine respect. Second Elder. Guye's tone carried a willingness that was far removed from mere familiarity. Second Elder. Yin ran. She has yet to receive your guidance, Gu Yi suggested, implying that perhaps Zhang Tian should not entirely sever ties. Yin ran. Zhang Tian paused, taken aback. Does she wish to return? Tell her to abandon such thoughts. It is futile. The one truly destined for her is not Xiao Yan. Zhang Tian said softly, after a lengthy silence, shaking his head with a sigh. Second elder. Gu Yi wished to say more, but was gently pushed out the door by a wave of soft qi. Tell her to cease her affections for Xiao Yan. He is enamored with Gu Suner, and she reciprocates his feelings. I do not wish for my disciple to be burdened by romantic entanglements. Speaking of love debts, Zhang Tian's thoughts drifted away, recalling the enchanting and whimsical Yun Yun, who had first appeared to him like an elder sister but had also been rather flirtatious. Yun Yun, he sighed deeply. She was likely the one who loathed him the most now. After all, that was her home, the sect where she had grown up, and her fondness for him had somewhat been intertwined with her aspirations to strengthen the Yunlan sect. Thus, he had repeatedly declined her advances, but she persistently found ways to charm him. Alas, in the past, you harbored your own Yunlan sect within your heart, rendering me unacceptable to you. Now, the tables have turned, and you find yourself unable to accept me. To be candid, have I ever experienced even a fleeting moment of infatuation towards Yun Yun? Naturally, I have. I still recall Yun Yun's ethereal elegance, imbued with a delicate, airy quality. Her beautiful eyes glimmered with unspoken words, exuding an aura as subtle as the fragrance of orchids, pure and exquisite like an icebound snow lotus, graceful and noble. As I savored and recited these thoughts, a peal of laughter erupted from Xiao Xian. Meanwhile, Gu Yi slightly straightened his posture and spoke, with a solemn demeanor, to a princess clad in black standing silently outside. Princess Yao Yi, the second elder has expressed his desire not to meet you. As the princess of the Gama Empire, she was hardly intimidated by Gu Ye's austere tone. And with a flick of her purple tresses, she replied, neither warm nor cold, yet radiating authority. Might I inquire when Mr. Zhang Tian would be available for my visit? Gu Yi found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond, as both parties were figures he could not afford to offend. It would be best if Princess Yao Yi refrained from coming again. Just as Gu Yi struggled to find an appropriate response, Zhang Tian emerged from the courtyard where he had left Xiao Xian to play. His pale blue eyes sparkled with an intensity that made Yao Ye's fleeting thoughts vanish in an instant. Zhang Tian's gaze softened slightly as he turned toward the street corner, giving a barely perceptible nod. There, a woman draped in a purple veil, her figure graceful, seemed to hold the autumn's charm within her eyes. Observing Yao Yi furustere demeanor. She shook her head gently, her brows knitting slightly. Yao Yi is still too eager, as his grandfather, she remarked, her tone laden with complexity and an inexplicable nuance. The maid beside her trembled slightly, acutely aware of the depth of the princess's schemes. In an effort to avoid becoming a pawn in a marriage alliance, she had early on sought a family she could entirely control. Despite the appearance of being wed, her fiancé had yet to enter her chamber. Chapter 57. Devouring the 7th grade beast fire time swiftly passed, and half a month had elapsed. During this period, with the assistance of the esteemed 8th grade alchemist, Yao Lao, Xiao Yan had precariously devoured the beast fire of the fire-eyed green-hoof beast, subsequently breaking through to the rank of a 3-star great fighter, tantalizingly close to reaching 4-star great fighter. After simplifying the quick shot technique, he endeavored to teach it to Xiao Yan. However, the latter struggled to grasp its essence. Alas, let's leave it at that, Zhang Tian sighed, observing Xiao Yan's feeble attempts to unleash over 30 strikes with a longing spear. Master, the essence of this quick shot technique is exceedingly difficult, Xiao Yan lamented, his face contorted in frustration, as every incremental increase in speed felt insurmountably arduous. Clad in black training attire, Zhang Tian shook his head. The quick shot technique involves 2 fundamental rule-based systems, force and speed. Space presents resistance. One must pierce through this resistance rather than solely pursuing velocity. Zhang Tian, reluctant to concede defeat, resumed his explanation, while Xiao Yan, silent, continued to grip the longing spear, striking repeatedly. The quick shot technique ought to transcend both time and space. It requires not only speed that surpasses time, but also force that breaks through space. While Xiao Yan had achieved the requisite force, his instantaneous speed was insufficient to unleash a formidable attack. Make sure to learn some yellow-tier combat techniques, whether advanced or rudimentary, Zhang Tian finally declared, having exhausted his options. Do I need to start from the basics? Xiao Yan looked at Zhang Tian with determination, nodding vigorously. Rest assured, master, I will strive diligently. Observing Xiao Yan's earnest expression, Zhang Tian nodded in satisfaction, having given up hope of Xiao Yan independently choosing his path. As this endeavor was not akin to developing a devil fruit, mere imagination would not suffice. He resolved to have Xiao Yan learn a plethora of yellow-tier combat techniques, while retrieving ancient collections from the Dou Emperor's space, which, though not high in rank, would still yield earth-tier techniques. Ultimately, he would select those suitable for Xiao Yan to practice. I was such a fool back in my day, Zhang Tian mused, feeling a twinge of headache. Had he known, he would have studied Uchiha Itachi, considering how effortlessly he once defeated Xiao Zhan with his Dou Ling strength. Yet, would Ling Ying take action? A mere Dou Ling attempting to extinguish the Xiao clan seemed precarious, as one could not guarantee Gu Suner would not command Ling Ying to intervene. Moreover, opposing the protagonist posed its own risks. With Xiao Yan, this troublesome brat, one could be 3 tiers higher, yet still fall to him, as a sudden surge could easily lead to one's downfall. Now, gazing upon the foolish middle-aged clan leader, Xiao Zhan, Zhang Tian felt a sense of exasperation, deciding to invest more effort into his guidance. Grasping Xiao Yan's attire, Zhang Tian reiterated, "Do not pursue those mysterious tier combat techniques. They are of little use and merely waste time." Originally preparing to depart, Xiao Yan, halted by Zhang Tian's words, revealed a comical expression and promptly replied, "Understood, master. I shall commence my training immediately." Watching Xiao Yan's eager retreat, Zhang Tian recognized this troublesome brat as a fervent cultivator. However, having accepted him as a disciple, he mused, one ought not to regard him merely as a tool for enhancing cultivation. Reflecting on Xiao Yan's playful moments with Xiao Xian, Zhang Tian couldn't help but smile in understanding. Huh? Has the Soul Palace finally taken action? Zhang Tian stretched languidly, a scream echoing from shadowy corner. A figure, clutching its wrist in terror, gazed at Zhang Tian, while a severed wrist lay on the ground. Peak of 9-star Do Zone. Even you cannot react in time? A smile flickered across Zhang Tian's face as the speed of the Feng Ming sword surged dramatically, leaving him pleasantly surprised. What is that thing? The black-robed enforcer of the Soul Palace glared at Zhang Tian, his eyes glinting with venomous coldness. He felt a shiver run down his spine and instinctively recoiled, only to find his arm severed as if stung by a scorpion. Shaking his head with a smile, Zhang Tian was not foolish enough to reveal his identity, primarily because he was unaware if the Soul Palace had any special means of communication. Should the news of the Origin Emperor artifact be leaked, even a Dou Saint would be tempted. Damn it, you are merely a 3-star Dou Zone. How could you possibly discover me? The black-robed enforcer enveloped himself in a shroud of dark energy, which obscured the probing of spiritual forces and possessed corrosive properties. He sought to escape. After waiting so long, you finally appeared. If you had continued lurking like a rat in the shadows, it would indeed have been challenging to locate you. A colossal palm of Dou Qi struck the black mist, dimming its intensity. I cannot let you slip away so easily. Zhang Tian's gaze flickered as 2 contrasting lights, one green and one purple, danced within his eyes, reminiscent of flickering flames. 2 distinct flames surged from his hands, radiating a terrifying heat capable of incinerating mountains and boiling rivers as they surged towards the black-robed enforcer. Damn it, clearly just a 3-star Dou Zone. Yet the Dou Qi is astonishingly profound. This level of Dou Qi had already surpassed him by a margin, and with 2 forms of who exactly was he? Evading Zhang Tian's assault by employing a secret technique, a rockery was shattered beneath a single strike, although it appeared limited in range. The black-robe enforcer could sense the immense energy of that Dou Qi palm. If it did not evade, even a 9-star Dou Zone would be obliterated like the rockery. With the enhancement of Tuya, even a 9-star Dou Zone would dare not confront it head-on. Zhang Tian observed the enforcer's frantic evasion with an expression that was difficult to discern, a mix of regret and something else. It's a pity you are not a magical beast. Otherwise, I would have acquired a 7th-grade magic core. Then, after a moment of contemplation, he sighed. Oh, never mind. Since you are a Dou Zone expert, you must possess numerous treasures and collections. Yingming Ghost Claw. With a sudden scream, the guardian of the Soul Palace whipped around, his formidable black fighting spirit coalescing into a massive, pitch-black claw, several dozen feet in size, accompanied by a sharp, slicing wind as it lunged forward, causing the very fabric of space to fracture. How terrifying! No, how swift! Lightly evading the guardian's retaliatory grasp, despite being on high alert. The speed of a 9-star Dou Zone aimed to catch him off guard. Perhaps it was better to retreat and rest. Xiao Yan, did you see that clearly? Zhang Tian called out with a mischievous grin, directing his attention to a concealed spot. The guardian of the Soul Palace, taken aback, turned only to discover a handsome youth bearing an enormous, bizarre ruler gazing in their direction. Chapter 58. The guardian of the Soul Palace, is there a powerful soul force obscuring my senses? Could this boy be a high-level alchemist? The guardian pondered, his thoughts racing, only to dismiss the notion. How could such a fellow possibly be a high-level alchemist? Even if he had started learning from the womb, he would not reach such heights. With a casual wave of his hand, a palm imbued with a chilling wind struck toward Xiaoyan, igniting with eerie, ghostly flames as it countered Zhang Tian. Adjusting to the loss of a wrist felt disconcerting. He had to use his fighting spirit to staunch the blood flow from the wounded area to prevent bleeding out. Xiaoyan could only offer a bitter smile as he beheld the several-foot-wide claw of fighting spirit approaching. The air filled with the wails of the damned as the claw neared. A grave expression crossed his face as he internally shouted, "Teacher, I may need your assistance." "Damn that Zhang kid. He has really put me in a bind." The old alchemist grumbled, yet still channeled a massive surge of fighting spirit to Xiaoyan, who unfurled a pair of enormous fighting spirit wings behind him. This level, the 8 extremes burst might not suffice. Xiaoyan's brow furrowed, uncertain if the 8 extremes burst could shatter the claw of fighting spirit. No matter. 2 flames, one purple and one red, flickered around him, a searing heat permeating the air, only to be swiftly enveloped by the chilling, ghostly aura. The flames danced like fiery sprites, intertwining like arcs of lightning, and with the rumble of thunder, they ultimately coalesced into the shape of a lotus in his hands. 7th-tier beast flame, Qilin fury. 6th-tier beast flame, purple crystal flame. Buddha's wrath lotus. With a swift motion, he hurled the lotus while simultaneously retreating rapidly. Sensing a hint of danger from behind, the guardian quickly dodged. But a glint of cold light flashed in Xiaoyan's eyes, revealing a ruthless intent as he forcibly directed the fire lotus towards the guardian. The eerie claw was pierced through by the lotus, melting away like spring snow, albeit slightly diminished, before soaring towards the guardian of the Soul Palace. Feeling an impending threat, the guardian turned, only to see a purplish-red lotus spinning towards him. Within that diminutive lotus, he sensed a destructive power, prompting him to erect a protective barrier of fighting spirit around himself. Upon contact, the dark fighting spirit barrier absorbed the fire lotus, dissolving into it as if a cow had plunged into the sea. How could this be? Xiaoyan stared incredulously at the guardian's expression of disbelief. The fusion of the 2 beast flames had no effect. Could it be that the beast flames lacked the ferocity of the heavenly Yoo? A mere Do Huang manipulating a 6th tier and a 7th tier beast flame thinks he can harm me. A 9-star Do zone? Little brat, your intellect seems rather lacking. The guardian's figure flickered, and in the next instant, he appeared beside Xiaoyan, delivering a crushing palm strike. An opportunity. The moment the guardian moved, Zhang Tian's eyes sparkled. Even though the guardian had heightened his vigilance to the maximum, a streak of light pierced through his consciousness without obstruction. How could this happen? A black soul entity floated forth, whispering as though it were a thought. "Be careful, Xiaoyan." The old alchemist's unusually grave voice rang in Xiaoyan's ears, prompting him to heighten his alertness. This is the true form of the Soul Palace. This is their essence. They capture the powerful souls left behind by various strong individuals in a state of black mist. No matter how formidable a warrior was in life, they could not escape the Soul Palace's secret methods designed to deal with souls. Yet, as Xiaoyan remained on high alert, the entity made no move, instead slowly dissipating into the wind with a sense of reluctance. To directly eradicate the soul of a 9-star Do zone, the foaming sword is becoming increasingly formidable. Zhang Tian remarked in admiration, truly worthy of being a primal imperial artifact. Originally, his rapid-fire technique could only unleash around 371 strikes in an instant. But with the enhancement of the Longyin halberd, not only did its power increase, but he could also unleash 497 strikes. Ha! I've captured Yin Yun and imprisoned her in the Soul Palace. If you have the courage, go find her there. You cannot escape death. Amidst endless suffering, the body of the guardian, shrouded in black mist, slowly began to dissolve, cursing Zhang Tian with venomous resentment. Yin Yun has been captured? Zhang Tian's expression changed slightly at this revelation, while Xiaoyan sensed that something was amiss, remaining silent as he observed Zhang Tian. This has nothing to do with me. Zhang Tian regarded Xiaoyan, whose expression was as calm as a still pond. Indeed, the Soul Palace's power is deeply entwined and exceedingly terrifying, not to mention its internal affairs, which are fraught with traps. There might even be Do Zun present. Zhang Kid, your choice is indeed wise. The old alchemist's voice resonated, as he had been pursued by the Soul Palace for so long, making his perspective particularly authoritative. Even a small branch cannot be underestimated, much less risking oneself in such peril. Focus on honing your fighting techniques. I shall be gone for a while. After a moment of silence, Zhang Tian suddenly stated, and Xiao Yan, assuming he required tranquility, did not disturb him. Half an hour later, Zhang Tian arrived at a secluded valley in the Gama Empire. Second Elder? As he toiled in the fields, Guyi wiped the sweat from his brow, glancing up in astonishment before hurriedly bowing to Zhang Tian. Is Yin Ran in? Pausing, Zhang Tian inquired. Guyi brushed off the dust from his robe and, wiping his sweat, asked curiously, "The young master has been locked in her room for several days now." Upon hearing Guyi's reply, Zhang Tian nodded and quickened his pace, arriving at the door and gently knocking. Knock, knock, knock. A series of slightly urgent knocks echoed, and a soft yet fatigued voice emerged from within. Creak. With a slight sound, the door opened, revealing a surprised expression on the face of the person who opened it, clad in a blue robe. Second Elder? Looking at the still youthful Zhang Tian, Nailin Yanran displayed an expression of mixed feelings, excitement, familiarity, and a hint of resentment. Noticing the flicker of resentment in Nailin Yanran's eyes, albeit faint, Zhang Tian silently offered an apology in his heart. It's been a long time. Although Zhang Tian had no desire for pleasantries, he nonetheless initiated the conversation, peering into the room but finding no sign of Yun Yun, causing a slight heaviness in his heart. It has indeed been a while. The second elder remains as radiant as ever. Nailin Yanran nodded, observing the scarcely changed Zhang Tian. Chapter 59. The Soul Palace. Yanran. Where is your teacher? The hint of urgency in Zhang Tian's voice belied his outward calmness, as the once serene scene filled him with unease. Teacher. Nailin Yanran glanced at Zhang Tian, recalling her teacher's sorrowful demeanor, hesitating for a moment before slowly replying. She has left. After being injured, she went to the Central State to seek Elder Hua. Elder Hua? Central State? Flower sect. Zhang Tian was taken aback. This was not how it should be. Had they known each other previously? Yes. Elder Hua met my teacher before and had intended to take her as a disciple, but my teacher declined. A flicker of confusion crossed Nailin Yanran's lively eyes. Second Elder. Is something wrong with my teacher? Within her heart, Nailin Yanran felt a tinge of unease and hurriedly inquired, Is everything all right? It's nothing. She's simply upset with me, and I must coax her back. Zhang Tian replied with a strained smile, uttering a benevolent falsehood. Do you possess anything that Yun Yun has used, something imbued with her essence? Nailin Yanran, with a teasing glimmer in her eyes, retrieved a hairpin that had once adorned her mentor. This was worn by my teacher, Elder Second. Hurry and pursue her. Amidst Nailin Yanran's playful tone, Zhang Tian couldn't help but feel a hint of awkwardness. Very well, I shall take my leave. He managed a forced smile as he bid farewell to Guyi and Nailin Yanran, swiftly preparing to exit the valley. Just as he was about to step out, a call from behind halted him. What is it, Yanran? He turned back to ask. It's nothing. Just... Nailin Yanran's cheeks flushed, her eyes shyly averted from Zhang Tian. Is Xiao Yan all right? He is well, Zhang Tian replied hastily before dashing out of the valley. Nailin Yanran gazed at the scene with a flicker of hope and happiness, pondering whether Xiao Yan would pursue her in a similar fashion. Guyi approached slowly, hesitating to speak. Young master. Has something happened to the sect master? Nailin Yanran's expression shifted slightly, but she quickly replied with a smile. It should not be the case. Guyi's worried demeanor did not wane, and a glance at Nailin Yanran revealed her lost in thought. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly, contemplating how love seemed to render women senseless, which only heightened his concern. Zhang Tian meticulously pondered the situation regarding the Soul Palace's branch, sensing the essence of Yun emanating from the hairpin as he followed a path. At each location, he conducted thorough investigations, only to ultimately lose Yun Yun's trace near a deep pool, where chaotic footprints and signs of struggle were evident. Could a 4-star Do Huang truly be qualified for capture by the Soul Palace? Zhang Tian mused, incredulous at the notion. Surely, the Soul Palace's guardians wouldn't attempt to deceive me into a death trap. If the Soul Palace had indeed set a net, he would have to devise an escape plan. With no leads, Zhang Tian returned to his dwelling, only to find Xiao Yan waiting for him. What are you doing here? Zhang Tian asked, bemused by Xiao Yan's battle-ready attire. Master, I wish to accompany you, Xiao Yan declared seriously, bearing the Xian Zhong Qi nonsense. The Soul Palace is a den of peril. What purpose would your presence serve, but to be a hindrance? Although Zhang Tian was unaware of how Xiao Yan had obtained this information, his expression darkened as he reprimanded. You think this is as simple as the three great families launching an expedition to the Soul Palace? Elder Yao, you should know better. How can you follow this reckless boy? You are but a soul entity now. The Soul Palace has countless means to ensnare you. He then chastised Xiao Yan's spatial ring. Zhang, you know me well enough to anticipate that I would not abandon Yun Yun. Elder Yao's figure emerged from Xiao Yan's ring, casting a complex glance at Zhang Tian. It is precisely because of the danger that I must go. Xiao Yan retorted, determination in his voice, marking his first rebuttal against Zhang Tian. Your focus should be on your cultivation. That is the greatest assistance you can provide me. Zhang Tian remained steadfast, though his words were misconstrued by Xiao Yan as consolation. Enough of this. If you refuse to stay behind, then let us go together, Elder Yao interjected, halting their exchange. Zhang, I initially recognized your talent and believed you could aid in my revival. Your rapid growth has not disappointed me. Could you not reconsider? Elder Yao implored. Having cultivated a bond over the years, even though Zhang Tian typically exuded a commanding presence. Yet Zhang Tian often sought rare herbs for nurturing souls on his behalf. If you could find me a Dozong's corpse in the coming days, I would seek out my old acquaintances to venture into the Soul Palace, Elder Yao suggested. His resolve firm. Despite being merely a branch of the Soul Palace, it posed a daunting challenge for a Dozun. Regardless, you are both forbidden from going, Zhang Tian resolutely declared. Elder Yao's request for assistance in his revival, aimed at confronting the Soul Palace, genuinely touched Zhang Tian. However, a journey to the Soul Palace was out of the question. Elder Yao, now a mere soul entity, would be akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, and Xiao Yan, with his mere Do-Sure strength, would be walking to his demise. Let's remain calm. I have yet to formulate a plan. You should consider the situation first. The more I ponder, the more improbable it seems. The celestial and earth halls of the Soul Palace are beyond my reach. And the human hall lies far in the southwestern region of Zhongzhou, within the Corpse Burial Mountains. He shouldn't be able to escape that far. Zhang Tian increasingly suspected that the Soul Palace's guardian was merely attempting to sow discord in their hearts. Elder Yao, this is Yun Yun's hairpin. Can you assist me in locating her? Zhang Tian presented the hairpin he had obtained from Nailan Yunran. Very well, Elder Yao replied, albeit a bit exasperated, taking the hairpin and focusing his soul energy on Yun Yun's essence. It may take a moment. Elder Yao closed his eyes, capable of tracing someone's whereabouts across the continent, even if they were thousands of miles away, for he was the foremost alchemist of Zhongzhou. Though merely a pinnacle 8-star alchemist, he possessed the prowess to concoct 9-star Xiandan, and his soul realm had reached the late heavenly stage. I found her, Elder Yao stated after a quarter hour, opening his eyes, much to Zhang Tian's relief, indicating that Yun Yun had not strayed far. She is currently near the ruins of the Cloud Empire, heading toward Zhongzhou, accompanied by a powerful presence, approximately a 3-star Dozun, whose aura is tranquil and unlike that of the Soul Palace. It resembles someone from the Flower Sect. Elder Yao recounted having had moderate connections with the Flower Sect during his earlier ventures in Zhongzhou. Frankly, a 9-star alchemist in Zhongzhou would have some degree of rapport with every faction. That is reassuring. Zhang Tian breathed a sigh of relief, now assured that the Soul Palace's guardian was merely lying. Elder Yao, thank you immensely. Zhang Tian expressed heartfelt gratitude. Thank me by hastening my revival, Elder Yao retorted, rolling his eyes. When the time comes, I shall assist you personally with 3 different flames aiding the process, making your revival significantly easier. Zhang Tian chuckled, aware that Elder Yao's revival required an 8-star Dan, the blood fusion pill, alongside a Dozong's corpse, 2 7-tier demon cores, and 2 different flames. Yet, the revival was not urgent. He intended to seek a Dozun's body instead. The body of a mere Dozong would yield insufficient strength to repay Elder Yao's kindness. A Dozun? You truly intend to search for a Dozun's corpse? Elder Yao exclaimed, astonished. What you seek is not merely a body, but the slaying of a Dozun, Zhang Tian clarified, acknowledging the challenge of locating such a corpse. You've already attained the strength to contend with a Dozun. Elder Yao scrutinized Zhang Tian, astounded to find him now a 3-star Dozong. Your power is near my peak. Elder Yao sighed, recalling the time when he wielded the Bone Spirit Cold Fire, a prodigious talent unmatched in his era, possessing unparalleled combat prowess among his peers. Zhang Tian shook his head, estimating that he had only reached a third of Yao Chen's peak strength. After all, the disparity between a newly initiated Dozun and a late-stage 8th-grade alchemist Dozun was akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. Elder Yao could effortlessly defeat several such young practitioners without breaking a sweat. Dozun, Xiao Yan exclaimed in astonishment, for to him, such beings were the stuff of legends. almost mythological. Dozun was a title that only appeared in the annals of the Gama Empire's lore, exemplified by the founder of the Yunlan sect, Zhang Tian, from millennium ago. Master, what was your true realm during your prime? Xiao Yin could not contain his curiosity. In my heyday, I was the foremost alchemist in the Central State, a 9-turn peak Dozun known as the revered alchemist Yao Chun. Elder Yao replied with a chuckle, his tone laced with pride, for he too was a legend in his own right during that era. Never mind that. You should help me find a Dozun's corpse. Elder Yao said, shaking his head at Zhang Tian's perplexed expression. Whether alive or deceased, a Dozun is of little difference to me, and living Dozuns are far more elusive than their corpses. Elder Yao elucidated that Dozun-level cultivators were exceedingly rare, especially since they could tear through space with their enigmatic movements. On the surface, the gathering place for Dozuns was the Central State, but it was implausible for them to recklessly kill in front of every major power. The risks were tremendous. It would be more prudent to seek out a corpse. As Elder Yao spoke, Zhang Tian contemplated a target, the corpse of the Flame Sovereign within the underground magma chamber of the Jia Nin Academy. Was this not the most opportune skeleton? Moreover, it was accompanied by a newly sprouted fallen heart flame. However, the location of the inner academy of Jia Nin Academy had always remained a mystery, which had deterred Zhang Tian from pursuing this lead. Has the withered wood guardian not returned? In the dim, chilling hall, an eerie aura permeated the air, with strange black patterns etched upon the surrounding walls. Ghostly flames flickered in the blue oil lamps, sending shivers down one's spine, seemingly hearing the faint screams emanating from the chamber that tormented souls. The man seated at the main throne paused his rhythmic tapping on the stone seat. Master, I report to you that the withered wood guardian has gone to the Gama Empire to subdue Yinshan, biding time to swallow the Yunlan sect and gain control over the Gama Empire. A shadow emerged from the darkness, kneeling respectfully before the man, unaffected by the surrounding cold and sinister atmosphere. The withered wood guardian is dead, the master of the Soul Hall, Han Yomu, stated coldly, his disdainful snort causing the Jiao guardian to stumble, nearly collapsing to the ground. How is that possible? It is merely a small nation, lacking even a Dozong. The Jiao guardian exclaimed in shock under Han Yomu's oppressive aura, overwhelmed by the man's terrifying presence. With a cultivation level of 8-star Dozun, he was at the pinnacle of the great Dozun realm, yet he willingly operated as a subchamber master in the remote northwestern continent, harboring grand ambitions. Han Yomu's fingers rhythmically drummed against the surface, one hand propping up his chin, revealing a sinister smile. Indeed, how could that be? How could he have perished? The Jiao guardian's soul trembled. Only then did he realize he was questioning Han Yomu, the most formidable master of the Soul Hall. I am unaware. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. The Jiao guardian, recalling something exceedingly dreadful, quickly prostrated himself on the ground, awaiting Han Yomu's judgment. Go and visit the Soul Annihilation Pool, Han Yomu commanded. The Soul Hall rarely resorted to killings or the stripping of cultivation, as they required the guardian's assistance for various tasks. The Soul Annihilation Pool would not physically harm individuals, but would inflict an excruciating torment akin to having one's soul shredded. Even a Dozun might struggle to endure such agony. As he envisioned that torturous place, the Jiao guardian trembled, his complexion paling, yet he dared not voice any dissent. Yes, he then vacated, spirit broken, to face punishment in the Soul Annihilation Pool. No, his soul token has shattered. Who could it be? Dozun. It seems the flower sect's master recently departed for the northwestern continent. Could it be that he encountered an unfortunate fate? Han Yomu mused, leaning against his throne. Masters, honored elders, I implore you to make a journey, he commanded as 2 figures clad in black robes materialized, clasping their fists in acknowledgement. After their departure, the space began to tremble. The sheer power of these 2 was fearsome. Both were genuine Dozun-level practitioners, capable of devastating the flower sect without breaking a sweat. Truly terrifying, Han Yomu thought, his gaze flickering. These 2 elders were his trusted confidants, loyal only to him, beyond the command of even the Soul Hall's master, Han Yeshing. The master of the Soul Hall should have been mine from the start. Curse you, Han Shuzi. Han Yomu clenched his fists, rage igniting in his eyes. Han Shuzi, an elder of the Soul Clan and a 9-grade alchemist Doshang powerhouse, held significant status within the clan. During the selection for the master of the Soul Hall, both he and Han Yeshing were equally talented. Yet the old coot had covertly manipulated events to install Han Yeshing as the master. Centuries passed, and Han Yeshing ascended to the mid-stage of 5-star Doshang, while Han Yamu remained a beleaguered 8-star Dozun, merely a subchamber master. Meanwhile, Han Shuzi thrived within the Soul Clan, bolstered by Han Yeshing's patronage. filled with resentment. Hanyomu was determined to prove that he, Hanyomu, was the true genius of the Soul Clan, capable of alleviating the clan leader's burdens. Little did he know that the events of the past were also known to the heavenly emperor of the Soul Clan. But the Soul Clan was anything but a righteous power. Everything revolved around cunning. Those who lacked skill could hardly voice their grievances. Yet Hanyomu remained oblivious to his own folly, daydreaming of becoming the master of the Soul Hall. Years passed since the original tale, and Han Yesheng had broken through to the mid-stage of 5-star Do Shang, while Hanyomu faded into obscurity, likely having challenged Han Yesheng after his breakthrough, only to meet his demise. Thus, the era of the two dazzling talents of the Soul Clan came to an end. He. Once I locate the remnants of those old fools and absorb their soul power, I shall undoubtedly break through to Do Shang. He recalled the contemptuous gaze of Han Yesheng when he departed from the Soul Hall, and his fury surged. A grotesque laughter echoed, distorting the space as the flames in the great hall flickered ominously. Wiping away the tears of laughter from his eyes, Hanyomu chuckled softly, shaking his head as he reclined on his throne, clad in striking black amidst the ethereal blue flames. Meanwhile, Zhang Tian and Xiaoyan, on their way back to Wutan City, were intercepted by two figures. An elderly woman with graying hair leaned on a cane, accompanied by a graceful silhouette. Yin? Zhang Tian's face displayed surprise, tinged with delight. What brings you here? I thought you went to the central state. Before Yin could respond, the elderly woman struck the ground forcefully with her cane. So you're the one who killed Yin Shan and annihilated the Yaman sect? The old woman's countenance bore a hint of hostility. Years ago, she had sought to take Yun as her disciple. But due to various reasons involving Yin Shan and others, that ambition was thwarted. Now, after many years, she suddenly heard of the Yaman sect's downfall. Yes, sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from the elderly woman, Zhang Tian's expression turned serious. 3-star Dozun, though not at the pinnacle. She was a formidable force with over a decade of experience, exerting an incredible pressure on Zhang Tian. At present, he can only unleash the peak power of a 2-star Dozun. Through his recent endeavors, he has gathered 3 6th-grade magic cores from the Witheredwood Guardian, in addition to a 7th-grade magic core, and complemented by his own magic core from the fire-eyed azure-hoofed beast. The remaining 4 magic cores have been filled with 5th-grade cores, enabling the magic loot to unleash a force capable of effortlessly obliterating an empire. His current strength is sufficient to contend with a 5-star Dozun. As for Yanran, how is she faring? Yun's voice echoed, revealing her weariness after days of separation. Her delicate visage bore the marks of fatigue. She had prepared to depart from the Gamma Empire for the central continent, and naturally, Nalan Yanran would accompany her. Yanran is in the capital of Gamma, Zhang Tian remarked. We shall accompany you back, he continued, as they had just exited the imperial city of the Gamma Empire, ready to return to Wutan City. Brat, I'm speaking to you, the old woman exclaimed with a hint of ire, brandishing her staff with formidable might towards Zhang Tian, the air around it crackling with the power to shatter space. Humph. Zhang Tian scoffed, retaliating with the longing halberd in hand, unleashing 472 thrusts in an instant, rising upwards to meet the staff, catching the flower grandmother off guard with a peak 2-star Dozun strike. She staggered back, nearly losing her grip on the staff. How is this possible? Chapter 61. The master of the flower sect in the fields beneath the setting sun. The flower grandmother's murky eyes were filled with astonishment. A small dent left on her staff from the force of the attack. Though she had faced 2-star Dozun attacks before, such a concentrated strike had left its mark, even on her otherwise undamaged staff. Enough! Cease this at once. Witnessing Zhang Tian's unexpected repulse of the flower grandmother, both Yun and even Yao Lao were struck with shock, yet he stepped forward to intervene. Only that foolish boy Xiao Yin seemed oblivious to the terror embodied by this elderly woman. That aura, so familiar, such powerful soul energy. Sensing the essence emanating from Yao Lao, the flower grandmother's expression turned grave, as though facing a formidable foe. Yet within that aura, she detected a hint of familiarity. What is this? Has the little one forgotten me? Your master Uncle S staff has now found its way into your hands. Yao Lao's voice carried a sense of nostalgia and weariness, causing the flower grandmother to tremble. Could it be Yao Chun, the revered alchemist? She exclaimed with intense excitement. Yao Lao turned to her, his weathered visage now somewhat unfamiliar. I never expected anyone would still remember this old fool, he jested, his appearance having changed drastically from the once dashing and handsome figure to one adorned with silver strands. It truly is you. How you've changed. Time is indeed merciless. The flower grandmother lamented, her staff lowering in disbelief. Ah, have you begun lamenting the fleeting passage of time in my presence, little girl? Yao Lao chuckled lightly, recalling the time when she had been but a young girl beside Hua Yu. Forgive me for this nostalgia, but what brings you here? Master Uncle, your time is limited. Yet I find solace in the thought of seeing you once more before your departure. The flower grandmother smiled, wiping away tears from the corners of her eyes. As one ages, such reflections arise. Centuries pass in the blink of an eye, much like the sunset, swiftly ushering in twilight. I often reminisce about the past, as if returning to the moment of my birth. Hua Yu? Yao Lao fell silent, his long white hair obscuring half of his face. Indeed, it has been a long time, he replied with a carefree smile, as if recalling his former elegance. How have you become this way? The flower grandmother inquired, a hint of confusion in her tone. Yao Chan possessed the alchemical prowess to retain youth effortlessly, yet the soul was another matter. Even a Do Di could not achieve an immortal spirit. That scoundrel Han Feng actually colluded with the Soul Palace to ensnare me, forcing me into a harrowing escape to the northwestern continent. That alchemist Han Feng? A cold glimmer flashed in the flower grandmother's eyes. That fellow once exploited your name to acquire substantial resources from us. Upon hearing this, Yao Lao's expression shifted to one of regret, intensifying his disdain for Han Feng. I've caused you trouble, he sighed. After a brief exchange of reminiscences, the flower grandmother approached Yun Yun and gently said, It seems I cannot kill this brat to avenge you. Yun Yun rolled her eyes in displeasure. The first time she had displayed such a youthful expression since her demise at Yinshan. I never intended to kill him anyway, she thought to herself. But upon seeing the flower grandmother's amused expression, she realized her thoughts had been laid bare, causing her cheeks to flush like a ripe peach. You may not necessarily be able to defeat Zhang, Yao Lao remarked, aware of Zhang Tian's current capabilities, and given the circumstances, it seemed that his true strength would not fall short of the flower grandmother, a 3-star dozune. Moreover, Yao Chan was well aware of Zhang Tian's astonishing cultivation speed. By morning, he might surpass her by an entire realm. During Xiao Yan's breakthrough to 7-star Do Shi, Zhang Tian had intentionally suppressed his realm to display the strength of a 6-star Do Huang, astonishing Yao Lao. His speed is indeed comparable to Xiao Yan's, he added. Exactly, Xiao Yan chimed in, believing his master to be the strongest. The flower grandmother stiffened, harboring some doubts about Yao Lao's praise for Zhang Tian. Yet she refrained from arguing with her elder, responding awkwardly and casting a silent glance at Xiao Yan. He truly is swift, Yun Yun remarked, glancing at Xiao Yan, who was now a 3-star to Do Shi. I wonder how Yanran is doing, Yun Yun pondered inwardly. At present, Xiao Yan was merely 2 stars below Yanran. Should they engage in battle again, it was likely that Yanran would struggle to withstand even 10 exchanges. As she continued to contemplate, she recalled her own capability to match Zhang Tian once. No, perhaps 4 to 6 in her favor, yet during their last encounter in the Gamma Empire, she had been severely injured by him in a 5-on-1 situation. It was utterly infuriating. Do you require me to capture that rebellious disciple Han Feng for you? The flower grandmother's eyes glinted with coldness. That so-called alchemist Han Feng would show her due respect even as a 3-star dozune. No need. I shall deal with this beast myself. Yao Lao's heart seethed with rage. Years of evasion had left him pained, and he could only label Han Feng as a vile creature. Does the flower sect possess any dozone corpses? Yao Lao suddenly turned to the flower grandmother with a question, initially intending to inquire about dozone corpses, but altered his query due to Zhang Tian's presence, as he was genuinely coveting the remains of a dozone. The flower grandmother pondered for a moment, and after careful consideration, she shook her head with a wry smile. It appears there are none. The flower sect has not engaged in conflict with other forces for years. The bodies are merely those of each successive sect leader. Her words left Yao Lao somewhat disappointed, yet he was not so deranged as to contemplate disturbing ancestral graves. The group moved swiftly, with 2 soaring through the air and 2 others manifesting wings of Do Qi, instantly capturing the attention of the onlookers below. Citizens in the imperial capital gazed upwards, excitement lighting their faces as they pointed at Xiao Yan. That's the son of the Guardian King, young Master Xiao Yan. Young Master Xiao Yan is so young and handsome. Meanwhile, the cultivators and Do Shi present wore expressions of shock as they looked skyward, sensing the overwhelming auras that threatened to crush them. This is a presence above Do Zone, and at least 2 Do Wang. What brings them to the Gamma Empire? A chorus of exclamations erupted from the formidable fighters, including those of the great fighter rank, their voices echoing with incredulity. Such a formidable assembly could easily bring about the annihilation of the Gamma Empire. It seems my infrequent outings have led to my obscurity, overshadowed even by Xiao Yan's renown. Hearing the commotion below, Zhang Tian exchanged a knowing smile with the person beside him. Following the celestial battle, his reputation in the Gamma Empire had achieved an unprecedented and terrifying zenith. However, due to his rare public appearances, he had become a figure of legend. Known by name, but seldom seen. Who told you to stay indoors? Yin rolled her eyes and huffed disdainfully. Yet, before she could revel in her mockery, it appeared that the crowd below had recognized her. She is Yun, the leader of the Yunlan sect, the one who has invaded our Gamma Empire. With this proclamation, a cacophony of furious curses erupted from the crowd, accompanied by the relentless barrage of vegetable leaves and eggshells. Though the powerful warriors maintained a semblance of composure, their faces were etched with rage as they glared at Yun. Do they truly despise me so? Yun trembled slightly, her disbelief palpable. Having been the center of admiration since childhood, she had never encountered a scenario where the masses bore such animosity towards her, leaving her momentarily at a loss. For you, the Yunlan sect may be your home, but for the countless citizens of the Gamma Empire, this land is their family as well. To obliterate one family for the sake of another renders your actions akin to that of a brigand, Xiao Yan retorted with scorn. His upbringing in the Gamma Empire contrasting sharply with Zhang Tian's more lenient stance on the matter. Xiao Yan was unflinching, confronting Yun directly. You dare to frown upon my teacher, who intervened to quell the Yunlan sect, when your intent is to extinguish our home. Old Granny Hua, fraught with a lack of understanding regarding the conflicts between these minor nations, was disinterested in such matters, her only concern being the fear of reprimand from Yao Lao, which left her simmering silently with frustration. Chapter 62. The vast wilderness, the two soul emperors from the Soul Palace of the Burial Soul Mountains hastened towards the northwest continent, while Zhang Tian had been diligently instructing Xiao Yan during this time. After much contemplation, he temporarily relinquished the ambition of acquiring the Fallen Heart Flame. Once Xiao Yan devoured the 9 Nether Wind Flame, the Green Lotus Earth Heart Fire, and the Bone Spear Cold Fire, his strength would undoubtedly surge, making the subsequent endeavor of seizing the Fallen Heart Flame and plotting for the future 3,000 flame arts from the Jia Nan Academy significantly more achievable. Yin Huang Control Fire Technique. As Zhang Tian organized the insights from the Do Emperor's space, various techniques and skills materialized in his mind, which he adeptly absorbed. He also discovered an advanced version of the Yin Huang Emperor's divine art. Upon reviewing its contents, Zhang Tian realized that this ancient technique, created by the Yin Emperor, was exceptional, boasting an even more formidable advanced version. Regrettably, there was no information regarding the Yin Huang Emperor's divine art. Shaking his head, he noted the contents to impart to Xiao Yan. Although it was merely the first-generation version, it still ranked as mid-tier in the Earth level. It feels somewhat like a lottery draw, but thankfully, there are guarantees. Enchantress Technique, Fox Taming Method, the 100 Charms Blooming Curse. A wave of disbelief washed over Zhang Tian as he encountered these bizarre low-tier, Earth-level techniques. Unbeaten Battle Roar. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a high-tier, Earth-level combat skill, instantly engrossing him. This seemed to be the inheritance triggered by the Xianhuang body he had previously shown Xiao Yan. Zhang Tian examined this peculiar combat skill closely. Xianhuang body, fragmented upon reaching mastery. One can cultivate the Xianhuang body, capable of shattering colossal boulders with mere gestures. The inheritance of the unbeaten Battle Roar, named after the ancient Battle Emperor, was as follows. Created by the ancient Battle Emperor, it could significantly enhance one's physical prowess, imbuing each breath with the strength of an ancient dragon. Upon activating the unbeaten Battle Roar, one could unleash boundless fighting spirit, impervious to fatal damage for 3 seconds. Zhang Tian familiarized himself with the cultivation method of the unbeaten Battle Roar, realizing that each move was a life-or-death assault, embodying a reckless, all-or-nothing combat style. The knowledge of the ancient Dragon Spear Emperor's techniques piqued Zhang Tian's curiosity, and he attempted to absorb it. To his surprise, such a treasure existed. Moments latte. An overwhelming aura radiated from Zhang Tian, akin to a divine spear that pierced the heavens, exuding a terrifying might. It appears that engaging in combat within the Gamma Empire is no longer feasible. Zhang Tian chuckled bitterly. Even a casual strike from him could obliterate the Gamma Imperial City, reducing hundreds of thousands of its inhabitants to ashes in an instant. It seemed he had inadvertently acquired the inheritance of a Do Emperor, albeit not in its entirety. The knowledge of the ancient Dragon Spear Emperor's techniques must be a fragment of that inheritance, randomly bestowed upon him. The other techniques held little utility, though the body-melting sword could elevate the speed of the Phoenix Cry sword. The current velocity of the Phoenix Cry sword had reached an extraordinary level, far exceeding the reaction speed of any below the 5-star Do Zone rank, while its sharpness was nothing short of miraculous, capable of rending any armor asunder. This is related to the Soundwave combat technique, the Flame Sun's Destruction. A smile crept upon his face. He had unexpectedly obtained a legacy from the same source as the demonic lute. Perhaps he should invite Xiao Yin to learn some Soundwave techniques. Unbeaten Battle Roar. Following the prescribed route of the technique, he initiated the Burning Heaven decision, and the overwhelming dominance of the Imperial-level technique manifested. Flames immediately enveloped his body, and his fighting spirit swelled to a burning crescendo. With a gentle tear of his hands, space seemed as fragile as a curtain. And as Zhang Tian gazed into the seemingly infinite turbulent flow of space, his eyes glimmered with determination before he leaped directly into the spatial rift. Boom! 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 The sound of roaring flames echoed as if the very turbulent space were igniting, and in the next instant, Zhang Tian found himself transported to an unknown location. A spatial node spanned roughly 10 miles. Zhang Tian's gaze sharpened as he spotted a profusion of spatial nodes scattered throughout the turbulence, which he navigated through, his blazing aura parting the chaotic flow that would typically deter any ordinary person. This is it. After traversing several hundred nodes, Zhang Tian's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he thrust his flaming fist powerfully against the spatial node. Crack! A barely audible shattering sound followed, and the space shattered like fragile glass, revealing a vast void. In the brief moment it took to transition from the spatial rift to the outside world, 3 breaths passed, and Zhang Tian's figure emerged from the fragmented spatial wormhole. He found himself amidst a desolate mountain, the surrounding area devoid of life for 100,000 miles, permeated by a dreadful miasma. Even a Do Wang might struggle against the terrifying toxic gas. Roar! As a deafening roar reverberated across the vast wilderness. The flames on Zhang Tian intensified, glowing like a human-shaped sun. Boom! As the flames surged higher, the surrounding miasma ignited, resulting in a series of explosions. The flames erupted continuously. As the cacophony of explosions subsided, the ground transformed into a wasteland spanning hundreds of miles, towering trees reduced to ashes, and poisonous vines and flowers instantly desiccated. The vast wilderness, which had never witnessed such a catastrophe, succumbed to obliteration this day. Truly, this desolate wilderness is far too barren, devoid of any utilitarian value. As the Doqi shield dissipated, Zhang Tian's disheveled appearance came into view, his hair tousled by the tumult. At this moment, the Do-Chi within his body dwindled rapidly, consuming a full tenth of his energy. A mere fraction of that was used to mitigate the explosions above. The majority had been expended on the unbeaten battle roar to nullify damage. Beneath Zhang Tian's feet, a thin light barrier, 2 meters in size, flickered uncertainly, evidently drained after withstanding the barrage of explosions. With another flicker, it shattered, revealing a youthful boy, whose delicate features were marred by scars, staring in terror and shock at the unfolding scene. The youth was originally the heir of a modest family, but due to the fierce conflicts among several prominent clans, his family was annihilated. In a desperate bid to escape the relentless pursuit, he fled into the vast and perilous expanse of the 10,000 Great Wastelands, known for its treacherous swamps and imminent death threats. Just as he found himself cornered, a series of resounding explosions erupted from the heavens, engulfing those formidable pursuers, whom he had deemed hopelessly strong, in a cataclysmic wave of destruction. A faint crack echoed, snapping him back to reality. Instinctively, he drew a jade pendant from his bosom, only to find it marred by cracks, which soon crumbled to dust between his fingers. Oh, a survivor? Zhang Tian observed the young child. It was nothing short of miraculous for one with such meager prowess, hardly a fighter, to endure. Although he could easily withstand such explosions, completely shielding against them was beyond his capabilities. Little one, step back, Zhang Tian instructed, as he continued to absorb the benefits of the chaos, his soul power lifting him several hundred miles away. Aware of the potential presence of pursuers, he refrained from sending the child beyond the wasteland. Outside the 10,000 Great Wastelands, Wan Jianhe, the master of the Tianqiang sword sect, who had stood vigil in the desolate city for decades, gazed intently at the hazy expanse of the wasteland. What could have transpired to cause such an explosion? His expression soured at the thought that someone might have foolishly ignited the toxic miasma. If that were the case, not only their dispatched pursuers, but even he himself would face certain doom. It seems my little nephew has perished within, he lamented. A graceful woman with enchanting Danfeng eyes chuckled softly, a beauty mark gracing her lips enhancing her allure as she smiled. Let us return. You two remain here, she commanded with a captivating smile, reminiscent of a proud peacock. To the two towering fighters. Yes, they responded eagerly, for this seemingly delicate woman was none other than the formidable Blood Jasmine, a renowned fighter even amidst the wasteland. This alliance with the Tianqiong sword sect had led to the downfall of the Chen family. The Chen family had arrived in the wasteland a century ago, with their patriarch, Chen Long, being a two-star Dou emperor, who swiftly seized a significant share of power. 100 years passed, and 13 years ago, on the day of the birth of the young master of the Chen family, the patriarch Chen Long passed away. Meanwhile, Chen Mohan, married into the Wang family, had persuaded both the Tianqiong sword sect and her in-laws to join forces against the Chen family, usurping control from her own elder brother. Cough. Such a heavy hand you dealt, my dear brother. I suppose the longing palm and tiger roar fist have been perfected by you, Chen Mohan mused, her captivating gaze shimmering with intrigue. Had it not been for the pretext of visiting my family and poisoning you. Who knows how this might have played out? Truly, you are my good elder brother. Initially intending to acquire a treasure from Chen Zihan for her recovery, she now deemed it prudent to suppress her injuries first. After a brief internal dialogue, she resumed her noble demeanor, striding away from the wasteland at a measured pace, as those around her instinctively parted like the Red Sea. Chapter 63. Confronting the Dozunum? How we deviate so far. The Soul Stone halted its journey, addressing the figure cloaked in black beside it, Kong Mu. The Soul Stone appeared to be a man in his 40s, a scar etched across his face from a life-or-death struggle with a Dozong in his youth. It seems our adversary is formidable. To have shifted distance so rapidly suggests a Dozun, he surmised, while Kong Mu, shrouded in his black robe, remained obscured, his gravelly voice laced with tension. Indeed, although I anticipated this, considering the guardian of the withered tree failed to send back any word. However, the emergence of a Dozun in the northwest continent is quite peculiar. Could it be Guqianma? The Soul Stone pondered aloud, recalling the name of a renowned 5-star Dozun. It should not be him, Kong Mu responded curtly, his tone betraying an unsettling memory, followed by a cold huff. Bah! Regardless of who it is, neither you nor I will allow even a 3-star Dozun to survive our encounter. The Soul Stone, however, voiced his concerns. While that may be true, should we truly cross paths with Guqianma? Oomph. Kong Mu's irritation manifested in a derisive snort as he tore through the fabric of space, departing. Hey, old man, slow down, the Soul Stone exclaimed, trailing behind him into the newly formed rift. Within the expanse of the 10,000 great wastelands, Zhang Tian stood resolutely, gripping the Longyin halberd with one hand as he pointed towards the ground. Below him, a chasm several dozen miles long and wide emerged in the earth. The unyielding battle roar indeed befits the physique of the Battle Heaven Dou Emperor, likely rivaling the bloodline of a Dou Emperor. He mused, recalling the scant records that noted the Battle Heaven Dou Emperor as an exceptionally fierce figure, even among his peers. Predecessor, could you assist me? Chen Zihan's voice, hoarse and filled with tears, echoed over the vast distance, imbued with a glimmer of hope. Although the distance was great, Zhang Tian maintained a sliver of focus on Chen Zihan, hearing his plea. There are too many injustices in this land. I cannot aid you, Zhang Tian replied, shaking his head. Matters of love, hatred, life, and death are convoluted, and it is often difficult to discern right from wrong. His resonant voice reverberated throughout the 10,000 great wastelands, akin to thunder rumbling ominously. Despair clouded Chen Zihan's eyes as he gazed up at the godlike figure towering above him, tears streaming down his cheeks. I must grow stronger, I must grow stronger. Suddenly, a voice filled with elation echoed from behind Zhang Tian, reverberating through the void. A shiver ran down his spine as a familiar aura approached. The Soul Palace? He questioned, though his tone held an unprecedented certainty, recognizing the chilling essence that was anything but human. Take it easy, the Soul Stone panted as he caught up, casting a cold glare at Zhang Tian. You killed the guardian of the withered tree, didn't you? To dare slay one of our Soul Palace. Your audacity is commendable. A spectral skull formed from condensed energy emerged, exuding an eerie aura, its eyes glowing green as it gaped menacingly at Zhang Tian. Kong Mu observed the scene with an air of leisure, arms crossed, curious to see how Zhang Tian would respond to the death of the guardian. Both members of the Soul Palace floated effortlessly, their aura far surpassing that of the 9-star Dozong, only slightly weaker than the Flower Matriarch. Zhang Tian altered his hand seals, summoning the 9 Nether Wind Flame and the Green Lotus Earth Fire, intertwining them into 2 fiery dragons, one black, one green, that roared past. incinerating the skull and dissipating its ghostly essence into the void. Two types of ihua. The soul stone's expression shifted to one of astonishment as it witnessed its attack being obliterated. That is the 9 Netherwind flame. And another flame of unknown origin, likely of lesser rank. If I could present this to Lord Soul Shuzi. A glimmer of greed flashed across Kong Mu's face, envisioning the respect he might receive from the Soul Clan's 9-rank alchemist, Do Yusheng Soul Shuzi. Cease your foolishness. Old man, Soul Shuzi is in cahoots with the Palace Master. The Soul Stone admonished, recalling the terrifying presence of Soul Yomu, which made him shudder involuntarily, prompting him to remain silent. Yet, the Yo was too tempting to resist. Despite his caution, Kong Mu's face was alight with avarice as he extended his hand toward the 2 flames. With a mere swipe, it felt as if he could cleave the very fabric of space in 2. Hiss! A pained expression crossed Kong Mu's face as he retracted his hand, discovering a thin line of blood forming on his palm. What is this? He muttered, casting a wary glance at Zhang Tian, his wariness toward him now at its peak. With a resounding strike, the foaming sword emitted a piercing cry akin to a phoenix's call. The moment that noble and elevated sound reverberated through the air, both Kong Mu and the Soul Stone involuntarily shuddered, a flicker of anguish crossing their faces. My soul! Damn it! What is this? The attack of the foaming sword directly impacted the souls of the duo from the Soul Hall. Even a mere graze from the sword could inflict tremendous harm on entities in a spiritual state. Kong Mu gazed at the back of his hand, where a faint line of blood had now transformed into a gaping wound, as if corroded by acid. Oh, I will kill you. The excruciating pain in his soul sent Kong Mu into a frenzy, his immense battle aura surging, causing his black robe to billow as if stirred by an invisible wind. In a whirlwind of sand and stone, countless vengeful spirits and skulls suddenly erupted from the ground, each emanating a dark, sinister aura. A skull, several hundred meters in size, opened its eye sockets, which were as large as water tanks, revealing a flickering green ghost flame within. Intermediate Earth Stage Combat Technique. Knight of 100 Ghosts. Zhang Tian unsheathed the longing halberd, his aura surging and enveloping the weapon S-tip in flames. With a swift motion, he tore open the fabric of space, creating a gaping chasm of darkness. As he raised his hand, it seemed as though time itself had come to a standstill. The swirling flames merely quivered gently, and within this stilled space, he repeatedly thrust the longing halberd. Roar! With a frenzied howl, the flow of time returned to normal, and with a roar that could shatter the heavens and split the earth, the longing halberd struck the ground like a furious dragon. The earth began to tremble ominously, and in an instant, the ground for miles around collapsed, rapidly spreading outward. From deep within the earth, concealed springs surged forth as the tectonic plates shifted. Damn it! Such terrifying power. The Soul Stone barely managed to dodge the attack. A frenzied gust of wind tore away one of his sleeves. The colossal skull, resembling a bubble, exploded into fragments even before the halberd struck, yet it fell heavily upon the earth. Let's join forces. Kong Mu's black robe was also whisked away, revealing his gaunt, withered form. Taking a deep breath, his frail physique swelled, and a sphere of battle aura, radiating a grayish light, began to coalesce in his hand, unleashing a relentless wave of deathly energy towards Zhang Tian's soul. It was as if a meteor had plummeted to earth, yet even as the shock waves lingered, Kong Mu and the Soul Stone conjured a formidable sphere of battle aura. The sky was torn open by the overwhelming energy, revealing a chaotic void of darkness. Nearby mountains erupted, and as the clash between Zhang Tian and the duo from the Soul Hall ensued, the earth lay ravaged and scarred, with deep fissures appearing all around. In the distance, Chun Zahan, witnessing this cataclysmic battle, steeled himself to flee towards the outskirts of the great wilderness. However, the howling winds relentlessly tugged at him, occasionally pulling him toward the heart of the conflict. In such a battle, akin to divine wrath, human effort seemed minuscule. Chen Zihan gritted his teeth, running several miles, but finding himself hardly any closer to safety than before. Chapter 64. The ultimate windfall of destruction. The boundless energy of battle surged between heaven and earth, forming towering tornadoes that spiraled. With a thunderous crack, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Kong Mu plummeted from the heavens like a tattered sack, his once mighty physique deflating as if punctured. Coughing, he closed his eyes, his body riddled with wounds of various sizes, many scorched by exotic flames and marked by the longing halberd. The Soul Stone, witnessing this, also coughed, clutching his chest in visible agony. His injuries were significant, primarily due to the Fengming sword-s energy that was particularly tormenting for them. Such an ability was a veritable nemesis for the Soul Hall. Ultimate Wind Destruction. Zhang Tian, wielding the Fengming sword, summoned a radiant brilliance that erupted forth, akin to the sun itself. With a commanding shout, the light emanating from the Fengming sword surged once more, eclipsing the sun above the great wilderness in an instant, illuminating the surrounding area for thousands of meters. Delicate purple lights scattered like petals, filling the space with an endless expanse of violet radiance. Under the frenzied operation of the celestial burning decision, his battle aura seemed nearly boundless, far surpassing that of a mere 3-star dozome, vast as an ocean. The entire sky's purple brilliance converged upon the tip of the Fengming sword, becoming so intense that it was blinding, radiating a light more dazzling than the sun. With a vigorous shake of his arm, a terrifying stream of light shattered the very fabric of space, hurtling towards the descending Kongmu. Kongmu, having lost consciousness due to the damage to his soul, found that the formidable brilliance unleashed by the Fengming sword dissolved his very essence, leaving behind only a silent, tattered black robe that fell to the ground like a fragile, withered leaf. Kongmu, the Soul Stone's eyes turned bloodshot, not out of sorrow for Kongmu's demise, but rather from a realization that their chances of escape had diminished further. The purple energy in the heavens continued to coalesce, each strand possessing the power to easily annihilate a Do Wang stronghold. This seemingly infinite purple energy converged at the tip of the Fengming sword, causing the surrounding space to begin to disintegrate inch by inch. As the space fragmented, Zhang Tian pivoted his sword, unleashing a torrent of purple energy reminiscent of the Milky Way, surging fiercely towards the Soul Stone. Open up for me. With a full force slash of the Fengming sword, the space was torn asunder like fabric, and a sword chi several hundred zhang long sliced toward the minuscule Soul Stone. Block it, the Soul Stone roared, merging his soul power with shadowy battle aura to form a ghostly hand that reached out to intercept the torrent. As a 2-star Dozun, blood trickled from his eyes, yet he managed to momentarily halt the purple flow, a glimmer of hope sending a tremor through his body as he intensified his battle aura. Sizzle. The hundreds of zhang of purple sword chi pierced through him, causing his body to convulse before he fell helplessly from the towering height. What a pity, Zhang Tian mused, observing the dissipating Soul Stone. After ensuring no mistakes had been made, he shook his head. It seemed he would need to eliminate a Dozun with a corporeal form. Ah, help! A panicked cry rang out, and Zhang Tian looked up to see a familiar figure soaring towards him. Due to his feeble strength, the winds had carried him here only after the battle had concluded. Enough with the shouting, Zhang Tian said, lifting the boy by the scruff of his neck, casting a glance at the still wailing lad. Wait, am I safe? Chun Zihan paused, feeling his body and expressing a hint of joy at surviving the ordeal. How is it that you didn't collide with a rock and die along the way? Zhang Tian released his grip, slightly adjusting his disheveled attire. Oh, Chun Zihan cried out despondently, plummeting rapidly. At this height, he would surely splatter into a puddle of flesh even if he fell from a mere 100 zhang. As he glanced down at the ground approaching rapidly, fear compelled him to shut his eyes tightly. Whoosh! The sound of rushing air suddenly ceased, and Chun Zihan felt as though he had come to a halt mid-air. Trembling, he opened his eyes and discovered that he was now merely a zhang above the ground. Looking up, he found Zhang Tian grinning, holding his foot. Phew! Chun Zihan had just breathed a sigh of relief when Zhang Tian broke into a grin, releasing his grip. Boom! This time, he genuinely fell to the ground, though fortunately not from a great height. His body, honed through years of training, merely left him dazed. Zhang Tian calmly discarded the torn remnants of fabric he had clutched and gradually descended to the ground, step by step, as if treading upon air. The earlier incident had been truly awkward. He had reached out to grasp the other's clothing, only to overlook the overwhelming inertia, resulting in a significant tear. He silently thanked his stars that he hadn't attempted to grab the other's foot, for that might have led to a far more severe consequence. It appeared he was still a rather oblivious underachiever. Shaking his head, Zhang Tian resolved to harness the power of space, bringing himself to a gentle halt. Although gathering spatial energy demands an understanding of space and the attainment of around 6 or 7 stars in Dozone for Zhang Tian, slightly condensing space was not a daunting task. Hiss! Chun Zihan, having landed in the vast wilderness, winced as he touched a wound, instinctively inhaling sharply. His eyes became dazed and unfocused as he took a moment to regain his composure, continually checking for any injuries on himself. Seeing this, Zhang Tian merely shook his head and prepared to depart. Senior, please don't go. I wish to cultivate. May I become your disciple? Chen Zihan exclaimed. Watching Zhang Tian's advancing footstep, he quickly knelt and rubbed the ground, attempting to grasp the hem of Zhang Tian's garment. However, Zhang Tian's form was elusive. Though he stood before him, it was as if he existed in an entirely different realm, making it impossible to catch hold of his clothing. I do not take disciples. Zhang Tian's voice was cool, yet carried an air of youthful hopefulness. At that moment, the jade pendant at Chen Zihan's waist suddenly emitted a beam of light that illuminated Zhang Tian's garment, as if pulling it from another dimension. Chen Zihan lunged forward, exhilarated to find he could indeed grasp the edge of his clothing. Senior, while you may not take disciples, we could at least be friends. Chen Zihan pleaded, taking a few steps forward on his knees, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Zhang Tian paused, a hint of intrigue crossing his face. However, the glow from a jade pendant quickly dimmed, losing its former brilliance. I do not make friends, he replied, turning back to point a finger at Chen Zihan's forehead. Although the gesture was light, Chen Zihan felt as though he were ensnared, unable to budge even an inch no matter how desperately he tried. A flicker of panic coursed through Chen Zihan's mind. We be killed? Yet, he found himself paralyzed, unable even to close his eyes. On the other hand, Zhang Tian had already retracted his finger. It felt as if an eternity had passed before Chen Zihan since the pressure on his forehead dissipate, leaving behind only a lingering afterimage that vanished from his sight. In truth, this all transpired in the blink of an eye. The swiftest entity in humanity is not the gaze nor the speed of nerve responses, but thought itself. One might even assert that thought is the fastest force in existence, capable of outpacing even Zhang Tian's speed. Thought transcends mere impulse. Then, within Chen Zihan's mind, as if the entirety of space had come to a standstill, Zhang Tian's finger withdrew with astonishing speed, leaving behind a fleeting shadow. Moments later, a mighty force surged from his forehead, propelling his body backward instinctively, sending him flying hundreds of miles away. Chapter 65. The Door of Life and Death. If you take another step forward, I shall kill you. Zhang Tian's voice, tinged with irritation, resonated coldly, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. He ceased speaking and struck the ground with his palm. The space above the vast wilderness shattered, and a tremendous aura erupted from Zhang Tian, plunging into the rift. For breaths later, he reappeared nearly 10,000 miles away, his robe stained with splatters of crimson. It seems I've overexerted myself. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Zhang Tian noticed his hand was covered in fine cracks. The chaotic currents of space, indeed, could not be withstood without reaching the Dozun level. His injuries were severe, although he possessed the combat prowess comparable to a Dozun. The chaotic currents of space were not mere attacks that could be repelled. Engaging with the chaotic currents of space was akin to contending with a vast, tumultuous realm. To resist an independent microcosm, one would need the strength of a Doshang. After the effects of his invincible battle roar faded, the oncoming chaotic currents of space shattered through his Do-Chi shield in an instant, inflicting substantial injuries. Huff, 4-star Dozong. His aura gradually calmed. A more intense energy swelled within him. Shaoyan has broken through? Before he could further sense it, a terrifying wave erupted from behind him. In almost an instant, it unleashed an exceedingly terrifying velocity, shifting him several dozen miles away. Boom! Crack! A deafening sound of destruction echoed behind him, and when he turned, his face was filled with shock. The ground within several miles had caved in, revealing a colossal handprint. In the sky, a young man glared at him with an ominous expression. Such power! He must be nearing Doshang. To be able to condense such a formidable attack from nearly 10,000 miles away, this young man was undoubtedly among the most elite of Dozun. You have repeatedly killed members of my Soul Hall. I shall ensure your demise. You will soon learn how terrifying it is to offend a Doshang. His voice reverberated like thunder across the heavens, brimming with icy, murderous intent. Unless you retreat to the ancient races, I will pursue you to the ends of the earth. Sensing he had unleashed an attack comparable to a 6-star Dozun, the young man seemed to have exhausted his strength to strike again. Zhang Tian smirked. Rest assured, you will not have the opportunity to break through to Doshang. He made a slicing motion across his throat, and the expression on the face of the Soul Hall's leader, Han Yimu, darkened immediately. Zhang Tian formed a series of intricate seals, each one a profound symbol suspended in the air. Ocean seal, northern gold of the vast sea. The violent surge of Do-Chi obliterated the figure, scattering it into wisps of smoke. The heavens and earth were engulfed in a tempest, accompanied by thunderous roars, and it took a good while for the cacophony to subside. Leaping once more into the spatial rift, He soon exited the chaotic currents after several breaths, and after a few such endeavors, he returned to the Jiama Empire. That man must be the leader of the Soul Hall. Zhang Tian pondered, recalling that both the leaders of the Heaven and Earth Halls were Doshang. Thus, this individual must belong to the Soul Hall. Dozun. Once Xiao Yan enters the door of life and death, I shall have you weep. With this thought, Zhang Tian felt considerably lighter, his steps buoyant. After a year in the door of life and death, once he devoured the remaining two of the three different flames, to what realm would Xiao Yan's power ascend? Doling? Or perhaps Dowang? Even amid the chaos outside the Jiama Empire, Zhang Tian resolved not to venture out, waiting for Xiao Yan to reach Dowang before seeking trouble. Zhang, what is the matter? Yao Lao was the first to notice Zhang Tian, observing the traces of blood on his robe, even catching a hint of the Soul Hall's aura. Did you have a conflict with the Soul Hall? Zhang Tian shook his head. No injuries to speak of. My wounds had already healed during my recent breakthrough. The trouble isn't with the Soul Hall members, but rather the leader of the Soul Hall. Upon hearing this, a grave expression crossed Yao Lao's features. Hun Yun, the one who was once said to rival the Soul Hall's Doshang, Han Yesheng? Yao Lao mused, recalling the infamous figure from his time in Zhongzhou. His strength is likely not beneath that of 7-star Dozun. How did you offend him? Yao Lao found it rather peculiar. A soul as formidable as Han Yomu should not have targeted a mere Dozong. Previously, he had eliminated a member of the Soul Palace, a 9-star Dozong, within the borders of the Jiama Empire, and just moments ago, he had dispatched 2 pursuing Dozun. Zhang Tian, without any reservations, recounted the events to Yao Lao. However, to Zhang Tian's surprise, Yao Lao did not exhibit the anticipated excitement upon hearing this news. Instead, he furrowed his brow, his expression laden with concern. It was impossible for him to harbor no animosity towards the Soul Palace, but his primary worry lay with Zhang Tian and Xiao Yan's safety. Having just achieved a slight breakthrough after our recent battle, I intend to remain low-key and focus on my cultivation for the next couple of years. Zhang Tian said with a wry smile. He genuinely wished to avoid a confrontation with the Soul Palace so soon. Yet fate had thrust him into the path of Han Yomu. Another breakthrough? Yao Lao, who had often been astonished by Zhang Tian's progress, reacted with a sense of nonchalance this time, as if he had grown accustomed to such feats. After glancing upward, he realized that it was merely a minor realm, and nodded in acknowledgement. Truly impressive. Zhang Tian's expression darkened at Yao Lao's seemingly dismissive words. What did this imply? Did it suggest a lack of respect for the arduous journey he had undertaken over the years? Had Yao Lao known Zhang Tian's thoughts, he might have chuckled in understanding. It would be wise to tread carefully, given your innate talent. Yao Lao reflected, recalling his own impetuous youth when he had been oblivious to the need for caution, resulting in numerous setbacks. In 20 years, no, 10 years, you could match Han Yomu. After estimating Zhang Tian's current realm and the gap separating a 4-star zone from 7-star Dozun, Yao Lao offered a conservative prediction. And what of Xiao Yan? Zhang Tian inquired, recognizing that he would need the true child of destiny in crucial moments. Just returned from Xiao Suner, Yao Lao replied. A hint of mischief dancing in his aged eyes. Zhang Tian felt a pang of anxiety. He wondered if this rascal had indeed taken liberties with Gu Suner. After all, Xiao Yan, in his previous life, was an adult. If he couldn't restrain himself, the consequences would not merely involve the Soul Palace, but also the wrath of Gu Yuan. A 9-star Do Sheng, which would spell disaster. By the way, Xiao Suner's cultivation speed is remarkable. She has surpassed even Xiao Yan. Now nearing the threshold of a Do Ling He, Yao Lao nudged Zhang Tian, curiosity alight on his features. What is her true identity? Which family does she belong to? Yao Lao's curiosity was piqued, especially upon learning that Xiao Suner, like him, hailed from one of the ancient 8 clans. I sense a faint yet profound Do Qi emanating from her room. She must be a dark attribute Do Huang. Pondering further, he deduced, she's neither from the Yao clan nor the Soul clan. Could she belong to the Gu clan, or perhaps the Yin clan or the Tunling clan? Wait. Xiao Suner. Could she possibly be from the long-extinct Xiao clan? Is Xiao Yin a branch of theirs? Yao Lao's realization unfolded as he voiced his conjecture. Zhang Tian rolled his eyes at the absurdity of Yao Lao's speculation. That girl is from the Gu clan. Her real name is Gu Suner. Her father is Gu Yuan, the clan leader and a formidable 9-star Dosheng. Zhang Tian elaborated, regarding Yao Lao's strange gaze with a gentle smile. In truth, I'm also one of the ancient races, though relatively reclusive. I arrived on the Do Qi continent after my clan's small world perished 19 years ago. Zhang Tian's fib stunned Yao Lao, illuminating the mysteries that had previously eluded him. Goodness, a small world withering away. How ancient must that time have been? Yao Lao gasped, realizing that it must be a super clan predating even the ancient 8 clans. For the small worlds of the present races were but youthful compared to such a lineage. And your weapon? Yao Lao Spekut. It is a relic from my clan's ancient emperor. The Yao clan likely possesses a similar artifact, Zhang Tian replied. Yao Lao shook his head. I'm unaware of such matters. I must inform Xiao Yin to make appropriate arrangements. But it's all right. He doesn't know who I am. He only vaguely attacked me from across the void, so he likely doesn't know the location of the Jiaoma Empire. It's best to maintain the status quo for the Xiao clan. Zhang Tian's spiritual power searched for Xiao Yan's presence, with Yao Lao following closely behind. I found him. Under the perception of his spiritual energy, he noticed Xiao Yan engrossed in a book, an elementary level Xian ranked text titled Inger Wind Howl. Zhang Tian pushed the door open, with Yao Lao trailing after him. After briefly explaining the situation, Xiao Yan's face darkened instantly. What about my father? Fear not. They won't be able to find us anytime soon. Zhang Tian reassured him before turning to Xiao Yan. Do you still remember Nailan Yanran? Xiao Yan's face visibly flushed, and he offered a wry smile. At such a time, master, you still tease me. What are you thinking? Zhang Tian playfully smacked the future flame emperor's head. I merely asked if you wish to grow stronger, not whether you have any thoughts about that young lady. Xiao Yin yelped in pain, yet his eyes sparkled with determination. Yin Yin once promised me that the life and death gate would provide an opportunity. Do you recall how Nailan Yinran's cultivation soared upon entering? I need you to spend a year there to gain the strength for self-preservation. Zhang Tian's proposal made Xiao Yin hesitate. After all, the life and death gate was a formidable entity, and entering such a confined space for a year was no trivial matter. Yao Lao, you must enter as well and assist Xiao Yin in cultivating the burning decision. I'll entrust you with these 2 extraordinary flames, Zhang Tian declared, cradling 2 flames in his hands and placing them in Yao Lao's palms. With the burning emperor's technique suppressing the flames, they now resembled docile sheep rather than raging infernos. Master, this cannot be, Xiao Yin exclaimed. Even Yao Lao's face reflected a hint of surprise. Such precious flames could not simply be given away. He had only bestowed the Haixin flame to Han Feng after acquiring the Bone Spirit Cold Fire. Yet Zhang Tian was offering both flames to Xiao Yan. Even Yao Lao had not contemplated claiming these 2 flames initially, for he understood that Xiao Yan regarded Zhang Tian as a father figure. Enough of this. I'm not a pharmacist after all. Xiao Yan hesitated, words catching in his throat. In truth, while his master may not be a pharmacist, his mastery over the extraordinary flames far surpassed that of any pharmacist on the continent. All right, I must go see Xiao Xian. You both hurry to make arrangements. I will wait for you at Yunlan Mountain tomorrow. After concluding, Zhang Tian departed towards the Jiaoma Empire's royal residence, where Xiao Xian had been entrusted to the 7th princess's care. The Soul Palace's home master. Let us see who reaches Dosheng first. Chapter 66. The Honored One. Early the next morning, as dawn broke, Xiao Yan ascended Yunlan Mountain, burdened by the weighty Xian heavy ruler. Following the fierce battle between Zhang Tian and Yun Shan, the mountain had been partially collapsed, rendering the current Yunlan Mountain steep and perilous, adorned with sheer cliffs and bizarre peaks. Upon reaching the ruins of the Yunlan sect, he discovered Zhang Tian, cradling Xiao Xian, who had been waiting for him for quite some time. Brother Xiao Yan. Upon spotting Xiao Yan, the sweet Xiao Xian, who had been enjoying maltose, called out joyfully. A faint smile broke through Xiao Yan's grave demeanor. Thus began the year ahead. Yao Lao's spiritual form emerged from the side, and Xiao Xian, undeterred, greeted him cheerfully. Hello, Grandpa Yao. The sweetness of her words elicited a radiant smile from Yao Lao, his face adorned with wrinkles, completely forgetting the expression he bore when he first took Xiao Xian under his wing. It is nearly here, I assenti it. Zhang Tian cradled Xiao Xian in his arms. In truth, it was merely the power of his soul that supported the young girl. Zhang Tian gazed speechlessly as the old man, Yao, carried his daughter away. The soul energy had nearly pinpointed the location described by the old man, and a torrent of fighting spirit surged into the ground, causing the earth to collapse, forming a deep pit several dozen meters wide. Well, this shall suffice. The gate of life and death is another realm altogether, and whether it has any connection to Yun Patian is beyond his knowledge. However, since ancient times, there has existed a place where the powers of past sect leaders have been stored, a final resting place for them. Master, Xunia. Xiaoyan seemed to recall something and looked towards the old man Yao. What are you pondering, you little rascal? The old man Yao rolled his eyes, while Zhang Tian spoke calmly. It's nothing. Her identity is quite extraordinary. Allowing her to enter the gate of life and death would only disrupt her growth trajectory. Xiao Yin considered this for a moment and concluded it to be true. The identity of Sun'er, which even his master treats with utmost secrecy, surely surpasses that of a mere Yin Lan sect member. Thus, gritting his teeth, he leaped in. "Old man Yao, I beg your assistance." Taking Xiao Xin from the old man Yao's arms, Zhang Tian disregarded her mischievous little hands and addressed the old man. "I too shall enter seclusion." Upon hearing Zhang Tian's words, the old man Yao nodded, and with a leap, he plunged into the realm of the gate of life and death. Zhang Tian, however, refrained from entering. After all, once inside, escaping would likely require forcefully breaking through this space, and he was uncertain of the method to open or close it. The old man Yao, being a sole entity, had no such restrictions and could return at will. The empire of Gama, Wutan City. Zhang Tian felt a twinge of responsibility. He must protect the Xiao family over the course of this year. Speaking of which, the Xiao family had begun to expand beyond Wutan City. Hadn't they? Xiao Ku had passed away as well. Xiao Ku was the gray-robed elder within the Xiao family's library. He could be considered an uncle to Xiao Zhan. However, it seemed that Xiao Ku departed with a sense of ease. After all, at his age, one tends to come to terms with life. He had no descendants and had devoted himself entirely to the library, a truly diligent man for the Xiao family. As Xiao Yin fell into the gate of life and death, he found himself enveloped in darkness, where not even a hand could be seen. In such an environment, even illumination would require the burning of fighting spirit. It was no wonder that this place could facilitate rapid enhancement of one's abilities. Feeling the oppressive air and the very essence of the space, even flames would be distorted and extinguished here. Although the old man, Yao, carried two rare flames, he persisted in using his own fighting spirit for illumination, constantly honing himself in the process. How heavy? Merely moments after entering, he felt a crushing weight descend upon his shoulders. Extending his hand, he seemed to touch a stone tablet beneath him. With the flame of his fighting spirit illuminating the surroundings, Xiao Yin discerned the large characters inscribed upon it, the tablet of life and death. Within the gate of life and death, there are 9 grand illusions. The primary distinction between an illusion and a mere hallucination is that an illusion can have a tangible effect on your soul. There is a saying, when falsehood appears as truth, truth can also be false. The illusions may indeed possess a degree of reality. The gate of life and death is categorized into 9 grand illusions. The forest of death, the netherworld illusion, the pressure illusion, the frigid illusion, the inferno illusion, the fighting spirit illusion, the true illusion, the weightlessness illusion, and the dark thunder illusion. Xiao Yin meticulously studied the archaic script on the tablet of life and death. Every 7 days, the illusions within the gate change, followed by a 1-day pause, and every 64 days, one must experience them all. So, Nalin Yinran has been here for over a month? A solemnity washed over Xiao Yin, and his demeanor grew serious. In light of this, let me begin honing my fighting spirit. Xiao Yin sat cross-legged and activated the burning decision. For an ordinary person, absorbing these energies, which fluctuate between frigid and searing, would be exceedingly arduous. However, the burning decision, with its unparalleled dominance, could absorb both the forest of death's ghostly energy and the relentless dark thunder without fail. Crackle! A small bolt of dark thunder struck Xiao Yan's back, igniting a flurry of sparks. He let out a muffled grunt, but disregarded the pain, resolutely channeling the energy from the dark thunder into his body. As time passed, he found himself unexpectedly transported to a realm of ice and snow, where the biting cold compelled him to shiver, exhaling a long plume of white vapor. Yet, he knew this was merely an illusion. The true spatial transition would not occur until 7 days had passed. If he were to use his fighting spirit for warmth now, he would surely suffer from the dark thunder's attack. Eventually, he lost track of time as an intense heat washed over him. Despite the profuse sweat cascading down his body, he did not relent, gritting his teeth and steadfastly channeling the burning decision. The fighting spirit within him surged at a visibly rapid pace, further fueling his motivation. Suddenly, a white object drifted from afar and landed squarely on Xiao Yan's face, the tangible sensation revealing its reality. What is this? Xiao Yan awkwardly grasped it, initially believing it to be some guiding artifact within the gate of life and death. Upon closer inspection, he was shocked to find it stained with traces of blood. What the hell? A sanitary napkin. Though its design differed slightly, its appearance was startlingly vivid, and Xiao Yin exclaimed without thinking, "How could such a thing exist? Is this one of the trials of the illusion?" A thought struck him. Could this possibly belong to Nalin Yinran? Had she perhaps discarded it carelessly during her monthly cycle? It made sense, considering that, by tradition, it would take decades for a new sect leader to enter the gate of life and death. By then, this item would likely have decayed into mere mush. Xiao Yin mused quietly, yet he never anticipated that he would find himself in this predicament. Xiao Yin, what are you thinking about? The voice of the old man, Yao, startled Xiao Yin, causing his eyes to nearly bulge from their sockets. No, he couldn't let the master see this. Xiao Yin was well aware that with Yao's lecherous nature, he would undoubtedly mock him mercilessly. And who knew if he would tell his master? That would be utterly mortifying. Flames of beast fire erupted from his fingertips, incinerating the sanitary napkin into ashes. Days passed, and by the time the second cycle of 64 days had elapsed, 2 reincarnations had occurred within the gate of life and death. Zhang Tian's previously tumultuous aura surged once more, capable of tearing through space with a mere gesture. His physical form, now immersed in the chaotic currents of this realm, could no longer be harmed. A 5-star fighting sovereign, one revered among the strongest of the continent. Chapter 67. A year at the depths of the pit above the ruins of Yunlan's sect, Zhang Tian held Xiao Xian in his arms. After nearly half a year of devoted care, Xiao Xian's delicate face resembled that of a charming porcelain doll, clad in a soft green dress with a white hem beneath. Father, why hasn't brother Xiao Yin come out yet? Xiao Xian looked down at the dark portal below, tugging at Zhang Tian's hand with curiosity. Zhang Tian awoke from his meditative state, a hint of helplessness crossing his face. It's still early. Although Xiao Yin's breakthrough will elevate his realm, I've realized that if I also enter meditation, the fighting spirit I yield back will increase incrementally. Though it may not be substantial over time, I have managed to enhance my own level by a star. Grandpa Yao is coming up. Xiao Xian's keen eyes spotted the old man Yao's figure, and she jumped with joy, calling out. Zhang Tian stirred again, a look of exasperation on his face. The old man, Yao, rubbed Xiao Xian's cheek, eliciting a fit of giggles from her, before turning to Zhang Tian. Xiao Yin is now a 4-star fighting spirit. I believe it is nearly time for him to begin absorbing rare flames, the old man Yao said with a touch of seriousness. For absorbing rare flames was indeed a first. Beast fire is birthed from magical beasts and is suitable for refining, but rare flames, as wondrous entities of heaven and earth, have records of being tamed, yet none of devouring them. Indeed, rather swift. Under ordinary circumstances, Yao Lao would remain steadfastly by Xiao Yan's side. However, with Zhang Tian and Xiao Xian lingering outside the gates of life and death, it was only natural for Yao Lao to indulge himself and venture out for a stroll every 10 days or so. Hearing Zhang Tian's words, Yao Lao lifted his gaze and remarked, Xiao Yan's resilience truly surprises me. After all, half a year has passed, and within the gates of life and death, it feels as though 3 cycles have almost transpired. He has endured all manner of trials within the illusions. The Xian Zhongqi resides within Xiao Yan's spatial ring, as he is not yet capable of bearing its weight while training in the treacherous environment of the gates of life and death. The illusions within this realm are inherently harsh, accompanied by a suppression of fighting spirit. If combined with the Xian Zhongqi, those lacking the strength of a Do Wang would likely meet a swift demise. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yao Lao re-entered the gates of life and death. Though he could come and go as he pleased, he would never be absent for more than half an hour. Xiao Yin, you must persevere, Zhang Tian murmured, closing his eyes, his exterior calm, but his heart in turmoil. Endure, and you shall sail smoothly. Fail to endure, and your fate shall be fraught with misfortune. Inside the gates of life and death, Yao Lao felt an overwhelming sense of solitude and desolation, as if this weightless space was suffocating him. The torment of various illusions and the immense pressure would leave any challenger without the strength to cry out in agony. Xiao Yin was engulfed in his suffering and trials, utterly oblivious to Yao Lao's presence. His eyes remained tightly shut, locked in his own world. Amidst the incessant heavy pressure and the stifling humidity that pervaded this space, his fighting spirit was tempered into a denser, more luminous form, although its quantity had only increased by a little over 30%. Each fraction of his fighting spirit was now more potent than before by at least 70%. Xiao Yin, keep pushing forward, Yao Lao encouraged, his spiritual awareness reaching out to remind him. You find yourself within the Yin prison illusion. Yao Lao's voice resonated within Xiao Yan's soul, strikingly vivid. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yin hastily moderated his energy absorption, redirecting it to refine the meridians and fighting spirit within his body. To his perception, the gentle energy he had been absorbing suddenly transformed into a chilling, toxic force, wrapping around his bones and coursing through his meridians like a parasite. Waves of excruciating pain surged through him, akin to having his flesh and bones sliced with a steel blade. Yet he gritted his teeth and endured. He understood that this was not the Sun Luo illusion, but rather the Yin prison illusion. To waste this energy on anything other than refining his body would be a grave error. Conversely, recklessly absorbing the energy from the Yin prison illusion would lead to catastrophic consequences. Illusions often induce sensory distortions. What felt like the searing heat of the Yin prison illusion could easily be mistaken for the frigid air of the Ice Secret Realm, leading to misjudgments that could destabilize one's fighting spirit and result in death. Yao Lao had repeatedly cautioned Xiao Yin about this. The Yunlong sect possesses a treasure known as the Illusion Testing Stone, whose light remains unaffected by illusions. Depending on the characteristics of each illusion, the stone emits different glows. Although various illusions can obscure spiritual perception, they have little impact on Yao Lao, a master of the late heavenly realm. Understood, Xiao Yin replied, his voice trembling as his muscles quivered in varying frequencies. For the next 6 months, you must not only cultivate within the illusions, but also refine your Ioa. Yao Lao stated after a moment of silence, which significantly increases the risk. Sitting cross-legged atop the colossal life and death monument, Xiao Yin managed to force a smile through the infinite pain. Well, that aligns perfectly with my intentions. This form of training is far too slow. Xiao Yin was eager to escape this wretched place. Suddenly, the space began to spin, and amidst the transformation, Xiao Yin felt as though he had entered an entirely different realm. A sense of relaxation enveloped him, a pressure-free sensation that enlivened every cell in his body. Yet he remained acutely vigilant, gritting his teeth. It's all right. It's time for a break, Yao Lao's voice echoed, allowing Xiao Yin to finally release his tense demeanor and exhale deeply. Indeed, the illusion had employed such tactics to torment him before, just when he believed he could rest. He was nearly struck down by a hidden thunderbolt. Since then, he had only relaxed upon hearing Yao Lao's voice. In this new realm, he felt as if his body was about to take flight, as though, with a gentle leap, he could soar through the air like a dozone. Xiao Yin attempted to jump and instantly soared over 10 zhang high, standing suspended in the air. Just as he thought he had succeeded, he plummeted rapidly, landing with a thud on the ground. Yao Lao appeared beside him like a phantom, a peculiar smile playing on his lips as he teased. What happened, my dozone? Why aren't you flying? Have you inflated? Xiao Yan's face flushed with embarrassment as he scratched his head, confounded by the deceptive sensation. This state is just right for refining the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire, Yao Lao said, conjuring a flame resembling a blue lotus in his palm. Its power controlled by his spiritual force. To subdue, one must meet the requirements of spiritual strength. After all, this entity cannot simply be grasped to be refined and tamed. The 4th-ranked Jin Di, Fun Tian, Yin even possesses the ability to burn fighting spirit. Although ranked 4th, it is truly the 3rd, and holding in one's hand could extinguish even a Do Sheng's fighting spirit within 10 breaths. Xiao Yan's expression turned grave as he unleashed his fighting spirit and spiritual power, enveloping the lotus-like Qinglian Earth Heartfire. With Yao Lao releasing his mental strength, it was gently drawn closer. Suddenly, the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire trembled, flames leaping into the air, startling Xiao Yin to the core. Struggling against the urge to cast it away, he sat cross-legged, controlling the to hover before his chest, and began the slow process of refinement. After expending a 5th of his fighting spirit, he finally left a mark upon the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire, and then he swallowed it whole. With his spiritual power barely reaching the early stage of the mortal realm, Xiao Yin felt the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire settle within his Dantian, though not directly. It was stored within a small space he had created using his spatial abilities. After all, given the nature of the even before complete refinement, it could incinerate most things in existence, and only such a void space could contain it. He took out a snow lotus pill and consumed it, allowing the cold energy to flow into his body, neutralizing the temperature of the Chapter 68, 2-star, Do Sheng. The sound of wind whistled by his ears, like demons whispering disquieting thoughts, stirring unease within him. Though not overwhelming, the atmosphere was particularly treacherous at this critical moment of refining Ioa. As the final echo faded, Xiao Yin opened his tightly shut eyes, revealing a blue and purple flame within his gaze. Extending his hand, he opened his palm to reveal a pulsating, deep purple flame, and his aura surged dramatically. Behind him, a pair of wings, half purple and half green, unfurled, and his entire being exuded not just formidable fighting spirit, but also flickers of flame coursing through him. The burning decision began to ravenously refine the energy of heaven and earth, as if starved, creating a vacuum of spiritual energy within a radius of dozens of meters. The burning decision had evolved. It had now reached a level that ordinary people could scarcely aspire to. Burning decision, low-level Earth-rank skill. At the threshold of life and death, Zhang Tian, seated atop Yunlan Mountain, opened his eyes and observed the two distinct flames, one azure and the other violet, emblazoned upon his palms, gradually dimming. A hint of a smile graced his face. After a lapse of 1 year and 2 months, success had finally been achieved. His aura surged uncontrollably, unleashing a torrent of fighting spirit that cracked the ground beneath him, enveloping the entire Yunlan sect in an overwhelming presence akin to that of a Do Saint. This potent energy swept over Xiao Xian, who, despite attempting to evade it, gazed in bewilderment as the ants he was manipulating suddenly ceased their movements, while birds began to plummet from the trees above. What was happening? Xiao Xian, caught off guard, glanced at his father, only to discover that he had ascended into the sky without his knowledge. His robe billowed in the wind, long hair flowing as if moved by an unseen force, while his eyes reflected a myriad of insights into the fabric of space. The surging might was reined in within moments, rendering him devoid of any discernible aura, appearing as an ordinary person. Not merely a half-step Do Saint, nor a fledgling Do Saint, but a formidable 2-star Do Saint. Even from the opposite side of the Do Chi continent, he could effortlessly traverse the void. Akin to the ancient Yuan, he had now acquired the capability to forge a tangible realm, yet whether it could blossom into a world remained contingent on fortune. At this juncture, Yao Lao had just emerged from the threshold of life and death, exuberantly addressing Zhang Tian. Shaoyan has successfully refined 2 types of Yoa, living up to your expectations. The burning decision has also evolved into a low-tier Earth-level technique. It seems even distant heavenly-level techniques are within reach. As he spoke, Yao Lao abuli hatet. Why does there linger a trace of Do Saint energy? Yao Chun pondered, recognizing many saints, yet this particular aura felt both familiar and foreign. Typically, the Do Saint energy he sensed was vast and heavy, yet today, while equally magnificent, it possessed an unexpectedly youthful essence. He had encountered the frailty of age, yet never had he felt such a vibrant vitality. Indeed, he is exceptional, not disappointing my expectations. A flicker of approval graced Zhang Tian's countenance. Yao Lao ap, a hint of pride on his face. It's not just my burning decisions prowess. At this rate, with Xiao Yin merely 17 or 18 years old, he may well surpass you by 23 or 24. Yao Lao cast a sideways glance at Zhang Tian, seemingly eager to witness his reaction. Zhang Tian chuckled, offering no explanation. Elsewhere, in a realm far above the Do Chi continent, independent from it, radiating a brilliant yellow light, a colossal golden sun illuminated a vast land dotted with numerous structures, yet predominantly characterized by boundless wilderness. Atop the highest mountain stood an extraordinarily youthful and handsome man, gazing at the last remnants of the sun in the sky. This was Yi, who not long ago had decimated a significant portion of the universe's life forms. Alas, Chen's power is excessively formidable, despite being of divine lineage. His extremism is concerning. Yi, born of a half-human, half-divine bloodline, had revealed exceptional archery skills from a young age. It was hard to fathom that this individual had lived for over 10,000 years, eternally youthful upon this very mountain. In a moment, he unslung the red longbow from his back, drawing forth a golden arrow infused with his resolute spirit to safeguard the final vestige of hope. The Heavenly Emperor had forged the sun using Yi's brother, transforming it into the last golden crow, soaring endlessly through the vast wilderness. Recognizing Yi's virtuous deeds, the Heavenly Emperor conferred upon him the title of Emperor, granting him a place in the imperial court. He was typically reticent, seemingly peering far beyond into the void, where he observes Yishou and Shi battling against foreign invaders. The expression on Shi's face was icy as he suppressed a multitude of adversaries. The fiery Emperor. The outer celestial demons are invading. A seemingly anxious attendant addressed Yi, who stood atop the mountain. Covered in radiant light, he drew a colossal golden bow, and with the sound of a phoenix's cry echoing through the heavens, a golden crow ignited in flames, instantly vanishing into brilliance. As his arm relaxed, the longbow was secured at his side. Beings rivaling Do Saints and even Do Emperors were effortlessly swept away in the golden torrent, obliterated in an instant. As the arrow released a lengthy stream of golden light across the cosmos, all darkness was dispelled beneath its brilliance. The arrow pierced through deception, guiding the light toward a brighter future. Zishou, silent yet relentless, unleashed seals with his hands, sending shockwaves through the starry river, causing the cosmos to tremble. Stars erupted in succession, countless outer celestial demons perishing under his onslaught, a mere gesture shattering colossal celestial bodies. Fragments of stars, thousands of miles in size, crashed with a resounding thud onto another star, creating a massive cloud of cosmic dust. The enemy's emperor? Zisho's gaze turned frigid as he beheld a figure distinctly different in attire, adorned with golden threads, exuding an air of nobility and mystery. With a single strike, boundless star power surged forth, causing the star river to roll back. The mysterious figure sensed immense pressure, roaring as it shattered numerous stars. A single punch shattered thousands of celestial bodies as it swung towards Zisho, only to be met with a devastating counter, injuring it and sending it flying. In a single move, a being ranked among the top 5 among the foreign races was grievously wounded. Such was the prowess of the most formidable individual in this realm throughout history. A one-eyed alien of Do Emperor caliber glimmered with intensity, preparing to ambush Zisho with its strongest attack. Yet Zisho's eyes flashed like lightning, piercing through its chest. In an instant, a Do Emperor met their demise. Sure, radiating light, approached the injured form of Yi, who bore countless wounds from a fierce battle with a foreign power. This time we have triumphed, and so it shall be in the future. He surveyed the ravaged cosmos. One day, we shall invade their universe. I sense our awaited ally is nearing. Shirt trembled, astonished at the swiftness of their arrival. Zisho snorted disdainfully. What awaited ally? Utterly laughable. If the path is obstructed, I shall forge my way with my fists. Clad in a purple-golden imperial robe, adorned with true dragons, his aura resonated throughout the universe, shaking the very fabric of time and space. Without uttering a word, he began to mend the shattered cosmos. Chapter 69. The Grave of Souls. Yao Lao. Can we locate it? Zhang Tian, donned in pristine garments, inquired of Yao Lao. Xiaoyan, seated upon a nearby mountain, bore a resolute expression in his eyes. A year had elapsed, and through countless illusions, he had grown significantly. Now, he emanated the confidence characteristic of a true champion. A one-star Do Wang. Though merely a one-star Do Wang, he had acquired the ability to predict attacks using soul power, rendering even a 9-star Do Wang potentially inferior to him. Yao Lao closed his eyes to sense the peculiar stone, which emanated an exceedingly subtle aura that even his heavenly ranked soul could not penetrate. This object is no ordinary relic. It is sealed by an immensely powerful force. Unless I ascertain the method, I cannot unlock it. After several attempts, a trace of helplessness appeared on Yao Lao's face. It was known that he possessed the ability to concoct 9-rank elixirs. Yet, even with his formidable soul power, he remained unable to unlock it. Zhang Tian, hearing Yao Lao's words, felt a twinge of disappointment, though it was within his expectations, for while 9-rank alchemists were scarce among the Soul Clan, 2 or 3 still existed. As an exceedingly clandestine force, the precise location of the Soul Palace is not easily discernible, which undoubtedly required considerable effort to conceal. Even the 9th-rank alchemists remain within the bounds of their vigilance. No matter, Zhang Tian shook his head, for he had already discerned that the members of the Soul Palace resided within the Morning Soul Mountain Range. As for the Tian Gang Palace and the Earth Palace, they seemed rather inconsequential. If he could visit them, all the better, but if not, it was of no concern. Eventually, he would confront the Soul Clan. At my current pace, I should reach the Morning Soul Mountain Range in about 3 days. Soul Yomu, let us see if you can evade your fate this time. A glimmer of inscrutable intent flickered in Zhang Tian's eyes, for he indeed desired to engage in battle with the clan leader, Soul Tiendi. Old Yao, this time we shall obliterate a branch of the Soul Palace, and, in the process, procure a physical vessel for you, Zhang Tian remarked, turning to Old Yao. On the mountain above, Xiaoyan also exhibited a hint of eagerness, easily tossing the Xian Zhong ruler onto his back before leaping down. Teacher, allow me to join as well, Xiaoyan implored, his face alight with anticipation. It had been far too long since he had tasted battle, leaving his bloodlust somewhat dulled. It seems your cultivation has surged, and you seek a sparring partner. Zhang Tian chuckled softly, fully aware of Xiaoyan's intentions. During his year of seclusion atop Yunlan Mountain, Xiaoyan had been surrounded by only Zhang Tian and Old Yao, aside from a non-combatant Xiao Xian, so it was only natural he would not foolishly seek out punishment. Thus, it was understandable that he was eager to test his mettle against a formidable opponent, and Zhang Tian felt similarly. Old Yao looked at the two with a smile. Since you both are so keen, let us journey together. With this consensus, Zhang Tian casually cradled Xiao Xian in one arm, after old Yao entered his spatial ring. He grasped Xiao Yan's hand, and with a single step, the surrounding scenery rapidly transformed, already 1,000 miles away. Having broken through to the Dosheng realm, he had gained profound insight into the essence of spatial dimensions, which was also why Dosheng powerhouses could create small secret realms suitable for habitation. They no longer needed to traverse through spatial nodes to reach their destination. The nodes of space were laid bare before their eyes. Although tearing through space would indeed expedite their journey. Before Xiao Yan could fully comprehend the situation, he felt the surrounding space receding rapidly. In a moment of panic, he conjured a protective shield of Ioa to withstand the fierce wind pressure, ensuring he had ample space to breathe. However, the Ioa shield was subjected to immense stress, contorting under the pressure as the violet flames of the 9 netherwind flame nearly pressed against his face, causing Xiao Yan to hastily increase his Doqi output to maintain the shield. Not bad, Zhang Tian remarked with a hint of playful mockery, accelerating once more with Xiao Yan, almost cutting through the air like a streak of light. The Ioa shield shattered, leaving Xiao Yan's complexion drastically altered. Just as he was inundated by a gust of wind, a gentle surge of Do Qi enveloped him, albeit meager in quantity. The density and latent power it contained were frightfully formidable. After all, to reach the Morning Soul mountain range, which lay at the confluence of 2 continents, if they did not tear through space, their travel time would extend from 3 hours to an entire day. On the following morning, as the sun began to rise, the forest within the Morning Soul mountain range remained as frigid as the night, a pale blue mist rising, neither thick nor dispersed, just sufficient to obscure vision beyond 10 paces. Teacher, this place has the effect of shielding soul power, Xiao Yan noted upon stepping into the blue mist. Feeling a chill, instinctively emitting his soul power to sense his surroundings, only to find a veil of hazy fog. Zhang Tian and old Yao exchanged glances. However, unlike old Yao, whose eyes were imbued with somber gravity, Zhang Tian displayed an air of nonchalance. Yet, this slight demeanor went unnoticed by old Yao, who spoke with a hint of seriousness. Within their soul powers, this mere layer of illusionary mist could not impede their abilities. In fact, their visual obstruction was limited. It seems this is indeed the Soul Palace. Zhang Tian's gaze pierced through the mist, revealing an imposing edifice nestled within the Morning Soul mountain range. This castle-like hall was partially constructed into the mountainside, as if the towering peaks of the Morning Soul range were embracing the Soul Palace. The dark purple walls were etched with ominous black markings, forming an intricate pattern that seemed to possess the ability to devour souls, likely leaving the average observer feeling dizzy. I wonder if Soul Yomu is within, Zhang Tian mused, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. What? Soul Yomu? Old Yao's countenance stiffened. He had merely been in Xiao Yan's spatial ring for a moment, not expecting to confront one of the 3 main halls of the Soul Palace. Zhang, what did you say? Soul Yomu is inside? Old Yao's expression shifted as he sensed a familiar, yet overwhelming aura lurking within the Soul Palace. One that cannot be ignored. Soul Yomu, come forth and meet your demise. Zhang Tian laughed heartily, striking the wall of the Soul Palace with a single palm through layers of barriers, dissipating much of the ethereal blue mist that had enveloped the Morning Soul mountain range, gradually clarifying their vision. Crack. Whether it was an illusion or reality, the Soul Palace, which even a 5-star Dozun could not shake, now bore faint cracks, as some of the imprisoned souls began to struggle violently against their chains. Among them were several powerful soul entities, renowned figures on the continent, including a few alchemists, with at least 2 souls belonging to 8-star alchemists. As the commotion stirred, Soul Yomu was inevitably alerted, and in an instant, over 20 figures cloaked in black robes flickered into existence within the Soul Palace. Dozens of weaker cultivators had succumbed to the residual shockwaves, losing both their fighting and mobility capabilities. The leading figures were all Dozun-level cultivators, including 1 4-star Dozun. Such a formidable assembly would render even the mightiest 6-star Dozun, Gu Qianma, from the northwest continent, incapable of gaining any advantage. Damn it, this aura. He has grown stronger since 800 years ago. Old Yao gritted his teeth, sensing the familiar yet overwhelming presence of the foremost individual, inwardly lamenting their dire predicament. The intensity of this Do Qi was nearing the pinnacle of his former self. In other words, he had ascended to the 9-star Dozun. There are actually forces on the continent daring to assault the Soul Palace. Soul Yomu, cloaked in black, obscured his visage, revealing only a remarkably young chin and mouth, as the ethereal blue Do Qi surged violently around him. No, I have underestimated him. Old Yao thought in alarm. This level of power rivaled his own perfect mastery of the bone spirit cold fire. Chapter 70. Soul Yomu. Teacher, be careful. Xiao Yan, recalling past experiences, felt a chill run down his spine, his body trembling, tears welling in his eyes. This warning was a desperate plea for the well-being of his future. The combined might of several Do Zun exuded an oppressive force that descended upon Zhang Tian and his companions like a darkened sky, with Soul Yomu's presence being the most formidable among them. Zhang Tian's demon zither was stored within his space, and although the spatial ring could not contain the zither, he had created a compartment within his own body using a more advanced spatial technique. However, he had no intention of wielding any weapons. He merely extended a slender finger, crystalline and jade-like, and, with a gentle tap, the collective pressure was shattered. Boom! A terrifying aura surged forth, yet his entire being remained unchanged. His expression, robe, and even strands of hair were still, but a ferocious force that connected heaven and earth erupted violently. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and the sound of thunder echoed, as if heralding the end of the world. Xiao Yan felt the oppressive might of the ominous clouds, a suffocating sensation that seemed intent on shattering him. As the strongest entity currently existing in this realm, the might of a Do saint was sufficient to obliterate the so-called King of Do. This overwhelming presence left Yao Lao profoundly shaken, his disbelief laid bare upon his aged visage. A Do saint, undoubtedly a Do saint. In Yao Lao's ancient eyes, a mix of admiration and melancholy flickered, his hands and entire body trembling. To have reached such heights, without the slightest hint of a bottleneck, he had effortlessly surpassed this old man. Han Yomu's expression darkened, teeth clenched in disbelief, his eyes ablaze with hatred, almost consuming Zhang Tian. How could this be? How could you possibly be a Do saint? This man stood on the same level as his greatest shadow, Han Miesheng, yet he found it impossible to accept. How could it be? Just a year prior, he had been a mere Do Zun on the brink of being crushed by him, incapable of withstanding even a single attack from his 5-star Do Zun prowess. Whether it is true or not, you shall find out, Zhang Tian chuckled. Indeed, it was a strike. To onlookers, it seemed a mere tap, but to Han Yomu, it felt like a colossal pillar descending from the heavens, carrying with it the might to tear the world asunder. The immense pressure contorted his face, yet he unleashed all his Do Chi in a desperate attempt to resist the impending blow. The aura of a newly ascended 9-star Do Zun erupted, causing the very space around him to tremble violently. His eyes filled with madness as he clasped his hands together, striving to block the attack. Crack! A sound akin to thunder rang out, and Han Yomu plummeted from the sky like a meteor, crashing into the morning Soul Mountains. Swish! The foaming sword flashed with brilliance, cleaving the morning Soul Mountains, stretching thousands of meters, cleanly in half. Han Yomu lay on the ground, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, mingling with strands of hair that fell onto the earth. He found himself on one side of the fissure, narrowly avoiding the blade's edge that grazed his legs and arms. Feeling the chilling aura of the sword, he had almost met his end. Hovering in the air, Han Yomu was filled with a sense of surviving a calamity. His gaze now devoid of confidence, replaced by overwhelming fear as he looked at Zhang Tian. At this moment, his black robe was in tatters, and the youthful elegance of his face had vanished, cold sweat clinging to his hair, his back drenched. Han Yomu, was it not said? Zhang Tian observed his disheveled state, a smile forming that sparked both fury and boundless terror within Han Yomu. There was nowhere to escape, not even in the ancient tribes. If not, he would be pursued to the ends of the earth. Clad in a stunning sea blue robe adorned with delicate white patterns, while lacking protective capabilities, it was indeed aesthetically pleasing. His feet were shod in white shoes, embroidered with a fire cloud and edged with golden threads. Come, let us see what you can do. I am eager to engage with you. However, even if you flee to the Soul Emperor, death awaits you. As soon as the words left his lips, a sword aura nearly 1,000 meters long swept across the sky. Han Yomu's expression turned icy, dark Do Chi coiling around his palms. The razor-sharp sword energy was grasped within his hands, writhing like a twisted serpent, exuding immense force yet failing to advance. With a sudden exertion, the sword energy exploded into countless fragments of Do Chi. Ghostly soul, shattering wave. A low-tier Earth-class Do technique was instantaneously completed in Han Yomu's grasp, and the terrifying shockwave shattered the earth as it surged toward Zhang Tian, arriving before him in the blink of an eye. This was a unique soul technique of the Soul Palace, capable of restraining souls, and the horrifying Do Chi infused with the essence of bone-piercing worms would entwine the enemy, rendering them worse than dead. Roar. A faint yet ominous dragon's roar resounded, as the dreadful, ghostly soul-shattering wave was obliterated by the longing halberd, leaving no trace of the so-called special Do Chi. Dealing with you requires a single hand. Two would be excessive, Zhang Tian remarked, wielding the longing halberd with one hand. Unable to fully unleash himself, an accidental misstep could lead to his demise. Han Youmu's expression darkened, yet he fell silent. Confronted with a Do saint whose strength surpassed his own, regardless of Zhang Tian's previous weaknesses, he now undeniably towered over him. Han Youmu would not underestimate him. A vast expanse of Do Chi coalesced into a colossal ghostly visage, towering over 100 feet, exuding an aura comparable to a 6-star Dozun. This was the remains of a formidable foe who had once perished at Han Youumu's hands, now refined into a weapon for his own attacks. Ha ha! Is that all? A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as the longing halberd rose and fell. The ghostly visage barely advanced before coming to an abrupt halt, shattering with a crisp sound. In truth, over 4,000 holes had already been pierced through the ghostly visage. Seeing this, Han Youmu let out a furious roar and charged at him, engaging in close combat. Each of his strikes bore the power to annihilate a 2-star Dozun, relentlessly attacking Zhang Tian again and again. Yet despair washed over Han Youmu as he realized his speed could not match Zhang Tian's. In an instant, Zhang Tian's strikes exceeded his own by more than 20-fold. Crack! A punch landed on his left cheek, the force of 2-star Do Saint level erupting upon impact, nearly obliterating his brain. The next moment, another punch struck his right cheek. Then came blows to his chest, left arm, and right limb. A punch landing on Han Youumu's arm with a resounding crack, followed by another to his forehead. After what felt like an eternity, Han Youmu sprawled on the ground. Finally registered his surroundings, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the earth, a shattered tooth falling beside it. Han Youmu felt his eyelids grow heavy, almost unable to lift them. How could this be? Han Youmu could hardly believe, utterly incapable of retaliating. A Do Saint. Truly this formidable? Yao Lao observed the scene. His suspicions confirmed as he regarded the once mighty submaster of the Soul Palace, now reduced to such a pitiful state, reflecting with a mix of sentiment and wistfulness. Some individuals require no deification. They are legends in their own right. Indeed, for this continent, a Do Saint embodies myth, transcending the ordinary. Chapter 71. The minuscule gap between us, what nonsense! I am the master of the Soul Palace, a madman who dares to call the patriarch by his name. You shall pay dearly. Han Youmu forced his heavy eyelids open, bellowing in anger. He wished to grit his teeth, but the pristine set of teeth that had accompanied him for nearly a millennium had been pulverized, and now he could not even find them scattered on the ground. Divine Surpass activat. Han Youmu spat out a mouthful of blood, his hands laboriously pushing against the earth, crimson symbols rising from the morning soul mountains, radiating a bloody glow. This was. Xiao Yin felt a pang of pain underfoot as Yao Lao transformed into a spiritual entity, shielding him with the power of a Dozong. Attempting to soar into the sky, he was thwarted by an overwhelming force that pressed him back down. The grand formation enveloping the entire morning soul mountains ensnared all within, and the members of the Soul Palace had now lost their breath. Their existence hinged solely on the success of this devouring soul formation. Their breaths swiftly dissipated into the ether. The venerable Yao Lao controlled Xiao Yan's body, guiding him to the side of Zhang Tian, and spoke to him. Zhang Tian beheld the figure standing firm, yet beneath him, the formation relentlessly siphoned away Do Chi and vitality from the line of Soul Palace Do Zun and Do Zong. It appeared this was indeed the foundation upon which Han Youmu relied, and his assistance transcended that of a mere 5-star Do Zun and 2 4-star Do Zun. The absence of any stronger beings below the 3-star Do Zun suggested they had all perished. However, it was remarkable that a branch of the Soul Palace harbored so many powerful souls willing to sacrifice themselves for him. Han Youmu was no ordinary figure. The readiness to sacrifice all his Do Zun subordinates implied a singular possibility. This formation could unleash power capable of contending with the Do Sheng. Nevertheless, regardless of his circumstances, Zhang Tian was poised to intervene and thwart him. With the longing halberd in hand, Zhang Tian instantaneously appeared beside Han Youmu, thrusting directly toward the core of the formation. Just as the longing halberd was about to pierce through his body, the formation erupted in a vast expanse of crimson light, forming a red shield that staunchly obstructed the halberd's edge. No matter how forcefully Zhang Tian pressed, he could only distort the shield but could not penetrate it. As his assault intensified, the entire soul-devouring formation quaked violently, the sounds of shattering resonating throughout the morning soul mountains, even causing the fabric of space to begin to fracture. To convert all received attacks into this realm, what a grand design! Zhang Tian's eyes flickered, and in an instant, he discerned the essence of the formation. The perennial blue mist within the morning soul mountains surged toward Han Yomu's body, as he enacted his secret arts, akin to fledglings returning to the nest. As his momentum soared, the agony he endured intensified, nearly provoking a roar from him. Do you understand why I chose this place as my branch? Han Yomu trembled as he spoke, his eyes seemingly foreseeing Zhang Tian's demise, forcing a smile amidst his suffering. This was originally a grand gift prepared for Soul Mieshang, and I would trouble you to accept it, Han Yomu intoned, revealing a sinister smile, his body continually absorbing the energy of the soul-devouring formation, cold sweat cascading down his face, veins bulging. Because Han Yomu struck the ground, a blood-red radiance flickering, and at that moment, horrifying flames with terrifying heat surged upward from the earth, engulfing those encircled by the soul-devouring formation in the might of the ground fire. The crimson flames erupted from the depths, enveloping Han Yomu in a sanguine shroud, emanating an aura that faintly surpassed that of a Dozun. Half-step Dosheng, 1-star Dosheng, mid-stage 1-star Dosheng. Only when Han Yomu's cultivation reached mid-stage 1-star Dosheng did his momentum finally cease to swell, for further escalation would result in his body being overwhelmed by the vast energy. Yet it was not over. Han Yomu bellowed, slamming his palm against the earth. The ground trembled violently, as if a colossal entity was being drawn forth. As the earth convulsed, a gigantic silhouette emerged, its vast wings obscuring the sky. Its skeletal head devoid of flesh, yet seemingly capable of devouring the sun and moon, exuding a formidable presence despite its mere bones. This was a bone dragon of Dosheng caliber. Yao Lao was the first to lose composure, shouting in alarm, his gaze toward Zhang Tian fraught with concern. The reason for establishing a branch of the Soul Palace here is that I discovered the remains of a Dosheng-level beast. Through the Soul Palace's unique secret arts, Han Yomu could command the bone dragon in battle. One must understand how rare a Dosheng-level corpse is. Merely this skeleton is comparable in value to the entire Soul Palace. With the emergence of the bone dragon, the soul-devouring formation's pull grew increasingly terrifying, casting a layer of crimson light over the morning soul mountains, infused with a hint of sanguine aroma. Ultimately, the bone dragon was encircled at the heart of the soul-devouring formation, as if submerged in a pool of blood, its originally lustrous bones now streaked with lines of blood, as the bloodlines wound around the dragon's entire form and its brow. A dreadful red glow emanated from its hollow eyes. With a violent flap of its wings, a tempest erupted, scattering the lifeless corpses of the Soul Palace Dozun into oblivion. Though it possessed no vocal cords, the dragon's fearsome head tilted skyward, unleashing a thunderous roar. Roar! In the midst of 1-star Dosheng's mid-stage, the bone dragon soared through the skies, exhibiting a degree of intelligence under Han Yomu's control. Its enormous crimson eyes fixated upon Zhang Tian. Two entities of equal caliber, Han Yomu, a satisfied smile graced his face. You have indeed surprised me. Unexpectedly capable. Then, with an ever-widening grin, Zhang Tian transformed into a streak of light, rocketing skyward, only to materialize behind the bone dragon in the next instant. The bone dragon seemed to have eyes at its back, shifting aside with a jolt, yet Zhang Tian followed like a shadow, delivering a crushing blow to the dragon's spine. Crack! A myriad of fissures erupted upon the dragon's back, its massive form plummeting like a small mountain, stirring up immense clouds of dust. Delight me at your leisure. Zhang Tian stood proudly, provocatively gesturing with his fingers at the tightly clenched fist of Han Yomu. Damn it! Ben Yomu roared, the power of a Dosheng erupting in an instant, obliterating everything around him. Bang! After merely a few exchanges, Han Yomu, filled with rage, discovered that his speed was still over 10 times inferior to Zhang Tian's, akin to a punching bag as Zhang Tian's fist struck his chest, causing him to involuntarily spew blood, his chest caving in slightly. In a flash, he appeared beside the rebounding Han Yomu, one hand grasping his neck, and despite being elevated, there was an overwhelming sense of superiority. Do you wish to dance as well? Chapter 72. Summon the Soul Emperor. Han Yomu felt as though his neck might shatter, flailing helplessly in Zhang Tian's grip. Your dancing skills seem rather lackluster. Observing Han Yomu's awkward struggles, akin to a marionette, Zhang Tian's eyes flickered, casually casting him aside. His form flickering as he appeared behind the bone dragon, which had just taken flight with its wings. With a single step down, it was as if a mountain had collapsed, and with a crisp sound, the bone dragon's sturdy back cracked open, plummeting to the ground like a meteor. Xiao Yan, aided by Yao Lao's strength, barely manifested the prowess of a one-star Dozun, his eyes fixed upon the relentlessly battered Han Yimou, momentarily at a loss for whether to feel sorrow or astonishment. It seems this old fellow is rather unfortunate. Yao Lao chuckled, silently mourning Han Yimou's fate for 3 seconds. Although Han Yimou appeared youthful, he was a figure of their era, merely a century younger than Yao Lao. Xiao Yan nodded in agreement, wielding the Xian Zhongqi to fend off remnants of the Soul Palace while conversing with Yao Lao. These small fry have only just managed to escape from the Soul Palace. Han Yimou looked down on their power, which is why they were spared from being sacrificed to the soul-devouring formation. Witnessing Xiao Yan's audacity and utter disregard for them, the Soul Palace Guardians could not help but roar in indignation. "How dare you, you insolent brat, show such blatant contempt?" A sharp voice rang out. The Soul Palace had long been a nightmare for numerous powers and formidable beings across the Central State and several continents. When had they ever been so underestimated? The voice drew Xiao Yan's attention, and the man, undeterred, emanated an imposing aura that sent a chill down the spine. It would be prudent to contemplate an escape. If you harm him, I cannot say whether he will perish, but you shall surely be reduced to ashes. A slightly stout, middle-aged man's voice resonated. His eyes, visible beyond his black robe, cast a meaningful glance at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan scrutinized the man, recognizing that he was no ordinary individual. Yet he could not articulate what made him so exceptional. Was it merely because this man, a 9-star Dozong, had halted the advance of a 7-star Dozong Guardian from the Soul Palace? It seemed the Soul Palace was embroiled in significant turmoil, just as Xiao Yan was about to unleash the flame-splitting abyssal crew to eliminate the Dozongs before him. A series of faint whispers emerged from the thin blue mist of the Burial Soul Mountains, and 5 figures stepped forth from the mountain's periphery. "Brother, it appears our expedition to the Soul Palace is about to yield results," boomed a robust middle-aged man to a venerable elder with snow-white hair by his side. Despite the elder's long hair having turned as white as snow, when he opened his tightly shut eyes, a divine light burst forth. "Iron Serpent, go and test the waters." The elder instructed a curvaceous and strikingly beautiful woman beside him, while his gaze remained fixated on the battle between Han Yimou and Zhang Tian, his eyes glinting with intensity. The woman named Iron Serpent did not respond, instead gliding closer to Xiao Yan and his companions, the residual energy from their skirmish barely affecting her. Xiao Yan appraised the woman, discovering that she was indeed a formidable 8-star Dozong. Moreover, the group comprised Iron Serpent, the elder, the middle-aged man, an old crone, and a man in his 30s bearing a gruesome scar across his face. Apart from the middle-aged man, who was a 7-star Dozong, the others, including the Scarface man and the crone, were all 8-star Dozongs. Xiao Yan sensed a hint of danger and pressure emanating from the elder at the forefront. Although Xiao Yan was engaged in battle, he remained observant of the 5 newcomers, while the elder was equally scrutinizing him. The ongoing clash between Han Yimou and the near-destroyed Bone Dragon was so overwhelming that the elder felt an intensified pressure, indicating that victory was unattainable. Thus, he redirected his focus to Xiao Yan. Upon closer examination, the elder was taken aback, for this youth, appearing remarkably young, was only slightly inferior in cultivation to himself. With a single 8 extremes burst, he had severely injured an 8-star Dozong Guardian of the Soul Palace, causing Iron Serpent's eyes to narrow. She moved closer, her voice tinged with a tremor she could not suppress, yet she still managed to sound alluring. "Dear sir, who might you be?" She slightly tilted her body, accentuating her alluring curves. However, Xiao Yan was no longer the naive youth of yore. He cast a cold glance at Iron Serpent and swung the flame-splitting abyssal tree toward the Soul Palace's entourage. A fierce red radiance erupted from the massive tree, as fire serpents danced and enveloped dozens of feet of enemies, a blazing for light streaking across the sky. Observing an 8-star Dozong Guardian spitting blood and hastily igniting his essence to escape, Xiao Yan's gaze flickered, yet he refrained from pursuit. Earth-level martial skill, Iron Serpent mused, her eyes glimmering. Having roamed the Doqi continent for years, she possessed remarkable insight. With a delicate snort, she advanced toward Xiao Yan once more. "Iron Serpent!" The elder suddenly called out, and with a swift motion of his hand, a colossal palm of over 20 meters formed, grasping Iron Serpent and pulling her away. Boom! In the next instant, The spot where Iron Serpent had stood erupted, creating a deep pit of several dozen meters. Initially, the 9-star Do Zone Guardian of the Soul Palace exhibited no semblance of surprise. He remained utterly calm, merging his hands to easily counter Xiao Yan's subsequent attack. Young Master Xiao Yan. Just as Xiao Yan prepared to strike again, the Guardian spoke, causing Xiao Yan to momentarily hesitate. Young Master Xiao Yan, I am not from the Soul Palace. My name is Guler. The Guardian continued, now devoid of hostility, as he smiled at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, observing Guler's earnest demeanor, paused. Xiao Yan, he is indeed not of the Soul Palace, yet he cannot be trusted lightly. Yao Lao's voice echoed in Xiao Yan's ears, indicating he had been attentively monitoring the situation outside. Although Xiao Yan sensed an external aura reminiscent of the Soul Palace surrounding Guler, internally, he radiated an entirely different yet similarly potent presence. While this confirmed he was not affiliated with the Soul Palace, anyone capable of infiltrating such a formidable organization was undoubtedly not a simple character. Damn, that soul chain. Han Yomu, though not glancing at the unfolding scene, could not escape sensing the exchange, summoning the bone dragon to deflect a blow aimed at him, and then retaliating with a powerful strike toward Guler, simultaneously encompassing Xiao Yan and his companions. As Han Yomu unleashed his palm, the massive imprint rapidly expanded to several hundred meters in size. While it might be an exaggeration to say it could annihilate the heavens, it was more than sufficient to shatter mountains and peaks, threatening to obliterate even towering summits of nearly 10,000 meters. Everyone, lend me your strength, Guler implored, feeling the space around him thickening like a quagmire, rendering escape impossible. The elder nodded and unleashed a massive palm of nearly 100 meters, colliding with Han Yomu's imprint. The disparity in their might was staggering, leaving no room for resistance. The elder gritted his teeth, realizing that harboring animosity toward the young prodigy was futile. His priority was to preserve his own life. The elder harbored a rather sinister inclination, relishing in the torment of many gifted youths. Anyone with greater talent than his own earned his disdain. In this life-and-death moment, the elder and the other four resolved to risk their lives, while Guler ceased hiding, unleashing the aura of a 4-star Dozun. Clad in black attire, Xiao Yan ignited flames in both hands. Although they too were the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus, their potency was incomparable, further amplified by Yao Lao's Bone Spirit Cold Fire. Nearly beyond Xiao Yan's control, Buddha's Wrath Reincarnation, the elder bellowed as his Do Chi coalesced into a colossal fist, poised to shatter all in its path. As everyone struck in unison, they managed to repel Han Yomu's casual attack. The chasm between Do Sheng and Do Zun was terrifyingly vast. I never anticipated you to be a 4-star Do Zun. Han Yomu wiped the blood from his lips, seething with resentment. My cultivation has been concealed by a saint's direct intervention. Though you are powerful, you will never surpass a Do Sheng, Guler taunted, his tone laced with derision. Damn it! Another Do Sheng. Guler's words pierced Han Yomu's heart, igniting his fury. Yet, in that brief moment of distraction, the bone dragon remnants summoned by Han Yomu were nearly dismantled by Zhang Tian, a gaping hollow forming in the dragon's ribcage, one of its wings torn away. In one eye socket, ablaze with crimson flames, shattered. Was it disdain that led to overconfidence after reaching Do Sheng? Zhang Tian effortlessly dispatched the bone dragon, fixating his gaze on Han Yomu, who felt an icy shiver run down his spine despite Zhang Tian's lack of immediate action. Enough of this play, Zhang Tian declared, his hands intertwining, channeling immense energy that caused the very heavens to tremble, with various seals forming in his hands. An orb of vast water attribute, Do Chi energy materialized before him. At long last, as an eerie incantation reverberated through the air, the luminous sphere before him erupted into a tempestuous frenzy, reminiscent of a boundless and immeasurable ocean, tumultuous and unyielding. From within, one could almost discern the distant roars of tides and tsunamis. The vast sea imprint unfolded, merging the 7 seals into one. As a resounding crack echoed through the infinite void, akin to the earth splitting open, purging all darkness in its wake. In the midst of this endless ocean and the resplendent radiance, the soul of Hunyum disappeared in an instant, along with the skeletal dragon beneath his feet, and the entire Morning Mountain range, which spanned thousands of miles. The act of creation and destruction unfolded, everything emerging from the ocean only to be obliterated within its vast, profound depths. The vast sea imprint unfolded, merging the 7 seals into one, rivaling the celestial tier combat techniques, and indeed, residing within the intermediate celestial tier. Soul Destroyer had undoubtedly kept a vigilant eye on Hunyum for quite some time. Zhang Tian's gaze shifted inward toward an unknown secret chamber within the Soul Palace. A place even Hunyum was unaware of, where a figure cloaked in black was concealed. A mere clone, Zhang Tian murmured, pointing with a finger, causing the clone to vanish instantaneously in an explosion of black flames. A manifestation of the Void Eater's fire? It appeared that Soul Destroyer was exceedingly cautious, observing Hunyum's every move, despite his belief in his own concealment. However, steadying his mind, he understood that even in its final moments, the clone could still hear him, and he declared, Hunyum is powerless, and so is you, Soul Destroyer. Let the Soul Emperor come. I eagerly await our battle. Chapter 73. Journey to the Central Continent. Even though Hunyum had harnessed the secret arts of the soul-devouring array to attain the strength of a one-star Do Saint and awaken the remnants of a one-star Do Saint-level skeletal dragon. Before Zhang Tian, he appeared as fragile as a child. With a single palm pressed against Hunyum's abdomen, a terrifying force of Do Chi wreaked havoc within his body, and moments later, his form gradually faded into nothingness, transforming into a multitude of white light particles that vanished, his immense Do Chi dissipating back into the world. If it were not an illusion, the onlookers might have sensed a hint of verdant life emerging from the previously barren and shadowy Morning Mountain range. A phenomenon resulting from the death of a Do Saint's power nourishing the earth. Remarkable, truly formidable, beads of cold sweat trickled down beside Iron Snake's brow. Yet she remained oblivious. Those who had once walked the razor's edge of bloodshed on the continent were not accustomed to such occurrences. However, Iron Snake was not alone. The other 4 members of the Star Mercenary Corps also appeared dazed, the Elder's eyes gleaming with a hint of brilliance, filled with yearning and admiration. Is this the power of a Do Saint? A casual strike capable of compelling several Do Zuns to exert their utmost strength. Yet Hunyum was effortlessly reduced to ashes by Zhang Tian. What manner of warrior is he? A 2-star Do Saint? Or perhaps a 3-star Do Saint? The Elder was uncertain, for this was his first encounter with a Do Saint-level powerhouse. Even Yao Lao could not help but be astonished, acknowledging that Zhang Tian's current strength bore no resemblance to one who had merely just broken through to the Do Saint realm. He had undoubtedly reached at least the 4-star level of power. Thank you for your assistance, Sage. Guler respectfully placed a hand over his chest. A gesture of utmost reverence from the ancient clan, second only to the formalities observed in the presence of the clan leader. It is of no concern, Zhang Tian replied with a smile, considering that Xiao Yin was to marry Gu Suner. Thus they were to become in-laws, naturally fostering a closer bond. After expressing gratitude toward Zhang Tian, Guler's gaze shifted to Xiao Yin, revealing a hint of shock. Isn't he merely around 19 years old? Yet he possesses such strength. Although it was borrowed power, Guler could not help but discern that Xiao Yan's original prowess had already reached the 1-star Do Wang level. As for the techniques, Guler could not ascertain, for the burning decision was reputed to be even more enigmatic than celestial tier techniques. As for Zhang Tian, Guler could not even gauge his age, perceiving only a thin veil obscuring his senses, rendering Zhang Tian's presence profoundly mysterious, truly worthy of being the disciple of a sage. Xiao Yin noticed Guler's gaze, but merely lifted his head in a smile before continuing his recovery. The Nirvana flame had inflicted considerable harm upon his hands, and the expenditure of Do Chi had been substantial. Although he had unleashed the most formidable attack among the 3, it was also augmented by the power of 3 different flames. Thus, he found himself under the most pressure, oblivious to the fact that his smile had greatly endeared him to Guler, a disciple of someone at least a 3-star Do Saint level. Such amiability from a formidable figure made Guler regard Xiao Yin with newfound admiration. It was remarkable to think that at 19, he had still been merely a great Do master. Xiao Yin might very well reach his level, or even that of the sage. Yet, Xiao Yin remained unaware of all this, and knew nothing of the relationship between Guler and Gu Suner, merely perceiving Guler as an ordinary acquaintance. To be honest, arrogance was not a trait he possessed. Guler's gaze finally fell upon the severely wounded members of the Star Mercenary Corps, a dangerous glint shining in his eyes. He appeared to be in his 30s, yet possessed an imposing stature of over 2 meters, akin to a towering iron pillar, and with immense Do Chi. He launched an attack towards the Elder. The Elder's pupils constricted. Having anticipated Guler's gaze, he managed to block the attack with his elbow, despite the element of surprise. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed, and amidst the tumult of Do Chi, the Elder was propelled backward, his sleeve torn, revealing his emaciated arm. Blood spilling from his lips as he hung, suspended in the air. Boss! Brother! Damn it! Star Elder! The scarred-faced man supported the figure referred to as Star Elder, while Iron Snake and the old woman hurried over. Only the middle-aged man, a 7-star Dozong, remained on the periphery, his eyes flickering uncertainly. The group glared at Gueler with fury, and amidst the heavy atmosphere, the elder weakly waved his right hand, while his left hung limply, evidently lacking strength, likely broken. Gently pushing aside the scarred man, the elder cast a glance at the middle-aged man on the outskirts, his expression a mix of disappointment and resignation. The middle-aged man, feeling uneasy, stepped forward, prompting the elder to shift his gaze. "Do not stand in my way," the elder spoke, his voice feeble, yet imbued with a hint of ease and mirth. "If this esteemed Dozun wishes to kill us, blocking my path will be futile." The elder's words resonated with Gueler, who wore a slight smile in agreement. "If that is the case, then we shall await our demise. I shall do my utmost to leave your corpses intact." The elder remained undeterred, his voice steady. "If it truly comes to a point of no return, I shall not defy the heavens. However, I wish to inquire, esteemed one, we harbor no enmity. Why resort to such brutality?" The elder coughed several times. Gueler remained unmoved, chuckling coldly. "Why must you speak nonsense? Do you truly think I would not know why I am to kill you? Did you not feel you knew too much?" Gueler's words caused the elder to close his eyes slightly, for this was his greatest fear. The Soul Clan, the ancient clan, infiltrators, the impending war, Hunyum, the super Do Saint. All of it was sufficient to seal his fate within these mourning mountains. Perhaps not. "Esteemed warrior, do you not wish to inquire about the opinion of this sage?" The elder feigned calmness, glancing at the silent Zhang Tian above. Gueler was taken aback, gazing at Zhang Tian, whose expression was inscrutable, and a bead of cold sweat trickled down his brow, realizing the gravity of casually striking before a Do Saint. He was still not cautious enough. After all, this was not a mere saint from his ancient clan. Such behavior could be perceived as a blatant affront to the dignity of the saint. The saint must atone. Cursed be Gueler. In an instant, Gueler knelt on one knee in the void, his head bowed deeply, his eyes filled with trepidation and fear. "No worries, no worries." Zhang Tian waved his hand dismissively, seemingly unfazed. "I have some old ties with Gueler. As for you all..." Zhang Tian stroked his chin while gazing at Elder Xing and the others, his words igniting a spark of joy in Gueler, yet instilling sheer terror in Elder Xing and the others. "Regarding the secrets of the ancient clan, this matter is rather troublesome. Do you have any benefits to offer me?" Zhang Tian pondered thoughtfully, occasionally glancing at Gueler. Even the ancient clan would not be extravagant enough to eliminate a Doshang for the sake of a mere undercover agent from their clan. Gu Yuan still possessed some sense. Therefore, Zhang Tian contemplated sparing their lives, his face nearly inscribed with a look that beckoned them to bribe him. Senior, we are all rogue cultivators." Elder Xing's heart sank, then plummeted further, and he could only clasp his hands in a forced smile. "Hey!" Zhang Tian's eyes widened, and before Elder Xing could utter the words "just kill him," he sensed the impending danger and quickly exclaimed, "But we are hired by the 3,000 Star Towers. I still possess a spark of the 3,000 starry flame. Please do not kill me. I also have a treasure belonging to a Doshang." As he watched the palm descending upon him, Elder Xing hastily closed his eyes. He had yet to satiate his thirst for tormenting young prodigies. How could he perish so easily? Gueler initially scoffed, thinking that a mere flame could not possibly provoke a saint's wrath, especially one as trivial as a spark. However, Elder Xing's subsequent words caused Gueler's expression to stiffen. The allure of a Doshang's treasure was something even a fellow Doshang could scarcely refuse. Indeed, almost in the next moment, Zhang Tian's hand landed on the tip of Elder Xing's nose, followed by a pat on his shoulder to dust off the remnants. "The treasure is in Zhongzhou." Elder Xing, having narrowly escaped death, spoke with fear evident in his eyes, gasping for air. Zhang Tian thought to himself that the 3,000 flame seemed to also reside in Zhongzhou, along with the void-swallowing flame and whatnot. "Let's go to Zhongzhou." Zhang Tian waved his hand grandly, his impatience to dance with the Soul Emperor palpable. Chapter 74. Starfall Pavilion. Half a month later, a weary Xiaoyan, drenched in sweat and bearing a mysterious heavy ruler, was engaged in battle against a 7-star Do Wang amidst the ruins. The 7-star Do Wang glared at Xiaoyan with eyes filled with enmity, emanating a murderous intent that was chilling, as if Xiaoyan had slaughtered his entire family. He refrained from utilizing the power of the medicine elder, nor did he wield the heavy ruler, instead relying solely on his ordinary strength to contend with this disciple from the Starfall Pavilion. Zhang Tian was quite pleased with Xiaoyan's explosive combat prowess. In terms of overall capability, Xiao Yan had already surpassed his former self as a Do Wang, proving himself worthy of being the protagonist of this realm. Even though Xiao Yan had not followed the original trajectory of growth, his fortune far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Xiao Yan's arms elongated, akin to a monkey, as he relentlessly struck the arms of the Starfall Pavilion disciple. With a swift maneuver, he yanked the disciple's arm away, his hands becoming mere phantoms as they struck fiercely against the disciple's chest. Indeed, while he has yet to grasp the ultimate truth, he has shown commendable insight into the path of speed. Zhang Tian remarked with a hint of admiration. The essence of simplicity is the root of the path. He merely needed to draw and retract his weapon in 2 motions, allowing the myriad shadows of his spear to pierce through any immortal adversary or insurmountable karma. Even though he had ascended to a 2-star Dosheng, he still could not unleash 10,000 strikes in an instant. Presently, he could manage around 4,000, each strike wielding the power of a low-tier, earth-level Do technique. It was only upon becoming a 7-star Dosheng that the true potential of his rapid-fire techniques could be realized, capable of shattering even heaven-tier or potentially emperor-tier Do techniques with a single thrust. Die for me. The disciple from the Starfall Pavilion momentarily flashed with a fierce glint in his eyes. Despite enduring dozens of Xiao Yan's punches, stars began to shimmer on his arm. Thin beams of starlight manifesting in his hands, resembling a small asteroid hurtling towards Xiao Yan's head. A sinister smile of satisfaction crept across the face of the Starfall Pavilion disciple, for he could already envision the look of shock on Xiao Yan's face. Yet, within his line of sight, Xiao Yan's initial look of astonishment quickly vanished, gradually replaced by tranquility, as he sighed with an expression of remorse directed at himself. The heavy ruler was drawn across his body at an incredible angle, absorbing the force of the punch imbued with starlight without any discernible reaction, merely stirring a cloud of dust beneath them. Apologies, Xiao Yan said with sincerity, and with a sweep of the heavy ruler, an irresistible force surged forth, akin to a sweeping tide, sending the Starfall Pavilion disciple flying. Cough, cough, cough. The disciple half knelt on the ground, blood spewing forth, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Xiao Yan. Zhang Tian stepped forward slowly. Xiao Yan. Upon hearing Zhang Tian's voice, Xiao Yan's heart tightened, and he hurriedly responded with respect, "Teacher, I am here." Zhang Tian gently shook his head. "There is no need for such formality between us. Tell me, did you hold back?" Xiao Yan's inner thoughts were laid bare, yet he nodded, contemplating, "I was merely being polite out of fear of reprimand." Zhang Tian, having received his answer, chose not to comment further, for he firmly believed that no Do Wang could withstand dozens of Xiao Yan's punches in reality. No weighties, no weighties. A kind heart is a virtue. After all, isn't cultivation also about nurturing the heart? Zhang Tian gazed at Xiao Yan with affection, a smile of understanding gracing his lips. It is essential to have boundaries as a person. Zhang Tian's words resonated within Xiao Yan, who felt a sense of camaraderie with his master, realizing that he was not the type to pursue a kill or be killed mentality, unlike in the Dochi continent, but rather accepted his beliefs. "I will strive to do my best. You may leave," Xiao Yan said to the disciple of the Starfall Pavilion, and after a moment's hesitation, he ultimately decided to let the other go. Zhang Tian merely watched this scene with a faint smile, knowing that this disciple of the Starfall Pavilion was merely at odds with the Pavilion Master as disciple, and that a female disciple named Ruo Ro had taken a liking to Xiao Yan during their previous visit to the Starfall Pavilion, frequently approaching him. Nevertheless, how had he ended up here, even causing damage to Zhang Tian's residence? Zhang Tian felt somewhat helpless, and Xing Lu's gaze carried a hint of regret. What a pity. This child harbors resentment. Recalling Xing Lu's expression moments ago, Zhang Tian realized it was not directed at Xiao Yan, but rather stemmed from years of unfair treatment, which still did not qualify him as a suitable candidate for cultivating the Qing Su Dao Ju. Could it be that only Xiao Xin in this world is capable of practicing the Qing Su Dao Ju? The Qing Su Dao Ju requires a benevolent heart for cultivation. When paired with a special physique, it could rival heaven-tier techniques. Yet, the combination of pure-heartedness and tranquility poses a challenge for the majority of the 9 layers of the Dochi continent. Even many children would find it difficult to meet these criteria. In truth, aside from Tsang Er and Xiao Xin, Zhang Tian had yet to encounter anyone capable of cultivating the Qing Su Dao Ju. "Let us hurry along," Zhang Tian urged with a smile, adding with a teasing tone, "If the Pavilion Master arrives, I may have to take you back by force." Xing Lu nodded appreciatively, clasping his hands in gratitude, fully aware that even if the Pavilion Master were to intervene, escape would be impossible. Moreover, The aura surrounding Zhang Tian was so profound that it commanded respect even from the pavilion master. A gust of wind swept by, and amidst the tumultuous gales, a figure appeared in midair, clad in a blue robe. The Wind Sovereign, upon spotting Zhang Tian, promptly descended beside him. "Saint Zhang," the Wind Sovereign greeted with an air of courtesy. "What brings you out? Would it not be better to enjoy tea with me in the Starfall Pavilion?" The voice of the old alchemist, laden with helplessness, drifted over, as his figure appeared with a speed that rivaled Feng Xian's nonchalant demeanor. "It seems that becoming a soul entity has indeed accelerated your pace considerably." Feng Xian chuckled heartily, for it was well known that the old alchemist's speed had never matched his own. After all, he was known as the Wind Sovereign. Had it not been for that rebellious disciple, Han Feng, I would have already ascended to the Do Saint level. At that point, your speed would barely allow you to catch up to my shadow. The old alchemist's beard bristled in indignation. Do not doubt that an 8th-grade alchemist capable of concocting 9th-grade elixirs could not transcend to Do Saint. This is common knowledge across the continent. Oh, Han Fen. After reminiscing for several days, Feng Xian learned that the reason for the old alchemist's absence all these years was due to Han Feng. The answer he had received when he inquired about the old alchemist was that he had met his demise due to a backlash from a failed alchemical endeavor involving a foreign flame. A glint of cold light flashed in the Wind Sovereign's eyes. Should I rid you of him? Killing Han Feng, a mere 6th-grade alchemist, would be a trivial task for a figure of such stature. That wayward disciple, I shall personally cleanse the path. A flicker of anguish crossed the old alchemist's gaze. Sigh. Observing the old alchemist's pain, Feng Xian could not help but offer words of comfort. Do you require me to procure a Do Zone body for you, to facilitate your revival? As a friend of the old alchemist, Feng Xian was well aware of the intricacies of being an alchemist. I shall endeavor to find a better vessel for the old master. Zhang Tian, who had maintained a calm smile throughout, spoke up. Thank you, sage. Feng Xian promptly bowed in gratitude, for despite being a sovereign himself, he dared not act with impertinence in Zhang Tian's presence. Not to mention the bond between the old alchemist and Zhang Tian, even the old alchemist's identity as an alchemist was sufficient to warrant respect among Do Saints. Gulme, let us return to the Starfall Pavilion. The old alchemist beckoned, ready to depart, only to find Feng Xian remaining still, prompting his curious inquiry. Feng Lao, what troubles you? Feng Xian glanced at Zhang Tian and Xiao Yan, hesitating before revealing the news. A disciple of the Starfall Pavilion has defected. The gravity of Feng Xian's words darkened the old alchemist's expression, for he was merely the acting head in Feng Xian's absence. Let's not dwell on such matters. Today we should celebrate. The old alchemist tugged at Feng Xian, only to find him unyielding. The Wind Sovereign, after much internal conflict, ultimately refused. No, the defector is the child of an old acquaintance. The Wind Sovereign's statement piqued the old alchemist's curiosity. Who could possess a lineage that warranted such attention? It is the child of Feng Ruo. Seemingly perceiving the old alchemist's confusion, Feng Xian offered a rueful smile. The old alchemist understood at once. No wonder Feng Xian, with his character, would place such significance on this matter. Feng Ruo, my cousin, once held affection for me and perished due to my actions. Hence, I cannot accept Xing Lu as a disciple. Oh, Xing Lu is the name I bestowed upon him. Feng Xian explained. The name Xing Lu, derived from the concept of a shooting star, embodies the hope of preserving the brilliance and splendor of a meteor, yet enduring through time. However, does a constant presence still resemble the fleeting brilliance of a shooting star? Ruo is the daughter of Feng Ruo, yet Xing Lu remains unaware of his lineage. Harboring affections for Ruo, Feng Xian found himself in a quandary, yet there appeared to be no viable solution. However, it had been quite some time since Xing Lu had fled, and now all that could be done was to leave the matter unresolved. The Starfall Pavilion, a force jointly established by the old alchemist and Feng Xian, was nestled within the Tianqing mountain range, a place imbued with peculiarities. Without a specific method of entry, even a Do Zun could not penetrate its depths. The headquarters, appearing as an ordinary forest, was in fact the Starfall Pavilion's grand array, a formation not crafted by human hands, but rather a natural occurrence, essentially a space constructed from the power of fallen stars. Of course, this could not be compared to the vast spaces created by Do Saints. Its area was merely equivalent to that of city. Nevertheless, due to its entirely natural composition, this place possessed remarkable concealment, such that even a Do Zun passing overhead would find it exceedingly difficult to perceive its wonders. However, Zhang Tian, now a Do Saint capable of creating vast spaces, would undoubtedly notice the existence of the Starfall Pavilion. Although the Starfall Pavilion was discreet, it was not isolated. It maintained connections with various powers across the central continent. Chapter 75. The 3,000 flame of fire within a starry expanse. Several twinkling stars cast their light, resembling a mirrored reflection. This was not a true vast cosmos. Otherwise, even if Zhang Tian were to spend a millennium, he could not fully explore the universe. Rather, it was a space overflowing with the immense power of stars, reminiscent of a celestial dome. Is this the starry sky? Zhang Tian stood atop the void, flanked by the figures of Xiao Yan and the old alchemist. Xiao Yan, with his dou qi transformed into wings, marveled at the spectacle of seemingly being amidst the Milky Way. These stars shimmer with brilliance, appearing almost lifelike. He observed that within this space, apart from the dark heavens, there were only twinkling stars, with vast amounts of star power coalescing into peculiar planets. Naturally, these stars were manifestations of star power, essentially no different from actual stars. Zhang Tian smiled gently. As he stepped forward, the stars seemed to retreat in welcome, their energies swirling and causing the starry expanse to glow even more vibrantly. I could sense its presence now. The old alchemist closed his eyes, then reopened them, revealing a smile of confidence. Zhang Tian chuckled. Although he was not as powerful as the old alchemist, he still emanated a soul force. Just as the soul energy was about to sweep across the area, it suddenly recoiled, revealing a white dragon concealed within the star power, its presence strikingly close. The soul power of a two-star dou saint is merely at the mid-stage of the heavenly realm, somewhat inferior to that of the old alchemist. Zhang Tian touched his nose, nearly allowing this treasure to slip by unnoticed. This white dragon was none other than the manifestation of the 3,000 flames of fire. As it lingered within the starry expanse, it became difficult for ordinary individuals to locate, often remaining hidden for extended periods, evolving over many years, surpassing most foreign flames in age. Clearly, this 3,000 flames of fire had developed a semblance of intelligence. Upon realizing it had been discovered, it ceased to conceal itself. Its once colorless and lightless form surged forth from the dense starry clouds, coiling in a massive arc, flames of blue igniting along its serpentine body, with azure fire erupting from its eye sockets. With a roar that carried a hint of draconic might, flames erupted in the void. How terrifying! Xiao Yan's expression darkened as he dodged the flames, only to find them seemingly pursuing him, akin to an unrelenting parasite. The colossal starry fire dragon opened its fearsome eyes and charged toward Xiao Yan. Cursed be it! Xiao Yan bellowed, infuriated. The softest target among the trio, he was undoubtedly the most vulnerable. Realizing escape was futile, he inhaled deeply and hurled the earth heart fire of the green lotus, which instantly extinguished the pervasive white flames of the starry sky, transforming into a verdant blaze that continued to burn. Simultaneously, a purple nine-netherwind flame morphed into a ghostly purple fire dragon, wailing as it collided with the starry fire dragon. The impact resonated with deep, thunderous sounds, accompanied by the crackling of opposing foreign flames, causing the entire starry space to tremble. This 3,000 flames of fire possessed the strength of a 3-star dou zone. However, due to its nature as a foreign flame, its offensive techniques were relatively limited, with control over 2 foreign flames. Xiao Yan should be able to engage in battle with it. Zhang Tian, arms crossed, observed this scene. As the turbulent spatial waves approached him, he simply stepped lightly, stabilizing the entire space, rendering it impervious to the disturbances caused by Xiao Yan's clashes with the starry fire dragon. Such power caused the old alchemist's pupils to constrict slightly. No wonder a dou saint could establish a unique, vast space. This single feat was something a dou zun could only dream of achieving. Logically speaking, the ranking of the 9-netherwind flame should surpass that of the 3,000 flame fire. However, in reality, each encounter leaves the body of the nether dragon dimmer by several shades. After several clashes, the depletion of Xiao Yan's dou qi is incalculable. This is partly due to his inability to unleash the true might of the 9-netherwind flame. Yet the 3,000 flame fire, nurtured in the cosmos for a millennium, is extraordinary, far exceeding the power of ordinary Yo. Fortunately, the 3,000 flame fire possesses a low level of intelligence, manifesting only as a celestial dragon to engage in brute force confrontations. Coupled with Xiao Yan's cultivation of the devouring flame technique, which grants him significant resistance against Yo, he manages to hold his ground in battle. The most formidable aspect of Viola lies in its terrifying temperature and combustion properties. Transforming into a celestial dragon for a head-on clash is evidently unwise, as the drawbacks of his size undermine his advantages. One can only imagine if a rain of viola petals were to descend upon him. each droplet bearing the chilling heat of the Xiao Yan's Douqi shield would scarcely endure before being reduced to ashes. The green lotus heartfire also transformed into a fiery lotus, pressing down upon the celestial fire dragon. After a brief battle, neither side could gain the upper hand. Suddenly, the lotus-shaped green lotus heartfire dispersed, morphing into flickering flames that entwined around the nether dragon. The ethereal violet nether dragon appeared to don a suit of armor, with each impact causing the celestial fire dragon to shed a considerable amount of flames, scattering them across the starry expanse. Xiao Yan's Douqi is running low. Elder Yao swiftly struck away the celestial fire dragon. The nether dragon, with a reluctant roar, faded into a spectral form, transforming into a small eel that returned to Xiao Yan's side. At this moment, Xiao Yan's complexion was as pale as parchment. Even his Douqi wings were on the verge of collapse, appearing somewhat translucent and insubstantial. Elder Yao hurriedly provided him with several bottles of fifth-grade elixirs to replenish his Douqi. Congratulations, Xiao Yan. You have truly subdued an Eo for the first time. Zhang Tian exclaimed, observing the still-struggling celestial fire dragon. He released a hint of his imposing aura, and under the suppression of the devouring flame technique, the celestial fire dragon reluctantly transformed into a diminutive Eoa seed. This Eoa seed, no larger than a peanut, contained the stellar power absorbed by the 3,000 flame fire over millennia. After consuming the elixirs, Xiao Yan's complexion improved significantly. For a one-star Do Wang, the consumption was quite substantial. However, in the next moment, an overwhelming surge of energy coursed through him, and he unexpectedly broke through his realm, his aura fluctuating as he ascended to a 2-star Do Wang. Should this news be shared, it would undoubtedly astonish countless individuals, for who could imagine achieving a breakthrough amidst combat, especially during a battle with Eoa? Xiao Yan's face radiated joy. Though his gaze remained calm, the smile at the corners of his mouth was impossible to conceal. You and your master are both monsters, Elder Yao exclaimed, recalling his own perilous experience a century ago in the frigid lands, where he almost perished while attempting to subdue the bone spirit cold fire. The ease with which Xiao Yan had subdued Aniho was astonishing. It seemed that among the trio, it was he, Elder Yao, who garnered the least recognition. Zhang Tian, without parents or a spouse, but with a daughter, bore this with resignation. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, was a nobleman, the son of a duke, an official second generation, yet he still surpassed Zhang Tian. How infuriating! Yet, he reflected, he had not possessed Tuyo in his youth. So it was somewhat understandable that subduing the bone spirit cold fire had proven challenging. Alas, he possesses 2 Eoa. Why does this only fuel my frustration further?